Congratulations, the surgery was a great success. You are now a girl. In his dream, it seemed that someone was saying this to Mu Cheng. He was jolted awake in an instant. His eyes opened in a daze as he slowly regained consciousness. Perhaps because he had just woken up and was not yet used to the light in the room, he instinctively squinted. After a brief moment, he came to his senses only to freeze on the spot. Where is this place? If he remembered correctly, at the very instant he lost consciousness, Mu Cheng had still been working overtime at the company. Yet now, the room before his eyes was filled with a warm, cozy arrangement and a faint, pleasant fragrance. All kinds of plush dolls of various sizes were neatly lined up together around him. It was clearly a girl's bedroom. He had to admit the decor was exquisitely done. Mu Cheng did not know why, but his heart instinctively and naturally thought that the young woman who had arranged this room must be very beautiful. With that thought, he gently lifted the pink quilt, intending to get out of bed and take a look outside. However, in the very next instant, his eyes flew wide open in utter disbelief. Thighs. What the hell? Is this my leg? Where is my leg hair? Why is the leg hair gone? And did my legs become this fair? Completely stunned, Mu Cheng could not help but reach out and touch them. They were smooth with a very real silky sensation. He even pinched them hard just to make sure he was not dreaming. The sting of pain made him suck in a breath. What on earth? Huh? A slight throbbing started in his head. Yet just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was once again dumbfounded. His lips were clearly his own, but the sound that came out was actually a girl's voice. What is going on? Once again, that melodious, pleasant voice flowed out from his own mouth. Mu Cheng's eyes went blank as he could not help glancing at his legs again and touching them. They were still the same. Tender, smooth, so fair they seemed to glow. The texture felt truly wonderful. No, he snapped at himself, this was absolutely not the time to be thinking about that. He took a moment to steady himself. With a tangled and complicated expression, Mu Cheng finally calmed down. If his guess was not wrong. He took a deep breath, rose to his feet, and walked over to the mirror in the bedroom. When the light fell across the mirror, and he saw the person reflected within, his expression became one of just as expected, yet carried a faint trace of something like surprise. Why would he feel a hint of delight? Even Mu Cheng himself probably could not explain. He simply had not expected that after collapsing from overtime and dying so suddenly, he would actually transmigrate. And he had even transmigrated into the body of a girl. The key point was, this girl was astonishingly beautiful. Mu Cheng could not help raising a hand to touch his own cheeks as he stared at her. Even just out of bed, the girl's skin was as tender and smooth as that of a baby. Her slightly messy hair did not look sloppy at all, instead it lent her a languid, lazy kind of charm. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her bright, lively eyes seemed to hold stars within them. When she smiled, it was as though the whole world became more radiant. Mu Cheng stared blankly at himself. Without meaning to, his gaze dropped downward. It was said that when one looked down and could no longer see one's toes, that person was a rare beauty. Yet Mu Cheng felt that some things, just as they were now, were already more than sufficient. As he thought this, his heart began to race faster and faster. This was his own body. A person could not, at least should not, do such things. However, just looking should be fine, right? Half an hour later. After a shower, Mu Cheng emerged wearing pajamas. Because the water had been quite hot, her cheeks were flushed with a rosy glow, carrying a hint of irresistible allure, like a beauty stepping out from a bath. During this time, having calmed down, Mu Cheng had already assimilated all of the former owner's memories. The girl's name was Mu Cheng, pronounced the same, but written as Mu Cheng, a true little rich lady from the Magic City. A few years ago, her parents had passed away, and she inherited all of the family's assets. Besides the several $100 million in cash, she also held 2 entire buildings and 3 commercial properties. She could basically live a life of idling and waiting for death without worry. This June, Mu Cheng had just graduated from the Magic City Drama Academy at the age of 22. She had never been in a relationship, nor did she have anyone she liked. On the contrary, the number of people who liked her and wanted to pursue her was too many to count. After reviewing all of the former owner's memories, Mu Cheng let out a breath of relief. She truly did not wish to suddenly acquire some boyfriend or husband out of nowhere. Even so, the death of her parents still left a faint ache in her heart. In her memories, her mother and father had doted on her exceptionally. Before she turned 18, they had even set up a trust fund in her name. But after their passing, that trust fund had become unnecessary, because she now owned all the inheritance. After sorting through her thoughts, Mu Cheng let out a soft sigh. In truth, she could accept this. After all, if her parents were still alive, she would eventually have to face all kinds of problems, such as being urged to marry or urged to have children. To ask Mu Cheng, a beautiful girl in body with the heart of a man, to marry another man was absolutely impossible. She had no intention of fencing with anyone. Wearing slippers, Mu Cheng wandered casually around the house for a while. She had to admit this place was truly spacious. Nearly 300 square meters of a single-floor apartment with an entertainment room, a mini bar counter, and even an enormous terrace garden. The garden was filled with jasmine flowers that both the former owner and her mother had loved. There were also 2 koi fish that her father had raised. As the girl crouched down, the two plump koi swam over happily, as if waiting to be fed. A smile blossomed at the corners of Mu Cheng's lips as she tossed some feed from a box into the water. In that instant, she felt a level of tranquility and happiness she had never known before. Truly, in her previous life, she had been nothing but a hard-working drudge. Thinking back to before her transmigration, Mu Cheng could not help but sigh. In that life, she had also worked in the Magic City, earning so little each month that her rent was barely paid, constantly working overtime while being scolded by her boss. She had been working overtime, revising the 7th set of revisions demanded by her boss right up until she suddenly dropped dead. "You bastard, go eat shit." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and the curse slipped out. She had to admit, though, that with this voice, even cursing sounded utterly pleasant. It would be a pity not to use it for of course. If it were her previous life, Mu Cheng might have given some thought to matters of romance. But in this TCH, she had no intention of dating at all. What were men, anyway? Was being single not delightful enough, and were pretty girls not pleasant enough to look at? As for transmigrating, Mu Cheng did not really feel any resistance in her heart. In her past life, her parents had divorced, and she had lived with her grandmother from childhood. Later, her grandmother had passed away from illness when she was 16. So compared to the exhausting life of her previous existence, Mu Cheng now felt almost overly relaxed. She lacked neither money nor housing, so she could idle away her days simply collecting rent. This was the very life of her dreams. As for her body, although she had become a girl, aside from being a bit heavier, a joke she no longer needed to take seriously, there was nothing she found difficult to adapt to. Gurgle, her stomach mischievously grumbled. She was hungry. Mu Cheng suddenly remembered that this body seemed not to have eaten for an entire day. The former owner had also died from sudden collapse. Unlike her own overtime, however, the former owner had died from binge-watching dramas into the night, her end abrupt and unforeseen. Clearly, staying up late was best avoided. She decided to go out and find something to eat. After some thought, Mu Cheng chose to head out for a stroll. After all, she had just arrived in this world. Although in her memories, it was almost identical to her previous one. The same country, the same people. There was still a trace of curiosity in her heart. However, just as she finished getting dressed, her phone suddenly rang. Who could it be? Was it a classmate or a friend? Yet the caller ID showed the name Production Team. Hello. With a cautious attitude, Mu Cheng answered the call carefully. Her pleasant voice seemed to put the person on the other end in a very good mood. A man's voice came from the other side, chuckling as he said, "Hello, Orange, I'm Chun Xiong, the director of Heartbeat, and I'd like to ask if you're free today, so we can record a prologue episode." Heartbeat? A dating show? Oh. Suddenly, Mu Cheng remembered. The former owner had just graduated from the Magic City Drama Academy a month ago, and not long ago, she had received a booking. She had been invited to appear on a program, a dating reality show. That very show was Heartbeat. Now in its 7th season, it had always enjoyed high ratings. However, its reputation had begun to decline. There was no helping it. Today's audiences were becoming increasingly difficult to fool. In order to stabilize the ratings, director Chun Xiong decided to take a bold step and launch an unprecedented live broadcast format for this season. To make it even more appealing, he went personally to major arts academies around the country to select a girl with exceptionally high looks to be a female guest. And Mu Cheng was the girl chosen by the production team. At first glance, Chun Xiong had found her looks breathtaking. If she could appear on the dating show, he was certain she would become an instant hit. For this, he did not hesitate to offer a high appearance fee, $1 million for the season, to invite her. As for whether Mu Cheng would truly fall in love on the show, he had no intention of interfering too much. From the former owner's point of view, she naturally felt this offer was pure profit. After all, it was just acting her way through a month-long shoot. And she would earn $1 million. $1 million. Although her private savings already amounted to several hundred million, who would ever complain about having too much money? So the former owner had agreed readily. She had never expected that before the dating show even began, she herself would die from sudden collapse. After recalling what had happened earlier, Mu Cheng thought for a moment and spoke softly. "I'm free this afternoon. Where will we be recording? If it's convenient, it would of course be best to record at your place, Orange." "On my side." Mu Cheng was just about to say there was no problem when unexpectedly a voice suddenly echoed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the Heartbeat Choice and activating the Heartbeat Choice system. A system? Mu Cheng was stunned for a brief moment, then her eyes lit up. Anyone who has read web novels knows this sort of thing is practically standard equipment for transmigrators. She had never expected to have one herself. Ding! Please begin your Heartbeat Choice, host. Choice 1. Participate in the romance reality show, quietly astonishing everyone. Reward top-tier women's self-defense technique. Choice 2. Refuse the romance reality show and unilaterally tear up the contract. Reward $10 million in cash. $10 million in cash. Exactly the amount of the unilateral breach of contract penalty. This system really was absurdly considerate. Mu Cheng was speechless. She actually preferred the first reward. At least it would grant her a women's self-defense art. After all, she was so beautiful. What if she ran into a lecher? Besides, participating in the romance show was something her predecessor had already agreed to, and Mu Cheng herself didn't reject the idea. She could simply treat it as acting going through the motions on set. The system's voice echoing in her mind left Mu Cheng dazed for several seconds. Chen Xiong thought the girl on the phone might be inconvenienced and almost suggested they could record somewhere else instead. At that moment, a light, gentle voice came through the phone. It's no problem on my end. Is 3 o'clock in the afternoon okay? Yes, of course. Chen Xiong laughed in delight. Being able to record at the guest's home was ideal. All right. Great Orange, then we'll see you this afternoon. Bye-bye. After hanging up, Chen Xiong couldn't help but sigh to himself. Orange really was a girl whose beauty matched her sweet voice. He wondered how many boys this season's romance show would end up captivating. However, he could already foresee that this season's program was destined to explode in popularity. With that thought, he hurried off, busy and exhilarated as he began preparations. In Modu at Mu Cheng's home, a chime sounded in her mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the heartbeat choice. Reward top-tier women's self-defense technique. A streak of golden light flashed across her mind. In an instant, Mu Cheng felt countless self-defense techniques flooding into her consciousness. Even her body seemed to have been subtly strengthened. Yet, she lowered her head and glanced down. Her skin was still pale and tender, giving off an impression of softness and frailty. Even if she claimed she could fight, others probably wouldn't believe her. After receiving the system's reward, Mu Cheng checked the time on her phone. It was only 12 noon. There was still some time before the afternoon. She might as well go out for a stroll, have lunch, and then come back to record the prologue segment. With that in mind, the now fully transformed girl slipped on her shoes and headed out, making her way to the underground parking garage. Besides leaving her a large inheritance, properties and shops, her predecessor's parents had also left 2 cars. One was a Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which her father had driven. The other was a gift from her mother on Mu Cheng's 8th, a silver Audi R8. Seeing the 2 cars now stirred memories standing before them. Mu Cheng could not help falling silent. So many things had changed while the objects remained. After a moment, she steadied her emotions. She pressed the key to unlock the Mercedes G-Class. The car chirped twice, and soon she was driving out of the underground garage. To be honest, this was Mu Cheng's first time driving a Mercedes, but thanks to the predecessor's memories, she felt no unfamiliarity at all. After a dozen minutes or so, she parked beneath a large shopping mall, got out of the car, and locked it. Because it was the weekend, the mall was quite crowded. The moment such a stunning girl appeared, she drew a multitude of gazes. The women at least looked openly. The men, however, snuck glances while pretending indifference, which amused Mu Cheng. So this was how obvious it had been when she as a man used to sneak peeks at beautiful women. Of course, being stared at by so many amazed eyes made Mu Cheng feel a little embarrassed, even though her soul was male. What she did not notice, though, was the subtle feeling of delight blooming inside. She chose a simple restaurant in the mall for lunch and spent more than half an hour eating. Whether due to Mu Cheng's inherited memories or some other reason, she ate very slowly. Small, delicate bites, her manner of eating exceptionally graceful. This led to the boy at the couple's table beside her repeatedly turning his head to steal glances at her. And then, he was immediately caught by his girlfriend, who delivered a furious punch. Mu Cheng felt that the girlfriend's blow was more powerful than her own self-defense techniques. After finishing, she paid the bill, 120 yuan. She also realized that not only had she become a girl, her appetite had shrunk. No wonder she didn't put on weight. Well, perhaps it wasn't that she never gained weight. It depended on where the weight went. In any case, Mu Cheng herself had been stunned while showering. She wandered around the mall for a while. During that time, after drinking a cup of milk tea, she had to use the restroom, and rather embarrassingly, almost walked into the men's bathroom by mistake. Fortunately, Mu Cheng suddenly remembered that such thoughts were nonsense now, and naturally turned to step into the women's restroom next door. This was the first time in both of her lives that she had entered a women's bathroom. Inside, a conspicuous slogan caught her eye. Unlike the men's, one small step forward, one giant step for civility, the women's restroom sign read. Women's tissue, roll it up and place it in the bin. Please do not throw it into the toilet. Thank you for your cooperation. At 3 in the afternoon, about half an hour after Mu Cheng returned home, the production team of Pengran Shindong arrived punctually outside her door and rang the bell. Soon the sound of slippers pattering across the floor approached, and the door opened. In the doorway stood a breathtakingly beautiful girl. She wore simple loungewear, a white t-shirt tucked into light blue jeans, her slightly wavy hair cascading casually down her back. Perhaps she had jogged over. A faint breeze brushed past, carrying a subtle fragrance, the scent of her hair and the gentle perfume on her body. For a moment, several members of the production team, men and women alike, were utterly stunned. She was so beautiful. Even though they had already seen photos of Mu Cheng in advance, seeing her in person still struck them with fierce astonishment. No wonder the director had sworn that this season's show was guaranteed to be a hit. Now they all wanted to turn their reactions into a meme. Same here. Hello, would you like to come in first? Mu Cheng blinked. This whole group had been standing there in a daze since she opened the door. If she hadn't spoken, would they have just stood there like that the whole time? Her words finally jolted them back to their senses. All right. Let's start filming. Idiot, your camera isn't even on yet. Stop talking nonsense. Your audio is probably hooked up to the dog by now. Sorry, Orange, we must look ridiculous. Seeing them nearly break into a full-blown squabble, the assistant director immediately shot them a glare, then turned to Mu Cheng with an apologetic smile. It did feel rather discourteous, letting the young lady watch them make a spectacle of themselves. It's fine. Please all of you come in. Mu Cheng's eyes curved as she smiled, gently, her voice soft. Would you like some water, or perhaps a drink? Or something else to drink? The process of recording the pilot episode was quite simple, finishing in just over an hour. It mainly involved capturing Mu Cheng's daily life and a brief self-introduction. This was all posted online for promotional purposes before the show went live. Therefore, the girl in the video did not show her face, maintaining an air of mystery. However, even without showing her face, once the production team officially announced all the male and female guest pilot episodes, Mu Cheng's pilot became the most commented subject among netizens. "Oh, the sister's voice is so beautiful. Even though she didn't show her face, I have a feeling this girl must be quite pretty. Wow, her house is really big. I'm so envious. I wonder if this young lady is good-looking." I'm a bit excited. The director really knows how to keep people in suspense, only showing her lips. Damn, I spent 10 minutes of the video just thinking about kissing. I didn't hear anything. Haha, fellow kindred spirit upstairs, I can only imagine how sweet it would be to cuddle and kiss. TCH, coward, I dare to think about it. To be honest, with a voice this beautiful, could it be a boy? Doge, I don't know if it's a boy, but it's definitely my wife. Get lost. She's clearly mine. In the office of the Douyin Variety Production Department for the show, the director looked at the unusually active data, unable to suppress his excitement as he clenched his fist tightly. It was half a success. Inviting Mu Cheng to join this season's dating show was undeniably the right decision. Even before the live broadcast began, the pre-broadcast viewership was already better than previous seasons. The key to this was none other than Mu Cheng's pilot episode. It's worth noting that while the other guests' pilot episodes also garnered a fair amount of attention, especially one named Hua De, a gaming streamer nicknamed Country Chicken. His pilot had already been recognized by fans, thus achieving high viewership. However, even so, it still paled in comparison to Mu Cheng, who only showed her back and lips with an incredibly gentle and pleasant voice. After all, this world is a massive sound-based fandom. Of course, there are also quite a few perverts. They fixate on the delicate toes of Mu Cheng's slippers in the video, grinning foolishly. There are only 2 days until the official live broadcast. Keep your eyes peeled. Absolutely no problems can occur. This is a historic breakthrough for us. After the excitement, the director became serious, looking at everyone with a solemn tone. These next few days will be tough, but there will be overtime pay. Upon hearing this, everyone wore serious expressions, quickly returning to a focused work state. However, one guy decided to make a joke at that moment. "Director, I don't want overtime pay. How can I be added as a guest on the dating show?" "Get lost." Ha ha ha. The group burst into laughter. Yet some also teased him jokingly. "Daniel, I see you're aiming for Mu Cheng." What was speaking of Mu Cheng, I'm really jealous. I envy the male guest this season for meeting such a beautiful girl. Yeah. I also think Mu Cheng is super pretty, and she's quite wealthy too. Rich lady food hungry. They were joking around while being serious. Meanwhile, the production team was methodically conducting final adjustments. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. During these 2 days, as the hype continued, many netizens were increasingly looking forward to this season of Flattered. After all, this was a live broadcast. It was the country's first large-scale live observation show. Should there be nothing else to bring? At Mu Cheng's home, now transformed into a girl, Mu Cheng patted her suitcase. 2 large suitcases. When she was a boy, she basically only took 1 suitcase with a few clothes when going out. It was never as troublesome as it is now. Since she would stay in the heartbeat cabin for a month, she brought more things. Essentials like body lotion, towels, and sanitary pads were all a must. She even packed many pairs of intimate clothing. Girls naturally tend to wear one more piece of clothing than boys. Over the past 2 days, Mu Cheng gradually adapted to her identity as a girl and could now completely ignore the amazed gazes when going out. Sometimes she felt quite pleased in her heart. Being a girl felt pretty good. Thus, she also wore a skirt for the first time. Just as Mu Cheng was setting off in her car, others in Magic City were also pulling their suitcases towards the city. 5 boys and 5 girls were about to experience their first collision. In fact, some were already nearing the heartbeat cabin. Meanwhile, in the observation room prepared by the production team for Flattered, those familiar with the entertainment industry would notice that the guests invited this time were also quite luxurious. As the evergreen host, teacher He, the female host of the provincial satellite TV station Chunyi, actors Meng Zi, Wang Yin Lin, and Dongfang Xiang, the sweetheart idol Xian Ling. Lastly, of course, the psychology mentor for every large-scale life observation show, Professor Chen Ming from Jiangxin University. At this moment, several guests in the observation room were getting acquainted with the program flow and greeting each other. Teacher He, being the one who knew the most people here, couldn't help but walk around enthusiastically chatting with everyone. Clap. At this moment, the director entered, clapping his hands, smiling as he announced, "The first live broadcast will start in 3 minutes. Are you all ready?" Despite appearing relaxed, the director was already sweating in his palms while holding the paper. The guests naturally cooperated, quickly adjusting their postures to follow the rehearsed arrangement. "Ready, let's start." Teacher, he smiled at the director. All right. The director nodded, taking a deep breath. Soon time was slipping away. 3, 2, 1. With a thud, all the cameras in the observation room connected to the live broadcast. Flattered live broadcast begins. Under the director's tense gaze, none of the anticipated bad news occurred. The live broadcast went very smoothly. At the same time, the viewers who had followed the Douyin live broadcast room received the news instantly and surged in like, first. Finally, it's live after 2 days. Do you know how I've been these past 2 days? Looking forward to that super sweet sounding sister. She must be beautiful. Oh, Xian Ling. I love you, Xian Ling. Dong Fengxiang is so handsome. I've watched his idol dramas since childhood, and it feels like he hasn't aged at all. He hasn't aged alone, teacher. He hasn't aged either. Sigh, when I watched other shows and heard teacher he say he has poor eyesight and wears reading glasses, I really couldn't help but want to cry. Woo, if we lose teacher I really don't know what will happen to my youth. Wow, Ming Zi's makeup today is so beautiful, she looks like a goddess. It's indeed nice not to speak. Ha ha ha, silly beauty. By the way, isn't anyone going to compliment Wang Diyi? I think he still has charm. I think you're really hungry. In just a minute, the online viewership of the live broadcast room broke past 10,000. This scene filled the director with overwhelming joy. Of course, he wasn't swept away by the joy. He quickly regained his composure and calm as the ongoing heat would determine if they were truly successful. Welcome to Heartstruck Season 7, a large-scale romantic social deduction reality show produced exclusively by Douyin. I'm your host, Hijio. A rustling sound. In the observation room, host he smiles warmly, gazing directly into the camera. The moment his words fade, enthusiastic applause breaks out spontaneously. Even the live stream chat bursts briefly with excitement. Netizens hold host he in high affection. Well, before we know it, our show has entered its 7th season. Today, alongside several familiar faces, we also welcome many newcomers. Shall we give them a warm greeting? Seamlessly, host he shifts the focus to the guests seated in the observation room. Smiling, each guest introduces themselves in turn. Instantly, the live chat erupts anew with exhilaration. Many viewers tuned in precisely to catch sight of their favorite celebrities. By the way, host I heard this season is live broadcast. After brief introductions, the conversation naturally circles back to the show itself, and Chun Yi asks curiously. Host he nods with a gentle smile. Yes, Chun Yi, you're absolutely right. This season is live. Why? I'm new here, I don't quite understand. Xian Ling, the netizens' beloved sweetheart queen, blinks playfully as she poses her question. Yet, before host he can respond, Meng Zi raises her hand with a mischievous grin. I know. It's because some netizens claimed our show follows a script. Doesn't it? Psychology professor Chun Ming chimes in tongue-in-cheek. Well, apparently not. Wang Yinlin laughs heartily. I'd actually love if it were scripted. I'd guarantee my favorite couple. Back and forth banter fills the observation room with infectious joy, and subtly reassures viewers there is and it's live. Just then Dong Fengxiang, who had remained quietly reserved until now, shyly speaks up. I heard the Heartstruck Cottage has undergone new changes this season. Indeed. Beyond Going Live Season 7 brings bold, fresh innovations. Host he nods with a warm smile. The Heartstruck Cottage will now be divided into 2 separate units, Room 701 and Room 702, physically distinct yet intimately connected. So this season promises sparks unlike any before. This twist feels delightfully novel. After all, in previous seasons, all participants shared one single cottage. Now it splits into 2. No wonder 10 individuals appeared right from the prelude episode. Netizens had assumed the director was simply generous, releasing all guests at once. But now, perhaps more await off-screen. Enough said. We sense everyone's eager to see what unfolds next inside the Heartstruck Cottage. Host he grins at the group's animated reactions. Let's watch together, with our live audience. Agreed. The observation room guests slip on their headphones. Beside them, just outside the camera's frame, lies a monitor, displaying real-time viewer comments for seamless interaction. Viewers watching live lean in anticipation, shimmering in their eyes what will transpire inside the Heartstruck Cottage. Who is that gentle-voiced woman glimpsed in the prelude? Surely she must be stunning. Heartstruck Cottage. This season the production team selected a tranquil town on the outskirts of Moda City. Its air crisp, it seems, captured by drone. 2 modest 2-story houses sit peacefully side by side. A spacious courtyard separates them, divided only by a rustic wooden fence. A cobblestone path winds through lush green grass, soothing to behold. Beyond the courtyard gate, clear signage marks the addresses 702 and 701. Someone's arriving. Wang Yinlin's alert draws everyone's gaze instantly. There, slowly pulling to a stop outside the cottage, a taxi comes to rest. Is it a man or a woman? All eyes fix expectantly upon its door. Out steps a clean-cut young man. Crisp shirt, tailored trousers, bright-eyed and affable. Handsome certainly, though perhaps not quite rivaling the reader's own charm. Yet live viewers nod approvingly. The male cast's aesthetics seem promising this season. I'm not the first one, am I? He murmurs softly, retrieves his suitcase from the taxi, pauses. and walks toward the bulletin board positioned between the two cottages. Welcome, residents of the Heartstruck Cottage. You'll reside here for 1 month, so choose your cottage wisely. Perhaps the one who stirs your heart dwells within the same walls. Or perhaps your dearest friend lives beside you, while the one you love most resides just across the way. Please write your name and chosen cottage below. He reads the message attentively. Below the sign-up panel remains blank, not a single name inscribed. So he is indeed the first to arrive. After a thoughtful pause, he selects room 701 and writes Lin E. Each cottage accommodates 6 residents, with his entry 1 slot in 701 is now claimed. Who might his future housemates be? A quiet thrill of anticipation rises as Lin E pulls open the courtyard gate and steps into room 701. No sooner has he disappeared inside than, moments later, another taxi draws to a halt. Viewers perk up. Surely this time it's a woman. Alas, not so. Another young man emerges. Equally handsome, though markedly different in aura, youthful, athletic, radiating effortless vitality. Unlike Lin Yi's polished finance world elegance. He halts before the bulletin board, hesitates briefly, and pins his name, Eugene 701. Hello, how long have you been here? Just arrived. I'll help carry your luggage in. Thanks. Their first meeting is cordial, easy, unforced. After all, among men, familiarity blooms in mere sentences, provided neither suffers from social anxiety. Lin E warmly escorts Eugene upstairs to choose a room. Room 701 features 4 bedrooms on the 2nd floor, each with twin beds. Ultimately, Eugene chooses to share a room with Lin E. They already converse effortlessly. As they explore, they exchange backgrounds. Lin E, 23, a graduate of Modi University's School of Finance, now a bank management trainee. Eugene, 22, currently studies at Peking University under a special athletics recruitment program. Their impressive profiles prompt quiet admiration from viewers. Bro, can you cook? Shall I say competent enough? Edible at least. Huh. Though newly acquainted, they've already settled into easy camaraderie, wandering freely through the cottage, peeking into the kitchen, scanning the refrigerator shelves. Yet this comfortable rhythm doesn't last long, because, hello, is anyone home? In the Heartbeat House. With the arrival of guests one after another, the originally quiet 2 small rooms soon filled with a lively atmosphere. At this moment, there were already 9 guests appearing in the live broadcast. 5 men and 4 women. Among them, apart from Lin E and Eugene, there was 1 more boy and 2 girls. The boy's name was Wang Helong, dressed like a businessman with a slick-back hairstyle that made him appear quite mature. The 2 girls were named Liang Xiaowei and Xinjia. Liang Xiaowei had a somewhat dominant sister vibe, being quite beautiful, and her big wavy hair caught the attention of Lin E and Eugene as soon as she arrived at room 701. Xinjia, on the other hand, had a cute demeanor. Her lively personality quickly allowed her to bond with several boys. Meanwhile, 2 boys and 2 girls also arrived at room 702. They were all quite good-looking. Except for a certain gaming streamer, Huada. To be honest, among so many handsome men and beautiful women, he stood out in a unique way. As soon as Huada appeared, many viewers in the live stream burst into laughter, as he was dressed quite flamboyantly today. With his hair tied up, he presented himself like a trendy young man. In room 702, besides Huada, there was a boy named Jiang Juanhan, who was one of the earliest to arrive. He was also quite handsome, fitting the image of a sunny boy. This immediately led the audience to compare him with Huada. Many fans felt that it was hard to look at. They couldn't understand what courage allowed Huada to participate in this dating show. Of course, although they said this as fans of the underdog, everyone still supported him. So when they saw Huada being courteous to the 2 girls who arrived later, there weren't many mocking comments. Instead, they all thought that these 2 young ladies were quite nice. One of them, named Wang Yuchen, immediately showcased her impressive culinary skills, earning unanimous praise from Huada and Jiang Junan. The other girl had a scholarly aura. She was relatively quiet and was named Miao Miao. It had already been almost 3 hours since the show started and 9 guests had arrived. Each one was outstanding, which surprised and excited many viewers in the live stream. The quality of the guests this season is so high, the production team really knows how to pick people. Oh, I like Liang Xiaowei. I love the dominant sister vibe. Haha, what are you doing? Just focusing on eating, no wonder you're single. Wow, Sister Wang's cooking skills are really impressive. Why does it seem like Chunjia has no boundaries with the 3 boys? The comments in the live stream were very lively. Of course, it wasn't just them. The guests in the observation room were also watching and discussing. Now that all 9 members of the small house are here, what are your impressions of each other? Teacher, he smiled and asked. Wang Yanlin grinned and said, pretty good. None of them are socially awkward. If I went, I wouldn't even dare to speak. Everyone laughed. This serious humor was quite funny. The female host, Chun, you shook her notebook. I recorded everyone just now, and it seems that Lin E left a deeper impression. You're so serious. Meng Zi, seeing her notebook filled, felt envious. Can I copy yours? As a poor, even in the observation room, she was too lazy to take notes. After all, how could a delivery be as fast as a quick note? Just give it to me. The 2 girls had a close relationship. They had recorded the show Heartbeat together since previous seasons, and they were quite good friends. So Chun, you didn't mind her copying. For a moment, the atmosphere here became lighthearted and relaxed. Actually, I have a pretty good impression of Liang Xiaowei. I wonder if you all noticed that when this girl first arrived, she even brought gifts for everyone. Teacher Chen Ming adjusted his glasses and smiled. As a psychology expert, he was very good at picking out details. Sometimes it's just a small detail that can touch people's hearts. She was thoughtful enough to prepare gifts for everyone as soon as she arrived at the small house. This shows that she is very considerate. Moreover, based on her demeanor, she seemed quite knowledgeable. Liang Xiaowei. Indeed, I have a deep impression of her. And this young lady is very beautiful. I currently ship her with Lin Yi. They seem quite compatible. No, I ship her with Eugene. Upon hearing Teacher Chen Ming's words, the viewers in the live stream also started sending comments. In just a few hours, some had already begun shipping couples, indicating the rapid rise of contemporary shipping enthusiasts. Now it seems like we're still missing one girl, right? Dong Fangxiang suddenly said softly. He was also taking notes. He had watched the teaser that the production team had released online, which showed 5 boys and 5 girls. So there was still a girl's name missing in his notebook. At this moment, upon hearing Dong Fangxiang's words, everyone came back to their senses. Xian Ling smiled sweetly and said, "Oh right, there should be one more girl. I remember there was a girl with high popularity in are you talking about that orange?" Meng Zi became interested and asked curiously about a character in the teaser. To maintain the mystery, the director did not disclose each guest's name, only using their online usernames. For example, Hua's username was Big Eyes. This username came from one of his classic songs. Thus, fans who recognized him immediately identified him from the team. As for the username Orange, it was naturally from Mu Cheng. She had used this nickname since she was little, and even her WeChat profile picture was of an orange. Yes, I found her most impressive in the teaser. Her voice is really nice. Xian Ling nodded and continued to smile. Teacher, he also smiled. Then let's continue watching. She should be arriving soon. Hearing this, the guests in the observation room all looked forward to it. The members of the small house were about to gather. What kind of sparks would fly next? Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also very excited, with comments scrolling across the screen, and the number of viewers had steadily increased since the start of the broadcast. So far, there have been 300,000 online viewers. In the Heartbeat house outside, just as the conversation in the observation room was getting lively, the camera suddenly shifted. They saw, unlike the previous few guests who arrived by taxi, a black and imposing Mercedes-Benz G-Class was slowly pulling up to the designated parking space prepared by the production team. Then what came into everyone's view was a pair of white, smooth, and glowing legs. The audience's eyes widened. My word, those legs. They seem longer than my very life. Friends, just seeing them has undone me. I am utterly spent. Huh. Wait, no. May, what are you saying? This car is. No, these legs are unreal. What on earth am I back? Haha, you lecherous lot have been completely bewitched, haven't you? Come on, show some dignity. Admire with restraint. You're no better. Fine, I won't complain. I'll admire her too. The live chat had already gone wild. The girl's face had not even been shown, yet those lecherous viewers were ecstatic, staring unblinkingly at her legs for fear of missing a moment. The chat buzzed with this raucous energy. Then in the next moment, everything seemed to freeze into silence. While they were all fixed on her legs, Mu Cheng had already stepped down from the Mercedes G-Wagon. When her exquisite face filled the camera frame, everyone's breath seemed to catch. Then, their minds filled with astonished exclamations. Finally, someone in the stunned chat came to his senses and trembling posted the first comment. No. With a face like this, do any of the other female guests even stand a chance? The words flowed out as if a sudden relief had come. Once that comment appeared, the live stream exploded with messages. My goodness, what sort of divine guest did the production invite this time? Is there still a chance to sign up for this dating show? Please, does anyone know if I can join now? Damn it, this show I'm furious. I want to slap myself. You up there, slap yourself an extra time for me. Right now? I hereby unilaterally declare this young lady the aesthetic pinnacle of the dating show. No need to declare. I agree. I agree too. Agreed. 10,010. The chat boiled over. Countless viewers were animated and thrilled. Good heavens, such a beautiful female guest has arrived. Of course, many felt a sour twinge of envy. After all, this is a dating show. If this peerless beauty were to fall for someone else, the viewers would be left to swallow a dozen lemons. So many tried to stifle their distress, fervently praying that she would not take a liking to any of the other men. Mu Cheng, standing outside the Shindong cabin, was naturally unaware that her mere appearance had stirred such emotional turbulence among the audience. Though she knew she looked beautiful, meanwhile, in the observation room, their astonishment at seeing Mu Cheng alight from the car was hardly less than that of the viewers. They were entertainers accustomed to encountering many stunning faces, yet even so, Mu Cheng's beauty left. It said much about how beautiful she must be. She's very pretty. She carries the bearing of a star, said sweetheart leader, Xinling, smiling softly. Meng Zi nodded eagerly, eyes shining as if she longed to leap through the screen and be close to Mu Cheng. Who says only men adore beauty? Women do too. Wang Yinlin chuckled. Do you think other women will feel threatened by her? Definitely. Chun Yi nodded earnestly. No need to say more. They were already worried for the girls inside the cabin. With a beauty level anomaly like this, how were the others supposed to compete? On the other hand, it also meant this season would grow ever more interesting. After all, such a beautiful girl on a date, a battle of hearts was sure to follow. I'm looking forward to her meeting the cabin's guests, someone admitted, true to their app. At those words, everyone exchanged knowing glances and smiled conspiratorially, eyes full of curiosity. Even teacher, he was no exception, his lips curved in a slight smile. They chatted as they put their headphones back on and watched. At the Shindong cabin, Mu Cheng, unaware of how much attention she had drawn, stepped down carrying her suitcase. 2 large suitcases felt featherlight in her hands. Welcome residents of the Shindong cabin. She noticed the notice boards outside the 2 small courtyards. She scanned them. At that moment, courtyard 701 had 1 spot left, next door 702 still had 2. As she hesitated slightly, the door to courtyard 701 swung open. Their eyes met, and both were taken aback. Lin Yi, still holding a trash bag, froze mid-motion, as if suspended in the air. He was stunned. Where had such a beautiful girl come from? Hello, she said softly. Lin Yi was dumbfounded. Mu Cheng was composed. The girl smiled faintly. She greeted him naturally, her voice gentle and captivating. Lin Yi came to his senses, his face flushing. Hello, are you a new guest here? Yes, I'm deciding which cabin to join. I see. Casual words can carry intent when one listens closely. Mu Cheng's words instantly stirred something in Lin Yi. Feigning nonchalance, he smiled and invited 701 happens to have 1 vacancy. The girl blinked. Before she could reply, a familiar voice sounded in her mind. Ding. Please activate your heartfelt choice. Choice 1, move into Shindong cabin 701 and receive top-tier musical talent. Choice 2, move into Shindong cabin 702 and receive top-tier dance talent. Another choice had been triggered. Both rewards sounded excellent, but Mu Cheng hesitated little and silently. Compared with supreme dance talent, she preferred supreme musical talent. In the days since arriving, she had learned that many classic songs and film works from her past life did not exist in this world. So if she wished to pursue the entertainment path, top musical talent was indispensable. Besides, when she hesitated at the notice board earlier, she had actually wanted to join 701. Not for any other reason, but company. More people, more lively. Otherwise it would probably be rather dull. Perhaps Mu Cheng was overthinking. She did not know that even if she chose 702, that cabin's days would still be bustling. Then he'll move into 701. Mu Cheng picked up the thick pen on the table and slowly wrote her name. Lin Yi glanced over, excitement bubbling within him. He suppressed his excitement and instead smiled warmly. Wait for me, you'll take out the trash first. All right, the girl replied, nodding as if it mattered little. While Lin Yi went to take out the trash, the system reward arrived. In an instant, a flood of musical knowledge poured into Mu Cheng's consciousness. How to sing, how to sustain high notes for days, how to compose, everything. In other words, Mu Cheng could recreate the golden songs of her former life. Shall we go into the cabin? Lin Yi returned quickly from disposing of the trash, practically running. He smiled. By the way, I'm Lin Yi, the first to come to 701. Mu Cheng, you can also call me Chengzi. The girl's eyes curved into a smile. Her expression was gentle. That smile almost melted Lin Yi's heart, causing his little heart to race wildly, as if a fawn were crashing inside. How had he never noticed before how beautiful a girl's smile could be? So it turns out, there really are eyes that can smile. The two chatted casually as they entered the small courtyard. Lin Yi sneakily glanced at Mu Cheng and suddenly said, "Let me help you with your suitcase." "Oh, no need. I can manage, it's very light," Mu Cheng replied, not agreeing. As a soul that was originally male, she wasn't used to letting others carry her things. Moreover, because her body had been enhanced, the girl didn't find the suitcase heavy at all. So under everyone's gaze, they saw Mu Cheng effortlessly carrying 2 oversized suitcases. She walked into the small house with ease. Goodness, what a strong girl. The audience in the live stream couldn't help but gasp. Those delicate little arms possessed such strength. To be honest, it wasn't just them. Even Lin Yi was a bit surprised. After all, having helped several girls with their suitcases, he knew just how heavy they could be, let alone 2 such large ones. Lin Yi didn't feel disappointed about not being able to help. Instead, he was the first to arrive at the small house and opened the door. He smiled and called inside, "We have a new roommate." The others responded with confusion. Those in the kitchen rushed out immediately. Then they saw a stunning girl peek and smile sweetly and wave her hand. "Hello, everyone." Everyone was taken aback, just like their initial reaction upon seeing Mu Cheng. In an instant, they were captivated. The girl before them wore a pink sheer shirt, perfectly showcasing her figure, with a white sleeveless undershirt underneath. Her lower half was adorned with a black pleated skirt, which, due to her height of 172 centimeters, only just reached her thighs, revealing her smooth, glowing skin, making it hard not to stare. As a gentle breeze of early summer blew by, it tousled Mu Cheng's hair, also revealing her delicate ears adorned with a pair of sparkling earrings. In just a few days, Mu Cheng had grown accustomed to being a girl. So not only did she wear a skirt, but she also wore earrings. Under the slant of sunlight, she seemed to burst into everyone's hearts like a fairy. Especially when the wind played with her hair, a few strands teasingly brushed against her face, prompting her to play with it unconsciously. At that moment, it seemed to tug at the hearts of the boys present. "Hello, I'm Liang Xiaowei." One person introduced himself, and others quickly followed suit, snapping back to reality. Hi, I'm Eugene. I'm Wang Hilong, welcome to 701. I'm Chun Jia, what should we call you, miss? I'm Mu Cheng, just call me Chung Zi. With simple pleasantries exchanged, everyone warmly invited Mu Cheng inside, and Wang Hilong instinctively went to help carry the suitcase. However, lifting it nearly made him stumble. Whoa, this is heavy. But as a man, he felt he had to maintain his dignity and not let the weight affect the girl's impression of him. So Wang Hilong persevered. Despite straining himself, he maintained a nonchalant expression. However, the veins on his arms were starting to bulge. That somewhat betrayed him. This scene nearly made Eugene, who was watching beside him, burst into laughter. He glanced at Mu Cheng's other suitcase and voluntarily stepped in. He'll help you carry it. Oh, thank you. Mu Cheng hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye both suitcases would be taken away. She could only softly express her gratitude. She also changed into slippers as she walked in. Liang Xiaowei stared at her cute little feet, a smile unconsciously spreading across her face. Chung Zi, which room are you going to stay in? With me or with Jia Jia? Since Mu Cheng arrived a bit late, the two girls had already sorted out their rooms. Liang Xiaowei and Chun Jia were staying separately, so she could only choose one girl as her roommate. Coincidentally, the system's prompt arrived as expected. Ding. Please host, start your heart-throbbing choice. Choice 1, A, be roommates with the mature Liang Xiaowei, reward hair mastery skills. Choice 2, be roommates with Chun Jia, reward proficiency in cute expressions, able to act cute and charming. Then he'll choose to be with you. Mu Cheng glanced at Liang Xiaowei, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. Liang Xiaowei reciprocated with a cheerful expression, laughing great. Meanwhile, Chun Jia pouted a little, sounding a bit cute. I want to stay with you too, Chung Zi. How about you come over and he'll sleep on the floor? Liang Xiaowei joked. Oh no thanks, Mu Cheng replied. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing your heart-throbbing choice, reward hair mastery skills. On this side, the girls had just met and were having a lively chat. Meanwhile, Eugene and Wang Hilong. Upon hearing Mu Cheng's words, they quietly carried the suitcase upstairs and placed it at the door of Liang Xiaowei's room. As they walked down the stairs, they exchanged glances. The atmosphere seemed a bit delicate. Goodness, I think I smell gunpowder. Tisk, guys, have you quickly turned into rivals? Weren't you just brothers a moment ago? That's normal. If I saw a girl like Chung Zi, I'd like her too. Side, this season the other girls seem to be relegated to the background. It's not that you all aren't excellent, but someone is just too strong. Oh no, Chung Zi, please don't date anyone or he'll get jealous. Don't worry, those upstairs, Chung Zi is just acting. In reality, she's my wife. Get lost. I told you to eat more vegetables and not just drink. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere between the two boys had changed. This was unexpected for the viewers, but one must admit it also seemed quite reasonable. After all, in a dating show, if one doesn't make a move early, they might find themselves with no place to cry later. And with a girl as beautiful as Mu Cheng, it goes without saying that someone would fall for her. Chung Zi, we placed your suitcase at the door of your room. As they came down, Eugene smiled and said. Mu Cheng smiled gently. Thank you. Next time I'll treat everyone to bubble tea. No need to be polite. Wang Hilong waved his hand and smiled as well. With his slicked back hair, he inadvertently gave off a bit of a domineering CEO vibe. In the kitchen, Lin Yi was busy preparing dinner and casually asked, Chung Zi, there are many ingredients in the fridge. See if there's anything you like to eat. Tonight, Chef Lin said he's going to show us his skills. Chun Jia chimed in with a cheerful smile. Mu Cheng walked into the kitchen and softly replied, I'm fine with anything as long as there's food. You're really easy to please. Lin Yi glanced at her, and the next moment quickly shifted his gaze. He felt his heart racing nonstop. With Mu Cheng's arrival, 701 officially accommodated 6 people, making the small house very lively. The boys were busy in the kitchen competing to prepare dinner. Lin Yi was the head chef, showcasing his culinary skills tonight. Wang Helong and Eugene were assisting him, washing vegetables and dishes. Everything appeared to be in order. However, the underlying tension was evident as the boys occasionally cast glances at the girl arranging the chairs and tableware in the dining area. Mu Cheng quietly worked, casually brushing aside her scattered hair. This scene was serene and beautiful. In comparison, the other two girls seemed to fade into the background. If it weren't for the fear of being spotted by Mu Cheng, the boys would have glued their eyes to her. Having arranged the tableware, Mu Cheng cheerfully walked to the kitchen in her slippers. As she approached, she brought with her a delightful fragrance. The girl asked, do you want some milk tea? I brought some from home. Her voice was soft and gentle as she looked at the 3 boys. Since she had already asked Liang Xiaowei and Chun Jia earlier, she came to ask them. Sure. Eugene nodded. Wang Helong, washing his hands, smirked. Thanks, Chingzi, get me a cup. Lin Yi, however, asked curiously, what kind of milk tea? It's brewed, but I think it tastes pretty good. Mu Cheng smiled lightly. Really? Then I want a cup too. After a pause, Lin Yi smiled and said, just in time, our dinner will be ready soon. It should be done by the time you finish brewing. So soon. Mu Cheng instantly took a few steps closer to the counter, tiptoeing to take a look. She was genuine. Moreover, it must be said that Lin Yi indeed had some skills. The dishes smelled delicious. Without lingering, Mu Cheng used the kettle in the kitchen to fill it with nearly boiling water. Then she went upstairs to fetch the milk tea packets. However, she left behind an inexplicable atmosphere in the boys seemed to lose their focus, having just been chatting a moment ago. Now they fell silent. This scene nearly drove the viewers in the live stream to their limits. Goodness, Mu Cheng is just going upstairs, and you all look like you've lost your souls. I'm dying of laughter. She's only just arrived. A beautiful girl like her, not to mention a day, even half an hour with her would make me happy, even if it means living in a villa and driving a Ferrari. What? You want to hog all the good things? Honestly, I don't even need half an hour. 10 minutes would be enough. Really? Can you even drive on this bad road? Plus, dude, you only need 10 minutes. Ahem, to be honest, 3 minutes would suffice for me. Then I have to mention a friend of mine. He only needs 20 seconds. Making friends out of thin air, huh? Ewan pointed in a direction and smiled. No partner, and you don't even have a meme. Damn, that's harsh. The atmosphere in the live stream was much livelier than in the small house, as the netizens chatted joyfully, unaware that they were speeding up. The screen was filled with comments mostly revolving around Mu Cheng. In contrast, the live stream in 702 had far fewer viewers. Even with a well-known gaming streamer present, it couldn't deter this group of LSP from wanting to watch the beautiful girl. What can a local chicken compare to the beauty of Chengzi? Thus, without realizing it, the number of viewers in 701's live stream had soared to over 800,000. As some viewers shared screenshots on Douyin and other platforms, the heat continued to rise, exploding rapidly. Watching the steadily increasing data from the back end, the director was nearly bursting with joy. Indeed, having Chengzi was his lucky star. Over 1 million viewers on the first day of the broadcast. Wouldn't that make it 10 million in 10 days? A month would be 1 billion. The director was thrilled, completely unconcerned that his math was taught by a PE teacher. In the heartwarming little house, 701. As Mu Cheng finished brewing the milk tea, everyone brought the fragrant hot dishes to the table, marking the completion of their first meal here. However, a problem arose. How should they sit? Those who frequently watch dating shows know that the most intense scenes often occur at the dining table. Sometimes a small detail like sitting next to or across from someone can change the atmosphere or emotions. After all, dating shows are a fast-paced environment. Even if you are a slow-to-warm-up person, the influence of this fast pace will unconsciously urge you to accelerate. This situation, however, had little effect on Mu Cheng. She seemed completely oblivious to the subtle dynamics at play. Gracefully, she adjusted her skirt and sat down in a corner. She was genuinely hungry. Romantic matters were irrelevant to her. She just wanted to eat. Seeing this, the boys exchanged glances. Liang Xiaowei and Chunjia also looked at each other. Being older sisters, Liang Xiaowei spoke up, smiling. How about we girls sit here and you boys sit opposite? Sure. The boys nodded in agreement. At that moment, Lin Yi mentioned going to the kitchen to get food and conveniently placed his cup of milk tea at Mu Cheng's spot across the table. Wang Helong Eugene. Damn, how are you playing this? Both of them were a bit bewildered. In the observation room, teacher, he couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Wang Yinlin clapped with glee. Lin Yi is amazing. I thought those three would fight over positions. I've learned this, I'll do the same when I encounter a girl I like in the future. Dong Fengxiang smiled and took notes frantically. Next to him, Xian Ling leaned in with a sweet smile. So you've never met someone you liked before? Oh ho, there's gossip. When this topic came up, everyone fell awake. Chunyi was a bit excited, looking at Dong Fengxiang. Quick, tell us. I want to hear too. What's the gossip? Can you share? Meng Zi was equally eager, her eyes sparkling. Wait, how did the gossip turn into something about me while watching a dating show? Even teacher, he became curious, chuckling like an auntie. If you can't say it, we can end the live stream and talk privately. Teacher Chun Ming laughed heartily. Aren't you worried the viewers won't be happy? Indeed, the comments in the live stream had started to express dissatisfaction. After all, what is it that I as a VIP can't hear? Dong Fengxiang smiled helplessly. Actually, it's nothing much. In the past, when I liked a girl, I was too shy to chat with her. A few times I missed my chance. So coming to our show is to learn. Wang Yinlin patted his thigh seriously, directly adding value. In an instant, it felt like this show was more than just a dating program. In the cozy little house, 702, there were only 4 guests inside, making it seem a bit quieter compared to 701. However, this guy Huada was quite adept at creating a lively atmosphere. He brought out his usual skills of engaging with fans, making everyone burst into laughter. By the way, there are only 4 people here now. Does that mean there are 6 people next door? Wang Yuchen closed the refrigerator, placing the leftover food inside, and casually remarked. Miao Miao nodded. That should be the case. The production team had officially announced 10 guests, which everyone was aware of. After all, recording a show wasn't something that couldn't be shared online. They just couldn't watch the live stream. Upon hearing this, Jiang Junhan smiled and suggested, shall we go for a walk and visit the neighbors next door? I saw that there's a gym over there when I came in today. Huada expressed his delight and clapped his hands. Let's go work out. The 2 girls had no objections. Going outside for a stroll was quite nice. Moreover, among the few people here, some had a slight crush, and a walk might help them understand each other better. Let's visit next door first. The 2 little houses were actually separated by a wooden fence, creating 2 courtyards. Exiting the small courtyard, a turn would lead them right into the small courtyard of 701. At this moment in the corner of the two courtyards, there was a confession mailbox. Having just arrived today, Mu Cheng went to take a look. This thing was meant to encourage guests to confess boldly. Once someone chose the confession mailbox, it indicated they had feelings for just one person. If the confession was successful, they could directly start a relationship on the show. I must say it was quite enticing. Knock knock. Jiang Junan knocked on the door of house 701. However, it seemed that everyone inside was in the dining room, and no one heard the sound at the door, so Huada simply opened the door and walked in. Is anyone here? He called out first. Instantly, everyone in the dining room stopped their actions. Even Mu Cheng, who was about to grab a large shrimp, looked up curiously. They saw a group of people suddenly walk in, all smiling. With a slight reaction, everyone quickly realized that these were the neighbors from the 702 house. Hello, have you eaten? Would you like to join us? Wang Helong proactively greeted them, and the others followed. We just finished eating. Jiang Junhan smiled and explained, we came over to visit, but when we knocked no one answered, so we didn't expect to interrupt your meal. No worries, you can eat more if you like. There's plenty of food. Chen Jia smiled warmly. Mu Cheng also put down her chopsticks and gently blinked, by the way. If you're not eating, there's milk tea. Oh, would you like some? You're so pretty. Miao Miao, a more reserved girl, hadn't spoken much since arriving except to greet everyone. But upon seeing Mu Cheng, she couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Among all the people she had met, Mu Cheng was definitely the most beautiful. Thank you. You're beautiful too. Mu Cheng felt delighted, her eyes crinkling into a cute crescent shape, and she quickly got up to grab some cups and pour milk tea. The milk tea she brought was quite large, making an entire pot. It was a sweet flavor. At this moment, the girl playfully asked, do you want ice in it? It was early summer, and the weather was quite hot. However, for girls, drinking ice-cold drinks during their period wouldn't be good. I want ice. Huada had been staring at Mu Cheng since entering, and now when the girl looked at him, he seemed completely. She's so beautiful. Even having seen many internet celebrity beauties in the streaming circle, he could guarantee he had never encountered anyone of this caliber. Looking at Huada standing there like a fool was quite amusing. Many of his fans in the live stream burst into laughter. What are you standing there for, you country bumpkin? Go flirt. Ha ha ha, has he fallen in love? That little country bumpkin can't resist my Chingzi. I remember you had Huada's level 40 light board hanging in your room. When will it be your Chingzi? Exactly. Chingzi is my wife, please don't speak nonsense. Alright, then everyone seems to be getting ahead of themselves, huh? Anyone who's feeling yellow come out and get splashed. I just can't take it anymore. The barrage in the live stream was rolling wildly. The netizens were also quite excited, especially seeing Huada's naive expression, which made them find it particularly funny. Of course, the netizens wouldn't admit that when they first saw Mu Cheng their expressions were quite similar. Hello, I'm Linny, how do you all address yourselves? While the girl was pouring milk tea, Lin Yi took the initiative to ask with a smile. I'm Wang Yuchen, nice to meet you all. I'm Jiang Junhan, you can also call me Sanshui as my name has water in it. Ha ha. With some light-hearted jokes, the atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed. Everyone began to introduce themselves. Mu Cheng did too. After stating her name, she brought over the milk tea, 3 cups with ice, and 1 at room temperature for the people from 702 to take. Alright, then we'll continue to stroll around and not disturb your meal any longer. After chatting for a while, the people from 702 quickly said their goodbyes and prepared to leave. Wang Yuchen smiled happily. Chengzi, thank you for the milk tea. You're welcome. The girl waved her small hand playfully with a smile. Finally, the house gradually quieted down. They could continue eating in peace. After the meal, Liang Xiaowei took the initiative to wash the dishes while Mu Cheng washed the cups beside her, and the two girls chatted casually. Chengzi, where are you from? Are you local? Yes, Xiao Xiao, what about you? Xiao Xiao is Liang Xiaowei's online, so now everyone was used to calling her that. The mature lady chuckled lightly. I'm from Anhui province, Luzhou. That place is really nice. Perhaps they were chatting casually. After Mu Cheng finished speaking, she suddenly began to hum a tune. Luzhou, moonlight shining on the heart. The you under the moon is no longer as you were back in the day. Too many wounds, hard to express the heartfelt feelings. Just sighing that back then was just normal. The light and melodious singing instantly stunned Liang Xiaowei beside her, and she stared at Mu Cheng, having 2 lines of thought in her mind. Chingzi sings so beautifully. However, this song seems unfamiliar to me. As someone who has listened to music for over 10,000 minutes on music platforms, if there's such a beautiful song, she should at least remember it, right? Curious, Liang Xiaowei couldn't help but ask, Chingzi, what's the name of the song you're singing? It's called Luzhou. As she spoke, Mu Cheng suddenly realized. Oh right, this world doesn't have this song. At this moment, it wasn't just Liang Xiao who felt curious. Many viewers in the live stream were also sending messages in the bullet screen. The sound of Chingzi's singing is so beautiful. I think it's really nice too, but I've never heard this song before. Does anyone know what this song is called? No. I just searched for it, but couldn't find anything. No way. With so many people in our live stream, not a single one has heard this song. Because the director knew that Mu Cheng was currently the one with the most traffic. The main camera in the live stream has always been on her. So when they heard this girl sing, the bullet screen suddenly became lively and excited. However, everyone had a question. They had never heard this song. It would be one thing if only a few people hadn't heard it, but there were a full million online in the live stream. Excluding those who did not like to send bullet messages, there should still be at least 300,000 to 400,000 people right. Yet among so many not a single one had heard this song. Instantly, everyone sensed that something was amiss. Especially when in the camera Mu Cheng proactively mentioned the song's name, Lu Zhou Yu. Brothers, I checked and no, there's no song called Lu Zhou Yu. Damn, I'm used to recording the live stream and I just played the video to identify the song, but couldn't find it either. Why do you usually record the stream? Come on, is this the time to think about that? Right now we're realizing that none of us have heard this song that Chengzi is singing. I have a bold idea. Could it be that Chengzi wrote this herself? No way. Dude, don't bring your feminine nonsense here. Isn't there a possibility that I'm actually a woman? The bullet screen in the live stream was initially filled with frantic guesses and searches for the song's origin. But with a striking comment from a netizen, many viewers instinctively widened their eyes. What the hell, did Chengzi actually write it herself? Is it true? But the evidence is right in front of us. If it wasn't an original, why can't we find the source of this song? In the observation room, the guests watching from Mu Cheng's perspective were equally astonished. The small screen next to them was flashing with bullet messages. They also began to discuss this topic. Chun Yi gently patted the woman next to him and asked curiously, Xin Ling, you're a singer, have you heard Chengzi sing this song? No, this is my first time hearing it, but she sings beautifully. Xin Ling shook her head slightly, then turned to He Laoshe revealing a sweet smile. He Laoshe must have heard it before. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at He Laoshe. After all, when it comes to the entertainment industry, no one knows more than He Laoshe. He knows many secrets that others are unaware of, but this time, he was at a loss. He Laoshe also shook his head and honestly smiled. No, I only learned about this song Lu Zhou Yu today, just like all of you. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an original song by Chengzi. Oh my god, Chengzi is amazing. Meng Zi exclaimed excitedly, and then started singing the beautiful melody that had just lingered in his ears. Lu Zhou Yu, the moonlight shines on my heart, you under the moon. But before she could finish singing, Wang Yinlin interrupted. Wait a minute, we're all friends here, don't start singing. Everyone burst into laughter. But indeed, with Meng Zi's singing voice, Lu Zhou Yu would almost turn into a verb, and no one could handle that. Meng Zi. She looked a bit resentful, but deep down she felt helpless. Sometimes being tone deaf wasn't entirely her fault. Yet she particularly loved singing. At this moment, while everyone was curiously and eagerly watching the live stream, in the cozy little kitchen, Mu Cheng did not hesitate and directly admitted that this song was her creation. After all, there was no Lu Zhou Yu in this world, so it belonged to her. Sorry, teacher Wu Gao, I took it away. Of course, there would definitely be other victims in the future. Hehe. Upon seeing the girl admit it, Liang Xiao couldn't help but lean in. Chengzi, is there a complete version of this song? As an old music enthusiast with over 10,000 minutes on music platforms, I truly love music. And this song Lu Zhou Yu was just a small part that Mu Cheng lightly sang, and I found it incredibly beautiful. She wasn't the only one with this thought. Even the viewers in the live stream were very eager. They wanted to hear yes. The girl nodded her little head. Of course, there was a complete version. Liang Xiao's eyes lit up. Can you sing it again, Chengzi? Otherwise I won't be able to sleep tonight. As she spoke, she pretended to look pitifully at her. Speaking of which, even though it was the first day these two girls met, their interactions had already become quite familiar. After all, girl friendships are always so wonderful. Moreover, who could refuse to play with such a beautiful girl like Mu Cheng? Didn't you see how the several boys outside were almost going crazy with anticipation? Those three guys were chatting with Chun Jia in the living room, but anyone with eyes could tell their minds were completely elsewhere. I haven't applied for copyright registration yet, so how about I sing it for you in a few days? Mu Cheng hesitated a bit. Though she hadn't been in this world for long, her previous self had studied acting, making her somewhat familiar with the entertainment industry. The program was currently live. If she casually sang a song that hadn't been registered for copyright, yet someone might sneakily register it, and then this song would be lost. The world can be treacherous. One can maintain kindness, but never have illusions about human nature. Liang Xiao wasn't an unreasonable person either. After thinking it over, she revealed a radiant smile. All right, or you can secretly sing it for me tonight. As she spoke, this elegant woman casually picked up a tissue to wipe her hands, and then leaned in close to Mu Cheng's ear. After all, we're sharing a room. Viewers, damn, this is definitely something feels off, friends. I came to watch a dating show, but why does it feel like I'm watching something else? Well, who says this isn't a dating show? Cough, cough. Goodness, good. If you're saying it like that, I might just wake up. Many viewers in the live stream were now wearing amused smiles. In this season of the dating show, it seemed that the girls were even more entertaining than the male-female couples. After tidying up the kitchen and utensils, it was still early. It was just past 8 o'clock. Mu Cheng poured herself another cup of milk tea and took it to the living room with Liang Xiao. At this moment, the friends in room 701 were chatting. When they saw the two girls come over, their eyes lit up. Especially Eugene, whose mood had brightened considerably. Because Mu Cheng sat right next to him, just one person apart, yet he could smell the fragrant scent from the girl. Just in time while waiting for you all, the first meeting of our room 701 officially begins. Wang Helong clapped his hands and smiled slightly. On his wrist a Longgin's watch seemed to flicker unconsciously. Linny looked around at the crowd and finally settled her gaze on a certain girl before steering the conversation with a smile. Shall we talk about our professions first? Sure. He'll go first. Chen Jia was quite enthusiastic, raising her hand with a grin. After a pause she continued, I work in an internet company as an operations planner. Is it a big company? Liang Xiaowei asked curiously. Chen Jia nodded sort of. The crowd was a bit surprised. After all, there aren't many companies that can be called major internet firms. The most famous ones in the country are ByteDance, Tencent, and Alibaba. Even the bullet screen in the live stream became lively. This season's guests are indeed impressive. What about you, Xiao Xiao? Following the order, Chen Jia glanced at Liang Xiaowei next to her and asked. Liang Xiaowei brushed her hair back over her shoulder and chuckled. I am a photographer, and I also do wedding and stage design on the side. If you ever get married, you can come to me. Ooh, I offer a 20% discount. As she spoke, she suddenly turned to Mu Cheng and teased, if you get married in the future, I promise to make your wedding absolutely stunning. Uff. Mu Cheng, who was drinking milk tea, nearly spat it out. What the heck? Why did it suddenly turn to her? The girl rolled her eyes, playfully exasperated, yet not rude, and shot back. You should handle your own first. Everyone laughed, their lips curling into smiles. In an instant, the atmosphere in the small room became more relaxed and warm. This group of newly acquainted friends was quickly integrating into the life of the heartwarming little house. However, sometimes the speaker may be oblivious while the listener is quite perceptive. Upon hearing about Chengzi's future marriage for some reason, a few of the boys inexplicably envisioned the scene of the girl in a wedding dress on stage, imagining how incredibly beautiful she would be. If only the other lead were themselves. At this moment, Mu Cheng was unaware that some people had already begun to fantasize. She was simply holding her cup, blinking at everyone. Well, I currently have 2 professions, an actress and an original. Maybe there will be more in the future. But Mu Cheng did not say this out loud. Yet it was still surprising to everyone. They hadn't expected Mu Cheng to be an actress. Such a beautiful actress should have already become a sensation in the entertainment industry, right? Perhaps sensing they were going to ask something, the girl with twinkling eyes seemed a bit playful. I just graduated this year and haven't officially entered the entertainment industry yet. Which school did Chengzi graduate from? Eugene asked with curiosity. Everyone looked at her. Mu Cheng softly replied, Shanghai Theater Academy. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions showed surprise again, as the Shanghai Theater Academy is one of the top 3 art schools in the country. The other 2 are Beijing Film Academy and Central Academy of Drama. The key is, Mu Cheng is both an actress and an original musician. She must have so many talents. Even the bullet screen in the live stream erupted with excitement. Beautiful and talented, she is truly a treasure girl. Love it. Next, a few boys also introduced their jobs. Linny graduated from Shanghai Financial University and is currently a management trainee at a bank. Wang Helong from Shanghai Jiaotong University is currently a product manager at a private company, cleverly shaking his watch during the introduction. Finally, there is Eugene. This guy is the tallest among the boys, nearly 1.9 meters, a sports student currently studying at Peking University, and he was invited to Flirting Moments during his summer vacation. He is taking the opportunity of summer vacation to seek out romance. While chatting, his gaze occasionally flickered towards Mu Cheng, showing considerable interest. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as everyone finished talking about their work, suddenly everyone's phones rang. At the same time, members of room 702 who had just finished their walk also received the message. Flirting Moments 7, the first gathering of the little house. Flirting Moments 7, tomorrow evening at Maurice's music restaurant. The production team will invite room 701 and room 702 for their first gathering to get to know each other. Flirting Moments 7, perhaps at this gathering you will all find your heartthrob. Oh wow, 2 little houses Wada was a bit excited upon receiving the message. This signifies that rooms 701 and 702 will truly come together. To be honest, although they had just visited each other to say hello, it was still their first meeting, and without a formal introduction, it would be awkward to reach out and build a connection. With this gathering, it would be different. They could officially visit each other. In an instant, Huada began to concoct a little plan, preparing to dress up nicely for tomorrow. Not saying he had to look especially handsome, but at least he needed to be somewhat impressive. It would be best to pique the curiosity of some girl. That would make him even happier. Thinking about this, Huada couldn't help but smile, looking like a dragon king. The fans in the live stream almost laughed. Dude, I screenshot the silly expression of this idiot. Ha ha ha, he really looks like a fool. I need to turn this into a meme to spread everywhere. The first gathering of the 2 little houses, so looking forward to it. As we all know, gatherings like this are bound to have dramatic moments. Not only the guests from the 2 little houses were looking forward to tomorrow's gathering, but even the viewers in the live stream were very excited. After all, a netizen said it right. Gatherings like this are bound to have dramatic moments. Especially since this season's show features such a beautiful girl as Chengzi, it makes the upcoming developments even more intriguing. In room 701, after seeing the message from the production team, everyone chatted for a while longer before slowly dispersing, each returning to their rooms. Mu Cheng pushed her 2 large suitcases into her room and placed them beside her bed. "Chengzi, I'm going to take a shower now." Liang Xiaowei happened to come in and greeted the girl. Each room has an independent bathroom, so she took her pajamas and toiletries before heading to wash up. Mu Cheng responded with an acknowledgement. While organizing her suitcase, she took out a set of pajamas. Just as she was about to retrieve her intimate, where she suddenly remembered that there seemed to be cameras in the room. Instantly, the girl looked up and scanned her surroundings. Sure enough, there were 2 cameras positioned diagonally. Next to the cameras hung a non-transparent black curtain, presumably for the guests of the little house. After all, everyone has privacy when sleeping. Hello, good night, good news. This book has officially signed a contract. The little author will ensure to work hard and update daily. Hope everyone supports it more. Hello, good night. Mu Cheng came over to cover the camera with a cloth, playfully waving her little hand. She knew the show was live, and perhaps someone was watching her. So she gently greeted. However, the girl was unaware that what she considered merely a greeting set the entire live chat ablaze with excitement. "Oh, my wife said goodnight to me. Does that mean she likes me? Oh my god, Chengzi's skin is so good. So close that I can't see a single pore. And she's not even wearing makeup. Woo, I'm so envious. It's one thing to be pretty, but why is her skin so flawless? She is so beautiful. I wonder if I can look like her in my next life as her fan. Sorry, upstairs I've already reserved. Aren't you a boy? So what if I'm a boy? It would be great to turn into a girl, hum. Wow. Nan Liang is right next to me. Damn it, my life has been ruined by Nan Liang. Tisk tsk tisk, this brother seems to have a story. Come on, tell us quick." At this moment, the live room had over 1 million viewers online. As the chat exploded, the entire screen became dense, seemingly causing a bit of lag. I must say this is definitely a success for the production team. It even has set a new historical high. After all, if viewed as a recorded broadcast, this would be over 1 million views, and to think it's only the first day. It will definitely increase from here. Not bad, not bad. The director in the back is grinning from ear to ear. The more he looks at the data, the more he smiles. His grin almost reached his ears. "Chengzi, I'm done washing up. You should go wash too. There's still hot water." In the room after Mu Cheng had played on her phone for half an hour, Liang Xiaowei came out drying her hair. Her makeup was removed. This elegant woman looked quite good even without makeup, exuding a fresh and pure vibe. She looked at Mu Cheng and chuckled. The girl blinked continually, watching Liang Xiaowei's movements. This made Liang Xiaowei a bit flushed, and she jokingly said, "What are you looking at? You have it too. Besides, this girl has a much better figure than hers. Looking won't make me lose any weight." Mu Cheng mumbled. Liang Xiaowei couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Oh, you, so this is what you're like, Chengzi." Of course, she also wasn't one to lose out. So she simply leaned and giving a mischievous smile. "Then let me take a look." "No way, I'm going to take a shower." Mu Cheng's eyes curved into crescent moons, her beautiful eyes full of playfulness. With that, she grabbed her pajamas and intimate clothing, skipping into the bathroom. Watching the girl's silhouette, Liang Xiaowei genuinely felt a bit envious. This girl, her figure is so good. Definitely AC. Looking down at her own unremarkable figure, she could directly see her feet, and she couldn't help but let out a sigh. Half an hour later, with a click, a graceful figure emerged from the bathroom. At this time, Liang Xiaowei had already dried her hair and was comfortably lounging on the bed reading. Hearing the noise, she instinctively turned to look. Then, she couldn't take her eyes off. She even swallowed unconsciously. Outside the bathroom, the girl had just finished her shower. Her small face was flushed, her slightly damp hair casually draped over her shoulders, and droplets of water slid down her fair collarbone. Drip drip. Mu Cheng was completely unaware of how alluring she looked right now. She simply noticed Liang Xiaowei's strange gaze. Cough cough. Also noticing her own awkwardness, this elegant lady felt flustered and quickly changed the subject. "Chengzi, can you sing that song Luzhou Moon for me?" Now the camera is off and the audio is off as well. There's no need to worry about copyright exposure. As Liang Xiaowei changed the topic, she felt a stir in her heart. She was very curious about the complete version of this song, feeling a bit itchy. Hearing this, Mu Cheng was about to speak. However, at that moment, a notification from the system appeared in her mind. Ding. Please, host, make your heart-throbbing choice. Choice 1. Sing a song of Luzhou Moon. Reward, fast track for copyright registration. Choice 2. Choose not to sing, just go and hug Liang Xiaowei and touch. Reward, lily flower tea. Choice 3. Do nothing, just lie down and waste time. Reward, 100 cash. This time there were actually 3 options. Just what the hell is the second one? Mu Cheng couldn't help but complain in her heart and silently chose the first one. While drying her hair, she sat down with a gentle smile. Sure, I can do that. Really? Liang Xiaowei's eyes lit up, and she wasn't sleepy anymore. She sat up straight. The girl nodded her little head, saying then took out her phone to find a simple accompaniment from the band. Soon it was ready. She parted her lips slightly and softly began to sing, as a child who stole the light from someone's wall. Once I didn't comb my hair for 10 years of bitter study. Now reading leisurely under the lamp adds a fragrant red sleeve. Half a lifetime of fame is but an illusion. In March a journey through the smoke and haze. The song in the room was light and gentle, causing Liang Xiaowei to unconsciously close her eyes, savoring it, as if she could feel the soft moonlight from her hometown. Until the last lyric fell, she remained lost in thought for a long time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the heart-throbbing choice reward Fast Track for copyright registration. Fast Track for copyright registration, as long as it is sung by the host, copyright can be applied for immediately. Oh, what a good thing. Mu Cheng felt a bit happy. With this Fast Track, she wouldn't have to go through the trouble of applying for copyright anymore. After all, she has many songs to register for copyright in the future. Each one requires a separate application. How troublesome. And now a shortcut has appeared. Ew, she only needs to apply here in the system. Yea, the girl was very happy, her eyes sparkling with a hint of a smile. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaowei, coming back to her senses from the song, also revealed a satisfied smile. So this is the complete version of Luzhou Moon. It's truly beautiful. Jingzi, when are you going to release the song? I really want to download it and listen to it every day. Maybe in a while. I haven't arranged the music yet. Then I should be the first person to hear this song, right? Of course. Instantly, Liang Xiaowei became very excited and hugged Mu Cheng tightly. Wow, she smells so good. And her figure is really great. Lost in thought, this elegant lady surprisingly felt a bit flushed. Mu Cheng, why are you blushing? Fortunately, both of them are girls, so hugging didn't mean anything more, just a friendly closeness. Then they began to chat about topics unique to girls, such as cosmetics, skincare products, and so on. Although Mu Cheng's soul was male, having merged with her predecessor's memories, she now understood these things quite well and had plenty to talk about. As the two girls chatted, they unwittingly found themselves deep into the night, almost midnight, and it was about time to sleep. Good night, Jingzi. Good night. In the room, only a faint warm-toned lamp remained, providing just enough light to avoid stumbling. After saying good night to each other, Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei closed their eyes and prepared to sleep. However, wearing a snug little outfit for the first time felt a bit unfamiliar. After all, girls, or those with girlfriends, know that girls usually don't wear such things when sleeping, or it can feel but there was no choice now, as they were recording a show. Even with the camera covered, there was still a lack of security. Fortunately, Mu Cheng had good sleep quality as she hugged the blanket and soon began to breathe evenly. If someone could see her sleeping posture at that moment, they would definitely find that this girl looked particularly adorable. Her long eyelashes resembled curtains, and her delicate features were stunning, as she looked just like a sleeping beauty from a fairy tale, peacefully quiet in the early morning. Liang Xiaowei got up once during the night and caught a glimpse of Mu Cheng. Instantly, a subtle smile crept onto his lips. What a cute roommate. He really wanted to give her a kiss. The next day, she woke up naturally. As the light from outside seeped in through the cracks, Mu Cheng groggily opened her eyes, subconsciously humming and then gently yawning. It felt quite comfortable. She was not a picky sleeper and had good sleep quality. She turned over and picked up her phone for a quick check. It was just past 8. For someone who didn't have to go to work, this was a bit early. However, the others in the small house were not like her. A few had already left early, and Xiaodong Xiaowu was quite far from the city center. For example, Liang Xiaowei had gotten up early around 7 and had finished breakfast. Although there were fewer people in the small house, some still had no need to leave this early. Hello, good morning. When Mu Cheng finished washing up and came down dressed, she saw someone busy in the kitchen preparing. Eugene's eyes lit up as he saw the girl, and he smiled. Good morning, how did you sleep? Pretty well, no nightmare. Mu Cheng smiled lightly and casually made a little joke. Eugene couldn't help but glance at her again and said, do you want breakfast? I made an extra serving. In reality, he hadn't made an extra serving, he could just whip up another if Mu Cheng wanted to eat. Unfortunately, when the girl came over to take a look, she slightly shook her head and softly said, no, I'll just grab some bread myself. Okay, sure. The two brushed past each other with a slight, fragrant breeze. Eugene thought it smelled better than his own breakfast. Especially today, Mu Cheng's outfit made her look exceptionally youthful and charming. The simple black t-shirt perfectly accentuated her figure, while below her slender waist were black shorts revealing her smooth, fair legs that looked radiant. Although she wasn't wearing makeup and didn't seem to have put in much effort into her appearance, some people can look good, even in a burlap sack. Facing Eugene's gaze, Mu Cheng was completely unconcerned, and she had grown accustomed to it. She was only thinking about toasting 2 slices of bread for a casual breakfast. After eating, she planned to try recording. Since she wanted to pursue a career in entertainment, recording songs was essential. She had so many hit songs from her past life, an endless well of resources. Not to mention the system had rewarded her with top-tier musical talent. Thus this path should be quite easy. Sizzle, the bread slices made a sizzling sound in the pan and the aroma of butter wafted out. Mu Cheng didn't have a big appetite, this little bit for breakfast was enough. She also poured herself a cup of oat milk provided by the program's sponsor, sitting at a corner of the dining table. The girl sat opposite Eugene, who curiously asked, are you going out later? Yes, but you haven't graduated yet, you shouldn't have to work, right? Mu Cheng chewed, slowly looking at him somewhat vaguely as she spoke. Her eyes blinked, almost making Eugene's heart. He took a moment to collect himself and smiled. I'm preparing for an internship at the international trade area. He then unconsciously asked another question. Is it along your route? It doesn't seem to be very convenient. The girl thought for a moment, then slightly shook her head and spoke softly. Eugene felt a little disappointed. All right. After that, the two didn't chat much and focused on their meals. Eugene had made a boiled egg and broccoli for himself, a healthy meal, which was why Mu Cheng had just declined his offer. What's so good about boiled broccoli? It's not as good as 2 toasted slices of bread. I'm getting ready to head out. Bye. After finishing breakfast, Mu Cheng went upstairs to grab her bag and greeted Eugene. He waved and smiled. Bye, be careful on your way. Okay. It wasn't until the girl's silhouette disappeared from the small house that Eugene reluctantly turned back. This scene also stirred feelings among many viewers in the live stream. This guy is doomed, he's fallen in love. There's no helping it, who wouldn't like such a beautiful girl like Chengzi? If I were having breakfast beside her, my eyeballs would probably fall into her bowl. Ha ha, what a creepy description, that's a bit terrifying. But there's truth in it. It feels like this season is toast with Chengzi around. Wait. Does anyone know which brand Chengzi's t-shirt is from? I think it looks great. And could it be that it looks good because Chengzi is wearing it? That hit hard. I know where Chengzi's t-shirt is from, it's over 500. Does that lady need a link? Oops, my bad, I'll retract that. Although it was just past 8 in the morning, there were still many viewers in the live stream, most of whom were working people. At that moment, seeing that Mu Cheng was no longer in the small house, the remaining guests gradually prepared to leave as everyone was looking forward to the dinner gathering that night. They were sure to witness some juicy gossip. Driving her Mercedes G-Class, Mu Cheng arrived near her alma mater, the Magic City Drama Academy. If one were to ask where the best recording studio in the Magic City is, Mu Cheng might not know. But if asked where the most recording studios are, it would definitely be here. After all, the Magic City Drama Academy has a lot of art students, and the music department alone accounts for 1/5 of the entire college. Hence, the recording studios near this school are flourishing. You can almost see one every few steps. Even many graduated seniors or star artists come back here to record songs. Mu Cheng casually drove around and soon parked outside a recording studio that looked quite elegant. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the observation room of Thump Heart 7, several guests are watching the morning's replay, all wearing smiles on their faces. Meng Zi chuckled. Eugene definitely likes Chengzi. His gaze is almost magnetic, right? But I feel like Chengzi doesn't have much in mind. After Dongfang Xiang finished speaking, Wang Yinlin chimed in, nodding with a grin. Right, this girl only has eyes for bread. Haha, she's so cute. Xian Ling beamed with a sweet smile, clapping her hands and generously praising. She really likes the girl Mu Cheng, and she also thought the song Lu Zhou Yu that Mu Cheng sang yesterday was very beautiful. Unfortunately, the song style doesn't suit her. Otherwise, she might consider privately asking if she could buy the copyright. I wonder when the dinner party tonight will start. Been looking forward to it. Chun Yi, chatting with everyone, couldn't help but rub his hands together. They were working in the observation room in the afternoon, so they hadn't seen any of the morning's live footage. The production team edited some of the more special time segments and showed them first. When there's new footage, they'll switch. At this moment, hearing Chun Yi's excitement, teacher, he couldn't help but chuckle gently, saying, "Don't rush, it sounds like you're in a small room." Teacher, I think if we don't stop him, Chun Yi might just want to sneak over to the restaurant himself soon. Professor Chen Ming adjusted his glasses with a joking expression. This made everyone laugh. To be honest, given Chun Yi's anxious state, it's quite possible. Chun Yi himself understood the show's dynamics and shouted directly to the director, "Hurry, give me the address, I'm going now." Ha ha. In an instant, the atmosphere in the observation room was very cheerful, and the comments in the live broadcast room were just as lively. Thus, in this joyful process, a few minutes passed. Suddenly, the brightness of the large screen in front of the observation room changed. The scene shifted to a restaurant. Instantly, everyone, including the viewers in the live broadcast room, perked up, realizing that something exciting was about to begin. At this point, regardless of whether they were slacking off at work or doing something else, the netizens were wide awake. Everyone's eyes widened, fearing they might miss some iconic moments. In Magic City Morris Music Restaurant. At this moment, the place had been set up with a cozy light blue theme filled with flowers and balloons. At first glance, one might think someone was proposing. Even the recently arrived Meow Meow almost thought she had entered the wrong place, being cautious. It wasn't until she confirmed with the PD outside the door that she finally stepped inside. In the first one here. As the youngest girl in the entire program, Meow Meow was relatively quiet, but not socially anxious. She curiously looked around at the restaurant's decor. She found the most secluded spot to sit down, and then waited for the other guests to arrive. It didn't take long before footsteps could be heard from outside. It was Lin E from 701. He was a bit surprised to see someone had arrived before him, and then smiled hello. Meow Meow quickly stood up and waved, greeting hello. To be honest, Meow Meow is quite pretty. Especially for tonight's dinner, she wore a black spaghetti strap dress that looked both innocent and slightly sexy. However, perhaps due to Mu Cheng being in this season's program, her radiance seemed to have diminished significantly. Lenny walked over to the spot opposite her, smiling. "Can I sit here?" "Sure." Meow Meow nodded. She thought the boy in front of her was quite polite and very gentlemanly. As they sat down again, it was natural for them to find a topic to chat about. Lenny thought for a moment and curiously asked, "Which district are you from?" I'm from Chongning, and you? I'm from Pudong. Lin Yi smiled slightly. I used to go to Chongning often, or I feel like you must still be studying, right? Yes, I'm still in my third year. Wow. A third-year student is already participating in a dating show. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt the difference between people who dating shows have become increasingly youthful. Meanwhile, the two were chatting simply, and Lin Yi poured a glass of water for Miao Miao. Thank you. Miao Miao couldn't help but glance at him. Actually, he was quite handsome. Of course. If he were a reader of Tomato, he definitely wouldn't compare. Their first meeting was simple yet witty, making the atmosphere in the restaurant very harmonious. They stopped talking when the third person entered. Hello, I hope I'm not interrupting you guys. Chen Jia came in with a Miao Miao's face turned slightly red, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly said, No, not at all. We were just discussing when you all would arrive. Have you been here long? After greeting Lin Yi, Chen Jia casually sat next to him and asked curiously. Today Chen Jia, also dressed up with care, her slightly chubby face looked cuter after some touch-ups, and her slight pout seemed to be adorable. Her outfit also leaned towards a sweet and cute style, giving off a sweet girl vibe. Not long ago we just arrived and chatted for a bit. Lin Yi also poured a glass of water for Chen Jia, but couldn't help but glance towards the door. He was a bit eager to see that girl. But unfortunately, the next few arrivals were not who he had in mind. As more guests arrived, the restaurant became increasingly lively, especially with the addition of the humorous Wada. Speaking of which, this guy's outfit today was indeed flashy. He wore a suit and a fancy watch, and even tied his curly hair into a ponytail. He looked like an artist. Where are you from? Your accent sounds familiar. Wada struck up a conversation with Chen Jia as he was sitting diagonally across from her. Chen Jia leaned forward playfully. I'm from Fujian province. Oh, by the way, hearing your Mandarin, you must be from there too, right? Fellow townsfolk. Cordes' eyes lit up as he laughed heartily. Chen Jia was surprised, really. I'm from Puqing. If I speak the local dialect, you should be able to recognize it, right? I can understand him from Chuanzhou. As the saying goes, when fellow townsfolk meet, it's either a backstab or tears in their eyes. The two instantly hit it off and began chatting happily. Moreover, Wada thought to himself, since Chen Jia is from 701, could he ask her for help in making a connection? Just as he was thinking this, a crisp sound of high heels echoed from outside the restaurant, and everyone fell silent for several boys exchanged glances, unable to contain their anticipation. Could this girl be Mu Cheng? Even the girls in the restaurant, as well as the viewers in the observation room and live broadcast, all held their breath, their eyes fixed on the entrance. These high heels are quite uncomfortable. How about? Never mind. After recording several songs, Mu Cheng used the expedited channel for copyright registration granted by the system to resolve the copyright issues for several songs, uploading them to her Douyin account. However, she hadn't promoted this account much herself, nor had she signed with an MCN agency, so it didn't cause a stir right away. The girl didn't really mind. After all, good things are worth the wait. Besides, she was now a little rich lady earning millions just from rent every month. By the time she finished recording, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. After casually eating at a mall near the school, Mu Cheng went home first to put her intimate clothing from yesterday into the washing machine. Then, she spent quite a while in the wardrobe looking for clothes, wanting to pair a high heel for the evening. But Mu Cheng's high heels are indeed uncomfortable. They look good, but are painful to wear. Just as she was indecisive about whether, the system was very considerate. A choice appeared. Ding. Please make your heart-throbbing choice. Choice 1. Where high heels transform into the Empress Lu Rian reward high heels that allow swift movement and never rub your feet buff. Choice 2. Mid-calf socks with white dad shoes reward never expose buff. Mu Cheng wanted both. But after she felt that the never expose buff was more important. Choice 2. It is with a decision made, Mu Cheng set down the high heels and found a pair of mid-calf socks from the bottom of the wardrobe. She had just taken a shower upon returning. Now she smelled lovely and had changed into a new dress. Once everything was organized and she was ready to head out, suddenly, she heard the system's voice. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the heart-throbbing choice reward never expose buff. Moore's tap, tap, tap. As the sound of high heels grew closer, a red figure appeared at the entrance. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the girl before them was not Mu Cheng. Instead, it was Liang Xiaowei. This elegant lady was dressed in a bright red slit strap dress, instantly becoming the most dazzling presence in the restaurant, attracting all attention. A few boys whispered in awe while the girls stared without blinking. It must be said her aura was truly remarkable. Hello, where should I sit? Liang Xiaowei hugged her coat, greeting everyone with poise and a light smile. Just as she finished speaking, Wada immediately stood up to pull out the chair beside him, smiling gentlemanly. You can sit here. Thank you. Liang Xiaowei nodded with a smile, surveying everyone. She didn't spot that stunning figure. Cheng Zi hadn't arrived yet. Xiao Qiao is dressed up today, so vibrant. Wang Helong, sitting opposite, joked. To be honest, Liang Xiaowei's entrance amazed him for a moment, since he was originally into mature women. Yet, the astonishment from seeing Mu Cheng for the first time yesterday was so profound that he had paid less attention to her afterward. Hearing this, Liang Xiaowei chuckled lightly. It's hot, so the dress turned red. Here, have some water. As tonight's water-serving waiter Lin Yi was very diligent. Liang Xiaowei nodded with a smile. You're welcome. The two exchanged glances, but the next moment he withdrew his gaze unconsciously looking towards the restaurant entrance. The girl he was hoping for had not yet appeared. With Liang Xiaowei's arrival, there was now one more person in the restaurant. Soon the lively atmosphere picked up again. But the situation didn't last long. Just a few minutes later. Hello, am I late? A gentle and melodious voice instantly interrupted the noisy chatter, causing everyone to turn their heads instinctively. In the next moment, several boys stood up directly, their faces filled with amazement and delight. Chengzi. Yes, the girl who arrived was none other than Mu Cheng. When she walked in, she thought she was late. But after counting, she realized only 8 people had arrived. She wasn't the last, which was good. Seeing the boys stand up, several girls also politely got up. Compared to Liang Xiaowei, the red beauty from earlier, the girl before them was truly the most stunning. That evening, Mu Cheng changed into a different outfit, a light beige long-sleeve cardigan, paired with a white light chiffon skirt, and on her feet were a pair of white dad shoes and mid-calf socks. Instantly, a refreshing and gentle aura enveloped her, especially as the girl had a beautifully refined face with a hint of makeup. She was simply captivating. In the live stream, the comments exploded with cheers and excitement, finally seeing Chengzi appear, and she didn't disappoint. Ah, sister is so beautiful. I thought the one in the red dress would be the prettiest tonight, but I didn't expect this to be. Mom, I feel like I'm going to fall in love. Chengzi's outfits are always so beautiful, too bad I can't see the inner layers. You nearly smashed my face with your calculations. A bit disappointed, I thought I would see Chengzi in high heels. Ooh, I want to see too. At the moment Mu Cheng appeared, the entire live stream hit its peak, with countless viewers' comments flooding in. Meanwhile, at the restaurant, everyone's eyes were glued to this girl, staring intently, making Mu Cheng feel a bit, her lovely face slightly flushed. Fortunately, at that moment, Liang Xiaowei gently waved her hand. Chengzi, come sit beside me. Okay, the girl smiled warmly, her eyes sparkling. After greeting everyone, she adjusted her skirt, pulled out the chair, and sat down. This scene made Huada, who wanted to showcase his gentlemanly side again, regretful. He had been so mesmerized he forgot to help the girl pull out her chair. Alas, missed the opportunity. Here, have some water. As the water server Lin Yi brought over the kettle again, Mu Cheng smiled lightly. Thank you, you look great tonight. Lin Yi couldn't help but compliment her, it was sincere. Hearing this, Mu Cheng could only say thank you again. While being praised felt quite nice. However, although she was praised and stunned, everyone with her entrance, the other girls present felt a lot of pressure. After all, everyone had dressed up carefully today. Even if you are beautiful, I am not less than you, right? But now that Mu Cheng was here, almost all the boys' gazes were on her, leaving the presence of several girls significant, especially for Chunjia, who was the second to arrive. Now no one was chatting with her, making her appear a bit gloomy. She could only drink water. After a moment, the last 2 guests of the heartfelt house arrived, Eugene from room 701 and Wang Yuchen from room 702. Soon, under the flow of conversation and introductions, everyone began to warm up to each other. They talked about almost everything from amusing stories about their schools to zodiac signs, and even the delicious foods from their hometowns. Undoubtedly, among so many people, Mu Cheng was the most popular. However, she didn't speak much, spending most of her time listening with a gentle smile on her face. Occasionally, she would joke around. Chengzi, I feel like you must be an air sign, right? Wang Yuchen, who had arrived later, suddenly asked curiously while sitting next to Mu Cheng. The girl nodded slightly and whispered, Yes, I'm a Gemini. When's your birthday? Zhang Juanhan, who had been listening and showed interest. Because he was also a Gemini. Mu Cheng glanced at him and playfully winked. June 3rd. You won't tell me your birthday is on the same day, will you? Haha, know him from May. Zhang Junhan chuckled. He had thought it was too coincidental and felt his heart race a bit. Just then Eugene, who had been quietly drinking water, chimed in with curiosity. What zodiac signs are compatible with Gemini? It should be Libra, and Aries works too. Liang Xiaowei answered his question. Upon hearing this, Eugene fell silent. Meanwhile, Miao Miao, sitting in the corner, seemed to be deep in thought. This was because she had just been chatting with Lin Yi, who mentioned that there was a boy in room 701 who was an Aries, just like her, both born in March. So, Lin Yi also glanced at Eugene. This guy is indeed impressive, being from Peking University. With everyone having their own thoughts, the atmosphere in the restaurant became slightly delicate. This scene excited the audience in the live stream. Although they didn't quite understand everything, they could feel the atmosphere on. There was fun. There was gossip. Thankfully, this atmosphere didn't last long. Soon the restaurant staff began to, I must say the production team was quite generous. A long table was almost filled with a variety of dishes. Come on, let's dig in, friends. If we don't eat soon, it will get cold. Wang Helong was the first to grab his chopsticks. Seeing this, others quickly joined in picking whatever they wanted. Mu Cheng was no different, as she had been eyeing the plate of lobster balls for quite a while, and now skillfully scooped some into her plate with a serving spoon. It smelled delicious. The flavor was rather light, but the lobster's meat was firm and springy, quite tasty. To be honest, she had never had the opportunity to taste such expensive food in her past life, always living as a working-class individual. So for the first few days after her crossing, Mu Cheng had been constantly eating, driving to various 5-star hotels and Michelin restaurants. She now felt that she had gained a little weight, but she couldn't help herself because it was just too delicious. The girl ate in small bites, her dining posture graceful, occasionally brushing stray hair back behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobe adorned with Cartier earrings. At that moment, Wang Helong casually glanced over and couldn't help but feel his heart flutter slightly. He thought for a moment, took the plate of smoked duck slices in front of him, and handed it over with a smile. "Ladies, this is quite tasty. Here, try some." However, almost simultaneously, Wada also handed over a plate of pan-fried ribbon fish, and specifically said, "Chengzi, there are 2 pieces for you and Yu Chen." As soon as he finished speaking, he and Wang Helong exchanged a knowing glance. "Oh ho, here it comes." The audience in the live stream was exceptionally excited. Wasn't this clearly a battleground? Although they hadn't explicitly said that the food was specially for Mu Cheng, it was obvious to anyone paying attention. Even Liang Xiaowei and Wang Yuchen exchanged glances, revealing smiles of anticipation. With gossip in the air, the 2 girls put down their chopsticks, eager to see how Chengzi would choose. In truth, they didn't know that Mu Cheng herself was feeling a bit confused at this moment. Why suddenly were there 2 hands and 2 dishes in front of her? It was as if the system also wanted to stir up some drama. At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "Ding. Please, host, make your heart's choice." Choice 1. Accept Wang Helong's smoked duck slices. Reward: reduce external burdens from C to C. Choice 2. Accept Wade's pan-fried ribbon fish. Reward: a body that doesn't gain weight. 2 choices. But was the first one really a reward? Mu Cheng couldn't help but complain in her heart. Choice. Though she had made her choice, the girl didn't show any unusual reaction, still maintaining her composure as she quickly stood up, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Thank you. I'll take it myself, thank you all." The girl accepted both dishes, but after placing them in front of her, she first used the public chopsticks to grab a piece of the pan-fried ribbon fish, leaving the smoked duck slices untouched. After all, she didn't know if the broken system would directly penalize her for choosing both. If that made the reward drop from C to C, she would want to cry. Fortunately, the system's reward came quickly. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the heart's choice. Reward: a body that doesn't gain weight." It didn't feel like much, but it seemed like she could eat as much as she wanted. With this, her previous worries about gaining weight were gone, as she could maintain her figure while enjoying food without a care. What a delightful situation. After taking a piece of ribbon fish, the girl also grabbed a piece of smoked duck as a polite acknowledgement of Wang Helong's kindness. She thought it would be awkward if this became a frequent occurrence. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream couldn't help but laugh at Mu Cheng's little expressions. "So cute. Chengzi's smile is killing me with those awkward little gestures, and it feels like everyone is watching the show. I really couldn't hold back when Chi-Chi and Yu-Chen put down their chopsticks just now. Look at that guy, he's almost grinning like an idiot. Tisk tisk, his lips are nearly stretched to the base of his ears, but then again, Chengzi was the first to pick the dish he offered. How could that not be a win?" Not only the audience in the live stream, but even those in the observation room couldn't help but chuckle at the sparks flying in this moment. "Teacher," he looked at the few girls here and said with a smile, "Hey, if you encountered a situation like Chengzi's in real life, what would you feel?" "I would feel very attractive," Meng Zi was the first to respond, wearing a proud expression. That was very much in line with her personality. On the other hand, Chunyi hesitated for a moment and said, "I would feel that I'm liked, but it would also be a bit awkward, similar to Chengzi's situation." "It is indeed quite awkward." Xi and Ling nodded, agreeing with Chun Ye's statement. The 2 girls high-fived. On one side of the observation room, there was a lively discussion, while on the other side at the Morris Music Restaurant, the production team had prepared a small surprise for the guests. Underneath each person's small dessert after the meal, there was unexpectedly a small piece of paper hidden. It was Meow Meow who discovered it first, and she exclaimed, "Do you have this under your cup?" Saying this, she pulled out a rolled-up piece of paper. Inside were honest little questions. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned and hurriedly checked their own dessert cups. Sure enough, each person had one. Mu Cheng curiously opened her small piece of paper, which read, "How many times have you been in love?" The production team's camera was well aware. The moment the girl took out the small piece of paper, the shot had already shifted to her delicate hand. Instantly, everyone erupted in excited cheers. Mu Cheng's hand was indeed too delicate and beautiful, and when they saw the words on the small piece of paper, clearly their excitement and curiosity only grew. "Yes, I have. Because I am her ex-boyfriend. Damn it, who up there drank so much? Mu Cheng is clearly my wife. Haha, a bunch of guys who only fantasize online. Let me tell you, don't even think about it. Mu Cheng's significant other has long been revealed to be a handsome guy named Sunset Afterglow." "What? Who is that? Who's stealing my wife?" You might want to check that guy's ID. He is Sunset Afterglow." Damn it, angry, ignoring the audience in the live chat who were always ready to stir things up in the Morris Music Restaurant, everyone looked at their own small pieces of paper. They knew this was a little post-meal game prepared by the production team to help the guests draw closer together. Jiang Junhan adjusted his glasses and smiled, saying, "You'll go first. My question is, if you were given another chance, would you change to another small room?" This question was almost asking, do you want to move to the neighboring 701? Everyone had a look of amused anticipation on their faces. They all looked at Jiang Junhan to see how he would respond. Of course. As the oldest and most mature boy among them, he wouldn't say he wanted to change, otherwise it would imply he was dissatisfied with his current roommate. Unless there was someone next door that he really liked. Although there was a girl who made his heart flutter slightly, Jiang Junhan still had self-awareness. He raised his arm and shouted, "No change, still 702, born as a 702 person, die as a 702 ghost." Ha ha ha. With this one line, he instantly made everyone laugh. Even Mu Cheng covered her little face and smiled. After a familiar dinner, such playful antics made people feel even more humorous. Meanwhile, Wang Yuchen looked at Jiang Junhan, and a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. She had a slight crush on the boy. Alright, I'll go next. Seeing Jiang Junhan finish, Lin, he naturally took over the topic with a smile. "My piece of paper says if you received a love text right now, would you send it to someone present?" This was also a very tricky question. It was equivalent to asking, "Is there a girl here who makes your heart race?" A boy is fine too. Is there? Liang Xiaowei looked at Lin Yi with a slight smile, seemingly already knowing his answer. Sure enough, Lin Yi responded affirmatively yes. This answer was not surprising. After all, everyone could see that he had had a crush on a certain girl from the beginning. The girl who was known to everyone was quietly holding a cup of water, watching everything. Mu Cheng was too afraid to speak. Otherwise the fire might burn her too. She was worried. Fortunately, everyone didn't tease her on purpose, just shared knowing smiles before moving on to the next person to play the game. The next questions were varied and diverse. For example, the color that attracts you the most within your field of vision. This was Wang Helong's. He said red, mainly because he was sitting directly opposite Liang Xiaowei, and her dress was indeed eye-catching, just his preferred mature style. So if he said white, there would be no doubt everyone would know his thoughts. Besides these more suggestive questions, there were also straightforward, honest questions, such as what he wanted to do during their time in the small house, or plans for future life, and so on. And so one by one it soon reached Mu Cheng's turn. Everyone was now looking at her, eager to know what was on the small piece of paper in her hand. The girl did not hesitate, lightly smiling as she opened the paper. "My question is, how many relationships have you had?" "And my answer is none." Without waiting for everyone to be curious, she immediately stated her answer. Instantly, everyone stared at her in surprise. She had never been in a relationship. Even the audience watching the live stream and the guests in the observation room expressed their astonishment. A beautiful girl like her had never been in a relationship, or in this day and age it was a bit unexpected. Don't believe it. Seeing everyone's astonished expressions, Mu Cheng playfully smiled. She truly hadn't been in one, regardless of her past life or her current body. So this answer was not a lie at all. "Of course I believe you, it's just a bit surprising, you are too beautiful." Eugene suppressed a hint of excitement in his heart, smiling as he spoke. Upon learning that this girl had never been in a relationship, his first thought was excitement and exhilaration. For the boys, they all understood. Not just him, but also other boys present felt a little excitement in their hearts. In summary, boys are all a little LA. The gathering for the heartfelt small house dinner came to an end with the conclusion of the Truth or Dare game. But it must be said that this dinner was quite effective. It allowed everyone to learn more about each other. It also connected the two small houses, 701 and 702, closely together. Visiting each other wouldn't feel awkward anymore. Upon exiting the restaurant, perhaps due to the production team reserving the place, there weren't many other guests, and only 4 cars were parked at the entrance. "Let's divide up and see how we should sit." Wang Helong spoke up, glancing at Mu Cheng subconsciously. He also looked at Liang Xiaowei. This small detail went unnoticed by Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei themselves, but the viewers in the live chat raised their eyebrows slightly. "Why does it feel like this guy is like a player?" Chen Jia curiously inquired. "Who drove here?" "I did. I drove too." Among the 4 cars apart from Wang Helong, there were also 2 belonging to Jiang Junhan and Lin Yi, all driven by boys. They each walked to the front of their cars. Just as everyone wondered if that big G belonged to someone else, or was from them, they saw a graceful white figure pressing the car key. Beep beep. Mu Cheng stood confidently in front of the big G. The imposing vehicle contrasted sharply with her slender figure. "I drove here too." The girl shook her car keys, standing beside the imposing black G-Class, a bright smile adorning her face. That graceful figure gave a strong sense of contrast, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The audience in the live stream also reacted with surprise, followed by a rapid heartbeat rising within. "Wow, Orange is actually a wealthy woman." The brief silence in the chat room erupted into a frenzy. "What kind of treasure girl is this? She's not only beautiful, but also has a great figure and talent, and now she's— Oh, I missed the invitation from the production team. What did I miss?" Hiss. "Which window did God close on Orange?" I don't know about the rest, but you definitely don't have a chat window with her." "Oh, I want to cry. Why haven't I met a girl like this? If I did, I would be willing to drive a G-Class and live in a spacious apartment." Actually, putting aside the G-Class, I think Orange and I make a great couple. "Are you sure you can put that aside?" "Rich woman food, I'm hungry." The atmosphere in the live stream became lively. When they saw Mu Cheng turn on her Mercedes-Benz G-Class, the eyes of the netizens widened considerably. This girl was simply a treasure. She is not only beautiful, but also knows how to write songs. The key point is, she has money. After all, many netizens know that this girl lives in a high-end community in the Magic City, and it's a spacious apartment. Of course, they probably still didn't know. The community where Mu Cheng lives has 2 buildings that belong to her. If they knew, they would surely go even crazier. So Orange drove here too. Lin Yi was the first to react outside the restaurant, his eyes flashing with surprise, but not shock. After spending these days together, he realized that this girl is financially well off. So he was just a bit surprised and felt a bit regretful. He actually wanted Mu Cheng to ride in his car together. This way they would have more opportunities to communicate. But now, he turned to his other companions and smiled warmly. Does anyone want to ride in my car? Lin Yi's car is a Volvo, which is also worth several $100,000. Chen Jia immediately walked over with a grin. Then he'll hitch a ride. Welcome. Then let's all get in the car. Wang Yuchen, Jiang Junhan called to Wang Yuchen. After seeing Mu Cheng driving a G-Class, he knew he likely had no chance. One must be self-aware. Knowing when to stop at the moment of slight temptation is what an adult should do. Moreover, the first person he felt good about upon arriving at the small house was also Wang Yuchen. His attraction to Mu Cheng stemmed merely from physical allure. The reason is still that the girl is too beautiful. Okay. Wang Yuchen smiled and nodded, then looked at Miao Miao. Do you want to join us? Miao Miao is also from the 702 small house. She is relatively familiar with them. However, even though Miao Miao is the youngest, she is not lacking in emotional intelligence. She felt that getting into this car might make her a third wheel. Just as Miao Miao hesitated slightly, she suddenly made eye contact with Mu Cheng, who blinked at her. Suddenly Miao Miao felt a spark and smiled at Wang Yuchen. He'll go find Orange and not disturb you too. All this. Wang Yuchen's face turned red, also a bit surprised. How are Miao Miao and Orange so familiar now? They didn't seem to talk much tonight. After all, at the restaurant, they both sat in a corner. Next, the others also sorted out the car arrangements. Eugene looked at the few cars before asking Lin Yi, and sitting in the back seat. Liang Xiaowei originally wanted to ride in Mu Cheng's car. But seeing that no one got into Wang Helong's car, he didn't want to make him uncomfortable and proactively sat in the passenger seat. Thus only Huoda was left. Tonight he had been flaunting, but now he felt like scratching his head. If he sat in Jiang Junhan's car, it was clear that it was a guy and a girl, and they had mutual feelings. If he sat in Lin Yi's car, they weren't that familiar, so it would be awkward. And Wang Helong. They just had a competition and jealousy tonight filled with tension. He couldn't bring himself to lower his pride. So in the end, Huoda could only walk up to Mu Cheng's car window, thick-skinnedly smiling. Orange, can I ride in your car? Sure. The girl smiled sweetly, not refusing. She didn't think much of it, as they were all heading the same way. Thank you, Orange. Huoda felt delighted and quickly opened the back door. This scene made Wang Helong, not far away, flash a hint of displeasure as this guy managed to get into Mu Cheng's car. However, he did not show it. Instead, he looked at Liang Xiaowei beside him and smiled. Are you cold? Do you need me to lower the air conditioning a bit? It's fine, it's comfortable right now. Liang Xiaowei had already put on a coat and wasn't cold. Soon, amidst the chatting voices from several cars, Lin Yi's car slowly drove out first. Thus, everyone followed closely behind. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, after a bit of traffic, the 4 cars stopped outside the heartfelt small house. I'm heading back first, Sister Orange will come find you to hang out later. Miao Miao waved her hand happily. In the car, she and Mu Cheng talked about many topics, and the more they chatted, the more they clicked. This made Huoda, sitting in the back, try several times to interject, but found it too difficult. Now this boy, who was jokingly referred to as a country chicken by netizens, finally had a chance to speak with Mu Cheng, but regrettably, he could only say, I'll head back first too. Alright, bye-bye. Mu Cheng waved her little hand, finishing her chat with Huoda, then smiled gently at Miao Miao. Seeing the helpless expression on this guy's face, the fans in the live stream couldn't have been happier. Earlier, they were all envious and jealous when they saw the country chicken getting into Mu Cheng's car. Now, it's simply a spicy pants. The girl carried her bag, pushed open the door of the 701 small house, and changed her shoes. Then she directly ran upstairs in her slippers with a pat-pat-pat sound. At this moment, Lin Yi and the others who were behind finally came in. Oh, Orange went up so quickly. The others didn't notice Mu Cheng's figure, and Chun Jia came to the kitchen to check the refrigerator, saying, I feel like we should find a time to buy some things back. There's not much left in the fridge. Really? Eugene also came to take a look and indeed saw only a few eggs and some bread left. In July, even the city of Magic Capital cannot escape the heat. Fortunately, the Heartbeat Cottage is located in the suburbs, making it much more pleasant compared to the city center. In the evening at the Heartbeat Cottage, the atmosphere-setting little bulbs prepared by the production team have all been lit up surrounding the 2 cottages like fireflies, romantic and warm. The environment here has made many viewers of the live stream envious, especially with a swing in the small yard of room 702 reminiscent of a fairy tale world. Hello, we've come to visit. As a form of reciprocity, the friends from room 702 visited room 701 yesterday. So tonight the people from room 701 came to room 702 to have a look. Wang Yuchen smiled and said, Welcome, welcome. Jiang Junhan also walked over, taking on the role of the tour guide to introduce. It's pretty good, just a different layout. Yes, your place is quite spacious. Liang Xiaowei looked at the elevated small balcony on the first floor feeling quite fond of it, and chuckled. I think it would be nice to drink coffee and read here in the morning. You should try it sometime. Wang Helong smiled slightly, and joked, He'll borrow your balcony then. Hearing this, Wada quietly said, Then I might have to go make breakfast at your room 701. Are you really coming to make breakfast? Chenjia teased him. Wada, cough, we all know the truth. Everyone was joking and chatting while walking around. In fact, room 701 was larger, and there was even a small entertainment room with a television. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps came from the stairs, and the stunning figure of Mu Cheng appeared. Your room is quite spacious. She was immediately taken upstairs by Miao Miao. It was said that she was to receive a small gift. When she got it, she found it was a small orange keychain. At first, the girl thought Miao Miao had specially bought it. But Miao Miao said it was a gift she casually picked up while shopping just in time to give the keychain away. After all, Mu Cheng playfully blinked. Then what should I give you 6 cups of water? If 1 water equals 1 cup of water. Miao Miao is indeed 6 cups. Miao Miao, teased by the girl, smiled shyly. She is generally a rather shy. Of course, personality is one thing. But when it comes to discussing her specialty, such as law, this younger sister becomes very confident. The 2 girls came down and instantly became the focus of everyone's attention. To be precise, everyone was looking at Mu Cheng. Wang Yuchen gave a suggestive glance and said with a smile, If the room is larger, you should move in, there's space to stay. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang Xiaowei rushed over to grab Mu Cheng's hand, feigning a pitiful look. No, Qingzi, you can't leave. Ha ha ha, everyone burst into laughter. But it must be said, Qingzi is genuinely popular with both genders. Everyone likes her so much. After visiting room 702 for a while, everyone said their goodbyes and headed back. In the blink of an eye, it was past 9 in the evening. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Everyone received a message from the production team. Meanwhile, in the observation teacher, he pushed in a small blackboard from somewhere, looking at everyone with a smile. Alright, it's time for our favorite segment, the heartbeat texts. The heartbeat texts are an old tradition of the program, flipping heartbeat. Boys send texts to girls, and girls send texts to boys. However, this season's rules are a bit different. Teacher, he smiled and said, in the last season, the heartbeat text rule was to send but not receive, which sparked a lot of discussion among netizens. It seemed everyone thought it was pointless to send if you couldn't receive. So this season we're doing something different. Instantly, everyone became curious. Xian Ling quickly asked, what? As a first-time guest in the observation room, she had also watched previous seasons. Hurry up and tell us, teacher, he please. Chun Yi eagerly looked on, waiting for the answer. Teacher, he smiled, and instead of teasing them further, gently said, this season we will adopt a system of both sending and receiving texts, and those who receive texts will be able to see the content. But, after a pause without waiting for anyone to ask, but this time it's very thrilling, because even if you receive a text, you won't know who it came from. Everyone, audience, why was it going to be like this? The production team is really mischievous. Receiving a text and having to guess who sent it can lead to some embarrassing moments if one guesses wrong. Of course, although they found it mischievous, the viewers in the live stream quickly became excited. This is great, this is great. They love watching misunderstandings and dramatic situations unfold. Not only they thought so, but the guests in the observation room also exchanged glances and revealed mischievous smiles. Wang Yanlin's mouth slightly opened. I suddenly thought if A sends a text to B, and then B thinks it's from C, and tells C about it, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Exactly. Teacher, he nodded with a smile. Instantly Meng Zi covered her face and stomped her feet. No, I really would go crazy. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. This is really thrilling. Dong Fangxiang couldn't help but sigh. This program is getting more and more clever. Alright, let's first guess the connections of the heartbeat text, starting with the boys, shall we? Teacher, he brought the program process back on track. But at the next moment, they heard Professor Chen Ming jokingly say, all the boys choose Qingzi. Everyone nearly burst out laughing. But to be honest, it's not impossible at all. After all, based on everyone's performance tonight, Qingzi would definitely receive a lot of heartbeat texts. Of course, after the joke, they had to be serious. Chun Yi smiled and said, I think Junhan would send one to Yu Chen. They came back together tonight. Yes, I agree. Meng Zi nodded quickly, and everyone had no objections to this connection. So who would send one to Qingzi? Teacher, his pointer indicated a beautiful girl with a big head sticker on the board. Heartbeat Cottage, room 701. At 9:30, everyone received a message from the production team. Naturally, Mu Cheng also saw it. It was time to send heartbeat texts. After being invited by the director to participate in this program, she was already familiar with the process, as unlike others, she was more like an actor in the cottage. Therefore, for Mu Cheng, sending a heart-fluttering message to anyone is the same. However, although she is acting, she does not want to give others the wrong impression, especially considering her past life as a boy. The kind of she likes me delusion is one of the 3 great illusions in life. It is very easy to get carried away by it. Thus, the content of this heart-fluttering message needs to be carefully phrased. The girl sat on the swing chair in the entertainment room on the first floor. The snow-white chiffon skirt gathered at the top, revealing a pair of delicate jade-like calves. Her small feet swayed gently, lightly pushing the swing. The translucent toes curled slightly. Mu Cheng seemed to be in a daze, unconsciously biting her lip and occasionally puffing out her cheeks like a little hamster stuffed with food. This scene made countless viewers in the live broadcast room feel their hearts racing. Orange is simply too beautiful. Even just sitting there, she looked like a person who stepped out of a painting. Ding. Please activate your heart-fluttering choice, host. Just as everyone was admiring this girl, a voice suddenly echoed in Mu Cheng's mind. She was slightly taken aback. Choice 1. Send a heart-fluttering message to Lin E. Reward efficient bank handling method. Choice 2. Send a heart-fluttering message to Eugene Reward professional basketball skills. Choice 3. Send a heart-fluttering message to Wang Helong Reward mastery of sales eloquence. Choice 4. Send a heart-fluttering message to Hoide Reward rapid exposure for Douyin account. Choice 5. Send a heart-fluttering message to Jiang Juanhan Reward intermediate marketing experience. There are actually 5 options. This is definitely the most choices Mu Cheng has encountered since obtaining the system. The girl herself was a bit surprised. Then she carefully looked at each of these reward choices. After a moment she understood. This time the choice was about who to send the heart-fluttering message to, which would grant rewards related to the other person's profession. It felt quite interesting. Let's go with choice 4, Mu Cheng thought. Mainly none of these reward options would be particularly useful to her, a little better than nothing. Only the rapid exposure for the Douyin account seemed suitable for her. Although she could casually mention her Douyin in the show or pay for traffic, she was still quite curious about what effect the system's rewards would have. Additionally, the person she had more interaction with today was Hoida. After all, they returned in the same car. Sending it to him wouldn't feel too abrupt. However, the message's content needs to be phrased well so as not to cause misunderstandings. Let's do it this way. Meanwhile, while Mu Cheng was slightly dazed, the others in the heart-fluttering house were also pondering whom to send their heart-fluttering messages to and what to say. For a few of the boys, this wasn't difficult at all. After all, they already had their choices in mind. But the girls were more troubled, especially Meow Meow, who was lost in thought. Why can't they send it to the same sex? But no matter what, the program team only gave everyone about 10 minutes to send their heart-fluttering messages. So soon in the live broadcast room, which was divided into 10 small screens, everyone pressed the send button. Observation room. Seeing this scene, the onlookers were eager to unveil the answers. On the small blackboard pushed by teacher, all of their profile pictures were connected by a line to another person's picture. This represented their guest heart-fluttering connections. Come on, it's reveal time. Chun Yi clapped his hands, his face full of excitement. The others also stared wide-eyed, waiting for Teacher He's answer. Teacher He understood their urgency, smiled, and said, "All right, let's go, director." No sooner had he finished speaking than the large screen in front suddenly switched to a replay, pushing the live broadcast footage to a corner. It turned out, the first one to be revealed was Lin E from the boys' side. The heart-fluttering message he sent was to a cute orange emoji. Yay, we guessed it right. The people in the observation room excitedly high-fived each other. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. Although this answer was known to all, the moment it was revealed was still very joyful. It was just like an exam. Come on, let's see what Linny sent. Xin Ling's words instantly made everyone suppress their excitement. They quickly turned to look. Linny, you still look great today. Oh my, everyone exchanged glances, their lips curling into a knowing smile. Still so beautiful. If it weren't for the conditions not permitting. They all wanted to make that meme expression. Quick, next one. Wang Yinlin snapped back to reality and urged, his eyes filled with gossip. The director obediently switched to the next. The second one was Eugene. He also sent a cute orange emoji. Who guessed it? This time, although everyone was happy, it wasn't as excited as before. Instead, they were more curious about what the content was. Eugene, if I get the chance, I'd like to try the breakfast you make. His message seemed to recall the events of the morning. At that time, the two had a chance to be alone together. However, the girl only cared about the breakfast and even complained about his boiled egg and broccoli. Next one. Another orange. In fact, no one was surprised about the boys sending messages to the same person. It was pretty much what they had guessed before. 3 of them sent messages to Mu Cheng. Jiang Junhan sent one to Wang Yuchen, and Wang Helong sent one to Liang Xiaowei. It seems someone guessed wrong for Wang Helong. Meng Zi initially thought this guy would send it to Orange too, but unexpectedly, it was to Xiao Xiao. Fortunately, she followed the majority. Thus, they didn't let the team get it wrong. Alright, we guessed correctly for all the boys. Next, let's see the girls. Teacher He continued to host the process, smiling. Meanwhile, the large screen switched to a pink message box. The first to appear was Liang Xiaowei, who sent a message to Wang Helong. Dong Fengxiang was surprised. Hey, they sent messages to each other. Interesting. The others were slightly taken aback, then sat up straight. They stared intently at the screen. Liang Xiaowei, you have taste. You actually like listening to Ling Jing's sly smile. This should refer to the song they were listening to in the car, right? Yes, Ling Jing Band, their songs are really nice to listen to. Upon hearing this, the audience in the live broadcast also couldn't help but start sending bullet comments. You have taste. I also like Ling Jing. Damn, I thought I was more niche, but it turns out everyone likes them too. Just because we like Ling Jing, we are good friends. Of course. Only a small part of the audience was excited. More viewers were still looking forward to the heart-fluttering message content from others, especially oranges. Who would she send it to? The director continued switching the screen, and next Wang Yuchen and Chun Jia didn't disappoint. These two girls sent their messages to Jiang Junhan and Lin Yi just as the guests in the observation room guessed. So now only Miao Miao and Mu Cheng were left. As long as they were the same, they would receive the small gold bars as rewards from the program team. You must know this is real. 24K. As the director continued to cut to the next girl's heartwarming text message, the scene shifted, revealing mouths agape in astonishment. Because the person to whom Miao Miao sent her heartfelt message was not Lin Yi, whom she had interacted with the most today. Nor was it Huada, who had returned in the same vehicle. Instead it was Eugene, with whom she had hardly exchanged a word. Did they talk today? Yes, they did during dinner. Right, I remember Miao Miao even joked, asking if Eugene could lead the men's basketball team to the World Cup. Could it be love at first sight? The observers exchanged astonished glances while unable to suppress a smile. Although the gold bars were out of reach, this unexpected turn of events was far more exhilarating. No one had anticipated that the quietest and youngest sister in the heartwarming cabin would take an interest in a sports student from Peking University. Of course, Eugene was not unattractive. On the contrary, he was quite handsome. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall as a sports student, he appeared very fit. His overall demeanor was quite refreshing, entirely different from the greasy sports students often seen online. However, there was now another issue. It seemed Eugene actually preferred Mu Cheng, judging by his actions during tonight's dinner and his return to the cabin. This guy's gaze had not left the girl. Alas, this was troublesome. Not only the guests in the observation room thought so, but even the viewers in the live broadcast shook their heads. There was nothing to be done, even though they felt sorry for the sister. But the competition was just too fierce. Alright, let's take a look at the content of the heartfelt message Miao Miao sent. Teacher, his words instantly brought everyone back to reality. Everyone looked up. Miao Miao, looking forward to the day you lead the men's basketball team to the world. Oh my, this Puri was suddenly touched. Xian Ling also broke into a gentle smile. The sister is truly wonderful. Eugene, quickly take a look at your sister. Chengzi, you can't let this slip away. Wang Yinlin cracked a joke, making everyone burst into laughter. Teacher, he deliberately shot him a glance and laughed. Why are you so anxious, Eugene? It's only the second day. That's true. Yes, it was only the second day. There was still plenty of time in the cabin, nearly a month, where anything. Now let's look at the last one and check out Chengzi's heartwarming line. Here it comes. Everyone straightened up. This was the moment everyone had been waiting for. Even the bullet comments in the live broadcast had quieted down, all waiting for the unveiling of the heartfelt message. On the big screen, as the scene shifted again, it returned to Mu Cheng's perspective. The girl was still on the swing chair while sending her text. She lowered her head, tapping on her phone. Suddenly, her pink envelope was sent to a dog icon. It turned out to be. At this moment, everyone was stunned. This scene was even more surprising than seeing Miao Miao send a heartfelt message to Eugene. After all, no matter how you looked at it, it shouldn't have been Huada, right? He wasn't even handsome. At that moment, many boys in the live broadcast felt more distressed than if they had been dealt a fatal blow. Whoa. It felt like their whole being was sour, as if they had consumed dozens of pounds of lemons. Why is it that earthy chicken? Oh, I'm not accepting this. Damn, I can already imagine the smug face of this guy during tomorrow's live broadcast. Calm down, calm down. Maybe the earthy chicken doesn't even know it was sent by Chengzi. I can't watch anymore, it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. The viewers in the live broadcast were heartbroken. Although they hadn't seen the content of the message, yet they had completely lost interest. The people in the observation room, however, were unaware of the bullet comments in the live broadcast. The scrolling comments were too many and too frantic to clearly see what the fans were saying. Therefore, teacher, he directly asked the director to present Mu Cheng's heartfelt message. Mu Cheng, I'm very happy to meet you in the cabin, and the ribbon fish tonight was delicious. The moment this message was revealed, the bullet comments fell silent. Why? It felt as if Chengzi was addressing everyone. The boys who had just been heartbroken in the live broadcast suddenly perked up, feeling no soreness in their waists or legs, their faces not flushed, and their hearts calm. Ha ha ha, so happy. Woo. Although it's likely that tomorrow the earthy chicken will still be boasting during the live broadcast, it doesn't affect the fans' wild emotional swings. They were afraid of both their brother's suffering and their brother driving a Land Rover. If Chengzi really had feelings for Huada, they would want to jump off a building. In the observation room, everyone was not as theatrical as in the live broadcast. They were simply analyzing Mu Cheng's heartfelt message. It's quite formulaic. This message from Chengzi only mentions Huada in passing. Yes, she starts with saying she is happy to meet everyone in the cabin, not just referring to Huada alone. At this point, Professor Chun Ming adjusted his glasses and slowly said, I think this is Chengzi's polite response. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. Professor Chun Ming smiled. Perhaps Chengzi herself doesn't know to whom the heartfelt message can be sent now. Since she interacted with Huada tonight, she simply chose to send it to him. But the main point was still that she was happy to. Dong Fengxiang nodded. I agree with that view. Meng Zi chuckled. I feel like with Chengzi's beauty, there must be many pursuing her. If she falls for someone so quickly, that would be unusual. By the way, if you were in the cabin, would Chengzi be your ideal type? Suddenly, Xian Ling looked at a few boys and curiously asked. Instantly, the atmosphere in the observation room changed. The boys exchanged glances and then fell silent. After all, ahem. This scene made the viewers in the live broadcast laugh. Oh, indeed, Chengzi's charm was unmatched. In heartwarming cabin 701A, after sending the text, Mu Cheng returned to her room. Her system had already notified her that her choice was complete. However, she was completely baffled about how her Douyin account was exposed. She decided to ignore it. After all, for Mu Cheng, exposure was just a matter of time. She was now the landlord of 2 buildings and 3 shops. And there were several million lying cold in her bank account. She was absolutely not short on money. Chengzi. As soon as the girl returned, Liang Xiaowei teasingly looked at her. Darling, who did you send the message to? Mu Cheng playfully blinked. I sent it to you. I don't believe it. I didn't receive anything. Just as she finished speaking, Liang Xiaowei's phone rang with a ding-dong sound. Liang Xiaowei. How can you slap me in the face like this? Of course she didn't believe it was really sent to her by Chengzi, so she was just curious about who it could be. As Liang Xiaowei glanced at the text message, Mu Cheng's phone chimed as well. Ding-dong. You're just as beautiful today as ever. She had no idea who it was from. No guess whatsoever. Her gaze drifted to Qiao Qiao, still lying in bed, a faint knowing smile playing upon her lips. She was just about to tease back, to get even, when unexpectedly, ding-dong, ding-dong. 2 messages arrived in quick succession, startling Mu Cheng herself, and jolting Liang Xiaowei awake beside her. The room was unusually quiet, so the chimes rang out with startling clarity. Liang Xiaowei gazed languidly at the woman beside her, whose beauty on that one side alone was nothing short of breathtaking. 3 already. Mu Cheng blushed faintly, yet nodded with a gentle, shy smile. Inside, the elegant woman in bed sighed inwardly. Beauty truly is a gift. Truth be told, before arriving at the heartthrob villa, she'd held firm confidence in her own appearance. Or rather, perhaps every female guest invited to the villa carried such quiet self-assurance. Under ordinary circumstances, each would stand out as exceptionally accomplished. But then again, comparison is always relative. Before Mu Cheng, every woman's confidence crumbled, whether in looks, figure, or even material standing. She drove a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. How could anyone possibly compare? The two exchanged a glance. Mu Cheng playfully crinkled her eyes into crescent moons, adorable like a sliver of moonlight. Liang Xiaowei smiled wryly, her expression softening into something tender, almost indulgent. In the observation room, the panelists instantly lit up, faces alight with delighted, doting grins. Girls can be utterly sweet too. Sitting beside her bed, Mu Cheng unlocked her phone and opened the other 2 messages. If given the chance, I'd love to taste your homemade breakfast. This one was actually quite easy to guess. Mu Cheng immediately thought of this morning. Surely from Eugene. The 3rd message read. On the way back, you watched the sunset. I watched you. Oh, it was Huada. After all, only 3 people had been in the car returning to the villa. Certainly not Meow Meow. Mu Cheng silently locked her screen. These 3 messages stirred no particular emotion within her. I'll go get some water. Would you like some? She turned to Liang Xiaowei, who was still scrolling absently through her phone, and asked softly. Liang Xiaowei looked up, shook her head with a light laugh, and replied, Go ahead. I'll head to the shower shortly. All right. You can cover the camera before showering. Got it. No one's sneaking a peek at us. Liang Xiaowei winked, her eyes crinkling with amusement. She even flashed a cheerful okay sign. Live chat comments erupted, wailing, protesting, indignant. Sneak. What kind of word is that for scholars? We observe, refinedly. Woo. Giggling, the 2 girls exchanged light-hearted banter, then Mu Cheng slipped on her slippers and padded downstairs, her footsteps light and rhythmic. Her ivory chiffon skirt fluttered, gently releasing a delicate, fresh fragrance. Just then Lin Yi, ascending the stairs, caught sight of her. Bathed in warm golden light, she seemed like a woodland sprite who'd wandered out of an ancient forest, joyful, serene, and effortlessly graceful. Curious, the girl asked, Are you heading to bed already? Not yet. I've been sitting downstairs for too long. I thought I'd climb the stairs for a little exercise. Then why not just go to the gym outside? Mu Cheng broke into a radiant smile, delighted by his playful logic. The gym outside, she referred to, was part of the villa's facilities situated near the parking lot. There was even a heartthrob dessert station nearby. That's exactly where Mu Cheng had planned to go for a glass of water, and perhaps linger a while. Hearing this, Lin Yi felt a quiet spark of interest. From her expression, he sensed she hadn't guessed he'd sent the heartthrob message. A tiny pang of disappointment flickered, but he'd braced himself for this, so it didn't sting deeply. What occupied Lin Yi now was a simple question: should he ask her for a walk? With a gentle smile, he suggested, I haven't visited the gym yet since arriving. I wonder if you'd like to stroll over together. Ding. Please activate your heartthrob choice host. Choice 1, accept. The route is convenient. Reward 1 tube of scar fading serum. Choice 2, decline. It's late and windy and not ideal for walking. Reward 1 bottle of hair removal cream. The system had presented its options once more. This time Mu Cheng didn't hesitate. She chose option 1, straight away. Mainly because she had no use for hair removal cream. Not anywhere. The scar-fading serum, however, was precisely what she wanted, a small faint scar nestled on the inner thigh. A childhood fall she'd never forgotten. Though hidden beneath skirts and shorts, it remained a quiet ache in her past self's heart. After all, every woman yearns for perfection. Even someone as stunning as Mu Cheng is no exception. Sure, her decision took but a breath. Smiling lightly at Lin Yi, she said, I was actually on my way to the dessert station. A flicker of delight crossed his eyes, his lips lifted in a subtle, pleased curve. Then let's walk there together. All right. And so they descended the stairs, ready to step outside. The heartthrob dessert station remained open, tended by a single young woman. Taking the fork in the path just beyond the villa, Mu Cheng and Lin Yi soon strolled into view of the station. Lin Yi joked, looks like the gym's perfectly placed. Eat dessert first, then work it off. A flawless loop. Do you work out often? She asked, curious. He nodded, half teasing, half resigned. Yes. If I didn't, all those high-calorie meals would pile on fast. Well, that pain is lost on me. Mu Cheng grinned, recalling her innate metabolism, effortlessly impervious to weight gain. Lin, live chat. My heart just shattered, folks. Oblivious to the unintentional jab, Mu Cheng simply entered the dessert station with Lin Yi and ordered 2 scoops of vanilla ice cream. Then, licking her cone, she walked with him toward the gym. Truly, the production team had spared no effort in interior. The gym itself was impressively equipped: dumbbells, seated rowing machines, treadmills, everything one might need. Mu Cheng hopped lightly onto a stationary bike, her free hand still scooping ice cream with cheerful nonchalance. Is it really okay to eat and exercise at the same time? Lin Yi chuckled, shaking his head in amused exasperation. Mu Cheng arched a brow. Didn't you say it's all about closing the loop? Lin, all right, fine. He powered up the treadmill. Truthfully, it was his first time attempting this so-called loop. A strange faint guilt tugged at him. Yet the ice cream was delicious. Perhaps it tasted sweeter because she was beside him. Chengzi, you just graduated this year. Has any film crew approached you yet? Does Heartthrob Villa count? Huh. It took Lin Yi a full beat to grasp the playful double meaning, and then he burst into laughter. He assumed she was joking. Little did he know. In the cozy little house, room 702. Ding dong. With only 4 people living here, everyone has their own. At this moment, Haid lay alone on the bed. Hearing a text message sound, he glanced at his phone, and then jumped up excitedly. Wow. Chengzi sent him a heart-fluttering text message. Although the content was just one sentence, the first half felt like it was meant for everyone, which Haid could tell. But that didn't affect his excitement at all. Ha ha. In the room, this guy was as excited as a 200-pound child dancing around. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the fans looked sour. I'm really so mad. Can we get someone with yellow urine to dampen this? I can't stand this guy anymore. I'm also very happy to meet you. Haid instinctively wanted to reply to this message, but forgot that the recipient was the production team. Sure enough, the next moment. Heart-fluttering 7, oh bro, you messaged the wrong person. Haid. Ha ha. Now it was the fans in the live broadcast room who couldn't help but laugh. According to the law of conservation of energy, laughter is merely transferred. At 10 o'clock at night, the ice cream was finished. After working out at the gym, Mu Cheng and Lin Yi planned to go back. During this time, Lin Yi initially wanted to show off his muscles. After all, he usually works out and has a pretty good physique. But when he saw a girl effortlessly lift a dumbbell weighing dozens of pounds with one hand, he felt completely deflated. Even the audience in the live room exclaimed, what kind of super strong girl is this? Chengzi could probably knock them into the ICU with one punch. I'm scared. Chengzi, get some rest, good night. Okay, you two get some rest early. The girl waved her little hand, smiling gently. Lin Yi felt a bit regretful for not hearing Mu Cheng's good night, but he was still quite happy in his heart. He had spent some time alone with this girl tonight. He understood her better as well. Although it seemed there was no progress, at least it was better than those few rivals, right? Thinking this way, Lin Yi's smile grew wider. The two parted ways on the first floor. Mu Cheng went to the kitchen to pour a cup of warm water before heading upstairs. The sound of her slippers padding and her flowing hair all expressed the liveliness of a young girl. Click. Mu Cheng opened the door to her room. She peeked in quietly and found Liang Xiaowei had finished showering and was applying something by the bed. The sound of the door seemed to wake Liang Xiaowei. She looked up and smiled in annoyance. What are you sneaking around? The girl's eyes curved playfully as she grinned. I wanted to see if you were up to no good. What bad things could I do? Liang Xiaowei replied, helplessly, still applying something on her calf. Suddenly she looked at Mu Cheng. By the way, do you need to use this? Chengzi. What? The girl asked curiously. Then Liang Xiaowei said, hair removal cream, this brand is pretty good, do you want some? I don't use this. Then which brand do you use? Recommend one to me. Liang Xiaowei thought Mu Cheng's would. After all, this girl's beautiful legs were shining white, without a trace of leg hair. However, when she looked at Mu Cheng, she found this girl holding back laughter, innocently blinking her eyes. I haven't used it. Then you. Sorry, I guess it's just natural, Liang Xiaowei. No more words, she had already started to envy her madly in her heart. Why does this girl get all the good things? She's beautiful, has a great figure, and even doesn't need hair removal. Dark crawling. JPG but. Liang Xiaowei's mind suddenly flashed, and she froze for a moment because she thought of something. So she looked at Mu Cheng with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Chengzi, do you not need to do anything there either? Huh? The girl was confused by the question. Until she followed the other's gaze, suddenly her pretty face turned red. Liang Xiaowei seemed to have discovered a new world, her eyes sparkling. No way, really. Mu Cheng said nothing, her face getting redder. Finally, unable to withstand the gaze of this woman, she went to grab her pajamas and a new pair of intimate clothing hiding in the bathroom. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaowei left in the room chuckling. She knew Chengzi's secret now. In the capital at the Byte headquarters. At the TikTok Technology Development Department, under the group, a programmer working overtime was preparing to pack up and leave. Just as he was putting his headphones in his bag, he suddenly noticed that a certain account's traffic seemed to be skyrocketing. The programmer furrowed his brows slightly and quickly put down his bag to check the data, to see if there was a bug or something else. By the way, he sent a voice message to someone in the operations department. Old Zhang, take a look at this account. What's up? This account's traffic is skyrocketing like it's on a rocket. I didn't find any abnormalities on my end. Could it be someone bought data? Old Zhang, who was addressed, was also taken aback. He started checking as well. The result was quite surprising. There were no signs of any traffic purchases because all the data sources were very clear. What is going on? Old Zhang, who had been in TikTok for so many years, suddenly became interested. He quickly clicked on this account's homepage. An orange. At midnight. Seeing the live broadcast of heart-fluttering 7 gradually quiet down, Yu Zhihui smiled. He also exited the live broadcast room. He stretched, not realizing that several hours had already passed. But I must say, Chengzi is really beautiful. Since the show started 2 days ago, Yu Zhihui had already become a fan of this gentle and lovely girl. Some of the bullet comments in the live room about snatching a wife, part of them were posted by him, mainly because he was genuinely envious. Envious of the boys in the cozy little house who could interact closely with such a beautiful girl. As a result, he couldn't even ship Mu Cheng with any boy. Let's scroll through TikTok. As a night owl, even though he had to work tomorrow, but he wouldn't sleep until 2 o'clock. Scrolling through TikTok was the best way for him, a nearly 30-year-old man, to entertain himself. Recently there's been one more. Watching dating shows. Yu Zhihui scrolled through TikTok quickly. The video content was either about beautiful women or international news. And some repairing hoofs, sword forging competitions, and Xiaomi cars preparing to be launched. However, the girls who used to seem amazing to him at this moment felt completely expressionless. He swiped them away. Indeed, compared to Chengzi, these girls, while not necessarily ugly, just didn't evoke any feelings. Not to mention, there were many T0 version little fairies. In short, Yu Zhihui couldn't bear to look at any of them. Just as he was thinking about whether to look for Chengzi's edited videos or watch the live replay to refresh his eyes, suddenly, an account with only music appeared. What caught Yu Zhihui's attention was not the few pieces of music, but rather the nickname of this account. It was called A Little Orange. Moreover, the profile picture seemed to be the same adorable cartoon orange used by Mu Cheng. Just as Yu Zhihui was about to click on the homepage to take a look, he suddenly heard the little yellow flower of the story floating since the year of birth, the childhood swaying with memories, to the present see. The video did not pause, and the music and singing resonated in the quiet room, beginning with a simple youthful guitar sound. It felt as if one were immersed in a campus filled with the essence of youth and joy, causing a slight upward curve at the corners of Yu Zhihui's mouth. Just from this prelude, he found it quite pleasant. He felt a bit of anticipation building up, and his hand unconsciously shifted closer to the homepage. Let's listen first and talk later. Then, as soon as the prelude ended, he heard a gentle and melodious voice that was incredibly familiar, as if sharing her story with heartfelt emotion. Wait, doesn't that sound like Orange's voice? Yu Zhihui was momentarily stunned. He had been following Mu Cheng's live broadcasts and watching edited videos over the past few days, making him very familiar with her voice. The day I skipped class for you, the day the flowers fell. I didn't expect to still have the courage I lost. I really want to ask one more time, will you wait or leave? On this windy day. The song continued, but Yu Zhihui was already certain that this was Orange. He felt a surge of excitement and hurriedly opened the comments section to express his thrill. To his surprise, when he looked down, the comments section was already filled with netizens. From just over 100 moments ago, it had surged to more than 2,000. It was even skyrocketing like a rocket. Oh, this song is so beautiful. The sister's voice is amazing too. Wow, is that Orange? This voice is definitely hers. Did the person above also feel a heart flutter? Ha ha ha, me too. Although I don't know what you guys are talking about, this song must be original by the blogger named Orange, right? The quality is so high it completely rivals the top 10 of the current music charts. I feel like you were still being modest. This song totally crushes it. Full of youthful campus vibe. It suddenly reminded me of the girl who used to ask me math questions in high school. A high school indeed, quite silly. Why does this song called Sunny Day keep describing rain? It's making me all emo. How come you all seem to have stories, but I'm just here focusing on listening to the song? Orange is amazing. The lyrics, music, and arrangement were all done by her alone. I suddenly realized this girl is simply a treasure. If I could marry her, how happy I would be. Sorry to the person above, but Orange's husband is me. I see you're just a fool. In just a few minutes from when Yu Zhihui first saw this video to when he opened the comments section, over 5,000 netizens were madly filling the screen. Moreover, the number of likes had already exceeded 30,000 and was rising rapidly. Almost every time he refreshed, there were over 1,000 more likes. The comments from these netizens also confirmed one thing for him: this Douyin account truly belonged to Mu Cheng. Realizing this, he quickly clicked to follow. He even set it for special attention so that whenever Mu Cheng posted new content on Douyin, he would receive immediate notifications. The little yellow flower of the story floating since the year of birth. Unknowingly, the video had already replayed for the second time, and the girl's gentle voice instantly enveloped Yu Zhihui. It seemed he could see the story of his own youth. While listening, suddenly Yu Zhihui opened his eyes, because it seemed he recalled seeing other songs when he clicked on the homepage to set special attention. In an instant, he jolted awake and quickly clicked back to the homepage. Sure enough, just below the video of Sunny Day, there were 5 more videos. Each cover only had a black background and the name of the song. Luzhou Moon, no matter how far we must be together, breath determines Mermaid, Alaska Bay. Yu Zhihui suppressed his inner excitement and clicked on Luzhou Moon, remembering that Mu Cheng had sung this yesterday in the kitchen. He had lamented about when he would be able to hear the complete version. Unexpectedly today it was here. As a child who stole, whose light through the wall, years of hardship, without combing for 10 years of cold study, now reading beneath the lamp with a fragrant red sleeve. With the ancient melody accompanying the girl's voice, it flowed again, light and gentle, yet seemingly carrying a hint of playfulness. Unlike the slightly somber tone in Sunny Day, her voice in Luzhou Moon was evidently much more cheerful. What a versatile girl. Yu Zhihui couldn't help but smile as he continued to close his eyes and enjoy the song emanating from his phone. If only she could sing right beside me. I can't even imagine how delightful that would be. At the same time, it wasn't just Yu Zhihui who stumbled upon Mu Cheng's Douyin account. Anyone scrolling through Douyin during this time period could come across it. In fact, many who exited the live broadcast of Flipped Heart 7 found Mu Cheng's Douyin as the first thing when they opened the app. Thus, the traffic for this account skyrocketed during the late-night hours. With just 6 songs, each video garnering millions of likes and hundreds of thousands of comments, it quickly surged to the top of Douyin's trending list. Moreover, under the excitement and enthusiasm of netizens, it impacted other apps as well. For instance, Weibo and Red Potato, even WeChat moments were filled with posts. It was on fire. Completely on fire. It was an absolute sensation. So much so that by 3 in the morning, many bosses were woken up by their assistants who told them this shocking news. A stunning girl from a dating show had reached trending status with her 6 original songs. Furthermore, the quality of each song was exceptionally high. Fans skyrocketed from a few dozen to 3 million. Wasn't that enough for these internet celebrity agencies and entertainment companies to go crazy over? What the hell are you going crazy about in the middle of the night? If you don't give me an explanation. What? Why are you still dawdling? Go prepare to contact her. Piss. 3 million overnight, and it's still early morning. Have these netizens lost their minds? Okay, Orange will be in Magic City tomorrow. Are you sure it's really her original work? Oh, the National Copyright Registration Center already has her name. Then it's all good. That night, countless people were in a frenzy. The internet was bustling with excitement. Yet in the room, Mu Cheng was soundly asleep, unaware of the disturbances outside. She finished her shower and chatted briefly with Liang Xiao. Before long, she felt drowsy. Thus, she also forgot about the system's reward for revealing her Douyin account. Little did Mu Cheng know how popular she would become. As a result, countless bosses and managers from entertainment companies drove to the Magic City in the middle of the night. The next day, she woke up naturally. The girl murmured in a daze, stretching her limbs. Then instinctively, she took out her phone, turned off silent mode, and glanced at it. What she saw left her stunned. The screen lit up with countless notifications. The lock screen messages chimed relentlessly, and she even felt a slight lag in her phone. What's going on? Mu Cheng jolted awake, hurriedly, sitting up, her smooth legs crossed on the bed. She hadn't touched her phone all night, and over 30 numbers had called her. 99 red notifications on Douyin. Even her university email received numerous messages from people. Now Mu Cheng was immensely grateful she had set her phone to silent. Otherwise, she probably wouldn't have been able to sleep at all. She soon learned the situation as her Douyin followers had skyrocketed to 5 million overnight. She suspected it was the system's reward at work. However, this was too overwhelming. The girl couldn't help but click her tongue. The key question was whether she should return those missed calls and reply to the emails. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Fine, she decided to ignore it. In the balance of politeness and refusal, Mu Cheng chose to let it be, pretending she was unaware. I'm truly a genius. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the girl's mouth. She then began to click open the comments one by one. She was quite curious about the audience's reactions to her 6 songs. In the comments of Sunny Day, from the moment she left, I erased her from my memory. She is no longer mine, and I no longer love her. At that moment, she became a stranger in my eyes. Why is sunny day filled with lyrics about rainy days? By the way, the sister's voice is so beautiful. Are you listening? Tom closed his eyes and looked up. JPG. Rue, I am listening. Jerry looked down frowning. JPG. Hello Qingzi, I am Lu Minghong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Could you please check your DMs? Wow, just one night, and this song's likes are nearing 10 million. In the comments of Luzhou Moon, such an elegant melody, such beautiful lyrics, isn't this much better than those so-called Guofeng songs? Luzhou Moon, the song is lovely, and the name is lovely too. I've looped it here over 10 times, so what should I do if I can't get out? Hello Qingzi, I am Lu Minghong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Could you please check your DMs? I've seen you twice. In the comments of no matter how far apart we are, if the sun is always scorching, if the rainbow never fades, Qingzi's lyrics have already told us that no one will be with you forever. Wowo, has someone hurt Qingzi? How can she write such sorrowful lyrics? Wife, look at me. I will treat you well for a lifetime. Just broke up from a long-distance relationship and saw this. Is Douyin trying to kill me? Crying. Hello Qingzi, I am Lu Minghong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Could you please check your DMs? Why are you up there again? In the comments of Breath Determines, I can't believe I practiced this song all night and got kicked out of my house by my mom. Crying, me too. My mom said if I can't sing other people's songs I shouldn't sing at all. Oh, be careful, they sue you. Ha ha ha, my real mom. This song really captures the atmosphere. I love it. 1. Hello Qingzi, I am Lu Minghong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Could you please check your DMs? No. Are you ever going to stop? In the comments of Mermaid, legend has it that you are willing to be stranded for love? Little cat with a microphone shouting loudly. JPG, wow, is it really worth it to reach such heights? I feel Qingzi's voice is so clean, it's amazing. I can't imagine how beautiful Qingzi would be if she became a mermaid. Slurp slurp drooling. Hello Qingzi, I am Lu Minghong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Could you please check your DMs? Wow, you really are persistent. You up there are pretty much the same as comments are everywhere in every comment section. In the comments of Alaska Bay, he seems to not love me anymore. To forget someone, first forget their shortcomings. To fall in love with someone, one must embrace both their strengths and weaknesses. Cried, why did I have to scroll through this song at 3 in the morning? My girlfriend is having her last chemotherapy tomorrow. God, please bless her. Yesterday my first love sent me a wedding invitation and asked if I wanted to go. I asked why she invited me. Oh, she said I promised her I would see her in a wedding dress. What a pity I can't help her wear it. This song really made me cry, and I cried reading the comments too. Hello Qingzi, I am Lu Minghong from Gongchuang Entertainment. Could you please check your DMs? Mu Cheng scrolled through these comments, observing the laughter, sadness, and empathy of the netizens, her heart filled with mixed emotions. After calming her emotions, she went to the bathroom to wash up and changed into a new outfit. With nothing much to do today, she decided to return home to wash some clothes. Moreover, among the numerous messages she had just seen, she noticed 2 tenants mentioned wanting to renew their leases. She needed to go back to write receipts and such. This was her first time collecting rent in 2 lifetimes, and Mu Cheng on the Cat-Tooth live streaming platform. As one of the largest live streaming platforms on the internet ever since the great master went to Douyin. The top streamer here became Huada. At this moment this guy was in the studio he rented in the Magic City, adjusting his equipment, preparing to start his journey of ranking up today. However, when hearing Huada boastful words, the fans scoffed. Come on, if a chicken can rank up, then even a pig, after all, being ranked 1800 as a war god, means whoever gets matched with him is out of luck. However, today's bullet screen was somewhat different from usual. The atmosphere of the bullet screen, which used to be filled with ridicule, now had a lot of sour comments, making Huada a bit puzzled. What's wrong with you all? For a moment, not mocking him felt a bit unusual. Huada clicked into the game loading page while watching the barrage, until he saw a few scattered words mixed with lemons. Only then did he finally understand. It turned out that this group of guys was sending him heart-throbbing messages about sour oranges. Ha ha ha. Oh, you can't be envious, there's nothing to be done, it's all about personal charm. Huada confidently flicked his hair. The smile on his face stretched almost to the back of his ears. He used to be mocked by these irritating fans for not having female fans or romantic appeal, but now he had to prove his prowess to the netizens. Just like this round, he was going to carry the whole team with his bomb cat Happy Sheep. Art is like an explosion. Defeat. As his side's blue crystal exploded, the screen displayed the word failure. Huada felt like he was about to crack. What are these teammates doing? I had 4 kills in the early game, and we still lost. The angry Earth Chicken slammed his phone down hard. His phone was slammed on the table like a vegetable knife, chopping and dicing. When his anger subsided a little, he leaned helplessly against the chair. This scene brought a familiar feeling to the fans. Laughter filled the screen. Many netizens mocked Huada. Can you do it, skinny dog? Sigh, it's meaningless to play like this. Huada casually scrolled past those bullet comments, shaking his head. The current king environment is too poor. If it weren't for my teammates constantly throwing, I could easily carry this round. To be honest, let's not talk about anything else. In this kind of Star Glory match, Earth Chicken still had some skills. His last teammates were indeed too terrible. In the early game, he got a triple kill and 4 kills, establishing a great rhythm, only to have his teammates lose points crazily in the mid-game. However, if he wasn't playing King, Hwada didn't know what else to do. His profession was a game streamer. Although he had become the #1 on the Cat Tooth platform, the restrictions were not so few. But he wouldn't know anything else. Going back to the heart-throbbing little house. It was just past noon. He had just asked the assistant to order takeout, and probably no one was at the little house, right? Brothers, how about we check out the dance area? After thinking it over, this was the only thing that could help Hwada relax. After all, dancing can cultivate sentiments. Upon hearing this, the barrage in the live stream instantly became lively. Let's go, I want to see AI me. What AI me? Isn't it better to watch Xiao Yuan? Childlike face and so on, side-eye smile. Ahem, I still think Dong Dong looks better with her long legs. A portion of the fans was very excited. They were very familiar with the dance streamers in Cat Tooth. They gave suggestions of LSP. However, among those bullet comments about watching beautiful streamers, another portion of comments stood out. What dance streamer is as good looking as Orange? Exactly, watching these is not as good as watching Douyin edited videos. Whoa, Orange is not in the little house, it's so boring, I don't know what my wife is doing. She must be looking for a quiet place to write songs. After all, a song of such high quality must take a long time. By the way, Earth Chicken, you haven't listened to Orange's songs, hurry up and check it out. Hwada was taken aback by this sudden barrage from a fan. Others also had their eyes opened. Instantly the barrage surged even more. Everyone urged Hwada to search for a Douyin account called A Orange. Hwada and those unsuspecting viewers were puzzled as to why so many people were recommending this Douyin account. Thinking there was nothing else to do while waiting for takeout, Hwada simply followed the fan's suggestion and started searching right in front of them. At first he thought it would be a blogger editing Orange's videos. But unexpectedly, as soon as he searched, he heard the sound of waves by the sea along with a piano accompaniment that was inexplicably melancholic and oppressive. The two combined. It was as if he could see a dim seaside with a girl walking into the depths. Oh heaven, can't you see how much I love her? Why are you trying to tear apart two people who clearly love each other? Mu Cheng's singing voice came through the screen, reaching Hwada and all the fans in the live stream. Suddenly the barrage seemed to clear out in large swathes. Hwada himself also silently stopped his hands. He closed his eyes and listened intently. In the song, the girl's voice was still so gentle and pleasant, ethereal and clean. Yet he felt loneliness and sadness along with an indescribable pain. Could this be Orange's own story? She was clearly so cheerful and lively. As Hwada listened slowly, Mu Cheng's graceful figure unconsciously floated in his mind, her every glance and smile looking absolutely stunning. It was the girl who had stunned him when he first met her. In Magic City, in a certain upscale community, Mu Cheng returned home first, placing her clothes in the washing machine for cleaning. Her intimate garments were placed into a washing bag. It was said online that intimate clothing needed to be hand-washed to be clean, but in reality hand-washing could never compare to a washing machine. Moreover, Mu Cheng lived alone, so she didn't mind. After all, her washing machine was a combined washer and dryer, so she could just take them out and hang them up once dry. Done. The girl clapped her small hands, first putting the clean clothes into her bag. Then she opened WeChat to contact the tenant. Hello, I just got home, are you in the house? Ah, okay. The other party said they would come up, so Mu Cheng pressed the intercom at her house to notify the property below to help swipe the card. Yes, her building has one household per floor. A card swipe is required to go up. And this tenant came from the Soon it was not even noon yet, and the tenant's lease renewal was completed. The other party signed a 1-year contract and directly paid a quarter of the rent, which was $15,000 a month, totaling $45,000. As for utilities, Mu Cheng was too lazy, so she let the tenant handle them. After all, she didn't need to rely on this to make money off the tenants. After finishing the lease renewal for one tenant, the girl ordered takeout on her phone, not wanting to go out to eat in this hot weather. Ding dong. That beautiful landlord, you're back, right? I want to renew my lease. Another tenant, who contacted her this morning, also replied. It was an aunt. The girl softly replied with a voice message. Yes, Annie, I'm home now. Is it convenient for you to come and sign the contract? Convenient, convenient. The other party nodded, eagerly smiling cheerfully. Then Mu Cheng let her press the elevator button for the 21st floor A1. That way Mu Cheng could also help her swipe the elevator card directly at home. Moments later, the doorbell rang. The aunt arrived quite quickly. Auntie. The girl smiled, gently greeted her, and invited her in. The aunt looked at Mu Cheng and cheerfully said, Long time no see, beautiful landlord, you're still so pretty. When signing the contract, the aunt was very straightforward and directly signed for 2 years. She also mentioned that her son would be working at the branch in Magic City next month. Conveniently, he would be living here. As the landlord, Mu Cheng found it necessary to be aware of the tenant's personnel changes, so she didn't mind. After signing the contract, she smiled sweetly at the aunt and said, All right, wish you a pleasant life, thank you, beautiful landlord. The aunt chuckled and suddenly asked casually, You're so pretty, have you got a boyfriend yet? Mu Cheng was slightly taken aback and instinctively replied, Not yet. You better hurry up, young people face quite a bit of competition these days. No rush, aunt. The girl felt a bit strange, but still politely replied softly. This aunt wouldn't be trying to introduce her son to her, would she? And this situation wasn't unprecedented. Earlier this year, Mu Cheng's cousin sister tried to matchmake her brother with Mu Cheng, but she never expected that during the new year Mu Cheng didn't even visit her home. This led to her cousin sister constantly messaging her on WeChat. The girl was completely speechless and directly blocked her. At this moment, as Mu Cheng recalled this incident, she felt that her previous self was quite. Thai pants are spicy. After making small talk with the tenant, Aunt Mu Cheng sent her off and put away the contract. Just then her pager rang. The property downstairs said there was a delivery addressed to Building 7, 21st floor A1A, and asked Mu Cheng if it was hers. Yes, it is. All right, Miss Mu will bring it up to you right away. Indeed, the delivery and courier services in this community were all managed by the property. After all, the property fee of $200,000 a year wasn't given for free. She enjoyed a delightful lunch. I must say the quality of this 5-star restaurant is consistently stable, just like the taste when Mu Cheng dined there last time. In the afternoon, with nothing much to do, Mu Cheng just stayed at home to tend to her flowers, feed some koi fish, and occasionally opened her Douyin account to check the comments. In just one morning, her top video Sunny Day had already received 5 million likes with comments exceeding 100. Meanwhile, the lowest One Breath Decides had only just crossed 1 million likes with comments in the tens of thousands. Many internet celebrities and entertainment companies were aggressively seeking Mu Cheng. Her Douyin backend was flooded with private messages. It was just that Mu Cheng hadn't bothered to respond. Around 4 in the afternoon, the girl who had fallen asleep on the sofa lazily yawned, her hair casually falling to one side. She didn't know when her phone had already fallen on the carpet. Picking it up, she glanced at it. The platinum bracelet shimmering under the light dangled from Mu Cheng's delicate fair wrist. The girl shook her small hand and flung it back onto her arm. It's 4 o'clock. Perhaps just waking up, her voice sounded soft and mellow. Mu Cheng murmured to herself and thought for a moment. She decided to get up and tidy up to prepare to return to the small house. By the way, she could also go to the supermarket to buy some ingredients and ask everyone if they wanted to have hot pot. For someone who has never cooked in 2 lifetimes, hot pot is the simplest dish. Moreover, it's delicious. The main thing is, Mu Cheng is very good at preparing hot pot dipping sauces. Thinking of food, the girl instantly became much more alert, hurriedly getting up to freshen herself up in the bathroom. In the end, feeling lazy, she simply put on a baseball cap before heading out. No need to do her hair. Back to the small house. Mu Cheng drove from home, first stopping at a gas station, and then went to the supermarket on her way back to the small house. Hello, do you have a membership card? No, all right, that will be 1,030. The cashier looked at the large pile of items packed into 2 oversized bags, somewhat hesitant. She wanted to ask the beautiful girl if she needed help, but unexpectedly, the next moment, Mu Cheng easily lifted the 2 large bags. Cashier. Luckily, she didn't say anything, almost turning into a clown. But she was also quite surprised. How could this stunning girl be so strong? Around 5 o'clock, almost 6, when Mu Cheng parked outside the Heartbeat small house carrying 2 big bags of ingredients back, someone had already returned to room 701. Hello, Wang Halong, who was busy working in the living room, turned his head instantly upon hearing the voice, his eyes lighting up. He smiled and said, Hello, Chingzi, you're back so early today. As he spoke, he also noticed the 2 bags. He hurriedly got up to help. Let me carry that for you. Thank you, the girl smiled, sweetly, not refusing since they were all going to eat together. She curiously asked, Have you been at home? No, I just got back a little while ago, and I had an impromptu meeting earlier dealing with some matters. Then you should focus on your work first, so I can handle this. It's fine, it's not busy right now. All right. Seeing Wang Halong so enthusiastic, Mu Cheng didn't say much. The 2 of them carried the items to the kitchen. The girl opened the refrigerator, squatting down to put some items that needed freezing at the bottom. Wang Halong subconsciously glanced down. He noticed the girl's collar was tightly fitted. Even her well-developed figure was concealed under a mysterious loose white knitwear, making it impossible to see the scenery inside. Someone silently thought it was a pity. Many LSP viewers in the live broadcast room also expressed regret. However, some netizens were frowning, feeling that Wang Halong seemed a bit lewd. In fact, it wasn't just them. Even several guests in the observation room exchanged glances silently. Teacher, he subtly changed the topic. Last night, Wayne, Wang Halong's English name, sent a heartwarming message to Xiao Xiao. Do you think he would still be interested? I think it's uncertain. Chengzi's charm is too great. Wang Yinlin cooperatively chuckled. Everyone nodded. Meng Zi's eyes seemed to sparkle as she exclaimed, She's really beautiful, like a masterpiece of Nuwa. Even Meng Zi, who usually narcissistically admired her own beauty, couldn't help but marvel. One can imagine how stunning Mu Cheng was. The comments in the live broadcast room were filled with agreement. Chengzi, so beautiful. In the Heartbeat small house, Mu Cheng placed the ingredients in the refrigerator and slowly stood up, while Wang Halong hurriedly averted his gaze. He pretended to be surprised and joked, Chengzi, did you buy so many things because you're planning to cook tonight? I was thinking of having hot pot. The girl smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Wang Halong seemed a bit surprised. Hot pot sounds great. I wonder if the others want to eat it. I'll ask everyone when they come back. Mu Cheng thought that no one could refuse hot pot, washed her hands, and casually said, You keep busy, while go check room 702 to see if anyone is back. Sure. Wang Helong nodded with a smile. As the door of room 701 was pushed open, the girl's silhouette gradually disappeared from Wang Helong's sight. The living room was left with a lingering, pleasant fragrance, and a person who was not in the mood to work. The computer seemed to no longer attract his attention. On the other side, Mu Cheng had already walked to the small courtyard of room 702, stepping onto the cobblestone path. Her gaze lingered on the swing, feeling a bit tempted, but she decided to play later. The girl was in a good mood, humming a tune, her beautiful eyes hiding a hint of a bright smile. Today, Mu Cheng wore a loose white knitted sweater paired with gray sweatpants, simple yet refreshing. Her slender waist was concealed by the waistband of the pants. This made her appear particularly youthful and lively. Adding a baseball cap, to be honest, one might think she was just starting college or was still a high school student. The audience in the live stream would choose to believe it. She looked too young. Knock knock. Mu Cheng knocked on the door of the small house at 702 twice. Without waiting for someone to answer, she pushed the door open and walked in. Hello. The girl looked around, checking if Wang Yuchen, who was outside on the terrace, heard the sound and hurried out. She was pleasantly surprised to see Mu Cheng. I bought a lot of things and am preparing to make hot pot. Do you want to come over and eat together tonight? Mu Cheng blinked her eyes and smiled gently. Wang Yuchen was taken aback for a moment, then her eyes brightened and she nodded without hesitation. Sure, I bought some asparagus and lotus roots, so that would be perfect to bring over. As she spoke, she jogged into the kitchen. Seeing this, Mu Cheng did not follow her, and standing at the door. She was too lazy to put on shoe covers for such a trivial matter, but not wearing them would dirty the floor. Moments later, Wang Yuchen came out holding 2 bags of asparagus and lotus roots. Let's go, Chingzi. Okay, the 2 girls exchanged smiles. They were quite enthusiastic about eating hot pot. As they walked, the 2 girls chatted. I saw your singing video online, Chingzi. You are amazing. The songs you wrote are so beautiful. When it came to this, Wang Yuchen was a bit excited. She really liked those 6 songs. Even today, she was promoting them to her colleagues at work. Mu Cheng smiled with her eyes curved. Thank you. As a musician, I'd like to interview you now. Which song do you like the most? The girl said seriously. Wang Yuchen was 3 years older than her, so calling her sister was not inappropriate. However, Mu Cheng was unaware. The word sister was so sweet that it almost melted Wang Yuchen's heart. Can she call her that a few more times? Cough cough. Knowing this girl was joking, Wang Yuchen also followed her lead and thought seriously on. I particularly like the song Breath Determines, but the pitch is too high for me to sing. It was indeed a helpless situation. She had practiced that song in the company restroom today. Colleagues outside thought someone was killing a pig. They almost called the police. Wang Yuchen shared this embarrassing incident, which made Mu Cheng unable to hold back and burst into laughter. But on the other hand, it was evident that Wang Yuchen's personality was very easygoing and cheerful, the kind that loves to joke. Mu Cheng enjoyed being around such girls. It was not exhausting. Unlike those girls' dormitories online, where 8 girls have 10 groups. It was like a pack. The 2 girls chatted and laughed, quickly arriving at 701. At this time, Wang Helong had already stopped working, washing the ingredients for the hot pot in the kitchen. He saw Wang Yuchen and smiled. Are you the only one in the small house? It's fine, I left a little note. They'll come over when they return. Oh, clever. Wang Helong gave a thumbs up, set aside the washed vegetables, wiped his hands and smiled. Since our chef is here, I won't embarrass myself. Wang Yuchen's profession is a food blogger. This was known by everyone during last night's gathering in the 2 small houses. Chingzi, can I play your song? Sure, great. Wang Yuchen was very happy to receive confirmation. She had a habit of playing some music while cooking, which made the cooking process more relaxing. After all, as a food blogger, the dishes she made were not only for herself to eat, but also to present to her online followers. However, Wang Yuchen's current video content was more related to store exploration. Cooking by herself had decreased significantly. At this moment, upon hearing the conversation between the 2 girls, Wang Helong nearby was somewhat curious and interested, playing Chengzi's song. Chengzi, you sing. Oh, Mu Cheng blinked, her beautiful eyes seeming a bit proud. Wang Yuchen and she exchanged a knowing glance, both unable to help but smile. Then Wang Jie smiled mysteriously and said, You'll know when you listen. It's so good it'll make you pregnant, I tell you. So amazing. At first, Wang Helong did not believe it. He thought it might sound good, as Chengzi's voice was already very nice. But to say it was so good it would make someone pregnant was too much. However, hey, why so bad? Fell in love so deeply in just 2 days, as if true love, I tell you. Hey, is there love today? When the girl's ethereal, yet slightly lazy and tempting voice emerged, Wang Helong's eyes widened instantly. This completely exceeded his expectations. Especially when the line "Is there love today" was sung, he seemed to see Mu Cheng playfully winking. Her beautiful eyes carried a sense of laziness, yet also a hint of allure. Wang Helong turned to look at Mu Cheng, only to find that the scene he imagined was merely in his mind. In reality, the girl did not make any movements. She was just quietly preparing the dipping sauce for the hot pot. Her back turned to the 2. Have you been dumped again? Still saying it's hard to find true love? I want you to confess all your dirty deeds now. Oh, only then will I hear your confession. The song continued, and Wang Yuchen glanced at Wang Helong, who was already entranced and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Now how could he not be captivated by Chengzi? Especially this song Breath Determines was intentionally played by her. Not to mention that she inherently liked this song. The most important thing was, Mu Cheng's vocal tone in this song was simply stunning. It was the kind that was filled with youthful mischief, making one feel like falling in love. Both charming to girls and boys. Look, Wang Helong right now was truly falling head over heels in love. In the observation room, the audience watching every move in the kitchen from a god's eye perspective had a clear view. However, although the camera captures Wang Helong's funny expression, making people want to laugh, in reality the onlookers in the observation room are thinking about something else. Chun Yi looked at Xian Ling and curiously asked, "For you singers, is this song written by Chengzi considered good?" Meng Ziyi quietly added, "I think it's very nice." Xian Ling smiled sweetly and nodded in agreement. "It's definitely very good, she's amazing. Moreover, not just this song, I have listened to Chengzi's other songs as well. The lyrics and melodies are all exceptionally crafted, and her singing skills are stable. When I listened to these songs, I sent them to a few teachers in the industry, and they said that Sunny Day and Mermaid absolutely possess the strength to win a Golden Melody Award. And Luzhou Moon has a more ancient style with a lot of charm." A Chinese professor believes that many of the lyrics from this song could be included in a literature textbook. Xian Ling spoke at length, overflowing with praise for Mu Cheng, because she was astonished when she first heard the songs written by the girl. She was so taken aback that she immediately downloaded the video and asked the music teachers she collaborated with for help in writing lyrics and melodies. To her surprise, everyone unanimously expressed that Mu Cheng has a bright future in music. Just one song, Sunny Day, vividly demonstrated her prowess in lyricism and composition. Furthermore, Luzhou Moon broke many people's perceptions of traditional songs, showing that she could craft such. All four of the other songs were equally well written and did not lag behind the first two. Whether in lyrics or melody, Mu Cheng has her own unique understanding. It's just that this girl is quite different from most singers. Her style is incredibly versatile. Yet it is precisely because of this that Xian Ling is even more amazed by her talent. At this moment, after listening to Xian Ling's lengthy commentary, many viewers in the live broadcast room gasped in astonishment. The audience in the live broadcast room seemed fine, but the guests present were truly taken aback. After all, being in the entertainment industry, they know how difficult it is to create a song that is deemed a golden melody. It's not just about writing good lyrics and melodies, the popularity has to be there as well. Not to mention, both of these golden melody songs come from the same person, with Mu Cheng handling the lyrics, composition, arrangement, and singing all by herself. This girl is simply a prodigy. To be honest. At this moment, teacher, he suddenly smiled helplessly and said, "I just got out of bed today, and my phone was bombarded with calls from many friends in the entertainment industry asking for Chengzi's contact information. They must want to invite Chengzi to debut, right? I understand. If I were the owner of a company, I would also want to see such a talent." Everyone shared a knowing smile. Dong Fangxiang looked at teacher He and couldn't help but ask, "Did you give it to them?" "No, I don't know Chengzi's contact information. But I told them that our director knows." As he spoke, teacher He suddenly changed the topic, a sly smile spreading across his face. Everyone burst into laughter. Teacher He smiled gently, saying, "Just wait and see. I estimate that it won't be long before Chengzi might just become one of us in the industry." Although the program Heartthrob invites only amateur guests, it doesn't mean that one cannot partially become a celebrity. Moreover, Mu Cheng is currently only releasing songs. She hasn't officially debuted yet. Now, not only the guests in the observation room are laughing, but even the viewers in the live broadcast room are filled with anticipation. Come on, let's continue watching. It seems that someone has returned to the small house again. Alright. Everyone quickly put on their headphones and turned their attention back to the large screen in front of them. In the Heartthrob small house. Just as discussed in the observation room, someone has indeed returned. However, it was not anyone from room 701. It was Meow Meow from room 702. Heartfelt cabin 701 kitchen. I can get used to long distance. Love is always beyond control. AD rather change the way to love you from afar. Love can. Mu Cheng's song played on repeat, now entering its second round. As the original singer, Mu Cheng also slightly parted her red lips, silently singing along, while casually helping Meow Meow tie a cute apron from behind. This scene brought a subtle smile to the lips of many viewers in the live stream, especially considering Mu Cheng's height of 172 centimeters. Meow Meow at 163 centimeters surprisingly appeared somewhat petite and adorable, which was delightful to see, especially with Meow Meow's seemingly demure demeanor now adorned with a hint of shyness. Ah, sweet, isn't it? Perhaps the show's director didn't expect that in this season's dating show Mu Cheng's pairing would be. Moreover, she was not the first. There was also Liang Xiaowei. On the other side of the kitchen counter, Wang Helong watched the scene with a tinge of envy. He too wanted to wear an apron. Unfortunately, he lacked the confidence that Mu Cheng would help him. It might just end up being sigh. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, there was a commotion outside. "Wow, so many of you are here." It was Eugene. Seeing the bustling kitchen, he expressed his surprise, saying hello. The others greeted him with smiles. Wang Helong finally sighed in relief. Oh, at least a boy had come back, so he wouldn't be left alone. After all, with several girls busy, it wouldn't be good for him to just walk away. Staying put, he didn't know how to join in either. He could only watch Mu Cheng enjoying the view while searching for conversation. Eugene's arrival made the girls in the kitchen look up, especially Meow Meow, who despite feeling a bit reserved occasionally stole glances at him. She wondered if Eugene would guess that she was the one who sent the heart-fluttering message last night. I bought some fruits on my way. Eugene placed his bag down and brought over a bag, smiling as he asked, "Why so many things tonight?" At this moment, the preparation area was filled with well-prepared ingredients. A glance at it was quite stunning: lotus slices, asparagus, mushrooms, beautifully plated snowflake beef, and various dipping sauces. Mu Cheng said, "We are having hot pot tonight. Most of these are her purchases," Wang Helong replied with a smile. At that moment, Wang Yuqing jokingly retorted, "Hey, I contributed too." This implied, "Don't just see Mu Cheng in your eyes." The girl, who seemed to be called out, pretended not to understand and kept silent. However, Meow Meow had a slight smile at the corners of her mouth, secretly enjoying herself. But she didn't get to enjoy it for long. When Eugene came over to wash the fruits, Mu Cheng suddenly whispered in her ear, "Let's switch places. I need to use the pot over here." Mu Cheng looked at her innocently but playfully winked. "Or did you think I meant something else?" Meow Meow's face immediately turned slightly red, and she didn't dare to speak. The two girls quickly switched places. Now it was her next to Eugene, with Wang Yuqing and Meow Meow sandwiched between Mu Cheng. Fortunately, the kitchen was spacious enough, otherwise 4 people wouldn't fit. "I see now, Mu Cheng deliberately gave her spot to Meow Meow, didn't she? Haha, why does it feel like she's munching on popcorn? So funny. While others come to the dating show for love, this girl just eats and snacks, while also writing songs on the side. I love this kind of Mu Cheng. Keep it up, don't get into a relationship. Otherwise I will cry, boo-hoo." The younger sister is also so cute. Her face turned red when they switched places. At this moment, the few people in the heartfelt cabin were unaware. A small act of switching places caused a stir in the live stream's comments. Mainly because Mu Cheng's intentions were too obvious. Not only could they see it, but Meow Meow, as part of the situation, could feel it too. "I've got my side ready, Meow Meow. Please keep an eye on the fire. Turn it off when the soup boils." "Okay, do you all want to eat blueberries?" Just as Mu Cheng and Meow Meow finished speaking, Eugene aptly handed over a plate with freshly washed blueberries. "Thank you," the girl softly said, with her eyes crinkling in a smile, not being polite. She casually grabbed a few and slipped out. She intended to lower her presence and find a place to watch the fun. In fact, Mu Cheng had noticed when Eugene returned. Meow Meow was frequently stealing glances at him. So, that's why she later switched places. However, sometimes, even if a girl wants to lower her presence, she doesn't realize that charm and allure are inexplicable. Just like Mu Cheng, who wore very simple sweatpants and a knit top. Yet she looked so beautiful, making others unconsciously want to shift their gaze. Click, the door of the cabin was pushed open. Xinjia returned as well. "It smells so good. What are you all cooking that smells so delightful?" Her mouth watered at the enticing aroma. Who understands having spent over an hour returning home after work only to smell such tempting scents? "We're having hot pot tonight," Mu Cheng said with a mouthful of blueberries, somewhat unclear. Xinjia's eyes lit up in surprise. "Wow, you all prepared such a feast." Looking at the kitchen's ingredients, her eyes seemed to sparkle. "Friends of 701, I have arrived. What are you all up to?" Perhaps around 7 o'clock, when most people were finishing work. In no time, as everyone helped move things to the dining table, the remaining few, except for Lin, had all returned. Huada and Jiang Juanhan, noticing the sticky note in 702, quickly came over to snag a meal. With more people, more space was needed. Thankfully, Wang Yuqing was quite foresight and used 2 pots to boil the soup base. Otherwise, there wouldn't be enough space. "How about we not wait any longer? Let's eat and leave a bit for Ae," Wang Helong suggested, after Ae referring to Lin Yi. To avoid sounding too unfamiliar when calling each other, they introduced their nicknames or names that were easier to say on the first day they met. For instance, Mu Cheng is called Cheng Zi, Chenjia is called Jia Jia, and Liang Xiao Wei is called Xiao Xiao. At this moment, hearing Wang Helong's words, everyone felt somewhat tempted, mainly because they were quite hungry. "Then let's eat quickly, dig in. Huaga, give me a meatball." "Sure thing." Once one person moved, everyone instantly sprang into action, eagerly tossing their desired items into the pot. Mu Cheng had bought several packs of hot pot base today. Besides the spicy broth, there was also a mushroom broth and a tomato broth, all made with her ingredients and seasoning packets. As the chopsticks of the crowd began to move, a rich aroma of the soup base spread throughout the Heartbeat Cottage. Spicy hot pot, mushroom hot pot, tomato soup pot. In the backstage of the program, the PD intentionally operated the camera to give close-ups of several pots. This instantly caused many viewers in the live stream to swallow hard. They were swallowing saliva madly. It looked too delicious. Especially for those still at work, who were goofing off, they were practically going crazy. What a test for the crew who can withstand this temptation. I wonder if the PD was also tempted. Gradually, the camera shifted from the hot pot to Mu Cheng, who was sitting at the edge. The girl had a natural face without any makeup. Her exquisite features appeared even more captivating. Occasionally, she listened to her friends chatting around her, while also displaying a beautiful smile. This scene made some netizens swallow again, feeling that she was even more appealing than the hot pot. Brothers, I can't even imagine how good it would be to hold Chungzi while eating hot pot. Cowered upstairs, I dare to imagine. Whoa, with a cursed production team, that's my wife, why are you staring at her? Honestly, if I could marry Chungzi, I would happily eat hot pot every day. Well, I'm different, I want to drive Chungzi's big G and live in her house. Alright. You want to take advantage, huh? Damn. I can't take it anymore, I want to eat hot pot too. The atmosphere in the live stream was lively while in the Heartbeat Cottage. It was also filled with laughter and joy. Mu Cheng, who didn't like spicy food much, had a inyang pot with tomato and mushroom soup. All ingredients were picked up with public chopsticks. After all, there were too many people. They had only known each other for a few days and weren't very familiar. However, halfway through the meal, Lin Yi, who was working overtime, finally returned just in time for the second half of the Here, freshly washed, sitting closest to the kitchen, Mu Cheng kindly helped Lin Yi get chopsticks and a plate, gently explaining, I took them back earlier to avoid getting dipping sauce on them. This small gesture instantly warmed Lin Yi's heart. He smiled and said, thank you. With so much delicious food, I don't know where to start, what should I do? Lin Yi made. Hearing this, Qin Jiao pointed to the shrimp balls in front of her, smiling. I have some cooked here, why don't you try it first? Yours looks spicy, I'll do it myself. Then I'll help you put it in the mushroom pot. That's fine, thanks. Lin Yi smiled and found his seat waiting for the shrimp balls to cook. By the way, he also added a little see you tomorrow enoki mushrooms to his plate. A series of crunching sounds filled. It was clear that this kid was really hungry. Jiang Junhan chuckled. Why did you work late? There was too much work today, couldn't catch up. So do you still have work tomorrow since it's the weekend? No, it's a 2-day weekend. Me too. By the way, do you know any good places in Magic City for taking photos? I actually know a few restaurants that are quite nice and the food is good too. Then you Chin send me some pictures later. No problem. Everyone chatted and ate with smiles on their faces. Actually, the production team did not allow guests to exchange personal contact information, at least not until confession night. But sending restaurant locations was no problem. At most, they could forward it through the production team's WeChat. Excuse me, can I interrupt? Just as everyone was finishing up the hot pot, a voice at the door suddenly caught everyone's. Then they were a bit surprised. Because the person who came in was the director of the production team, and his expression was clearly a bit helpless. Is something wrong? Liang Xiao, sitting in a position close to the outside, was the first to quietly ask in confusion. According to her understanding of the program, under normal circumstances the production team would not disturb the guests. Being stared at by 10 people, the director also felt a bit awkward. He waved to Mu Cheng. Chingzi, someone is looking for you, can you come out for a moment? Mu Cheng. The girl was momentarily stunned, then realized, put down her chopsticks, and stood up. Everyone at the dining table was confused. Huada was the first to ask the director, can we follow you? Sure, it wasn't a big deal. It was just someone looking for Mu Cheng. The director nodded. Upon hearing this, everyone hurriedly followed, wanting to see what was going on. Before leaving, Miao Miao didn't forget to turn off the hot pot. At this moment, not only were the people in the Heartbeat Cottage curious, but even the audience in the live stream felt bewildered. Why would someone suddenly want to find Chingzi? Meanwhile, in the observation room, teacher, he had a subtle smile on his face. He already knew who it was. Outside the Heartbeat Cottage, if a drone were filming from above, it would reveal that the original parking lot had already been filled with no less than 10 luxury business cars. It completely blocked the road. Fortunately, the location of the cottage was chosen on the edge of the town for filming. Otherwise, people would be cursing by now. Who is looking for me? Mu Cheng, who followed the director out, was like a curious. The director smiled helplessly and said, didn't you release 6 songs? And you haven't replied to the private messages and emails on Douyin, so those people came directly to find you. Mu Cheng. The girl felt a bit embarrassed, feeling like her laziness had been exposed. Her pretty face flushed slightly. Fortunately, her wide-brimmed hat covered her small face, preventing the audience in the live stream from seeing it. She quickly walked out with the director. Soon she saw outside the small courtyard already standing over a dozen people in suits. There were both men and women. Each was probably representing a company or platform. Chingzi, let me introduce you, this is. The director acted as the intermediary. He was also helpless. Mu Cheng's Douyin account had exploded overnight, with several songs climbing to the hot search and music charts, driving these companies in the entertainment industry crazy. Unable to find the girl herself, they contacted the director through Heartbeat. At first he could withstand the pressure, but later more and more people started seeking him out. In the end, there was no choice but to tell the representatives of these companies that he could help act as an intermediary, but the specifics were up to Mu Cheng to decide. After listening to the self-introductions of the director and the representatives from the entertainment companies, the girl nodded her little head. Among them, there were 8 entertainment companies. 3 of them were heads of music platforms. As for those internet celebrity MCN organizations, none of them showed up. After all, they were not qualified yet. At this moment, the little friends who came out with Mu Cheng were all astonished, their mouths slightly agape as they watched this scene. They had come out from behind, but they roughly understood what had happened. All 8 entertainment companies hoped to sign Mu. The 3 music platforms had a simpler goal. They were just here to buy the copyrights to those 6 songs. Mu Cheng, what do you think? The director asked softly, and added if you join an entertainment company. Some companies do not allow dating and our contract would be terminated early, but don't worry, the production team won't require you to pay a breach of contract fee. Mu Cheng had already brought a huge amount of traffic to the show. The director was not a heartless person. However, if she joined an entertainment company, she would definitely not be part of this dating show anymore, because the company would immediately create the best debut plan for Mu Cheng. The next time she appeared might be in a town. Ding. Please host, start your heart-throbbing choices. Before Mu Cheng could speak, the system in her mind had already. Choice 1. I join one of the entertainment companies, withdraw from the show, and receive the reward of idol-level singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball skills. Choice 2. Sell the song copyrights, reward music library. Choice 3. Reject everyone, on the coolest, reward a queen's whip. No, choices 1 and 2 can be pursued simultaneously. The girl. It was fine at first, but upon hearing the reward for the third choice, this girl couldn't hold back anymore. Why does it feel like this ridiculous system is becoming more and more unserious? After thinking for a moment, Mu Cheng ultimately chose to silently. Mainly because originally she planned to do just that. She wouldn't consider those entertainment companies for now, not only because there were too many restrictions, but also because it would be unfair to the heart-throbbing production team. Furthermore, Mu Cheng's intention was to debut as a singer and become an artist, not an idol. The conditions they offered were merely about how good the resources were paving the way for her future as an idol. But that was not Mu Cheng's choice. Rather, selling the song copyrights to the music platforms was what she wanted to do now, but she had a condition. Outside the heart-throbbing little house, everyone was silent. Quiet. They were all watching this very beautiful girl, waiting for her answer. Several representatives from entertainment companies had already begun to smile. They believed that a girl of this age could not possibly resist the temptation of becoming an idol. But unexpectedly, Mu Cheng slowly shook her head and gently said, sorry, I haven't considered signing with an agency yet. What? Everyone was momentarily stunned. Even the director instinctively paused for a moment. Originally, he thought Mu Cheng was going to withdraw and felt a pang of regret. Unexpectedly, there was a twist. This girl directly rejected them. At that moment, a hint of joy surged in the director's heart. Mu Cheng, are you really not going to reconsider? Our company has come with great sincerity, and the resources we provide in the future will be the best. Your potential is immense. Yes, why don't you take your time to think about it before making a decision? Several people from the companies urged in unison. Clearly, they were anxious. The confidence that was on their faces just a moment ago had vanished. I will think carefully. The girl didn't say anything more this time. She just nodded and smiled gently. Since the other party had given her space, she also had to give a bit of face and not completely shut down the conversation. Upon hearing this, the people from several companies felt a bit helpless, but more of them were still unwilling to give up. After all, Mu Cheng's talent was truly extraordinary. Not only in songwriting. Just showing that stunning face was enough. She was a girl born for the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, she was clearly indicating that she did not want to sign with a company. They had no choice. They couldn't threaten her, could they? That's a joke. Come on, this is a society governed by law. Even a little evidence could ruin you, let alone the fact that this show is still live streaming. Every move they made was under the watchful eyes of netizens. Mu Cheng, please think it over again. Don't decide too quickly. If you have any ideas, you can contact me. Okay, already someone from the entertainment company handed over a business card. Mu Cheng accepted them one by one. They shook their heads, preparing to return and tell the boss this news. They hadn't secured anything. They would see if they could negotiate from other places. Meanwhile, the heads of the 3 music platforms exchanged glances. The representatives from the entertainment companies were leaving. What about them? Were they also going to leave? However, before these people could speak, Mu Cheng smiled and proactively said, are you planning to buy the song copyrights together or separately? Together. Together. Upon hearing this, the heads of the 3 music platforms immediately responded excitedly. Mu Cheng's words were clearly aimed at selling the copyrights. At this moment, the director quickly reacted and said with a smile, why don't you go in and discuss? There's a place to sit in. Sure. Then Mu Cheng will head back first. Over here, seeing the friends who were preparing to negotiate, they greeted each other and planned to leave first. Liang Xiaowei chuckled and teased, if you need our protection, just shout. Okay, the girl squinted her eyes and smiled gently while waving her little hand. Let's go, we haven't cleaned up the hot pot yet. Have you all listened to Mu Cheng's songs? I feel like the internet speed couldn't keep up with me after a day at work. I'll let you listen. I tell you, they are super good. She is so amazing. The crowd chattered as they turned back, but their expressions were still filled with surprise. Having watched so many dating shows, this was the first time they had seen so many entertainment companies come knocking. Moreover, Mu Cheng had rejected them. This had completely refreshed their imagination of dating shows. Soon as the friends returned, only Mu Cheng and the 3 heads of the music platforms remained in the yard. The director had slipped away. However, the PD teacher remained to film. This was requested by the platform people specifically to publicly announce the purchase of song copyrights in front of the live stream. Now that Heartbeat 7 was popular, this kind of announcement was much more effective than them posting multiple Douyin and Moreover, they were just discussing music copyrights. They hadn't signed a contract yet. Mu Cheng, I've brought water for the three. Just as several people had just sat down, suddenly Liang Xiao Wei came out again with several cups of water and placed them on the table. Then she encouraged Mu Cheng softly in her ear, good luck. And then she left. Then let's get started. Since you all came to find me so late, I assume you have prepared many conditions. But I also know that the three of you are quite busy and don't want to waste time. So shall we keep it simple? At a table, Mu Cheng faced three heads of music platforms. The girl lightly blinked her beautiful eyes and spoke gently. Yet she did not appear weak. In that moment, the aura of a business queen enveloped the room. Not only were the three people across from her taken aback by her sudden transformation, but so were the viewers in the live stream. All wore expressions of surprise. How cool. In truth, Mu Cheng's current temperament and confidence were closely tied to the pampering she received from her parents since childhood. As a wealthy young lady from Modu, Mu Cheng's father had always raised her with wealth, introducing her to the lavish lifestyle of the rich from a young age, establishing a trust fund, and allowing her to pursue her favorite hobbies. This is also why, despite achieving over 600 points in her college entrance examination, Mu Cheng chose to attend the drama academy in Modu, because both her parents supported her. Moreover, it didn't stop there. When Mu Cheng was young, watching Ultramantiga like a boy, her parents never told her that girls should watch less of such things. Instead, they smiled and said, when Cheng grows up, how about playing a female Ultramantiga? Okay. The little girl nodded happily. Later, as she grew up, Mu Cheng began to like watching TV dramas and developed a passion for piano and classical dance. Without hesitation, her father bought the most suitable piano for her to learn. Yes, it wasn't the most expensive, but it was the most suitable. On the day Mu Cheng was most excited to learn classical dance, her mother specially invited a female teacher to come. Eventually, this girl made her parents proud. At the age of 12, she passed the piano level 10 examination. At the National Middle School Youth Dance Competition, Mu Cheng also conquered the judges and audience with a classical dance, winning the championship. When picking their daughter up, Mu Cheng's parents didn't even look at the trophy, but instead smiled and said, "You did not disappoint what you love. Great job, Cheng." Yes, the trophy isn't important. Oh, what makes them proud and happy is that Mu Cheng stood on the stage as she wished. Can obtaining these things only require a lot of money? No, it also requires a lot of love. It is also because of this love that the temperament and confidence cultivated in Mu Cheng since childhood made her never like any boy. She is independent, free, and has a very clear self-awareness. When others praise her beauty, she accepts it and she wouldn't be reserved or shy, unaware of her own beauty. Back to the point. Since they genuinely wanted to buy the music rights to Mu Cheng's songs, the three platforms naturally came prepared. Hearing her words, they understood that flattery was useless, so they decided to be sincere. Thus, the manager of Penguin Music directly spoke, smiling. "Chengzi, we at Penguin are willing to buy all the rights to your songs, including the new ones you will release in the future." "So are we." "Right." The other two music platform managers, who had also wanted to say something, could only squeeze out a few short words. There was no way what that guy said were their own words. Mu Cheng smiled lightly. "Then what about the price?" The head of Wang Yiyun Music pondered for a moment and said, "Our company can offer 3,350,000 for 6 songs, with Sunny Day at 1 million, Alaska Bay at 350,000, and the other 4 at 500,000 each. Each song has different copyright prices. Besides how good the song sounds, it also depends on its popularity and potential for future awards." It was clear that Sunny Day was highly regarded by everyone. Not winning an award would be considered suspicious. However, Alaska Bay did not reach the high praise of Wang Yiyun Music. Although Mu Cheng's TikTok video had over 3 million likes, and its popularity was quite good, many netizens had recently begun to cover this song on TikTok. But the people at Wang Yiyun Music studied the lyrics of this song closely. It seemed to be about two girls in love. Moreover, aside from Mu Cheng's beautiful singing, the atmosphere of the song felt rather oppressive, and the lyrics were too straightforward, which diminished its potential for awards. Therefore, considering all factors, Wang Yiyun could only offer 350,000 for the copyright of this song. However, at this moment, the manager of Kugo Music suddenly changed his tone and laughed. "Actually, our company has a similar idea to Wang Yiyun. It's the same price. But since you Chengzi are willing to negotiate with us, we are also willing to be friends with such a beautiful lady, right? 350,000 for a package deal, how about that?" Upon hearing this, Mu Cheng lifted her cup to her lips, gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. She hadn't spoken yet. But at this moment, the two from Penguin Music and Wang Yiyun Music were already cursing inwardly. That dead old man took all the good words, what can they say? Thinking of this, they prepared to quickly remedy the situation. Just as they were about to speak, they didn't expect the girl opposite to suddenly look up and say, "I can lower the copyright fee a bit, but I have one condition." "What condition?" the manager of Penguin Music asked instinctively. To be honest, in business negotiations, such behavior easily puts one at a disadvantage. But he subconsciously knew that for Mu Cheng, sincerity was the killer move. Now the managers of several music platforms were all looking at her. Mu Cheng did not keep them in suspense, revealing a gentle smile. "I hope my songs can be heard for free on your platforms." Everyone was taken aback. The girl continued, I don't lack money, but I feel that if friends who like listening to my songs have to pay to hear them, that isn't the original intention of why I write songs. So my only request is this: the copyright fee can be lower, but the songs must be available for free. Although Mu Cheng's voice remained gentle and pleasant, her tone was particularly serious. In an instant, the managers of several music platforms were silently considering. Allowing free access to songs did not align with their interests. After all, these music platforms made their profits through VIP memberships and star diamonds. However, those songs were really good. Moreover, not to mention anything else, just the fact that Mu Cheng gained 3 million followers on TikTok in one night seemed not to be a loss. Not to mention this girl's talent was so exceptional. What if she released a golden song in the future? Alright, I agree. The copyright fee will not be reduced. Chengzi, your talent deserves it. As the manager of Penguin Music, he was very willing to take a gamble. After all, Penguin was a big company, and losing wouldn't matter. As soon as he finished speaking, the manager of Wang Yun Music nodded. Okay. Finally, there was the person in charge. He was also very straightforward, directly raising his cup and laughing. Just made 10 million in an instant. I've never earned as much as you in all my years at the company, Chengzi. Manager Chen, we are live streaming. Mu Cheng pointed to PD, who seemed to be oblivious, and playfully blinked. Manager Chen. With the negotiation officially concluded, everyone exchanged smiles and lightly clinked their. This confirmed the collaboration. Later, when the contract was sent for signing, that would formally transfer the copyright to these 3 music platform companies. Here, the copyright refers to the rights for promotion and playback on music platforms, not all rights. To be honest, spending over 3 million to acquire the copyrights for these 6 songs is hardly a loss for them. Let's not even mention the quality of these songs. The traffic that Mu Cheng herself can bring is already quite astonishing. They had never seen someone gain 3 million followers overnight right after releasing a new song, and by the end of today, with all the buzz, Mu Cheng's followers had reached 5 million. It's truly terrifying. Then I won't see you off, but take care on your way. No need to see us off, you should head back quickly, or your friends will start to worry soon. Haha, here we are, 3 big men chatting with a little girl. Who wouldn't be anxious? Chengzi, remember to add me on. Alright. Mu Cheng waved her small hand outside the yard, a faint smile gracing her face as she watched their figures fade away. Only then did she turn back, holding a few cups in her hands as she entered the small room. She had earned 10 million. It would be a lie to say she wasn't happy. At the thought of this, the girl's beautiful eyes instantly curved up, gentle and bright, like a crescent moon. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the audience who witnessed their negotiation was utterly dumbfounded. For quite some time, the bullet comments were in a state of silence. Until everyone regained their senses, the comments erupted like a frenzy. Holy crap. In just a few minutes, they made 10 million. Chengzi was so cool just now. Those negotiation eyes and demeanor were simply phenomenal. I'd rather sell fewer copyrights just to let us listen to music for free. I am truly moved. I declare that I am now a diehard fan of Chengzi from being just a fan of her looks. Right, putting looks aside, well, I can't really put them aside. Chengzi is just too beautiful. Hee slurp. Selling 6 songs for 10 million. Coach, I want to learn this. Shut up, upstairs, the coach wants to learn too. So if I marry Chengzi in the future, wouldn't that mean an extra 10 million? Hey, what the hell? A person sitting up in bed was startled awake, proclaiming a shocking realization. Countless viewers in the live broadcast had their mouths agape. Can they still participate in this dating show? The director expressed, not really, choosing to temporarily ignore the seemingly crazed group in the live broadcast room. Mu Cheng returned to the small room with her cup, soon being swarmed by her friends. Did you finish negotiating? How was it? Chengzi, I just listened to your songs. They are all so well written. The crowd chimed in instantly, turning the small room into a noisy market. Mu Cheng chuckled softly. They've already been sold. As soon you can find my songs on QQ Music, NetEase Cloud, and Kugo. Wow. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Liang Xiaowei eagerly approached, saying, Congratulations, Chengzi. Make sure to give me an autograph later. I'm afraid that in the future, I won't even be able to get your autograph. This older sister was acting like a little child at this moment, but she was genuinely happy for Mu Cheng. In her eyes, Chengzi was so beautiful, skilled at writing songs, and had a lovely singing voice. She would undoubtedly be the top star in the entertainment industry. Of course, saying she wanted an autograph was mostly a joke. Perhaps Liang Xiaowei didn't realize yet that her words would later turn into a reality. After chatting with her friends for a bit, Mu Cheng went to the kitchen to wash the cups. At this moment, the dining table and countertops had already been tidied up. The small room had a new ventilation system, leaving no strong smell of hot pot, only the remnants in the trash, proving that everyone had just enjoyed that dinner. Lin Yi, having returned the latest, felt a bit guilty for doing nothing except enjoying a hot pot. She smiled, saying, I'll take the trash out. I'll go with you. I'll also buy an ice cream from the dessert station. Chen Jia suddenly added. Alright, let's go. Lin Yi glanced back at Mu Cheng. Seeing her unresponsive, she could only sigh slightly in her heart. Soon after, only 6 people remained in the small room as Wang Yuchen and Zhang Junhan had left just as Mu Cheng returned. Huada and Miao Miao, however, stayed behind to chat. 701 is really lively right now. Oh, everyone likes to hang out here. In the observation room, Wang Yinlin couldn't help but chuckle. Chun Yi immediately shot him a glance, grinning. Well, who do you think is in 701? Chengzi. Meng Zi excitedly answered. It felt like this woman had already become Mu Cheng's number one. Everyone shared a knowing smile. Xi and Ling, sitting on the sofa, softly suggested, how about we go eat hot pot after work? She's craving it. The observation room finishes work around 11 at night. There's still hot pot to be had. In July, the weather in the Magic City is still quite cool at night. Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei returned to their room, with the girl tossing her hat off. With a swift motion, it flew onto her own bed. This action was quite stylish, causing Liang Xiaowei's eyebrows to raise slightly. She took a deep breath, rubbing her neck. Tomorrow is finally the weekend. I can finally get a good night's sleep. During these days in the Heartbeat house, she had been waking up at 7. There was no other way. The workplace was in the urban area of the Magic City. Even though there were buses provided by the program team to take for free, it still took nearly an hour. Commuting was such a hassle. With a 9 o'clock start, she had to wake up 2 hours earlier, which was quite exhausting. If we follow the program team's schedule, there might be some activities to do tomorrow. Mu Cheng was tidying her hair, then she turned to Liang Xiaowei, a hint of a smile flashing in her beautiful eyes. Liang Xiaowei was slightly taken aback. No way. Chengzi, how do you know? Intuition, a girl's sixth sense, is often quite accurate, especially when it comes to love. The very moment you think of something in your heart, perhaps something has already happened. The two girls looked at each other in silence. Liang Xiaowei let out a soft whimper, wondering if the lovely Saturday was going to look for seaweed again. Ding dong, ding dong. Just as they were both lost in their thoughts, their phones rang. Both of their phones vibrated slightly at the same time. Mu Cheng sat in front of the makeup mirror, curiously opening WeChat. Her slightly messy hair fell haphazardly over her arms, giving off a fragmented sense of beauty. However, before she could clearly see the content of the message, her expression turned to shock. The girl parted her red lips slightly. First heart-throbbing date. That's right, the first heart-throbbing date has arrived, my friends. In the observation room, teacher, he laughed. Since it was a dating show, how could the program team not arrange a date for the weekend? And now it has arrived. The first heart-fluttering date. The audience in the live stream was momentarily stunned before bursting into excitement. Wow, the date has finally arrived. If we were to discuss which segment of the dating reality show is most beloved, it would undoubtedly be the guest dates. Many dates from various romance reality shows have become legendary moments that everyone talks about. For instance, the encounters between Neng Neng and sister-in-law, as well as the couples from the 5th and 6th seasons. Although some of these couples have since parted ways, it is undeniable that the iconic dates of these pairs remain vividly etched in the memories of viewers to this day. Therefore, they are extremely eager for the dates of this season's Heartbeat 7. And now it has finally arrived. The observation room. Watching the barrage of comments flood the screen like wild horses running free, everyone could empathize with the excitement on their faces. Let's stick to our usual practice and connect first. Teacher, he brought out the familiar small blackboard, speaking in a gentle tone with a smile. As a veteran of the show Heartbeat, Meng Zi couldn't help but curiously ask, what are the rules for this date? Each season of Heartbeat has different rules for each date. Just like the Heartbeat cabins last season had a 3-story house, while this season features 2 small cabins, 701 and 702. So Meng Zi was also at a loss. It's like this. This time we are divided into 3 dating groups, with the girls drawing lots first, and then the boys choosing which group to join. Group 1 and Group 2 each have 2 girls and 2 boys, while Group 3 consists of 1 girl and 1 boy. Teacher, he explained with a smile. Everyone nodded, indicating that they understood. It's quite simple. In simpler terms, there are 2 groups of 4 and 1 group of 2. Then it depends on who gets lucky enough to pair up with someone they have feelings for in an unknown. Xi and Ling smiled sweetly. Professor Chen Ming then remarked, well, most of the boys hope that the unknown is with Chengzi. It's possible. Dongfang Xiang immediately nodded, a smile appearing on his lips. That was the kind of scene he... Then, teacher, he... Chun Yi suddenly raised her hand to indicate she had a question. Everyone turned to look at her, and teacher, he curiously asked, what is it? It's just that we are connecting now, but we don't know how the girls are grouped for the date. Is the difficulty level really that high this time? Oh, if we were to guess blindly now, the chances of winning would be practically 0. After all, who can know how lucky the girls are? What if Chengzi ends up in Group 3? And what if it's some other girl? Upon hearing this, teacher, he gave a reassuring smile, saying, don't worry, we will start connecting after the girls draw their lots. Ah, then that's good. Friends, good luck. This time we must secure that little gold bar. It's starting. The drawing of lots is about to begin. The large screen at this moment. All the girls received a message from the production team and hurried to the announcement area outside the 2 small courtyards. Their small table had already been set up. There were several blind boxes containing figures from the series Iron Armor Little Treasure. Interestingly, the production team was quite thoughtful, even using blind boxes for the draw, effectively gifting each girl a little figure. In Heartbeat Cabin 701, Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei came out of their room and encountered Chun Jia on the first floor. The 3 girls exchanged glances. Are we going out? Let's go. But I have really bad luck. I feel so nervous about drawing lots for the date. I have a way to help you not feel nervous. What is it? Let others draw first, and when it's down to the last one, just take it lightly. If you don't like it, then just go for it. Puffed. Several girls couldn't help but burst into laughter. The atmosphere became quite cheerful. No one seemed eager to rush over to grab the lots. After all, the final decision regarding the date still lay with the boys. In contrast, the girls were only concerned about who was in which group. When Mu Cheng and her two friends pushed open the door to the small courtyard, they realized that Miao Miao and Wang Yuchun from 702 had not yet arrived. So they simply decided to wait. Looking at the several blind boxes quietly sitting on the table, no one made a move. The girls from 701 are so nice, still waiting for those from 702. I suddenly feel unworthy of dating you. I would have rushed to open the blind box by now. Ha ha, me too. I can't hold myself back. The audience in the live stream was also chatting and laughing. After a while, the door to Heartbeat Cabin 702 swung open, and Miao Miao and Wang Yuchun emerged together. Hello, everyone greeted with smiles. Wang Yuchun curiously asked, haven't you all drawn yet? No, we've been waiting. Yuchun, have you showered? Yes, I just saw the message after coming out. Miao Miao has been waiting outside my room. Wang Yuchun seemed a bit embarrassed. Her hair was still slightly damp, clearly not dried yet. Mu Cheng gently suggested, why don't we draw quickly? After that you can hurry back to dry your hair, okay? So how do we draw? How about rock, paper, scissors? Whoever wins draws first. Sounds good. Alright, all the girls had no doubts. It was the fairest way. Thus began a round of rock, paper, scissors. In the end, the result was Miao Miao choosing first, Chen Jia second, Mu Cheng third, Wang Yuchun fourth, and Liang Xiaowei fifth. Chengzi, you really were right. Liang Xiaowei looked at Mu Cheng with a hint of resentment, as she was the last to choose and had no options left. No need to be nervous. The girl gently blinked her eyes, a hint of playfulness showing, I don't know, maybe I'm a lark. No, you have a mouth like a crow. Lark. No one's good intention should be called a crow's mouth in such an unflattering way. The two girls immediately began to bicker. Meanwhile, Miao Miao had already started her selection, picking the blind box furthest to the left. Soon as the girls opened their boxes, the figures inside were revealed. Miao Miao received a pink Tian de Li Na Chen Jia, got a blue cockroach bully, Mu Cheng received a black and gray shark pepper, and Wang Yuchun got a goofy spider detective. As for Liang Xiaowei, she had a red kabuta. How do we group this? The girls exchanged glances, thinking they would be grouped based on the same figures. At that moment, Chen Jia shook her box, sensing there was more inside. Hey, I'm in the same group as Chengzi. The girl leaned in, looking curious. Standing at 172 centimeters, she could easily see what Chen Jia was holding. It was an allocation chart. On it, the groupings were already filled in. Group 1, Shark Pepper Cockroach Bully. Group 2, Tian de Li Na Spider Detective. Group 3, Kabuta. Actually, each blind box contained a chart provided by the production team, but Chen Jia was the first to discover it. Miao Miao couldn't help but mutter, can it be simpler? Why make it so complicated? Director. Originally proud of their masterpiece, in that instant the smile on their face froze. Since the draw has concluded, the girls have dispersed as they cannot decide who to date next. However, Mu Cheng is quite happy, as she really likes this shark pepper figurine. It's somewhat adorable. On the other hand, Chen Jia's mood is a bit complicated. She feels a lot of pressure. She's in the same group as Chengzi. After all, that girl is just too perfect, so perfect that even when she's quietly sitting there, everyone's gaze is still on her. Like a shining light in a crowd, when she appears, everyone else seems to fade into the background. Meanwhile, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. In rooms 701 and 702, all the boys' phones suddenly received messages. Eugene and Wang Helong are in the same room. The two instantly turned to look at each other. Shall we go? Let's go. Before they could finish speaking, Eugene had already jumped off the bed, deftly straightening his clothes. Both of them maintained a somewhat calm expression, suppressing their excitement. But once they opened the door, they rushed out frantically, seemingly afraid of being late and letting someone else take the lead. Coincidentally, almost all the boys were thinking the same way. In the observation room, watching these impatient guys, everyone couldn't help but chuckle. It was somewhat amusing. So eager, huh? Go for it. I.e., hurry up, or Chengzi will be snatched away. You can tell the difference between boys and girls here. The girls' side is all about not competing. Come on, friends, it's our turn now. A reminder from teacher. He instantly pulled everyone out of the spectator mode, and they hurriedly looked at the small blackboard. They saw that it had already divided the girls into 3 groups based on the earlier draw. The only thing left was the boys' stickers that hadn't been connected. Let's first look at Xiao Xiao, as she's all alone. Who do you think will choose to go on an unknown date with her? I think it's one. Right, the last heart-fluttering message was also sent to Xiao Xiao. Okay, good, let's confirm one. The discussion atmosphere in the observation room is very lively and intense, with many viewers in the live chat joining in. At the same time, outside the heart-fluttering room at the bulletin board, Lin Yi, who received the message on the first floor of the room, took the initiative to come here first. When he saw that Mu Cheng and Chen Jia were in Group 1, he didn't hesitate to place his sticker at the back position of Group 1. At this moment, Eugene and Wang Helong finally arrived running. When they saw Lin Yi's sticker already placed in Group 1, their expressions changed subtly. Neither of them moved. Clearly, they were momentarily a bit frozen. Soon they didn't wait long. On the side of room 702, Wada and Jiang Junhan rushed over, possibly because their room was a little farther away, which caused their late arrival. Wada was panting, looking as if he was about to drop dead. He looked up. Who stuck it? I did. He's going to group 1. Group 1. Originally 2G didn't take it seriously, but when he saw the 2 girls in group 1, he was directly stunned. There's Qingzi. What to do? Eugene and Wang Helong were also a bit hesitant and conflicted, glancing at each other and then looking at the others. On the contrary, Jiang Junhan appeared to be straightforward. He placed his sticker in group 2 and stepped back. He stood aside and watched the show, wearing a smile of anticipation. There's something to enjoy here. He was feeling somewhat fortunate, relieved that he had set aside his desire to pursue Qingzi. Otherwise, he probably would be one of those competing here now. I'll go with Xiao Xiao in one group, you guys do as you please. In the end, Wang Helong decided to give up on competing with. Upon hearing this, Eugene didn't hold back and straightforwardly told Wada, rock, paper, scissors, whoever wins goes to group 1. 1 round, or best of 3. 1 round. Wada didn't say anything further and simply turned his back, clenching his fist. His expression was quite serious. On the contrary, Lin Yi felt a bit surprised. He thought these two would want him to compete as well. However, Lin Yi didn't know one thing. The main reason Eugene and Wada didn't let Lin Yi compete was that they mistakenly believed he was going for Qinjia. After all, they spent the night taking out the trash together and laughing when they returned. So they didn't think much of it. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live chat who were observing from a godlike perspective were about to burst out laughing. This was simply a huge misunderstanding. No one knows what they will think when they look back on this moment. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. All the girls were unaware of the final grouping situation for the dates. Because the production team acted after the boys left, they immediately took down the grouping board. Meanwhile, the expressions of the observers in the observation room and the viewers in the live chat were filled with surprise and excitement, clearly not expecting this outcome. Wang Yanlin shrugged helplessly, saying, our gold bars are gone again. It's okay, we'll do better next time. Dong Fengxiang had a great attitude, smiling as he patted Wang Daya's shoulder. Everyone exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Then, it was time to clock out. Is anyone in the mood for hot pot? I'll treat. Did you really say that? Am I the kind of person who lacks that one meal of hot pot? Let's go, which restaurant? Haha, although everyone had already clocked out when it came to eating hot pot, they still couldn't help but chat about tomorrow. Like the viewers in the live chat, they were also eagerly anticipating. In heart-fluttering room 701, Mu Cheng's room. At this moment, the girl had finished her shower and stepped out, her hair still fragrant, wafting past Liang Xiaowai's nose. She felt a bit envious. Qingzi, why do you smell so good? Maybe it's the shower gel that got absorbed, Mu Cheng casually replied. Liang Xiaowei. She also uses a nice-smelling shower gel every day, but it didn't seem to be absorbed like that. Moreover, she could clearly smell that Qingzi's fragrance was definitely not from the shower gel, as she had used that brand before, and it was completely different. Time flowed slowly, and before long it was midnight. It was about time to sleep. Good night, Qingzi. Good night. In the dimly lit room, a gentle voice, tinged with a smile, emerged. Liang Xiaowei contentedly closed her eyes. Having a roommate with a pleasant voice is simply too delightful. However, if she were to turn around at that moment, she would surely see Mu Cheng in her bed doing something strange. I'm fine, it's not anything bad. She's just applying scar cream. The reason the girl is hiding in her bed and applying it quietly when the lights are out is mainly due to this position. The next morning, Saturday, the weather was delightful. It was a perfect day for a date. Many eager netizens taking advantage of their day off woke up early to open the live stream, not even wanting to indulge in a lazy sleep. Good morning, Gwilly Orange. Morning, morning, morning. When did I lose my internet connection? What's up with Gwilly Orange? Isn't that a drink? Hee Gwilly Orange is the fan name for our orange. After a 3-hour discussion in the super topic last night, we finally decided on it. Wow, Orange actually has fans. You must have really lost your connection upstairs. Do you know that Orange's Douyin fans are nearly 6 million now? Hiss. Under the explanations of some fans, the group of viewers who only followed dating shows were instantly stunned. After all, how long has this show been airing? Just a few days. 6 million fans already. That's even faster than a rocket, right? But, actually, if you think about it carefully, with Mu Cheng's stunning beauty and figure combined with her musical talent and the fact that she is already a wealthy little princess, it all seems quite reasonable. After all, there's a saying, it starts with looks, gets trapped by talent, and remains loyal to character. Having known Mu Cheng for a short time, one cannot yet determine her character. However, the aura she exudes and her performance on the show hint that her personality is quite good. And let's not forget, she is willing to forego copyright fees just to let her fans listen to her songs for free. Just this alone has touched countless netizens. She immediately became a diehard fan. Thus, the term Gwilly Orange was born. The Heartthrob Cabin 701. As the bullet comments in the live stream gradually grew lively, Mu Cheng also woke up. It was rare to see Liang Xiaowei in the room after waking up. Good morning, Xiao Xiao. Aren't you going to sleep a bit more on Saturday? The girl rubbed her eyes, mumbling sleepily, her gentle voice still carrying a hint of laziness. Liang Xiaowei helplessly replied, "Morning, I can't sleep anymore. I'm used to waking up early." While saying this, she kept scrolling on her phone, showing no intention of getting out of bed. After all, habits are habits. But one still needs to lie down. Unless it's a certain time, she absolutely wouldn't get up. Except for going to the bathroom. After chatting a bit, Mu Cheng got up first, put on her slippers, and went to the bathroom to freshen up. She planned to change her clothes and go downstairs to find something to eat. She was a bit hungry. However, looking at the dress she was wearing in front of the mirror, she thought for a moment and decided to style her hair nicely. Otherwise, she felt that the hairstyling skills rewarded by the system would go to waste. Plus, leaving her hair down wouldn't match this dress. Although she looks good no matter what she wears. But she is a girl. This is a kind of adorable creature that has loved beauty and enjoyed dressing up games since childhood. Even Mu Cheng is no exception. In the room, Liang Xiaowei had originally been hiding under the covers looking at her phone, not noticing Orange. But suddenly a rustling sound came from the dressing table, making her curious enough to take a glance. And then, instantly she was stunned by the beauty before her. "Orange, you look so beautiful." The word slipped from Liang Xiaowei's lips instinctively. It was the first time she had seen Mu Cheng dressed like this. "What's wrong?" The girl was applying lipstick. Hearing the voice, she immediately turned around. It felt like Xiao Xiao's words were reminiscent of a male dormitory where a cross-dressing buddy was complimented by other roommates, saying, "Bro, you smell so good." Weird. The astonishment in Liang Xiaowei's eyes had yet to fade. She was staring at Mu Cheng without blinking. Then, unable to help herself, she pretended to be bitter and said, "If only I were a boy, I would definitely want to marry you. Well, I have the skills to charm girls, but unfortunately, I'm just a girl," Mu Cheng said with a playful grin in her eye. Upon hearing this, Liang Xiaowei got excited. "Orange, you can flirt with me. I'm super easy to charm." "Really, sister? But I just finished putting on lipstick. Ooh, do you want to give me a kiss?" Seeing that Mu Cheng was really coming over, Liang Xiaowei inexplicably felt a bit flustered, her face slowly turning red. She had to admit that she was indeed charmed by this girl. Her heart was racing so fast. Of course. In the end, Mu Cheng definitely did not kiss her. The two girls were just joking. They playfully tussled a bit, filling the room with their laughter. Rip. The girl, now done with her hair and wearing light makeup, opened the curtains and looked outside at the light filtering through the gaps in the leaves. The weather today is indeed quite nice. "Ciao ciao, I'm going down now." "Okay, go ahead, make those guys fall for you." Since the cameras and microphones in the room were not yet on, Liang Xiaowei felt free to say anything. She chuckled. However, she might have forgotten something. It seemed that among those guys was also Wang Hulong, someone she had a crush on. Meanwhile, in the program's live stream room, the fans, having yet to see Mu Cheng, had become bored and spontaneously started a card game. Playing Do Di Zhu. 3 with 1. No. Pass. Playing. I have only one card left. Boom. Orange. Oh my god, Orange looks so good today. Hiss, a spaghetti strap. My favorite spaghetti. Some clueless friends are still sending bullet comments, while I, being sensible, have already taken screenshots to drool over. Hee. What the heck? I'm really jealous. The person who gets to date Orange today is simply blessed. Woo lemon. I can't even imagine how many people would stare at me if I took Orange out for a city walk. That scene would be so refreshing. Cry. As the camera panned, a certain girl appeared. Instantly, the previously lethargic comments erupted, as everyone felt they could use a couple more pairs of eyes. Orange looks absolutely stunning today. The girl was wearing a rare floral spaghetti strap dress with a light blue base color, and the tail of the dress revealed a pair of super fair long legs. A light touch of makeup accentuated Mu Cheng's exquisite features, making her even more enchanting. Moreover, she had styled her hair in a side ponytail today, and a white lily hairband secured her smooth hair on her left shoulder, with 2 strands swaying gently with her movements. Even through the screen, one could almost smell the fragrance of her hair. Truly, the live stream audience had started to feel envious, recalling how excited they were for the date. Now they felt like sour lemons. Why isn't such a girl their girlfriend? Even if we take a step back, if she's not a girlfriend, can't she be a wife? Whoa. Meanwhile, Mu Cheng, who had just gone downstairs to the kitchen, was still unaware of the amazement she had brought to her fans. She was even unaware that she now had a fan support group called Gwilly Orange. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the small house was still empty on the first floor. Mu Cheng was alone in the kitchen, preparing to cook some noodles paired with a purchased sauce packet. Making some fried sauce noodles. Although she was not someone who could cook, well, she certainly wouldn't burn down the kitchen. Therefore, she could manage simple dishes even if the taste was just average. However, since she was hungry now, she decided not to think too much about it. The girl first boiled a pot of water, adding the noodles inside to let them cook slowly, while using another pot on low heat to pour out the sauce packet and stir-fry it. Soon a delicious aroma wafted from the pot, stirring one's appetite. "Hello." Just as Mu Cheng was about to mix in the sauce after pouring out the noodles, a voice came from the staircase. It was Wang Hulong. Due to a visual blind spot between the staircase and the kitchen, he had not yet seen Mu Cheng, only hearing sounds from the kitchen. So he greeted her, laughing as he walked. "So early. I could smell the fragrance of your breakfast from upstairs." "Hello." Mu Cheng had already seen him, responding with a gentle smile. Wang Helong did not stop his steps. As he descended the stairs, he walked directly towards the kitchen. However, at the moment their eyes met, he was momentarily stunned, nearly losing his focus. It took him a full 3 seconds to react, hastily averting his gaze. Yet he couldn't help but swallow hard, as it was his first time seeing Mu Cheng dressed like this, just like Liang Qiaowei. She was breathtakingly beautiful. So beautiful that it was heart-stopping, completely unlike anyone from his dimension. Wang Helong suddenly felt a twinge of regret. Why hadn't he persisted last night and fought with those guys? Perhaps today, he could have been on a date with Qingzi. There are more sauce packets in the fridge. Stop staring at me. Mu Cheng's slightly playful laughter brought Wang Helong back to his senses. Feeling a bit awkward, he chuckled sheepishly. No, I was just thinking about what to eat. The girl nodded slightly softly, saying, then you better hurry, or it'll be lunchtime soon. In fact, Mu Cheng was well aware that this guy was not looking at the fried sauce noodles, but rather at her. She just chose not to point it out. Besides, her spaghetti-strap dress didn't reveal much. Except for her collarbone arms and legs, the rest of her body was quite covered up. Even underneath, she was wearing a strapless corset, not a milk cap. Moreover, she had the never-exposed buff act, so Mu Cheng wasn't worried at all about being taken advantage of. The girl placed her plate on the dining table, and quietly, at this time Wang Helong, unwilling to let the conversation die, took the initiative to find a topic. Qingzi, do you know who you're dating today? Who? Mu Cheng casually replied, blinking her eyes at him. Then, seemingly indifferent, she wrinkled her nose and said seriously, I feel like it's probably not with you. Wang Helong. This scene nearly made many viewers in the live stream burst out laughing. Qingzi's little mouth was as sweet as honey. So adorable. Many fans in the live stream were quite dissatisfied with Wang Helong for staring at Mu Cheng earlier. This guy looked somewhat flirtatious. After all, everyone had seen him hesitating over the dating group arrangements. Moreover, earlier when Mu Cheng had bent down, he tried to sneak a peek at her neckline. So many viewers in the live stream held a negative opinion of him. And it wasn't just in the live stream. Even in the observation room, few guests were saying good things about him, only occasionally wondering whom he actually liked. Was it Xiao Xiao or Qingzi? In the small house's dining area, the two were still awkwardly chatting with sparse exchanges that made the audience feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, it wasn't long before someone else came down. It was Qinjia. She also noticed Mu Cheng's outfit. At first glance, her eyes flashing with astonishment. But she couldn't help but feel the pressure increase. Good morning. Morning. Jeje, you woke up late today. Usually I see you up around 7. It's Saturday, aren't you the same? Qinjia said with a smile. Although she felt great pressure, she didn't show it. After all, she still had her chances to compete. As a girl with a strong intuition, she could also tell that Mu Cheng seemed to have no one she was interested in yet in the small house, maintaining a little distance from the boys. This was not surprising. After all, with a girl as beautiful as her, she certainly wouldn't lack suitors. It would be astonishing if she fell head over heels for a boy at first sight. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After finishing her fried sauce noodles, Mu Cheng went to grab a bottle of sponsor's milk and had just sat down to drink. When she heard her phone ring, she received a message from the production team. It was nothing major, just a notification regarding the date and time for today's date. After taking a look, the girl put her phone away. She chugged a bottle of milk, then stood up smiling gently. I'm leaving first, you guys take your time eating. You're leaving already. See you this afternoon, Qingzi. See you this afternoon. Soon, with a gentle breeze wafting by, Mu Cheng, wearing slippers, tap tap tap, went upstairs, disappearing from their sight. Qinjia looked at Wang Helong and couldn't help but laugh. Stop staring, she's already gone. Cough cough, I was just captivated by her beauty. Well, I dressed up today too, why don't you compliment me? You look good too. Short, and to the point. Qinjia. She was almost laughing with frustration, wanting to roll her eyes. However, Qinjia was also a bit curious. So how did it turn out for you guys? Who's in which group? Not me with you. Remembering a certain girl's response, Wang Helong replied. Qinjia's eyes turned. Not me with you, then you must not be with Qingzi, right? In an instant, someone's smile froze on their face. Capturing this moment in her mind, Qinjia suddenly had an idea. Why don't we form an alliance? Her voice was very low. Wang Helong subconsciously lowered his voice as well. Alliance. Tell me more. I'll provide you with some information about Qingzi, and you tell me about Lin Yi. But my date is Xiao Xiao. I won't tell Xiao Xiao. Deal. The viewers in the live stream were left stunned at this moment. What a great alliance. Danger. Those who frequently date know that sometimes people can easily be swayed by the words of others. This phenomenon is especially common among groups of girls. For example, best friends or roommates. When you originally only had a slight fondness for someone, and then someone says how great they are, you might slowly be influenced and choose to believe it. Today, besides having a date, Mu Cheng had some matters to attend to. She went upstairs to grab a stylish crossbody bag, packed her essentials, and greeted Xiao Xiao before heading out. Not a clue. Someone has already formed an alliance. However, even if she knew, Mu Cheng would probably just want her to like boys. In this life and the last, that's impossible. Even her previous promise to participate in this dating show was because the production team told her there would be no forced couple promotions and that she would have a lot of freedom. Otherwise, a mere 1 million wouldn't impress Mu Cheng at all. V-room. The deep sound of the engine roared from the Mercedes-Benz G-Class as the girls started the car. As the camera in the live stream disappeared, many fans silently left the broadcast room waiting for the anticipated date ahead. In that moment, the number of online viewers in the live stream dropped by over 500,000, leaving only 20,000 chatting. The director backstage, feeling helpless, wore a slight smile. Bringing Mu Cheng here was indeed his best decision. Moreover, she chose to stay and participate in the show despite the temptation of debuting as an idol, which excited him even more. In Magic City, on a street lined with phoenix trees. Even though it wasn't autumn, it wasn't the best season for the phoenix trees. However, the street, filled with greenery and a hint of French style, remained a favorite spot for many tourists to take photos. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Mu Cheng switched to another car, driving her silver Audi R8. Behind her was a seemingly ordinary BMW 7 Series. On board was a lawyer she specifically brought along, the same one who managed the trust fund established by her father. Lulu, we've arrived, okay. Lulu was a female lawyer from one of the prestigious law firms in the country, Jingtian Law Firm. She wore a white lady's suit, her hair meticulously styled, her expression serious. However, when facing Mu Cheng, a faint smile would still escape her lips. After all, she had watched this girl grow up, having taken over the trust fund since joining Jingtian. She was also in charge of handling the inheritance of Mu Cheng's parents. Logically speaking, today was the day Mu Cheng was to sign copyright contracts with 3 music platforms related to intellectual property. Although this didn't align with Lulu's area of expertise, she still came. The signing was arranged at a small cafe on this street with French style, and Mu Cheng pushed open the glass door. In an instant, a gentle sound of wind chimes filled the air. There weren't many people in the cafe, just 3 men sitting in the corner sipping coffee. They were the 3 music platform managers who visited the Heartbeat cabin to find Mu Cheng last night. "Chingzi, over here." Someone waved with a smile. Another one curiously asked, "Who is this?" looking at Lulu. Lulu offered a polite smile, extending her hand. "Hello, I am Miss Mu's lawyer from Jingtian Law Firm. I don't really understand contracts, so I asked Sister Lu to come help me look at it." The girl smiled gently, her eyes sparkling. The 3 managers exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. They weren't upset about being mistrusted. Instead, they were quite surprised by the girl's vigilance. After all, if an ordinary person suddenly earned 10 million, they might be too excited to think straight. But Mu Cheng, her expression was calm, her face only displaying beauty. No other special emotions. She would definitely be able to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. At this moment, the managers, while amazed by the girl's looks and talent, felt a sense of appreciation and expectation growing within them. After half an hour of detailed discussions and modifications, in the end, with Lulu's nod, Mu Cheng successfully signed her name on all 3 contracts. The 1 million copyright fee would be directly transferred within 7 working days, and it was after tax. However, the managers from a few music platforms had a small request. The manager from Penguin Music chuckled. "Chingzi, do you have any good-looking photos to send us?" "Huh." Mu Cheng was taken aback, her expression strange. Lulu furrowed her brow slightly, almost wanting to say, "What do you mean by that?" Seeing this, the 3 music platform managers realized the misunderstanding between the two. The manager from Wangi Music quickly clarified, "Don't misunderstand, we're just asking for regular artistic photos, without any color. We just want to use them to promote your songs on the platform." As he spoke, he rolled his eyes at the manager from Penguin Music. Anyone could see there was something off with that previous statement. Penguin's manager puffed. Mu Cheng was amused by their little antics and nodded. "No problem, I'll send them to you before the songs go live on the platform." "All right, thank you, Chingzi. Since that's the case, we'll take our leave now. We have to catch a flight back to headquarters tonight." "Right, Chingzi, you should still have a date today, haha." None of them were from the Magic City branch. They came from Shenzhen, Guangzhou, and Hangzhou, indicating how much they valued the copyrights of Mu Cheng's songs. Thus, everyone bid farewell at the cafe. Moments later, only Mu Cheng and Lulu remained. Lulu smiled. "So do you want to come by my company and take a look?" "Next time I have a date later," the girl smiled, gently declining. She didn't want to go to Lulu's company because every time she did, it reminded her of the time after her parents passed away dealing with the inheritance. Lulu clearly understood, nodding. "Then I have to go now. I have a case to handle this afternoon." "All right, Sister Lu, you go ahead. I'll sit for a bit longer. Don't drink too much coffee, it's not good." "Got it." The two exchanged glances and instinctively smiled. Then Lulu left first. As she exited, she also paid the bill. The guys from earlier were so excited after signing the contracts that they had forgotten the gentleman's way. Fortunately, she wasn't short on money. Soon time flew by, and it was already 3 in the afternoon. In the observation room of Heartbeat 7, all guests had already gathered. They were putting on headphones, watching the big screen where the second group had arrived at the date location. That is Miao Miao, Wang Yuqin, Jiang Juanhan, and Eugene. Yes, Eugene didn't win against Wada last night in rock, paper, scissors. In the end, he had no choice but to join Group 2. "Are we playing badminton today?" The large badminton hall was now only occupied by the 4 of them, feeling a bit empty. Wang Yuqin looked at Eugene and said with a smile, "You're a sports major, take it easy on us." "I'm not a professional badminton player," Eugene chuckled. At this moment, Jiang Junhan suggested, how about we play mixed doubles and warm up with a few rallies? Sure, how about rock, paper, scissors? Meow Meow lightly waved her badminton racket, eager to try. However, Eugene's expression changed slightly as he repeatedly waved his hand, saying, no rock, paper, scissors, oh, let's play black and white instead. All right then, the two girls agreed, albeit confused. Meanwhile, Jiang Junhan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It seemed this guy had some psychological scars. At the same time, while the second group had already started their date, the third group, Liang Xiaowei and Wang Helong, arrived at an ice rink. Indeed, their unknown date activity was ice skating. The director specifically set this project for the third group because ice skating easily leads to physical contact. It can quickly enhance the feelings between boys and girls. However, he seemed to have underestimated Liang Xiaowei's skill, for this mature lady was even better at skating than Wang Helong. As old Wang fell again, Liang Xiaowei couldn't help but laugh out loud and skated over, saying, how about I teach you? It's fine, or I feel like I'm almost getting the hang of it. In front of the girl, a man has a bit of vanity. However, the result of this was that, well, he fell 2 more times. In the observation room, everyone watched the two dating scenes, a smile involuntarily appearing on their lips. So far, Wang Yuchen and Jiang Junan's pair was quite enjoyable to watch. Though their mixed doubles badminton was just average, their gazes had a spark that made people smile unconsciously. On the other hand, Liang Xiaowei and Wang Helong were full of comedic moments, especially since that guy was quite vain. The girl had already said she would pull him and teach him how to play, yet he was still reluctant. Alas, Chun Yi felt like he was about to break down from worry. As the two scenes switched repeatedly in the director's hands, they finally arrived at the most anticipated group. Suddenly, the scene shifted to outside a mall in the center of Magic City, where a girl stood quietly. Her light blue floral dress fluttered gently in the breeze. The wind lifted the hem of the girl's skirt, seemingly stirring many hearts. Passers-by couldn't help but glance over with some displaying astonishment in their eyes, while others let out small gasps. At this moment, they were curious. This beautiful girl obviously seemed to be waiting for someone. Who could it be? Every time I see Cheng Zi, I think she looks so good, like Nuwa's thesis in the human world. Whoa, I can't even imagine how many people would pursue me if I looked like that. If I had Cheng Zi's figure, I wouldn't even close the door while taking a shower. Oh no, brothers, if such a girl pursued me, should I kiss her first or hug her? You should first dream of Cheng Zi. Upstairs, back when I was a mercenary in Damascus, bullets whizzed past my ears. Suddenly a bullet hit my helmet, and I thought I was going to die. I quickly ducked down, took off my helmet, and inspected it carefully. Fortunately, it only had a slight scratch. Looking to the side, I realized it was just your beads. Wow, your word count is high. Ooh, I want to hang out with you. Haha, you're going to make me laugh to death. When Mu Cheng appeared on camera, the audience in the live stream instantly erupted with excitement and enthusiasm, and the bullet screen became lively. Of course, many girls were frantically doubting themselves. How could someone be so beautiful and have such a good figure? It wasn't fair. Whoa, hello Cheng Zi. Just as the audience was enviously watching Lin, who was also in, he quickly spotted the girl standing in the shade of a tree and hurried over. Lin felt a bit shy, asking, have you been waiting here long? Not at all. I was nearby today. I arrived early. Mu Cheng smiled, with her eyes curving, her gentle words making Lin's heart race. In fact, the moment he saw Mu Cheng earlier, his heart had already been racing. Today, Cheng Zi was just too. It felt like she couldn't just be described as gentle, she was the very embodiment of gentleness. Jia over here. After the two waited outside for a moment, soon after, Chen Jia and Huada also arrived. They nearly timed their arrival perfectly with the schedule given by the production team. Everyone greeted each other. Lin looked at Huada and teasingly said, you look really handsome today, brother Hua. You look good too, bro. The compliment made the country chicken's eyes nearly disappear from joy. For today's, he had specifically gone to the studio to find a hairstylist to get himself fixed up, and while looking in the mirror, he felt he could rival Yu Yin and Yen Zhu. Unfortunately, he was still somewhat inferior to the readers of tomato novel Sai. Hey, can you guys bake cakes? Chen Jia suddenly asked. Their date location today was at a handmade baking experience shop inside this mall. Upon hearing this, the two boys, Mu Cheng playfully blinked, saying, I think instead of me baking a cake, it would be better to make me into a cake. The group was instantly amused by this girl. Lin also found it funny, saying, there should be a teacher who can teach you inside, right? Huada then asked the girl, Cheng Zi, what flavor of cake do you like? I usually buy that durian millefeuille. How about you guys? I prefer blueberry, but strawberry is also fine. Actually, I quite like strawberries too, but I don't know why if strawberries are made into other things I don't like to eat them, including strawberry cake. As the group chatted casually, they slowly walked into the mall. Mu Cheng had arrived quite early. She had strolled around for half an hour beforehand, so she already knew the location of the baking shop. Soon the four of them entered the shop. Since it was reserved, the manager directly led them to a large room. This was convenient for filming the show and wouldn't disturb outsiders. Hello, handsome guys and beautiful girls, you can choose a cake shape you'd like to make first. The manager, wearing a mask, introduced the tools in the room and then smiled. The room was well equipped with a booklet titled Cake Universe on the table, containing dozens of types of cakes. Who would have thought that her earlier joke would actually have a follow-up? But I must say this orange cake looks quite appealing. It's the kind that Mu Cheng likes. Then I'll make this one. The girl pointed to the booklet of Cake Universe and softly spoke to the store manager. The store manager immediately smiled. No problem, this cake is an original product of our shop. Then may I ask which handsome guy is cooperating with this beauty to complete it? Clearly this was something the director had arranged beforehand, having one man and one woman responsible for making a cake. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. However, Lin Yi reacted very quickly and directly said, "They'll do it, I really want to make this cake. By the way, Chingzi, if it doesn't turn out well, don't blame me." After saying this, Lin Yi playfully teased Mu Cheng. The girl, however, replied seriously, "Don't worry, I will." This sudden dialect from the northwest nearly made everyone double over with laughter as they struggled to suppress their smiles. It felt particularly strange and adorable for such a sweet and gentle voice to say something so manly. The store manager, hiding a smile behind her mask, cleared her throat a couple of times and then looked at the other two. "Alright, so which of the remaining handsome guys and beauties will choose which cake to make?" Oh, I choose." Hwada at this moment was still a bit taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Yi to be so quick. In the end, he had no choice but to look through the entire booklet of Cake Universe with Chinjia. The two discussed for a bit and then decided to make a Doraemon-themed cake. Just like that, the store manager brought them 4 sets of aprons and asked them to put them on. Mu Cheng was nimble and quickly donned her apron. She tied a bow at her back. Seeing this, Lin Yi was about to ask the girl if she needed help, but then he swallowed his words. It was Chunjia who seized the opportunity, turning her back to Lin Yi with a smile. "Brother, could you help me with this? My hands are too short to reach." Lin Yi had no choice but to comply, otherwise the situation would have been awkward. He stood at a suitable distance. "Alright, thanks." Meanwhile, Mu Cheng, after tying her apron, went to the fruit section to select the fruits they would use for the cake. Of course, she didn't forget to ask her teammate, "Lin Yi, do you eat lychee and mango?" "Yes. What else is there?" Upon hearing the girl's voice, Lin Yi quickly set down what he was holding. He walked over to join her. Seeing this, Chunjia and Hwada also unhesitatingly came over. The 4 of them selected a set of fruits for the cake together. Mu Cheng's choices were lychee, mango, cherries, and cantaloupe, which could all be placed inside the orange cake. When cut open, it would reveal the fruit flesh wrapped in the orange. The other 2 leaves would be made with matcha cream sandwiched with chocolate. Just thinking about it, she was already looking forward to this cake. At that moment, Hwada, who was walking behind the girl, couldn't help but squint and smile. "Chungzi, this apron color really suits your dress." His words had a slight accent that made people want to laugh. Mu Cheng also gently lifted the corners of her mouth and looked down at her dress. Maybe it's all in light colors. Yes, her apron was also a light color, somewhat resembling a creamy white. It indeed matched her dress very well. Overall, it looked great. Huage, if you think it looks good, you should wear a dress next time yourself. A dress? Then Huage, your livestream effect would be amazing. Buffed. Chunjia and Lin Yi teased each other, causing Mu Cheng to nearly lose her composure and burst. She felt a bit impolite and covered her mouth, then playfully said with her eyes crinkled, "If you really want to wear it, I'll send you the link to the dress." No. Hwada had a helpless expression. He just wanted to find a topic to chat with Chingzi. It wasn't necessary to wear women's clothing. Everyone chatted and laughed. Meanwhile, they followed the store manager's guidance and began to take action, making the cake. All of them were doing it for the first time and were quite interested in the process. The store manager was teaching them. "Okay, now we can start by whipping the cream. We select animal cream in our shop, which is quite delicate and takes a bit of time to whip. At the same time, you can divide tasks so that one person can chop the fruit for easy filling in the cake." Upon hearing, Lin Yi looked at Mu Cheng. "Then I'll whip the cream, and you can cut the fruit." "Okay." The girl nodded her little head, clearly agreeing. However, suddenly her cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a bit shy. "Can I sneak a taste of the fruit?" Xinjia looked at her with a smile. Who steals food and says it out loud? Ha ha, everyone was amused by the girl's cuteness, their gazes softening unconsciously. Even the viewers in the live stream felt a bit excited at this moment. "Give her food." Aha, did Xingzi just blush? My heart as a young girl is so touched, how adorable. I never expected that the first time I saw this girl's blush was not while talking to a boy, but because she wanted to sneak some fruit, laughing and crying. But Xingzi is really adorable. Not at all pretentious, just so natural. Damn it, I want to open a fruit shop right now, just to let Xingzi eat. "Sister, stop eating fruit, come eat me. You up there, stop being disgusting." One simple line stirred the comments in the live stream into a frenzy. In the observation room, teacher, he couldn't help but laugh. It feels like Xingzi is about to become the center of attention. Everyone is spoiling her so much. Hehe, if I were in the small room, I would do the same. Meng Zi said with an ant-like smile, deeply immersed. I really want to go there and give her a hug. It feels like Xingzi is fragrant all over. Wang Yinlin, seeing her like this, instinctively shifted his position on the sofa. Instantly, he received a glare from Meng Jia. What do you mean? You look a bit creepy right now. Oh, I'm scared. After all, who behaves like a pervert staring at the screen as if ready to drool? Meng Zi. It's okay, come sit over here with me. Xian Ling smiled sweetly, instantly soothing her wounded heart. Indeed, sisters are the best. The atmosphere in the observation room became increasingly relaxed as everyone chuckled, continuing to watch the date on the big screen. At this moment, Mu Cheng had already cut the fruits and had indeed sneaked a few pieces. The thoughtful girl had placed some fruit on a nearby plate skewered neatly with a fork, so Lin Yi could help himself. Meanwhile, the person whipping cream momentarily flickered with quiet disappointment in their eyes. He had secretly hoped for the chance to be fed an orange, by hand. Alas, you're nearly done here. Next, assemble these cake fragments into a hemisphere, as if piecing together a toy. The shop manager paused to check everyone's progress. Huada and Chunjia were slightly behind. But Mu Cheng and Lin Yi had already completed the initial steps and were ready to advance. How do we proceed? Both paused mid-task, turning curiously toward the manager. She responded with a warm smile, pulling on a pair of gloves. First, spread a thin, even layer of cream over the cake surface. This will act like adhesive, binding the pieces together. The manager taught with the patience and care of a seasoned instructor. Mu Cheng gently bent forward. Her small head bowed low, her gloved hands carefully arranging the cake fragments into a perfect half-sphere. A faint amused smile played upon her lips as her beautiful eyes shimmered with quiet mirth. It feels oddly like we're assembling a miniature fortress and stuffing it with explosives. While that's not entirely inaccurate, it does bear a striking resemblance. The manager chuckled softly. Lin Yi watched the girl before him, her face alight with quiet focus and earnest concentration, her delicate eyelashes fluttering ever so slightly. A soft breeze from the air conditioner stirred strands of hair across her refined features. She instinctively tilted her head, yet still radiated an unmistakable gentle warmth. Even beneath her apron, where her graceful figure was modestly concealed, her elegance remained utterly. In that instant, Lin Yi's heart quickened, its rhythm fluttering wildly. So much so that he found himself utterly. Meanwhile, two others observed the scene with complex expressions. Chunjia's smile gradually faded, replaced by a subtle bittersweet ache. She lowered her gaze in silence, a gesture too fleeting for most to notice. Huada, however, wore his emotions plainly. His sharp, almost murderous glare was unmistakable to anyone who looked. Viewers in the live stream nearly collapsed with laughter. What an unexpectedly riveting scene. A classic love triangle. This group's date was far more captivating than either of the other two. Perhaps the only ones wholly unaware of the undercurrents unfolding around them were Mu Cheng and the shop manager, both wholly absorbed in assembling the cake. They continued piecing together the dessert. After completing one half-sphere, Mu Cheng nestled half the fruit delicately within its layered interior. Then, repeating the process, she crafted the second half-sphere. Lin Yi, could you hold these two of steady for me? Her voice, soft, melodious, and tender, snapped him back to awareness. He nodded hastily. Yes, I'll hold them firm. Good. You two carry on. I'll go assist the other two. The manager, unwilling to linger as an unwelcome third wheel, offered a knowing smile and stepped away. Soon Mu Cheng and Lin Yi's orange cake neared completion. Only final embellishments remained. Yet the manager did not let them finish just yet. The structure required reinforcement, first ensuring stability for the final orange-shaped sculpting. So she suggested you may take a short break now, or step out into the main hall for some photos. Our baking experience studio has many picturesque corners ideal for photo opportunities. Especially with such a stunning beauty beside you, the results are bound to be exquisite. To be fair, the manager truly had a gift for flattery, and spoke nothing but truth. The girl removed her gloves and glided lightly toward Chen Jia. Have you finished? Almost. We're just adding Doraemon's eyes. But Chen Jia stepped back, slightly scrutinizing the creation. Doesn't this Doraemon look rather untrustworthy? He seems shifty-eyed. Uffed. Mu Cheng couldn't suppress a burst of laughter. She quickly turned her head away, refusing to glance at the misshapen Doraemon again, though her shoulders trembled faintly, betraying how hard she was trying to stifle her mirth. Huada sighed wryly. Go ahead and laugh, Mu Cheng. We gave it our best shot. Truth be told, they'd stretched Doraemon's face far too long, rendering it pointed and suspicious, uncannily reminiscent of a sly thief. Oh well, let's leave it as is. Hee hee. Chen Jia shrugged cheerfully, discarding her gloves. Are you heading out for photo? Yes, I'd love to. For any young woman who dressed carefully, applied makeup, and styled her hair, skipping photos would be nothing short of sacrilege. Chen Jia felt precisely the same. And so, without hesitation, the two girls strode out side by side, still wearing their aprons. Watching their retreating silhouettes, Huada suddenly swelled with quiet pride. From his bag, he produced a vintage camera. Lucky I came prepared. He'd won rock, paper, scissors the night before, and spent the entire evening exhilarated. He'd been brainstorming all night about how to capture Mu Cheng's attention during today's date, then consulted his fan group for advice. Their unanimous conclusion: thoughtfulness, attentiveness to a girl's emotions, and above all, skill in photography. A man who can instinctively capture a woman's most radiant moments. That's genuine charm, undeniable. Ironically, Huada had posed the question anonymously in the fan group, so none of his followers recognized him. Had they known, they surely wouldn't have offered such candid counsel. Sure enough, the livestream chat erupted instantly. Whoa, did that sly fox actually bring a camera? Wait, Wasn't there someone last night asking in the group what to bring on a date with a girl he likes? Could that have been? No way. Was that chicken brain guy really asking for advice? Oh, I spent the whole night brainstorming ideas for him, only for him to use them to woo Mu Cheng. Absolutely. His fans in the stream were practically seething with indignation. Fine, let him take his photos. Good luck getting anything decent from that amateur. But, wait, the photographer is Mu Cheng herself. With her flawlessly photogenic face, can any shot truly miss the mark? His fans fell silent, suddenly speechless. Then quietly some began to sob. At that very moment inside the baking studio, I've ordered some snacks and drinks. Everyone here can handle cold beverages right. Lin Yi approached balancing a tray from the pickup counter with an easy smile. He'd slipped out early solely to place the order. After over an hour of baking, hunger was inevitable. Even if he felt none, the two girls certainly would. Better safe than sorry. Ordering was the surest choice. On such a hot day, sipping on something cold is truly delightful. The two girls expressed their thanks, and each took a cup of drink. Mu Cheng tore open the straw's packaging and inserted it into her cup, taking a small sip as she loosened her grip. A faint lipstick mark had already been left on the cup. For some reason, after Lin Yi accidentally stole a glance, her heart began to race slightly. Come on, Qingzi Jejia, let me take a picture for you. At that moment, Huida emerged from inside, confidently volunteering with a bright smile. He believed his photography skills were quite good. Every time he took pictures of the scenery, they appeared very artistic. How much easier would it be to photograph a beauty like Qingzi? However, after the two girls happily agreed and took a few shots, Chen Jejia couldn't help but complain. Hugo, are you sure you can take good photos? You've made me look like I'm only 1.50 meters tall. Mu Cheng also fell silent. She looked great in the photos, but was this death angle for real? All this. Huida scratched his head awkwardly. This didn't match his expectations at all. Lin Yi, watching from the side, felt like laughing, but couldn't help but say, how about I give it a try? Sure, go ahead. The initially reluctant Huida eventually had to concede. He didn't expect Lin Yi to actually be quite capable, especially with her abundance of flirty lines. For example, while taking pictures, she praised the girls. Yes, you don't need to do any other poses, just standing there. Qingzi, try to be a bit more aloof. The lighting is just perfect. Right now, gently lift your head. Jejia, your hair is a bit messy, but that doesn't detract from your beauty. Such phrases were simply like a pig wearing a Zhaoxiong hat, one set after another. To be honest, as someone with a masculine soul, even though Mu Cheng had become accustomed to a girl's life, at that moment she still felt inexplicably shy. Do you know what it feels like to have a crowd watching you? Right now it was just, as Mu Cheng took photos at several spots, she also attracted the original patrons in the shop. They watched with amazed gazes, and some even stealthily took out their phones to snap pictures of her. I think that's enough. After a few more shots, the girl could no longer endure the strange atmosphere. Her face flushed slightly as she hurriedly slipped away. For an introverted person, this was already quite a limit. Lin Yi felt a bit regretful. He still wanted more. However, he couldn't help but joke. But Qingzi, what if you want to become an actress in the future? Being an actress would probably be much more awkward than this. Everyone also thought of that scene and couldn't help but laugh. Mu Cheng adjusted her sizable figure, her beautiful eyes blinking playfully with a smile. Acting is different, that's work. I've modeled for cover magazines before. My feelings are completely different from now. She was someone who could separate life from work. Obviously, the girl had come to see her time in the small room as a part of. No longer was she just going through the motions of acting at the beginning. She regarded everyone as friends. Chen Jejia was a bit surprised. Qingzi, you've modeled for a cover magazine. Which magazine? Can we take a look? Huida also seemed a bit excited. The girl paused for a moment, then nodded. Sure, I think I still have it on my phone. It's about charity. At the time, the magazine wasn't widely bought due to its charity nature, and Mu Cheng hadn't followed up on its sales. Mainly, she didn't earn much money from taking that magazine cover. It was only 200 yuan. Later, she even donated 100,000 yuan to the charity team. Emma was considered an act of kindness. Lin Yi suggested, let's go eat something over there while chatting. Okay. Everyone nodded and casually found a corner to sit. On the table were the fries, salad, bread, and various snacks that Lin Yi had just ordered. They didn't plan to eat too much, just enough to fill their stomachs, especially since they had dinner planned later. Mu Cheng took off her apron and set it aside, pulling out her phone to check. She remembered that the magazine was still available for sale on a certain treasure website. Sure enough, after a while she found it. Here, the girl directly handed her phone over for them to see while continuing to sip her drink. Meanwhile, the three of them had no appetite for food at the moment, all leaning in closely. Chen Jejia glanced at the name of the magazine and took out her phone to search. With love along the way. Caring for children and teenagers in the mountainous areas, their dream is just to cross a mountain. The magazine's cover featured Mu Cheng, who might have just started college not long ago, her face showing a hint of youthfulness and brightness. She dressed quite simply, but her eyes were very bright, like a light illuminating the darkness in people's hearts. Behind the girl's profile were a group of children running around the dark mountains, some left behind by grandfathers and others caring for younger siblings at home. It seemed they could see Mu Cheng as if they were seeing their own light, their faces blossoming with hopeful smiles. On the lower right corner of the magazine cover there was a small line of text: all proceeds from the magazine will be converted into items that the children in the mountainous areas need, feeling your kindness. In that moment Lin E and the others fell silent, and the barrage in the live stream seemed to clear out significantly, because they saw the magazine sales and price. Only 50 copies were sold, but the price was incredibly low, only 8 yuan. Is it still useful to buy now, eh? Huo suddenly said, I want to buy some to give away as prizes to my fans during the live stream. It should be fine. Mu Cheng nodded slightly. Since this charity team is still around, it means they are still doing this work. Upon hearing this, Lin E and Chen Jiejia didn't say anything and directly ordered a copy. On one hand, it was for charity since 8 yuan wasn't much. After all, the salad on their table cost 25 yuan, and it was just the program team footing the bill. On the other hand, it was also to support Mu Cheng. The people in the cozy little house had taken a magazine that was so meaningful, of course they had to support it. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream seemed to awaken from a dream and reacted. Right? They also want to buy a copy. Not to mention anything else, this was the first magazine cover that Chengzi had photographed. It was extremely valuable for collection. The key point was that even with her simple outfit and profile, this girl was still incredibly beautiful. Buying at home, it would also be pleasing to the eyes. Thus, under the frenzy of so many people rushing in the With Love Along the Way store on a certain treasure experienced a surge in traffic. That magazine, which started with 50 copies, instantly became over 1,000. It even continued to rise crazily. This scene left the charity team members of With Love Along the Way dumbfounded. They only had a studio of 10 people, without any operations, and had no idea what was happening. Only later did they realize through a shared screenshot of an order in their friend circle. They understood that the girl who had donated 100,000 yuan to them years ago now had millions of fans. At this moment, Mu Cheng and the others were still unaware of what would happen later. However, this small incident did not affect everyone's mood for the outing as they chatted casually while eating. Occasionally, laughter erupted as they shared amusing stories. To be honest, I had considered taking the art exam before, but I was really afraid that I wouldn't be suited for an art major. At this time, Chen Jia, feeling a bit curious, looked at the girl beside her and asked, Chengzi, do you only learn acting in your performance classes? Not exactly, there are many professional courses as well. Mu Cheng's small hand absent-mindedly stirred the ice in her cup. Her fingers were also quite beautiful. They were long and slender, resembling tender green onions with crystal-clear nails that were unadorned, displaying a faint pink hue. The girl gently blinked her eyes and said, for example, physical training, vocal music, dialogue, and so on. Then the rest of the subjects are similar to regular university courses. I see. Everyone nodded. Lenny smiled and said, I heard that actors do voiceovers as well. Chengzi, can you do that too? I can do some. Do you want to hear? Yes. Everyone's eyes lit up, their expressions turning eager. Upon hearing this, the girl cleared her throat lightly and suddenly raised her voice, sounding much more mature. You say the 4 elements are nothingness, yet you keep your eyes tightly closed. If you were to open your eyes and look at me, I don't believe your eyes are empty. An actor must possess a sense of belief outside of their profession. At that moment, Mu Cheng seemed immersed in her performance. Her beautiful eyes lowered, her tone filled with endless grievances and disappointment. Everyone was taken aback by her performance. Not only the few people present were stunned, but even the viewers in the observation room and the live broadcast were filled with astonishment, especially those in the observation room. It should be noted that there were several actors among them. They could immediately recognize the caliber of Mu Cheng's acting and dialogue. Impressive. Wang Yinlin instinctively gave a thumbs up in praise. Chun Yi couldn't help but exclaim, the look in Chengzi's eyes just now really reminded me of the Queen of the Kingdom of Women. I heard she is among the top 3 in this year's graduating class in the performance major, and many teachers have praised her. Teacher, he smiled. Clearly he had more information than everyone else. Mainly because when the production team went to the Shanghai Theater Academy to find guests, Mu Cheng was recommended to the director by her mentor. Naturally, he also knew about her achievements in the performance major. In the baking experience store, the girl had already come out of her acting state and looked at everyone with a playful gaze, smiling. Wasn't that line just now very familiar? I believe anyone who has seen the 1986 version of Journey to the West would know. I feel like you could really do voiceovers, Chengzi. That's amazing. We need you for the voiceover of our game, haha. For them as outsiders, they could only think of 2 words in their hearts. Awesome. By the way, do you guys want to see the photos we just took? At this moment, Lin Yi suddenly remembered, and sure, as long as they can be edited. This is the best compliment a girl can give about a photo. Mu Cheng, however, was a bit curious and reached out to take the camera. Here, you can press the button on the right to take another shot. Okay. The girl nodded her little head and then began to browse through the pictures. Chen Jia, who was beside her, also leaned over. This one is good. It can be edited, not bad. Oh no. This one won't do. Why does my face look so big? Wow, Chengzi, this one looks great. I think it could even be used as wallpaper. The 2 girls instantly cast the boys across the table aside and began to chat very intently. This made many viewers in the live broadcast room itch with curiosity, especially upon hearing how beautiful Chengzi's photos were. Then why don't you show me too? What's with the eating alone? You guys are good. Just as the two girls finished looking at the photos and returned the camera to Huada, suddenly two girls approached cautiously and greeted them. Time rewinds to 2 minutes ago. It's Saturday. As a college student, Yang Xiuxiu had made plans to shop with her best friend from another school at this mall. When girls go shopping, they naturally wander around places like Miniso and Muji browsing without buying anything. They save their money for milk tea and meals. So Yang Xiuxiu and her best friend did just that. After getting tired from shopping, they planned to find a place to drink something. Just then they arrived at this baking experience store. Here, besides drinks, there were many spots to take photos, which was something they had planned for a long time. However, they didn't expect to encounter the popular dating reality show being filmed here. Love at First Sight 7. This show was not only being watched by Yang Xiuxiu. Everyone in her dormitory and her best friend were all following it. Mainly because one of the female guests was so beautiful. It amazed her as a fellow girl to the point where she wished she could find that girl to cuddle with every day. Shouting it's Chengzi and the others. Yang Xiuxiu excitedly tapped her best friend on the arm, her tone, filled with enthusiasm almost indistinguishable from that of a starstruck fan. Her best friend Xiaoting was equally exaggerated, her eyes wide open and her mouth covered. Oh my god, I feel like she's even prettier in real life than on the live stream. Yes. Lenny is also quite handsome. Jiajiao is so cute. Huida. He is wearing clothes. The two friends chattered excitedly, their eyes never leaving Mu Cheng and the others' table. Then, without knowing how the conversation started, one of them suddenly impulsively suggested, "Do you think we can ask them for a—" "That should be fine, you go ask." "You go. What if I disturb them? How about we go together? I'm a bit scared." Thus the earlier scene unfolded. The two girls cautiously approached and greeted them. At this time, Mu Cheng and the others were already preparing to go back and make cakes. Upon seeing the two girls appear, Huida was a bit surprised. He thought they were his fans and immediately narrowed his eyes, laughing heartily, hello. But unfortunately, their gaze was always fixed on a certain girl. Yang Xiuxiu, seeing Mu Cheng from such a close distance, felt her breath quicken. She was quite nervous, stammering, "Did we disturb your filming?" It's fine, you can say whatever you want." Mu Cheng's face broke into a gentle smile. Her tone was also very soft, seemingly comforting the two girls. As Yang Xiuxiu's best friend Xiaoting was bolder, mustering her courage to ask, "Chengzi, can we take a photo with you? I really love listening to your songs. This is my best friend, we are both—" "Yes." Yang Xiuxiu eagerly nodded. This surprised Mu Cheng a bit, as she did not expect to encounter fans. Although she knew that her Douyin account had hundreds of thousands of followers, encountering fans on the street should still be a relatively rare occurrence. Naturally, Mu Cheng would not refuse the small request from her fans for a photo. Thus the two girls stood in front of the live stream, surrounded by a sea of jealous comments. They stood together with Mu Cheng, all three girls wearing smiles. Lenny helped take the picture. Behind them, two more girls took a photo with the four of them, exchanging excited glances, almost speechless. Suddenly, they felt a rush of excitement, as if they had successfully met their idol. They were overjoyed. However, the audience in the live stream appeared quite envious. However, what happened next nearly caused the comments to explode. Mu Cheng lightly parted her red lips and said, "How about I treat you to some milk tea? What would you like to drink?" In the live stream, countless fans widened their eyes in disbelief. Really? The two girls were momentarily stunned, then could hardly contain their joy. "Mu Cheng is treating us to milk tea. Oh my god." Xiaoting's eyes sparkled as she quickly replied, "We can have anything, we're not picky." "Then I'll order 2 cups of what I just drank. I think it's quite delicious." Okay. They dared not voice any objections. If Mu Cheng said it was good, then it must be. It must be good. After all, she's so beautiful. The two girls were so excited that they clenched their fists, looking at each other, not just thrilled about the free milk tea, but because it was Mu Cheng treating them. However, at the same time, the comments in the live stream exploded. "I am not jealous. Oh, where is this shop? I want to go right now. I'm breaking down, family. I'm feeling a bit uncomfortable." Okay, I was already feeling bad about working overtime today, but now I'm not the only one feeling bad. Sunglasses, smiling, crying. "It's okay, sister, sour things aren't tasty. Oh boo, who that little thief stole the milk tea my wife was going to give me." "Mu Cheng, I'm letting this slide this time, but you're not allowed to do it again next time, Lemon. How about releasing a new song, and I'll forgive you." They were really losing it. Thousands of comments. Not a single one repeated. These fans seemed as fragile as dried cow dung, a light touch could shatter them. Boo-hoo. Meanwhile, in the baking experience shop, the two young girls with their cups of milk tea had no idea they were making thousands of netizens envious. They happily waved goodbye to Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng gently reminded them, "Make sure to return to school early tonight." Okay. They didn't know what to say, feeling particularly excited. They could only keep nodding. Then as soon as Mu Cheng and Lin Yi went inside to make cakes, they hurriedly took pictures with their milk tea. They prepared to post on Douyin. They had even thought of the caption, "Today is an incredibly happy day for a little girl. It's my first time meeting Mu Cheng. She's really super beautiful and so gentle." Aw. Even, they were afraid their photo editing skills would affect Mu Cheng's image. They planned to post it directly with, however, these two little fans probably had no idea what was about to happen to their Douyin account. They nearly thought they were being cyberbullied. In the next date, Mu Cheng and her group completed the cake making. A cake that looked especially sweet named and a slightly awkward-looking Doraemon cake was also done. It was their first time making cakes. This experience it felt very participatory. So they planned to put the cakes in the shop's refrigerator, then return later to take them back to enjoy with their friends in the little house. But for now they should go have dinner. It was already almost 6 o'clock. The dinner arranged by the program group was at a rooftop restaurant in the mall decorated with lights, roses, and candles. It looked particularly warm and romantic with a few small rabbits kept in a corner. Chen Jia exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, so cute." Mu Cheng's beautiful eyes also lit up slightly. The two girls walked over. Then, they suddenly exclaimed in unison, "Can we hug them? Can we eat this?" Chen Jia, the two boys, the audience. After 3 seconds of silence, everyone burst into laughter. The girl was a bit confused. Why not? Can't we eat them? Could it be that the rabbits were expensive? The restaurant staff chuckled helplessly. These rabbits are our restaurant's longtime employees. If you really want to eat, I can arrange for someone to buy some. No, I was just joking. They are adorable, very cute. Mu Cheng also realized. It seemed a bit impolite. She quickly waved her small hands apologetically. How embarrassing. She felt her cheeks starting to heat up. This girl did not realize that in front of good-looking people such things are not embarrassing, but rather endearing and cute. At least that's how Lin Yi and Huda saw it. At this moment, they were even more smitten with Mu Cheng. If they could marry her, they would probably wake up smiling every day. After spending some time playing with the little rabbits, everyone sat down to enjoy the view of the sunset over the magic city while casually chatting. While waiting for the staff to serve the dishes, they could use hot towels to wipe their hands. This rooftop restaurant seemed to have been booked by the program group. Because in such a large space, they were the only table of guests. Since they had eaten some snacks at the baking shop earlier, they weren't particularly hungry, now mainly chatting about future plans. Or topics related to relationships. Among this group, it was clear that everyone was most interested in Mu Cheng. Linny decided to be direct, swallowing a bite of foie gras, then casually asked with a smile. Actually, have you ever thought about the type of partner you want? Seemingly asking everyone, but his focus was always on. Huda was the first to respond hesitantly, saying, the type of partner. He wanted to blurt out that it was someone like Mu Cheng, but he stopped himself. What if saying it out loud made things too awkward? So he thought it over, and said seriously, I don't really think about it much since I don't encounter many females in my line of work, but it feels like it comes down to fate. But when you play games, don't you get to meet plenty of girls? Mu Cheng did not agree with his first statement, looking at him with her beautiful eyes. I remember female players in Honor of Kings make up half right. And boys love to team up with girls, don't they? In her past life as a boy, she understood these LSP too well. Cough cough. The rustic boy nearly choked on his saliva. He didn't expect Mu Cheng's sudden remark to be so sharp. Meanwhile, the other two watched the show, curious to see how he would wriggle out of this one. Extra update. Hope everyone can support it more. At this moment, Huda found himself somewhat at a loss for words, as he usually streamed games. He had indeed had experiences with female fans. Previously, he had heard a girl's voice that was quite pleasant, and he thought love had come his way. Unfortunately, the girl turned out to be a plump sister weighing over 180 pounds. In the end, he was so frightened that he could hardly believe in online romance anymore. Wait, what? Suddenly 2G had a moment of clarity, narrowing his small eyes. He smiled and replied, there are many girls who play King of Glory, but I am not someone who believes in online romance. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come to this small house to meet you all right. I must say this statement was quite acceptable. Even Huda's fans in the live stream looked at him with newfound respect. With his feet off the ground, he had truly claimed the high ground of intellect. Is that so? I also don't believe in online romance. The girl did not continue to challenge him sharply, instead smiling sweetly in agreement with his words. Lin Yi naturally shifted the subject. She directed the previous question towards Mu Cheng. What about you, Chengzi? What are your requirements for a partner? As for me. Mu Cheng thought for a moment and honestly admitted that since becoming a girl, she hadn't really considered this matter. After all, she couldn't possibly like boys. As for girls. Ding. Please host, make your heart's choice. Choice 1, admit that you don't like boys and are a narcissist. Reward Kawasaki H2, our track version. Choice 2, be vague and dodge the question, countering Lin Yi with a question. Reward Kawasaki H2 license for motorcycles in Magic City. Friendly reminder, this choice includes mastery of motorcycle driving skills, a license, and a safety helmet. The system's voice rang in her mind again, stirring Mu Cheng's heart. Kawasaki H2. That's the legendary dream bike in the hearts of countless motorcycle enthusiasts. However, being the track version, it was not street legal. But the second choice, Kawasaki H2, was obviously much better. Not only was it a version that could be legally ridden on the road, but the system also kindly provided a motorcycle license for Magic City. It's worth noting that getting a Magic City license is no easy feat. Many people struggle to obtain a Magic City license. Choice 2. Mu Cheng silently chanted in her heart. Then she discreetly blinked her eyes, as if pondering something. The girl picked up a shrimp dumpling and softly said, I haven't thought much about my requirements for a partner, but I believe the most important things are values and character. So simple. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Even many viewers in the live stream wore expressions of surprise. Compared to the current girls who often have wish list style requirements for partners, such as wanting one to be 8 meters tall, have abs, and be good-looking, Cheng's requirements seemed too easy. It almost made everyone feel like they could qualify. But upon closer thought, it seemed this girl hadn't been in a relationship, so having low requirements for a partner didn't seem unreasonable. Moreover, it indicated that Cheng preferred pure love. Wow. In an instant, everyone felt a bit excited. The two boys present were equally affected, unable to stop their hearts. However, they didn't stop to think. Is this really that simple? Anyway, Mu Cheng believed that this might be the hardest requirement. Of course, she could just answer vaguely without revealing her true thoughts. Mu Cheng felt secretly delighted, then looked at Lin Yi and Chun Jia with a gentle smile. What about you two? I'm quite curious. Congratulations, host, for completing your heart's choice. Reward: Kawasaki H2 license for motorcycles in Magic City. Friendly reminder: the Kawasaki H2 has been quietly placed beside your Audi R8. The license has been set up. The driving license is in your bag, and the safety helmet is in the passenger seat of the Audi R8. Meanwhile, a continuous stream of motorcycle driving experience began to flow into Mu Cheng's mind, gradually forming muscle memory. This process was quite rapid, almost instantaneous. Damn, system impressive. The girl felt a little happy mixed with a hint of excitement. She really wanted to take the Kawasaki H2 for a test ride right now. But, looking at her dress, she thought, well, that little excitement was quickly extinguished. Clearly this outfit was not suitable for riding a motorcycle. Mu Cheng's emotions shifted quickly as she puffed her cheeks and bit into the shrimp dumpling. Lin Yi was charmed by her cuteness, unable to help but laugh. As for my requirements for a partner, I haven't thought too much about it. I always believe in fate. Perhaps sometimes when fate arrives, any previous incompatibility can be overturned. It seems I'm the only one who thinks too much. I would prefer someone who is opinionated and motivated. Of course, it would be even better if he is good-looking and tall and slender. Chun Jia said, glancing at Lin Yi, her words carrying a hint of implication. This scene made Mu Cheng ponder. It felt quite interesting. Unbeknownst to them, as their conversation topics increased, there seemed to be an inexplicable undercurrent flowing. Anyway, the viewers in the live stream and the observation room were glued to the screen. Their faces wore smiles of anticipation, and as observers from a god's eye perspective, they could perceive far more than the few people present. Especially when Lin Yi and Huoda suddenly engaged in a subtle rivalry, which almost drove the viewers. Dinner at the rooftop restaurant lasted until nearly 8 o'clock. As night fell, the sky shifted from evening glow to deep darkness. A slightly cool evening breeze brushed through, accompanied by the rustling sound of leaves. It fluttered the skirts of it. Also made Chun Jia unconsciously rub her arm. She had also dressed up carefully today, wearing a sleeveless crop top in black and white paired with a denim skirt, leaning towards a sweet and cool style. However, due to one girl's overwhelming brilliance, the attention of others was hardly drawn to her. But now Lin Yi noticed this and paused slightly in his steps. Isn't it a bit cold now since you're all wearing skirts? Just a little, but it's fine. Chun Jia looked at him with a smile, a hint of inexplicable emotion flashing in her eyes. For a girl, when such a situation arises, it was evident that she hoped the boys would react. The audience in the live stream could see this, and Lin Yi of course could too. He glanced at Mu Cheng, who was walking behind. He hesitated slightly, but still reached out to remove his shirt jacket and handed it to Chun Jia, smiling. Put on my jacket. It won't be cold once we get in the car, and turn on the air conditioning. Thank you. You're welcome. In fact, it was quite important. Lin Yi had asked just now because he wanted to give his jacket to the girl behind. Are you cold, Chengzi? Why not wear my coat? Behind, Huoda imitated, also thinking of giving his coat to Mu Cheng. It would be best if he could help her put it on personally. But the next moment, the girl with her crescent-shaped eyes lightly chuckled and declined. No need, it's just a short walk. I have one in my car. All right then. Not being able to send her off left Huoda slightly regretful. Meanwhile, Lin Yi turned back, also letting out a sigh. What he was thinking now was, although he and Chengzi had not made particularly quick progress, as long as she hadn't either, it was fine. As everyone pressed the elevator button, they headed straight to the first floor of the mall. They walked out to the outdoor parking lot. Soon, everyone saw Lin Yi's Volvo. Chengzi, did you drive here? He asked. Mu Cheng nodded her little head. Yes, I drove here. Where? I didn't see it. Chun Jia looked around. Since the place they were dating was on the side of the whole mall, it didn't look very big. So even if there were many cars, they should be able to spot the Mercedes-Benz G-Class immediately. I switched to a different car. As she spoke, they saw Mu Cheng suddenly walk over to a nearby silver super cool sports car and flashed its headlights. Everyone, audience, wow, is this an Audi R8? Oh my, she's really rich. She used to drive a G-Class, and now she directly switched to an Audi R8. Did anyone tell me the price of this car? It's so cool. This seems like the 2020 top model. It costs at least around 2 million yuan. Wow, I don't even know what to say anymore. How can there be such a perfect girl high and looks great figure can write songs? And the person above is right, but one thing they forgot to mention is that Qingzi also has me as her boyfriend. Hey, you might as well take a look at yourself in the mirror. What can you compare to a dog? Haha, your combat power is so strong, though I acknowledge it. That motorcycle beside is also very cool. It can't be a Kawasaki H2, right? Wow, it really is. The Magic City really is full of rich people and going to hustle in the Magic City and then marry Qingzi. The moment they saw Mu Cheng open the car door and sit in the Audi R8, the entire audience in the live stream became excited. The bullet comments also became lively. Of course, many sharp-eyed netizens noticed the Kawasaki H2 with its carbon fiber body and super cool dynamic flowing lines. Just the shimmering green lines of the car made many motorcycle enthusiasts drool. For them, sitting on this bike was already a half-dream come true. While to truly fulfill the dream, they still needed to mention the Kawasaki H2R. While the group in the live stream was feeling emotional. Over here, Mu Cheng got into the car and indeed saw a Black Knight's helmet in the passenger seat, seemingly matching that Kawasaki H2. The helmet was also made of carbon fiber material. Overall, it looked incredibly cool. In short, Mu Cheng was very satisfied, and a faint smile unconsciously rose at the corners of her mouth. However, there was now a problem. How was she going to drive this thing back? Leave it here, or just drive it herself? Actually, it was possible to ride a motorcycle while wearing a skirt. However, Mu Cheng's tailcoat skirt was relatively long, which could be dangerous if riding a motorcycle. It wasn't elegant either. Now she was a bit troubled. What's wrong, Qingzi? Since the girl had been thinking for a while, she didn't notice that Lin Yi and the others had already walked over. After just experiencing the same shock and surprise as the netizens, seeing the Audi R8 again wasn't as exaggerated. After all, everyone also knew about Mu Cheng's financial situation. It's not surprising to have a sports car. In fact, among the people present, Huada also had the means of buying a sports car for a few million was relatively easy for him. I'm thinking about how to drive that motorcycle back. The girl returned to her senses and said helplessly. She had already thought of a reason. My friend drove this car out before, and today she knew I was here, so she parked her car. Everyone. They moved their lips but didn't say anything. Their expressions were slightly bewildered. Who would have thought that this cool motorcycle beside was also Qingzi's? Impressive. The audience in the live stream was completely stunned. Forget it, let's go back first. I'll come back tomorrow to sort it out. Glancing at the Kawasaki H2, Mu Cheng still decided to leave it here, since this mall allowed 24-hour parking. It's just that the fees were a bit expensive. But for Mu Cheng it wasn't a big deal. Since she decided, so everyone had. At this moment, Chen Jia suddenly asked, so how are we going to sit? One person in Qingzi's car. How about this, you two girls take one car and Huage sits with me? Lin Yi directly suggested. Jokingly, if Huada were to sit in Qingzi's car, he would definitely be jealous. Upon hearing this, except for Mu Cheng, the other two showed a hint of barely noticeable disappointment in their eyes. Huada was disappointed, and Chen Jia felt the same. But since it had been said, everyone had no reason to refuse. Mainly because Mu Cheng's Audi R8 was indeed more suitable for girls. Because the seats were too narrow. Get in the car, Mu Cheng gently smiled at Chen Jia, and even kindly helped her adjust the seat. Although they were rivals in love, this moment was inexplicably warm, making Chen Jia's mood better. She knew that Qingzi didn't intend to snatch Lin Yi from her. It was just that this girl's brilliance was too dazzling, causing Lin Yi to temporarily overlook her. Therefore, Chen Jia couldn't develop any dislike towards Mu Cheng. In fact, sometimes she even thought that Mu Cheng was really gentle. At 8:30 in the evening, heartfelt little house. After spending a day at the badminton court and having dinner, Group 2 had returned from their date. The biggest gain for their group was probably Wang Yuchen and Jiang Junhan. The two progressed very quickly by the time they had dinner. They had already talked about future matters. Meanwhile, Eugene and Mao's conversation was relatively slow. After all, someone was thinking about another person and occasionally lost focus, so how could there be any progress? Furthermore, Miao had never been in a relationship. Previously, boys had always pursued her, so she was even more at a loss. Even Xining in the observation room lamented, this pair is really difficult. Well, who told them to think about Qingzi? Chen Yi laughed. Professor Chen Ming shook his head nearby, saying, I've counted, Eugene has lost focus 3 times in total. This kid is hopeless. In the cozy little house, room 701. After the second group returned from their date, Eugene parted ways with Miao and her friends, who headed back to room 702. So he was left alone here. Looking at the empty living room, the kitchen devoid of any warmth, he had no choice but to take a basketball outside to the yard, casually dribbling it to distract himself. Last night, after losing a game of rock, paper, scissors, to Wada, Eugene felt regret all night long. Why didn't he choose rock? He couldn't even imagine how happy that guy must be today going out with Qingzi. Of course, this was still before Eugene knew that Mu Cheng had worn a spaghetti strap dress today with a side ponytail and some makeup. Otherwise, he would have been even more troubled. Sigh, this kid really has no hope. How smitten must Qingzi be, completely distracted. Poor Lu Shui, I feel like Miao was quite proactive today. Why can't Eugene notice her? Right, they both haven't dated anyone, and Meow Meow's looks aren't bad either. I say you guys are just meddling in other people's affairs. Meow Meow is great, but since there's a better option like Cheng Zi, why can't Eugene pursue her? True, we can just watch the fun. At least Eugene still gets to interact with Cheng Zi. We, on the other hand, can't even dream of pursuing anyone. Whoa, this hits hard, my friend. As time passed, it unknowingly became 9 o'clock in the evening. Still not back. Eugene glanced at his phone, feeling a pang in his heart. Where could they have gone to take so long? Just as he was contemplating whether to go out and check, suddenly voices of several people conversing came from outside the yard, one of them speaking Mandarin with a humorous accent. They should be back, right? The lights over there seem to be on. Why would he want to come back with us to eat cake? Eat, at least it was made by hand. I'm really looking forward to the cake Cheng Zi made of it. Looks stunning. Your Doraemon cake also turned out pretty well. Humorous. Can this be described like that? Of course. Everyone remembered that Doraemon and couldn't help. That design felt like it was almost going to court. Soon amidst the laughter, Wada pushed open the wooden door to the courtyard of room 701, followed by Lin Yi and Chun Jia, who were carrying a cake. At this moment, Mu Cheng, feeling the chill as the night grew late, had put on a light cardigan covering up her enticing spaghetti-strap dress, leaving her delicate collarbone faintly visible. Hello. As the group walked into the yard, they unexpectedly bumped into Eugene, who had come out to look. The girl paused for a moment, then waved her hand in greeting. Linny also smiled and said, "Back so early. Just a bit earlier than you guys." Eugene maintained a calm facade but couldn't help but feign curiosity, asking with a smile, "Where did you all go today?" "We want to make a cake." Cheng Zi turned herself into a cake today. Lin Yi waved the items in her hand. Eugene's brows instantly raised. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was excited. Woohoo. It felt like someone was intentionally showing off. Even the teachers in the observation room straightened their backs and couldn't help but smile. In their eyes, curiosity was palpable. What do you mean Cheng Zi became a cake? In the courtyard of the little house, an invisible tension began to build, and Eugene was filled with confusion. He instinctively turned his gaze towards Mu Cheng. Right now he felt even more sour. Because as he got closer, Eugene finally saw the dress the girl was wearing today, her face adorned with a light touch of makeup. Just a casual flicker of her beautiful eyes could quicken one's heartbeat. She was so beautiful. Mu Cheng, oblivious to Eugene's gaze, gently smiled and said, "They were just joking, but it was just a cake that looks a lot like me. Such a cake exists. Of course, their shop can even make Doraemon cakes, but ours didn't turn out that great." Shinja also explained with a cheerful. Eugene's expression turned enlightened. For a moment, the strange atmosphere surrounding the group eased significantly. They began chatting about the events of the day. As they changed their shoes to come inside, Wada also put on a shoe cover and eagerly placed the cake on the coffee table in the living room. Lenny looked at Eugene and asked, "Has everyone returned, or is it just you?" "My group is all back. Who do you have?" Suddenly, Mu Cheng became curious. Then she heard Eugene laughingly say, "Your roommate and Wang Gu are in group 3. Who do you think we have?" "How am I supposed to remember that? My mind isn't that sharp. I can't remember so many things." The girl squinted her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with playful laughter. Her teasing of herself made everyone laugh involuntarily. She was so cute. "Are we going to cut the cake now?" Wada, sitting on the carpet, rubbed his hands together eagerly, saying, "Should I go to room 702 and call them?" "Sure, otherwise it will be too late to eat the cake later. Let's save a few pieces for Chow Chow and Wang Gu. I don't know what's going on, but it's already this late, and there are still people out on dates longer than them." Soon Wada took off his shoe covers and went back to his room 702 to call for people. The others chatted casually in the living room. Mu Cheng sat cross-legged for a while before getting up to go to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, casually taking off. In an instant, her silky black hair cascaded down from her shoulders like moonlight finally resting on her light blue cardigan, carrying a hint of a pleasant fragrance. Chun Jia turned around and saw this, instantly feeling envious. "Cheng Zi, your hair is so beautiful. I've been growing it for over 10 years. That's still more than mine. I often lose hair, you know." She touched her own strands. Perhaps due to perming and dyeing, Chun Jia felt that her hair was not only thin, but also of poor quality. At this time, the girl returned with a cup of water, smiling gently. "Wait a moment, I'll give you my conditioner to see if it helps a bit." "Ah, thank you, Cheng Zi." Chun Jia was very surprised and couldn't help but give her a hug. Since Cheng Zi said her conditioner was good, after all, she was so beautiful. Girls' conversations flowed effortlessly as long as they talked about things that could make them more beautiful. Seeing this, Lin Yi and Eugene exchanged glances, both smiling helplessly. Of course, they were also a bit envious. They also wished they could hug Cheng Zi. Click. Just as Lin Yi was showing off the photos from today's date with Eugene, suddenly the door outside was pushed open. It was Liang Xiaowei and Wang Hilong, who had finally returned from their date. Each of them was carrying something in their hands. "Oh, Cheng Zi, you all are back. Hey, where have you been playing? Coming back so late, you must be reluctant to return home, right?" Upon seeing the two, everyone got up to approach. Mu Chen's beautiful eyes curved, charmingly sparkling with a playful blink. The girl's words carried a hint of sarcasm reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. "Of course. Everyone knew she was teasing and felt nothing was wrong. They even looked at the two with curious. In an instant, Liang Xiaowei felt a bit embarrassed under the scrutiny. What's this? It's just coming back a little late, as if there's a misunderstanding. Wang Helong laughed it off. It's all good. The place we went on a date is a bit far from the cabin. So what did you guys? Everyone was quite curious. Xiao Qiao changed her shoes and came in with some things. Mu Cheng helped her take them, and then the cool girl said, we went ice skating and to an outdoor cinema. I almost got bitten to death by mosquitoes. Pausing for a moment, she pointed at Wang Helong, unable to contain her laughter. He almost fell to his death at the skating rink. What a thrilling date. This made everyone laugh out loud. Goodness, just hearing about it was amusing. Liang Xiaowei looked at everyone, mainly focusing on Mu Cheng. What about you guys? Then came another round of information exchange. They also took the opportunity to open the cake on the— wow, the cakes you made look amazing. Who made this one? At first, Liang Xiaowei was pleasantly surprised to praise the orange cake, but suddenly an unidentifiable object appeared before her, resembling something from Doraemon. Chun Jia smiled cheerfully. That one was made by Lin Yi in orange, and this one was made by me and brother Hua, and it's a bit of a mess. Hearing this, Wang Helong's eyes shifted. He glanced at Lin Yi and then directed his gaze to the smiling girl beside her. The viewers in the live stream immediately— this is the alliance in action. Tisk, what a liaison. Some viewers felt that Chun Jia had just accepted Orange's hair conditioner, and now betraying her seemed a bit unethical. But others rationally analyzed, it's nothing, it's all public knowledge, it doesn't involve any privacy issues. As everyone thought about it, it seemed that way. However, they were still curious about whether Chun Jia valued the alliance or her sisterly bond with Mu Cheng more. Moments later, Huada brought over a few people from 702. Without needing to say much, they naturally exchanged pleasantries. Miao Miao casually sat down beside Mu Cheng. She saw the orange cake, her lips slightly parted, and quietly asked, did you make this? Isn't it pretty? The girl looked a bit proud. Miao Miao also smiled. It looks good and seems really delicious. Then her gaze landed on another cake, her head slowly forming a question mark. Alright, let's cut the cake. Which one should we start with? Let's cut them together. I feel like everyone can have a bit of both cakes, but don't eat too much or you'll gain weight. Okay. Neither cake was particularly large. 10 people eating should be just right. After all, girls are also cautious about eating too many sweets at night to avoid gaining weight. Except for a certain girl who has a physique that doesn't gain weight. Lin Yi and Huada were in charge of cutting the cake, and everyone got a small piece from both. Mu Cheng also held a small plate. Since she was a major contributor to the orange cake, she received an extra piece of— the matcha cream was quite delicious. Oh, by the way, I brought a little gift for you all. Suddenly, while everyone was eating, Liang Xiaowei took out some exquisite little toys from a bag at her feet. What was revealed were some small figurines. There was a small shark and a monkey holding a banana, a reverse Tengu. She chuckled. I won these from a claw machine today. You can each pick one. Wow, you caught so many. Wang Yuchen expressed her surprise. Everyone who has played with claw machines knows that to catch this many would cost at least $100, especially since the machines in Magic City aren't cheap, and these small figurines are of decent quality. Jiang Junhan smiled and took one of the little crocodiles without hesitation. Then, everyone expressed their thanks and picked one. In the end, only Mu Cheng was left, choosing between the baby shark and the monkey. The girl carefully examined the monkey. It even had a sentence written in English on it, please do not touch my banana. Well, I must take it. The stubborn Mu Cheng, weighing 100 pounds, directly snatched the monkey's banana. In an instant, what the heck is this? The girl was completely startled, staring blankly at the seemingly insane monkey. Across from her, Liang Xiaowei and Wang Helong exchanged glances, both struggling to suppress their laughter. Clearly, they had known this moment would happen. They just didn't expect that the object of fright would be orange buffed. The two finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Meanwhile, Mu Cheng snapped back to reality, slightly furrowing her brows, her little face filled with confusion and disgust. A bit helpless, she said, this thing is too scary. If I leave it in my room at night, I'll be scared to death. Saying this, she pressed her little hand on the monkey's forehead, trying to soothe it, but it seemed the creature only became more unbearable. In the end, it was still Miao Miao who picked up the banana and stuffed it back into the monkey's hand, and only then did it quiet down. Mu Cheng. At the same time, the viewers in the live stream watching this scene were also nearly dying from laughter. Seeing such an expression on Orange's face for the first time, I'm dying. She really looks so disgusted, laughing and crying. I've played with this toy before, it's extremely loud, and sometimes it just won't stop. Last time I almost threw it off the 17th floor. I feel like Orange really got scared just now. She even threw the banana away. No way, I have to wait for today's live stream replay. Orange's expression was really cute. Xiao Xiao is such a mischievous girl, deliberately not telling Orange. The viewers in the live stream burst. Inside the cabin, everyone wasn't much better off. They were all amused by the girl's expression and her disdainful gaze. Finally, Mu Cheng naturally did not choose the creepy monkey, but took the quiet, non-noisy baby shark instead, perfectly matching with her shark pepper. And she was still a single dog. Even the figurines had partners. Because of this little episode, the atmosphere in the 701 cabin was suddenly very cheerful, and and everyone immersed in laughter. But in the blink of an eye, it was already 10:30, and it was about time to disperse. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Just as everyone was preparing to say goodbye and head back, suddenly everyone's phones went off. Once again, it was the much-anticipated segment. When teacher he took out a few familiar small blackboards, smiling at everyone they all knew. It was time for action. It was the moment for heart-throbbing messages. Instantly, everyone perked up, fully focused. After all, they had failed to receive the small golden bars twice already. This time they had to secure at least one. I believe you all know what to do next, right? Teacher he smiled slightly, then shifted the topic. However, this time it's not a team battle, but an individual battle. Individual battle. The essence of humanity is a parrot. Everyone repeated in unison, yes, an individual battle. Teacher he nodded and continued to explain with a gentle smile. Each of us will receive a small blackboard to connect on our own. The person with the most correct connections at the end will receive a small golden bar. But if everyone is correct, then congratulations, you can receive 2. Wow. At the mention of this, everyone instantly became excited. 2 small golden bars. The production team was being unusually generous this time. Perhaps it was because they noticed that everyone had failed twice before they actually lowered the difficulty. After all, according to this method, at least one person should be able to win a small golden bar. Alright, I won't say much more, let's get started directly. Saying this, teacher, he handed out a small blackboard to everyone. If they didn't hurry, the heart-throbbing messages would probably be sent out in the small room soon. In an instant, the entire observation room fell into unprecedented silence as everyone pondered how to connect. Some of them found it relatively simple. They completed it almost immediately. For example, Liang Xiao sent a message to Wang Helong, Wang Yuchen, and Zhang Junhan exchanged messages, and then Lin Yi and Wada sent messages to Cheng Zi, and so on. Moments later, Wang Yanlin was the first to stop writing, looking up at everyone with a cheerful smile. I'm done. Eugene, who did you connect with? Beside him, Dongfang Xiang leaned over quietly, inquiring. Wang Yanlin replied confidently, definitely Cheng Zi. It was so obvious when she returned tonight. But he just went on a date with Miao Miao today. Even if he likes Cheng Zi, shouldn't he also send a heart-throbbing message to Miao Miao to show something? Xin Ling joined the discussion. To be honest, Eugene was indeed the hardest for everyone to connect with. On one hand, he liked Cheng Zi. Everyone could see that. But on the other hand, Xin Ling was right today. He had interacted the most with Miao Miao. I don't care, I'm choosing Cheng Zi. I'm her #1 fan. If you say that, then I'll also choose Cheng Zi. Meng Zi could hardly hold back upon hearing Wang Diyi. She was the real fan. In the end, everyone actually chose Cheng Zi, except for Professor Chen Ming, who just smiled without saying a word. In the heart-throbbing small room, 701. Upon receiving the message from the production team, everyone felt a slight stir in their hearts. Then everyone conveniently used the earlier excuse to disperse here. The requirement for sending heart-throbbing messages was that each person must find a separate place, without anyone knowing who their message was for. They also couldn't disclose the contents of their heart-throbbing messages. Ding. Please, host, make your heart-throbbing choice. When Mu Cheng also left, she went to sit on the swing chair in the entertainment room. The system's prompt arrived as promised, ringing in her mind. Choice 1. Send a heart-throbbing message to Lin Yi, reward Annie War God. Choice 2. Send a heart-throbbing message to Wada, reward the ultimate gaming tool for leading teammates a national server Ma Chao account. The girl sat on the swing chair looking down at her phone, her slightly messy hair falling over half of her delicate face, seemingly playfully avoiding the camera. Even so, her high-bridged nose and long eyelashes peeking through the strands of hair still took one's breath away. How could someone be so stunning just by looking at their profile? However, more viewers were curious now. Who would Cheng Zi send her heart-throbbing message to? Was it Lin Yi or Wada? As for the other boys, the audience in the live broadcast room and those in the observation room had similar guesses, thinking the chances were low. But the greatest possibility was Lin Yi. After all, they had made a cake together today, right? There had been some small interaction. Congratulations, host, for completing the heart-throbbing choice, reward Annie War God. Regarding the speculations outside, the girl still sitting on the swing chair was unaware. All she knew was that the Annie War God awarded by the system was pretty impressive. Annie War God resolves period pain, menstrual irregularities, and the bugs of not being able to eat cold, spicy, or seafood, turning you into a healthy girl with regular menstruation. When Mu Cheng saw the system's annotation, she was completely stunned. Following that was a wave of uncontrollable. You see, ever since she became a girl, her greatest fear was getting her period. Because in her memories, her previous self always felt very uncomfortable each time. Especially if she drank too many cold things like chilled beverages a few days before her period. The pain would be Thus, Mu Cheng had been under a lot of pressure these days. The unknown is the most frightening. She hadn't felt the pain of her period yet, but the memories were still fresh. Unexpectedly, these were all bugs according to the system, and with this reward in hand, they were directly resolved. Awesome. Thinking of this, the girl couldn't sit still anymore, filled with a bit of excitement. She put on her slippers and ran to the kitchen with a pat 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 sound. She wanted to eat some ice cream to celebrate and to calm her nerves. Because counting the days her period was due in a few days during this time, Mu Cheng had been controlling her appetite, not daring to eat too much cold food. At this moment, the viewers in the live broadcast room, who were watching the screen, were a bit surprised. Why did it feel like Cheng Zi seemed so excited after sending her heart-throbbing message? Moreover, she walked so gracefully. Especially since she was walking a bit fast, a gust of wind blew her tail skirt, making it sway in the breeze. From behind, her fair thighs were a bit visible, which directly left many fans feeling dry-mouthed. And of course, some girls expressed confusion. Why is it that they bought the same skirt but couldn't pull off this effect? In the observation room, watching the 10 small screens on the big screen, all sending their respective heart-throbbing messages with a whoosh. Teacher He and the others also reached the moment of revelation. Everyone rubbed their hands together, expressing a bit of excitement. Alright, as usual, let's first look at the boys' part. Teacher, he said with a smile. The director was also very astute, directly switching the screen to Lenny. Suddenly, with a blue envelope sent out, it quickly jumped to a cute orange avatar. Everyone couldn't help but smile. They guessed correctly. In fact, aside from Eugene, the boys are really easy to guess. And unsurprisingly, everyone matched their heartstrings. Now it's just up to Eugene. Come on, whether it's a bicycle or a motorcycle, it all comes down to this one. Wang Yinlin exclaimed like a gambler. Everyone was staring intently. The others didn't dare to breathe, fearing they would miss the scene on the big screen, with just as the blue envelope belonging to Eugene flipped over, it landed on the profile of a white Yorkshire Terrier, and instantly several people present widened their eyes. Professor Chen Ming looked at the incredulous Wang Yinlin and couldn't help but chuckle. Quit gambling, kid. That's right. Eugene actually didn't send it to Mu Cheng. Instead, it was sent to Meow Meow. This is simply hard to believe. Teacher, he also urged the director to show the content of the heart-throbbing message. What does it say? Let's take a look. Eugene, you're pretty good at badminton. We both dominate the courtier. Why did he send it to Meow Meow? At that moment, everyone looked at Professor Chen Ming, who was the only one present to get it right. Everyone was curious. Professor Chen adjusted his glasses and smiled. It's actually a very simple principle. There's no reason. No reason. Yes, Eugene today has no reason to send it to Cheng Zi, just like Maine, who also has a bit of a crush on Cheng Zi, but he still sent it to Xiao Xiao. I don't quite understand. If Eugene likes Cheng Zi, why not just send it directly? Xian Ling furrowed her brow, feeling a bit perplexed. Professor Chen Ming gestured for her to be patient as he hadn't finished speaking. It's like this, their acquaintance is still too short. It only adds up to 5 days. In the absence of clear circumstances, people tend to get tangled up. Perhaps Eugene himself wanted to send it to Cheng Zi, but he worries about being too direct. At this point, meanwhile, the big screen suddenly focused on Eugene, who indeed looked conflicted, hesitating as he occasionally picked up his phone to check. Then he set it down again, letting out a slight sigh. No wonder you're a psychology professor. Next time you choose, I'll go with. Dongfang Xiang was impressed, giving a thumbs up. Professor Chen Ming waved his hand with a smile, saying, No. You all just like Cheng Zi too much, or we need to be a little more rational. Ha ha ha, indeed. When this topic came up, everyone couldn't help but laugh. They really liked Cheng Zi. This girl is so adorable. She's practically irresistible to anyone regardless of age or gender. Teacher, he smiled gently. Come on, let's continue watching. Next up is the girls' part. Alright. Unsurprisingly, in the end, only one person won the little golden bar. And unexpectedly, it turned out to be 2 at once. Because Professor Chen Ming actually got them all right. In the heart-throbbing small house room, 701. After enjoying an ice cream, Mu Cheng contentedly returned to her room. As she opened the door, she saw Yang Xiaowei swinging a large stuffed toy, occasionally posing as if surrendering. It seemed she was having a lot of fun. Who would have thought that this woman, who appeared to be a strong and dignified lady, had such a cute side privately? Cheng Zi, come here, let's talk about some paid stuff. Upon seeing a certain girl return, Liang Xiaowei, the audience in the live stream was also a bit excited. What are they going to talk about? Paid stuff. Then I'm not sleepy anymore. Mu Cheng approached curiously with light footsteps, looking a bit silly. What paid stuff? Can I borrow your Penguin Video membership? Sure. The audience. Damn. What a letdown. It really is paid. At the end of July in the early summer. Late at night, the moon seemed to shyly hide behind the clouds, not coming out anymore. At 12 o'clock at night, Mu Cheng, who had already taken a shower, lay half reclined on her fragrant bed, casually scrolling through her phone. Next to her lay a woman in a cream-colored nightgown. Yes, this woman was naturally Liang Xiaowei. It was easy for her to come and lie on Mu Cheng's bed. She just thought this girl smelled nice. The relationship between the two girls was now even closer than with the boys, gradually developing into best friends. So annoying, I feel like I've gained weight again recently. I need to eat boiled eggs again. In the quiet room, Liang Xiaowei suddenly complained. Mu Cheng paused, thought for a moment, and replied, So which came first, the chicken or the egg? You came first, and then you laid the egg. Impossible, I wouldn't lay eggs. I don't want to either, but my family is urging me, and I heard that the birth rate is very low over on the other side. Yeah, I haven't watched a show from over there in a long time. Is there anything new lately? I don't know, but I plan to watch 1988 again. I think the female lead ended up with the second male lead. They broke up again. Oh, it's a bad ending. Okay, if you want to lose weight, you need to eat less sweets. This cake will probably be enough for you for 2 days, hee. If a boy were to appear here right now, he would definitely have a question mark on his forehead. You girls, is this how you chat? The key is they somehow managed to tie it all back together at the end. What kind of logic is that? After chatting for a while about such illogical things, the room quickly fell into silence again. The two girls were each playing with their phones. They managed to avoid disturbing each other. On Mu Cheng's side, after looking at the comments on her Douyin for a while, she switched back. She had just received 2 messages forwarded by the program team. She could guess that they should be from Wada and Linny. Above these 2 messages, there was also one she had sent out. Mu Cheng, I had a great time making the cake. It was a pleasant collaboration. It was sent to Linny. The content didn't have much in it. It felt just like chatting with a friend. But even so, when Lin Yi received this message, he still felt a little excited for a brief moment. However, Mu Cheng had no idea. She glanced at WeChat. In a group chat she had established with the managers of 3 music platforms, after sending 10 photos she had taken before, as well as today's photos, the girl clicked on her email. This email was one her counselor had asked her to register for back in college. It was meant for students in the college to receive notifications for things like magazine shoots, advertisements, commercial performances, and so on. The public welfare magazine Mu Cheng had worked with before, as well as the current show Heart-Throbbing 7, were all received through here. So she would occasionally check to see if there were other notifications. Oh, to her surprise, there actually was. Mu Cheng opened her email, initially surprised that someone had sent her a notification. But as she read the content, her expression darkened instantly. Because of these. Hello, our online store is looking for a model to try on various stockings, including black and white silk stockings. The payment for each set of photos is 500 and the requirements are quite generous. If interested, please contact us. Hello, Miss Mu, I am from a brand specializing in intimate apparel. We would like to invite you to shoot an advertisement. What would you consider a fair price? Oh no, I'm surrounded by beautiful women. Hello, our company is developing a game. Could you please play the role of an NPC in the game? After reading a few more, Mu Cheng lost interest. What is this nonsense? It's either stockings or intimate apparel. Mu Cheng did not reply to the subsequent emails as she directly clicked back to the first one, feeling aggrieved and biting her lip. She simply found a picture of a model online. Send it over. Reply, I'll give you 500 to wear stockings for me to see. What an idiot. And the requirements are generous. Why not just sell the ashes at the store? That would be even more expensive. Considering Liang Xiaowei was lying nearby, Mu Cheng held back her words. However, the loud commotion still caught the other's attention. Liang Xiaowei curiously asked, what are you looking at? Look, stockings. Stockings, huh? The elegant woman glanced at the girl's perfectly smooth and slender calves, instantly envious. Your legs would definitely look great in stockings. I don't think so. I feel they're just fine. Mu Cheng gently pinched the flesh on her thigh. It was very elastic, feeling like if I had legs like yours, I would definitely wear stockings every day. Liang Xiaowei looked on with envy. She stood at 166 centimeters, not considered short among girls. She usually dressed in a more mature style and wore stockings. But even so, she felt her legs paled in comparison to Mu Cheng's. That girl was almost glowing with whiteness. It's hard to imagine how beautiful she would be in black stockings. Alright, it's getting late. I need to head back to sleep now. Good night, Mu Cheng, you smell nice. The night was quiet. As the lights in the 2 girls' room went out, the heart-throbbing little house returned to its usual tranquility, with only the occasional cicada chirping in the early summer air. A night with no words. The next day, Sunday. The weather was quite pleasant, sunny, but not too bright. It was expected to rain in a few days. Anyway, it felt refreshing. Since she had gone to bed quite late last night, when Mu Cheng got up, it was already past 10 in the morning. After washing up and changing clothes, the girl planned to ride her Kawasaki H2 home today, so she didn't wear a skirt. She simply put on a casual black tank top. She stepped outside wearing a matching black shirt and black fringed denim shorts. Overall, her all-black outfit looked incredibly cool and stylish. As soon as she appeared on camera, she instantly stunned the viewers who had arrived in the live broadcast room early in the morning. Many girls nearly screamed. Wow. When girls dress coolly, it seems like there's no competition for the boys. Mu Cheng really knows how to style her outfits. Why does she always look so good in her combinations? How is it possible that she just looks good? Feels like you're hitting me hard. What when you I no longer believe in you? What would it hurt to share a little beauty with me? To be honest, even I as a boy think Mu Cheng is really cool. Coolness is indeed a feeling. Actually, even if I step back a bit, I think Mu Cheng would make a great husband. When the last commenter made what seemed like an infatuated statement, the boys in the live room were stunned. Alright, now even girls want to compete with them for a partner, huh? Amidst the laughter of the netizens in the heart-throbbing little house, Mu Cheng had already made breakfast, and alone with her crossbody bag, she prepared to head out. It was strange that everyone in room 701 was also leaving quite early. On a Sunday, not a single person was at home. Vroom vroom, the unique roar of the Audi R8 started sending a wave of sound. Quickly, the silver sports car transformed into a streak of lightning, disappearing from the heart-throbbing little house's parking lot. At the same time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room fell in unison. Yesterday's date at the commercial plaza. When Mu Cheng arrived, her cool and stylish Kawasaki H2 was still parked in place. The girl's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement as she parked and directly pulled out her black helmet from the trunk. The car keys and her driver's license had long been in her bag, so as soon as Mu Cheng sat on the bike, she started the Kawasaki H2. Vroom. This roar was no less impressive than her Audi R8. It sounded fantastic. At that moment, because the noise was so loud, it attracted the curiosity of many passers-by. A boy's eyes lit up. That car is so sleek. No. That car is so long. That's not right. His roommate looked at him with a disdainful expression. Are you looking at her legs, or the car? Can't I look at both? Sure, I like looking too. Wow, if I'm not mistaken, that should be a Kawasaki H2, so cool. The license plate is also pretty impressive, MO-AMC 888. That girl must be quite wealthy. Obviously, anyone who can afford this car must have money. Surrounding the open-air parking lot, quite a few tourists had already gathered. Mostly boys. After all, not many boys can resist such a big toy as a motorcycle. Not to mention that the one riding this bike looks like a girl with an incredibly good figure and long, beautiful legs. Although the girl was wearing a helmet and her appearance was concealed, they all instinctively felt she must look amazing, ignoring the curious, amazed, and envious gazes from the outside. Mu Cheng paid them no mind. After a glance, she lightly shifted gears, released the clutch, and drove out of the park. Taking out her phone, she scanned the code. It was quite expensive. The parking fee for just one night ended up costing. Fortunately, Mu Cheng didn't mind and paid without hesitation, stuffing her phone back into her bag. With a hint of excitement, she prepared to head home first. Vroom. As the throttle was pushed harder, the Kawasaki H2 let out a passionate roar, blowing the scent of the girl's hair into the breeze. Only a black silhouette was left behind. With no beautiful girl or cool motorcycle to watch, the surrounding tourists gradually dispersed. However, everyone still wore a look of amazement and uncontainable envy. Not everyone in Magic City. Most were just working in Shanghai. Even if they had a decent income, the local cost of living and rent made the high-priced Kawasaki H2 a distant dream. Happy 520 Festival. Chen Hui, a motorcycle blogger deeply rooted in the magical city. In the past 2 years, the rise of short videos has prompted a large group of motorcycle enthusiasts to play on Douyin. Chen Hui is one of them. With a household registration in the magical city, even though he is not particularly wealthy, he managed to buy a Ducati V4 with a stroke of luck and some family savings, and he even got a motorcycle license in the magical city. What he enjoys the most is meeting many girls on the internet, taking them out for rides, and shooting videos. Occasionally, he can even take advantage of them. Moreover, if the girls are enthusiastic, it's not impossible to get something in return. So today, Chen Hui is out filming as usual. He has already thought of the video title. What kind of attention would a Ducati V4 attract on the streets of the magical city? Chen Hui is driving slowly. As he passes by some beautifully dressed girls in short skirts, he intentionally revs the engine to create a roar and turns back to act cool. However, just as he tries to attract attention on this street, a sleek black motorcycle suddenly enters his sight. Chen Hui's gaze sharpens. This seems to be a Kawasaki H2. Yes, it's definitely a Kawasaki H2. As a legendary motorcycle, even its legal street version, with its exaggerated assembly line body, and the only mechanical supercharger among mass-produced motorcycles, just the sound of its roar can ignite one's passion. So Chen Hui is absolutely certain. But why is the one riding it a girl? Wow, look at those legs. Chen Hui's eyes light up. As the Kawasaki H2 approaches, he who often carries girls and has seen countless women suddenly feels a flutter in his heart. He must get her WeChat. Let's do it. Chen Hui no longer cares about the girls in short skirts by the roadside, and promptly revs the engine to follow the Kawasaki H2. Yet he still remembers that he is recording material. He accelerates. He glances at the action camera mounted on his motorcycle and mutters to himself, brothers, I've encountered a girl, and I'm truly moved. Let's see if I can get her WeChat. Mu Cheng rides the Kawasaki H2, speeding through the central roads of the magical city, caught up in a moment of excitement. Now she feels much better. No wonder so many people love riding motorcycles. It's genuinely exhilarating. Just the fuel consumption is a bit high. After just half an hour, nearly a tenth of the full tank has already been used. She has traveled almost 20 kilometers. Moments later, she approaches a traffic light. The girl begins to slow down, pondering whether to stop by a specialty store to buy some accessories. After all, aside from a helmet, she has no motorcycle accessories. Phone holder, gloves, dashcam, etc. So she decides to stop nearby and search for a specialty store on her phone. There are 5 seconds left on the red light. Mu Cheng grips the clutch and downshifts, her lively eyes focused ahead under her sleek black helmet. But the next moment, a red motorcycle suddenly stops in the lane next to her. It looks like a Ducati V4. The rider nods in her direction. Mu Cheng doesn't pay much attention, thinking she has encountered a fellow rider. Out of politeness, she slightly nods in return. Then, taking advantage of the green light, she releases the clutch and accelerates quickly down the road. Well, that's pretty cool. Chen Hui is stunned. Then he instinctively raises an eyebrow and hurriedly follows. Meanwhile, Mu Cheng finds a place to park, turns off the engine, and removes her helmet. In an instant, her fragrant hair cascades down like a waterfall. The girl reveals an absolutely beautiful face. Unfortunately, this moment is perfectly captured by Chun Hui's action camera. When Chun Hui sees Mu Cheng's face, he is utterly stunned, unable to believe that the girl hidden beneath the helmet could be so stunningly beautiful. At this moment, he truly feels like he has fallen in love. He must get her WeChat. Thinking this, he parks a little behind, takes off his helmet and gloves. He walks over with a self-assured smile on his face. Hello, miss. The girl is currently looking up the address of a motorcycle accessory store. Turning around, she sees it's the guy from the traffic light. She feels a bit puzzled and wonders if he's a fan of hers. How could he look so awkward? Regardless of her thoughts, Mu Cheng remains polite, blinking her big eyes at him. Hello, is there something you need? No, I saw you suddenly stop and came over to ask if you were having any trouble. No. Haha, that's good. Chun Hui feels a bit awkward due to her aloofness, but he doesn't give up and continues to strike up a conversation. Your bike should be a Kawasaki H2, right? Yes. How much was it? I don't know, it was a gift from someone. Your boyfriend? Girlfriend? Chun Hui, who initially wanted to probe into Mu Cheng's romantic situation, is immediately dumbfounded. Girlfriend? Is she a lesbian? Damn, how could such a beautiful girl possibly be a lesbian? Chun Hui feels a bit annoyed and defensive, even holding deep confidence within himself. He believes he can turn a lesbian straight. So he starts to show his true colors, revealing his intentions. Actually, I also ride motorcycles in the magical city. Can I ask for your WeChat? I often come out to ride. You want my WeChat? Mu Cheng feels confused. If I give you my WeChat, what will I use? Chun Hui. Oh, he feels a bit helpless. No, I meant I want to add you on WeChat. No ad. The girl had already figured him out. This guy is not a fan at all, just here to flirt. So she doesn't bother to show him any courtesy and directly rejects him. After saying that, she doesn't even wait for him to speak again. Glancing at the navigation for the approximate address, she puts on her helmet and starts her motorcycle. Virum. The Kawasaki H2 emits a cold roar, seemingly warning this guy behind her. Soon it disappears from the Chun Hui. Not willing to give up. He is truly unwilling. It's hard to encounter such a beautiful girl, and he really wants to win her over. But she has already rejected him. Sighing, Chun Hui returns to his Ducati V4, planning to start it and follow her along this road. He wonders if he can encounter her again. But in an instant, he suddenly sees the action camera still blinking its recording light. Alright, I can post this on Douyin and let my fans help me find her. As a Douyin motorcycle blogger with over 300,000 followers, Chun Hui believes that since she rides motorcycles, she should also have a Douyin account. Then he can create some topics and interact with her. He doesn't believe she wouldn't want the exposure. Heh. A confident smile appears on Chun Hui's face as he believes Mu Cheng's followers definitely do not surpass his. After all, he follows all motorcycle bloggers in the magical city with over 100,000 followers, and Mu Cheng is not among them. To answer the handsome reader's question, this book has no other female lead, only Cheng Zi, who is a water fairy. However, she will have several good friends, and the little author will strive to write well, so please support us more. Hello, could you help me check out these items? In a motorcycle parts store in Magic City, a stunningly beautiful girl dressed in a cool black outfit pointed at the items on the cashier's counter. The clerk was momentarily stunned. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly suppressed the fluttering in his heart, focusing on his work as he scanned the items. Hello, that will be 3,750. Okay, without hesitation, Mu Cheng opened a payment app and asked the clerk to scan her code. Her payment app page was black. After purchasing the items, Mu Cheng turned to leave under the slightly reluctant gaze of the clerk, leaving behind a lingering pleasant fragrance in the air. She pushed the door open and walked to where her Kawasaki H2 was parked. Mu Cheng immediately installed the dash cam she had bought, having purchased two, one for the front and one for the rear. Additionally, the bag contained a pair of black motorcycle gloves and a phone holder and a DJI action camera. She had seen it while browsing the store. It cost over 2,000, which wasn't too expensive, so she bought it on a whim. After all, it could also be used for vlogging in the future, not just on the bike. Done. After a simple setup, the girl clapped her small hands and a hint of a smile flashed in her beautiful eyes. This bike looks amazing. Then, it's time to go home. She had eaten a little in the morning, and now her stomach felt a bit hungry. Virum. The Kawasaki H2 roared to life. Mu Cheng put on her helmet and gloves, placing her phone in the holder for navigation. Then she stylishly executed a U-turn. Leaving a shallow imprint on the cement ground, she rode off. So cool. A girl passing by was mesmerized, seeing for the first time that a girl could look this cool. In the afternoon, at Chun Hui's home, after failing to catch a glimpse of Mu Cheng, he had returned home early. He had been editing videos, and now he had finally finished editing his video. He cut out some tedious segments, leaving only the parts where he met Mu Cheng, chased her bike, and asked for her WeChat. The content totaled just over 3 minutes. He believed that once he posted it, he would quickly find this girl online. After all, in this day and age, it's rare for anyone not to use Douyin, right? Even if they don't use it, they can surely be found on other social platforms. He uploaded and sent it out. The title was Encounter with an Ultra Beautiful Girl on the Streets of Magic City. Brothers, I really like her. And Chun Hui was quite clever. He knew how to capture internet traffic perfectly. He chose the moment when Mu Cheng took off her helmet, revealing her stunning beauty as the cover image. The video was uploaded, and in less than 5 minutes several comments from fans had already appeared. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. Damn those legs. It would be a waste not to ride a tricycle. Kawasaki H2. Not only is she an ultra beautiful girl, but she's also a rich lady. Quigo, I like her too, why don't you let me have her? Dog emoji. As time passed, more fans stumbled upon this video, flooding it with likes and comments. After all, he was a blogger with 300,000 followers. Chen Hui felt a bit proud. He directly pinned a comment on, "Does anyone know this girl's Douyin account? Brothers, I really want to date." Upon posting, his comment was quickly noticed. They couldn't help but tease him. "Didn't you say the same thing when you were driving a girl yesterday, and she kept hitting the brakes?" Winking emoji. "I feel like you can't handle this girl, let me take my shot." No. She clearly said the motorcycle was a gift from her girlfriend. She must have a boyfriend, right? Are you that shameless blogger? And could it be an excuse? Maybe she really doesn't have a boyfriend. Speechless, are you boys this confident? It's like a toad trying to chase a frog, ugly, and trying to be fancy, rolling eyes. Naturally, there were also those who criticized. As the video gained traction, dissenting voices against Chen Hui began to emerge. Apart from those who were captivated by Mu Cheng's beauty, there were also those who found Chen Hui's performance in the video quite absurd. The girl clearly stated that she had a boyfriend. Why did he still post online trying to find her Douyin? What is he trying to do? Isn't it just lust wrapped up in pretty words about wanting to date? Disgusting. Chen Hui continuously refreshed the comments, noticing the growing criticism, and his brows furrowed slightly. Things seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. If it were just 1 or 2 comments, he could delete them. But now there were too many. What's going on? I just wanted to add her on WeChat. Why is it being escalated like this? Being called a typical guy or a show-off who has never seen a pretty girl before. Meanwhile, in Changzhou, a major online dating hub, Xiao Kun, who worked in a large supermarket, was going about his daily routine. He only worked half a day, then went to the changing room to change his clothes. He packed 2 hairy crabs and a serving of braised noodles from the supermarket and sat down in the break area to enjoy his meal. Xiao Kun had started working there last month. This supermarket offered excellent pay. He only needed to work 1 day a week, either in the morning or afternoon, and after deducting social security and housing fund, his monthly salary was over 7,000. Isn't that much better than those so-called 996 benefits? So Xiao Kun, being young and just graduated from university, came to the supermarket. He avoided taking a detour of over a decade. With one-hand glove, Xiao Kun skillfully cracked open the hairy crab, savoring the crab roe inside. Occasionally, he took a bite of the braised noodles along with the crab meat. This feeling was particularly delightful. With his other hand, he wasn't idle either. He quickly opened the Douyin app and began to scroll through today's short videos. When he saw several edited bloggers posting recent photos of Mu Cheng from Heartbeat 7, Xiao Kun immediately lost his appetite for the hairy crab. He quickly saved the photo to use as his wallpaper. Yes, that's right. He was also one of Mu Cheng's fans. However, he had joined the fandom relatively late, only discovering this dating variety show yesterday. When he first saw the live stream, he thought the girl was extraordinarily beautiful. So beautiful. Later, he learned from the comments in the live stream that Mu Cheng had a Douyin account, so he quickly searched for it and he became one of the 8 million followers. If only I could find a girlfriend like that one day. Xiao Kun stared at the girl's photo, unable to help but sigh. Then he couldn't resist a helpless smile and shook. Although his salary seemed considerable and the benefits at the supermarket were good, he knew that those who were driving Mercedes G-Class, Audi R8, IO, and Kawasaki H2 were not just anyone. Even the cheapest Kawasaki H2 would require several years of his salary. It was something he couldn't even dare to imagine. However, that bike truly looked amazing. After watching the date in Heartbeat 7 yesterday, Xiao Kun had also seen that Kawasaki H2, and he immediately searched for its price on Douyin, getting stunned. What a motorcycle one actually costs over 400,000. Temporarily set aside those unrealistic fantasies, Xiao Kun continued to eat noodles while casually scrolling through Douyin. Brothers, I just ran into a girl and I'm really interested. Let's see if I can get her WeChat. After watching another borderline video, suddenly the scene shifted. It was a daily vlog from a motorcycle enthusiast. In the video, the host rode a red motorcycle past an intersection, and in the next moment, another cool black motorcycle sped by in the wind. It was a girl. She wore a stylish black outfit that revealed a pair of exceptionally fair and beautiful legs. Her hair flowed gracefully in the wind behind her helmet, and even through the screen one could tell she must be stunning. Xiao Kun's eyes suddenly lit up with a feeling of familiarity, until the video revealed the motorcycle's license plate number. MOAMC 888. Isn't that Cheng Zi's bike? Yeah, that silhouette looks like Cheng Zi. Xiao Kun, with noodles in his mouth, was instantly stunned. Because he had watched the live broadcast yesterday, the camera had captured Mu Cheng's license plate number, and he had taken a second glance and noted it down. After all, such a number is probably not common in MOD. Thinking of this, Xiao Kun quickly paused the video. Then he searched for the official Douyin account of Flipped Heart 7. There he could watch the live stream replay. Found it. Continuously scrolling through the progress bar, Xiao Kun quickly paused the frame at the moment Mu Cheng appeared in the outdoor parking lot. It really is MOAMC 888. That is definitely Cheng Zi. Xiao Kun was silent for a moment, suddenly recalling the earlier video where someone asked Cheng Zi for her WeChat. And Cheng Zi said that this bike was a gift from her girlfriend. Lost in thought, Xiao Kun couldn't help but laugh out loud, almost spitting out his noodles. He returned to the earlier video of the host. In the pinned comment, he directly Cheng Zi and intentionally said, "Found it, it's this Douyin account." Not only that, Xiao Kun was also a bit mischievous. He took a screenshot of the scene where the girl showed her face asking. He posted it in the video of Mu Cheng's most liked song Sunny Day. Seeing Cheng Zi at someone else's place, "Who is this guy Chun Hui Duka TV for enthusiasts?" This comment was just posted. Instantly it stirred up a wave. The video Sunny Day had undergone several days of fermentation. The number of likes had already surpassed 8 million. Many fans who couldn't see Mu Cheng during the live broadcast would come here to listen to her songs, chatting and sharing beautiful photos of Cheng Zi together. Thus, Xiao Kun's comment unsurprisingly attracted the attention of fans in a short time. They were filled with curiosity and the same question. Who is this guy? While pondering, fans all eagerly clicked on the Douyin account that was mentioned. At the same time, Chen Hui and his fans saw Xiao Kun's comment. That guy had a look of surprise on his face. Someone actually found that girl's Douyin account so quickly. Then when he clicked on the account named Cheng Zi, he was instantly rendered speechless. The smile and surprise on his face turned into mere bubbles at that moment. 8 million fans. And she was a certified musician on Douyin. Hiss. Is this really that girl? Chen Hui didn't even notice his hands trembling slightly as he accidentally touched one of the videos. He clicked in. "Hi, why are you so bad? Just 2 days." The girl's singing seemed to gently resonate in his ears, filled with a soft and alluring laziness, very pleasant to listen to. However, at this moment, Chen Hui completely lost the mood to continue listening, because he had already seen the photos of that girl in the comment section, and there were a lot of them. It seemed like all were screenshots from a show. Chen Hui felt a slight bitterness rising in his. He had thought that finding Mu Cheng would allow him to obtain her contact information and interact with her. Ideally, he could even get a chance to get closer to her. But unexpectedly, she turned out to be a musician with over 800,000 fans. How embarrassing. Chen Hui now felt like he was losing face. If his fans saw this, he couldn't even imagine it. He really was a toad trying to chase a swan looking ugly while playing with flowers. A boy's confidence can crumble in an instant. Chen Hui just wanted to delete the video immediately, as if nothing had happened. However, when he returned to his video, his expression was stunned. The likes hadn't increased much, but the comments had actually exceeded 100,000. What's going on? Chen Hui quickly opened the comment section. Who the hell is this? I thought Cheng Zi knew this guy, and I got a bit jealous when I clicked and I found out he was just a street pickup loser. Haha, you made me laugh so hard when Cheng Zi said, "What do I need to give you my WeChat for?" It cracked me up. Alright, a gift from his girlfriend, I believe you guys. But seriously, Cheng Zi looks so cool riding that motorcycle. I want to sit behind her and hug her. Indeed, she's so cool that I can't help but squeeze my legs together. Is there something strange going on? I feel like this is actually Cheng Zi's daily personality when she goes out, cool and glamorous. That's normal. After all, with her looks, she must often get approached. Thanks to the host for letting us see Cheng Zi riding a Kawasaki H2, but let's be clear, you're still a fool. Ha ha ha. Over 100,000 comments were concentrated under his pinned comment, dazzling to read. Chen Hui was reading while feeling awkward, wanting to dig his toes into the floor. In the end, he really couldn't take it anymore. He simply deleted the video, burrowing under the covers, out of sight, out of mind. But, although it was easy to delete the video, he had already socially died. Many netizens had anticipated this and had already downloaded or screen recorded the video. Thus, soon the entire Douyin would be filled with Chun Hui's jokes. Even some marketing accounts pounced on it like hyenas smelling a lioness. In Mo at a high-end residential area, Mu Cheng at this moment still had no idea that so much had happened because someone approached her on the road. She slowly parked her bike in the garage below the apartment building. This entire building belongs to her. Therefore, these parking spaces are naturally hers. She can park wherever she likes. However, some spaces are rented out to tenants due to leasing agreements. Of course, if a tenant wants to park 2 or more cars, they would need to pay extra for additional spaces. Yes, it's not cheap. Each parking space costs 1,000 yuan a month. Seeing so many kids urging updates today, the little author was initially a bit at a loss. Later, after thinking it over, decided to push through and add an update for everyone, but unexpectedly got stuck. We'll forgive the little author this time. I promise to add an update for you all tomorrow. In the evening at 6:10, Mu Cheng returned to the outside of the heartfelt cottage in her silver Audi R8. She opened the front trunk. Inside were more than 10 coconuts. Mu Cheng had bought them in the afternoon when she saw their appealing appearance in the mall. There was a coconut opener on top, making it easy to crack open a coconut for a drink. In the summer of August, sipping on a cold coconut water was incredibly refreshing. Anyway, Mu Cheng wasn't afraid of the pain from her period, so she boldly indulged in the drink. The girl was quite strong, like a girl with remarkable strength. She carried the 10 or so coconuts in her arms back to the cottage. Room 701, and she pushed the door open. No one was inside. She didn't mind thinking everyone must have had something to do today, so she put on her slippers and pat walked in, placing the coconuts in the refrigerator. She planned to drink together when everyone returned in the evening. However, after waiting for nearly an hour, Chen Jia and Liang Xiaowei returned, but the boys were still nowhere to be seen. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Chen Jia sat on the sofa, patting the cushion, feeling puzzled. At that moment, Liang Xiaowei was tossing another cushion back and forth with Mu Cheng, having a great time. The two girls paused upon hearing her words. Mu Cheng lifted the cushion to her stomach, instantly concealing half of her figure, and curiously said, "It is indeed strange. It's already past 7, at least one should have returned by now. Do we have a problem now?" Liang Xiaowei's expression turned serious. "What are we having for dinner?" The two girls, they hadn't considered this matter before, because they had each bought some items back, preparing to cook together when the boys returned. But now, well, that's a good question. It was already 7 o'clock. They were a bit hungry. How about, shall we go check room 702? Mu Cheng felt something was off and stood up directly. The soft cushion fell down. It landed on her delicate fair foot and then bounced into Liang Xiaowei's hands. This scene made the viewers in the live stream perk up. Could this cushion be given away by the production team as a prize? Liang Xiaowei, however, didn't care at all, picked up the cushion and dragged Chen Jia to put on their slippers. Let's go check it out." Chen Jia nodded as well. So the three girls changed their shoes at the entrance and headed straight for the adjacent room, 702. Soon they arrived outside and knocked on the door. The door to Miao Miao's room was open. Just as she was about to say something, Liang Xiaowei spoke up first. "Have any boys returned to your room?" "Huh." Miao Miao was taken aback, then shook her head. "No, you Chen Jia and I are also waiting for them to come back for dinner. What's going on?" At this time, Wang Yuchen also came out from inside the room. As the saying goes, 3 women can create a play. When 5 women gather, their intelligence can rival that of Sherlock Holmes. Finally, the girls exchanged glances, their expressions subtle. Mu Cheng pursed her lips, her eyes curved with a hint of a smile. Could it be that there are new arrivals, and they're girls? "Do you think there will be 1 or 2? "I can't say for sure, maybe there are 3, he. What are we having for dinner? How about making dumplings? Since they aren't coming back, we won't bother with them. After all, they can eat outside." Okay. Sisters, let's get to work." After resolving their doubts, the girls immediately felt relieved. The atmosphere was as lively as during the New Year. It felt like a lonely village guardian. Suddenly knowing that someone in the village was returning for a wedding, their spirits lifted, and the entire cottage was filled with their cheerful laughter, making the viewers in the live stream incredibly envious. Could they join as well? Especially when these girls were kneading the flour, they playfully smeared each other's faces, hugging. Even though their smiles involuntarily revealed a motherly grin, in reality, many viewers were commenting in the chat. "They're really so clever. Wow. Just based on this little clue, they figured out that new female guests are coming. No wonder my secret stash keeps going missing, or it turns out women's intelligence is so high. Is it possible that your secret stash was taken by a neighbor? Hey, wait a minute. Why is there so much information in that sentence?" Time returned to 9 o'clock in the morning. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. All the boys in the 2 small rooms received a WeChat message from the production team around the same time they got up. The message read, "Tonight you have a special date invitation. Please arrive punctually at 6:30 and keep it a secret." The boys. Thus they all carried a sense of curiosity and surprise, showing up outside the restaurant that the production team had reserved at 6:30. When these guys saw each other, they instantly realized that it wasn't just themselves who had received the invitation. Lois French restaurant. The production team had already set up the entire atmosphere of the venue. A 7-seat dining table was placed in the center of an artificially created lake, and walking in from the entrance was a clean white marble path. Surrounding the entire restaurant, there was a piano and a few lounge chairs facing Roman-style stone pillars. In short, it looked very beautiful. It was evident that the production team excelled at creating an atmospheric setting. "Shall we sit down first?" "All right, 7 seats, but there are only 5 of us. Does that mean 2 people are coming?" At this moment, the boys also realized, after all, this is a dating show. New guests often show up unexpectedly. However, everyone, including those in the observation room and the viewers in the live stream, did not anticipate that 2 girls would arrive this time. At first, they guessed it would be 1 boy and 1 girl. But now that 2 girls were coming, the gender ratio in the heartfelt cottage would be unbalanced. Several boys stood beside the dining table and sat down one after another. They were quite gentlemanly, leaving 2 seats empty on one side of the 4-person table. This way, when the new guests arrived, they wouldn't feel awkward sitting on the edge. They could quickly get to know everyone. "Is there anyone among us who can play the piano?" Eugene looked at the white piano and asked. Wada shook his head directly. I can't either. So the person coming later should be able to play the piano, right?" Lenny thought for a moment, and suddenly, otherwise why would the production team prepare a piano here? There must be a purpose. Hearing this, Wang Hilong chuckled. "I don't know if the newcomer can, but Cheng Zi should be able to write." As soon as these words came out, the brows of the boys present instantly raised. However, they did not have the chance to continue discussing the topic. Suddenly, at the entrance of the restaurant, the sound of crisp, high heels echoed. "Here she comes. Here she comes. Could it be a beautiful girl? Wow, a young lady in a white dress. The audience in the live stream instantly became excited, eager to lean closer to the screen to catch a glimpse of the newcomer. The boys present took a deep breath, exchanging glances. Finally, as Eugene stood up first, the others quickly stood up, as well, gentlemanly welcoming the newcomer. Welcome, welcome. Hello. The boys greeted her enthusiastically. The young lady in the white dress also smiled warmly, nodding in greeting. Hello, nice to meet you all. Please have a seat first. Wang Helong said with a smile. The young lady in the white dress pointed to the two empty seats in the middle. Is it okay if I sit here? Yes, we thought you might not be familiar with the place, so we left a position that would help everyone get acquainted more quickly. The girl smiled at Lin Yi, feeling quite positive about him, as it was her first time here. He was handsome and quite tall. After a few somewhat awkward exchanges, everyone sat down again. The boys were all sneaking glances, or openly sizing up the new girl. She was indeed a bit pretty, dressed very stylishly. It was clear she had carefully chosen her outfit for this evening's gathering. In her white strapless evening gown, although it might not fit perfectly, she stood at least 165 cm tall, giving her a slender appearance. The audience in the live stream, however, did not feel the tension present in the room. The atmosphere remained lively with constant chatter. She seems okay, looks like an older sister type, and her looks aren't. If I had seen such a beauty in the past, my eyes would have lit up, but now with Chengzi around, I feel like other girls just can't compare in beauty. Upstairs, I completely agree with you. Sigh, there's no bunny here. Why is she always covering her neckline? It's not. Is that polite? What a letdown. Ha! For the audience, the first impression of this young lady could be summed up in one phrase. Not as pretty as Chengzi. Consequently, everyone began to lose interest. Originally, it was thought that the guest the program team invited later would at least have some level of beauty. Not to say she should be more beautiful than Mu Cheng, but at least better looking than Liang Xiaowei and Miao Miao. Unfortunately, reality was quite disappointing. This young lady merely left a decent impression on everyone and nothing more. I'm Wang Kuyu. May I ask what your names are? Seeing that the atmosphere had become slightly quiet, the young lady in the white dress took the initiative to speak. Looking at everyone, they quickly came to their senses and introduced themselves one by one. I am Lin Yi. I'm Jiang Junhan. Jiang like the Yangtze River, and Junhan means handsome and cultured. The older Jiang sitting across from Wang Kuyu made a timely little joke that made the atmosphere much more relaxed. The others continued with their self-introductions. Wang Kuyu nodded, remembering each of their names. After a moment, she curiously asked, so how long have you all been at the little house? She had never watched this program and was completely in the dark. At the moment, she was constantly probing to find out. After all, if all the boys present already had someone they liked, how would she fit in? Huada, sitting next to her, burst out laughing. Actually, we've been at the little house for a month. What? Is that true? Yeah, this is the last dinner. Just kidding, I'm joking with you. Just a little joke, we've only been here for about a week. It seemed there was still a bit of a chance. Wang Kuyu thought to herself. She felt that even if the pace of a dating show was fast, a week shouldn't be enough to decide. As several small jokes were exchanged, everyone gradually relaxed, and the conversation flowed more freely. Until another set of footsteps was heard outside the restaurant. It sounds like someone else is coming. Eugene looked over. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to the unique marble path of the restaurant. They could see that this girl was also wearing a formal dress, light blue, somewhat resembling the strappy one that Mu Cheng wore earlier, and she was cautiously walking over. This marble path was laid out over the surface of an artificial lake. The young lady was also wearing high heels. If she accidentally twisted her ankle, she would definitely fall in. Thus, everyone at the table remained silent, standing up quietly to wait for her to pass by. Hello, I'm late, sorry for that. Hello, it's fine. Right, I arrived just a bit before you. Please take a seat. Without much need for conversation, there was naturally another round of small talk. Everyone introduced themselves again. The last girl to arrive was called Lu Sijun. She appeared to be slightly more beautiful than Wang Kuyu, at least gaining the audience's approval in the live stream. With everyone present, naturally the dishes had to be served. The waiter brought out exquisite French cuisine for everyone to enjoy slowly, and they began to look for topics to discuss. What year are you all born in? Someone started to ask the two girls. Wang Kuyu wanted to playfully say guess, but Lu Sijun had already spoken, laughing. I was born in 99, I can't be the oldest one here, right? I'm the same as you. Which month were you born in? Jiang Junhan picked up this topic and asked her. Lu Sijun, while cutting her steak, softly replied, I was born in June. June. The three boys present suddenly exclaimed the same two words in unison. This change left the girl bewildered. What's wrong? Eugene quickly explained, it's nothing, just that we have a girl in the little house who was also born in June. Oh, I see. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. It became quite subtle. Lin Yi felt that this couldn't continue, and he had to change the topic. His gaze inadvertently swept to the piano placed by the artificial lake, and he smiled. Does anyone here play this? Well, I can play, though not very well, Wang Kuyu responded with a smile. Lin Yi immediately glanced at her, giving a look towards the piano. How about it? Now, the girl felt a little excited. Actually, she had seen the piano when she entered. She just hadn't taken the initiative to mention it. That would come off as too forward. Now it seemed like it was her chance to perform. Alright, I'll play one. Under everyone's curious gaze, Wang Kuyu stood up and gracefully walked towards the white piano beside the artificial lake. Everyone was very supportive, applauding and cheering her on. Mainly because the atmosphere sitting there was too awkward. Then he'll play and sing a song that I've recently really liked. It's called Mermaid, and if I don't sing, well please. Wang Kuyu felt a bit confident inside. She sat at the piano and began to play. However, at that moment, she did not notice that all the boys had looks of confusion on their faces. In fact, it wasn't just the boys on site. Even the viewers in the live stream and the guests in the observation room wore peculiar expressions. Goodness, this is quite a coincidence, isn't it? Oh no, I'm going to make it awkward for someone again. If this girl finds out that the song was written by the orange from our little house, what will her reaction be? Oh, don't say that. I'm really looking forward to seeing it. Haha, you guys are truly enjoying the drama. But I want to see it too. Why do I feel like even though the orange isn't here, she hasn't really left? Orange, I'm making dumplings, please don't disturb me. The viewers in the live stream found this scene hilarious. Some excited netizens recorded the video. Meanwhile, in the observation room, teacher He and the others were also holding back laughter, exchanging glances. Ahem. I was wondering if these boys would tell Kuyu that the song she sang was from our female guest in the little house. Ha! Now everyone could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Just thinking about it was particularly. While laughing, they continued to focus their attention on the big screen, their eyes filled with gossip. At the lowest, Wang Kuyu had just stepped away from the piano, as she hadn't sung a complete version of The Mermaid. She only sang a short snippet. Hwada opened his mouth as if about to say something. But the next moment his pants were tugged by Lin, who shook his head slightly and applauded, saying, "You sang?" No, it's the song, that's well written." Wang Kuyu smiled slightly. The boys exchanged glances, but said nothing. Wang Helong quickly changed the topic. "Let's go back to eating. They've served a few more dishes." Sure. The group resumed their seats, and Lu Sijuan couldn't help but inquire about the situation in the heartthrob little house. "So how many girls are there in the little house now?" "There are 5. What about the boys?" "The boys are just us, we're all here." This means they have 5 boys and 7 girls, an unbalanced number. It might lead to a situation where multiple people like the same person. The feelings of the 2 girls were somewhat complicated. They began to ask about the girls in the heartthrob little house. Soon after chatting for a while, they realized there was one person mentioned very frequently. She was referred to as Orange by these boys. Moreover, whenever her name came up, Lin, he would always show a hint of a smile. Wang Kuyu, who had been a bit confident earlier, suddenly felt pressure. She began to ponder and calculate. Meanwhile, in the heartthrob little house, room 702. After an hour of hard work, the dumplings were finally packaged and ready to be boiled, and Wang Yuchen had also stir-fried a few dishes. The few girls who were already a bit hungry suddenly found their appetites wide open. They didn't bother sitting down to eat. Instead, they used their chopsticks to pick up food and blow on it before putting it in their mouths. They started eating happily. This is delicious. Awesome. Liang Xiao didn't hesitate to give Wang Yuchen a thumbs up, proving her status as a food blogger. This culinary skill is completely on par with those of 5-star hotels. Wang Yuchen smiled. "The dumplings still need 5 minutes to cook. Don't finish the dishes first." We want. While eating, Chen Jia replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Mu Cheng was diligently washing her little face, having just made the dumplings. She accidentally dropped the board and flour splattered all over her face. It didn't stop there. Even her clothes and pants were covered. She looked like a stray cat pitifully. Meow Meow saw her pitiful appearance and couldn't help but laugh. After thinking for a moment, she picked up a dish and said, "This is really delicious. Orange, do you want to try it?" Then, "You feed me." The girl, having just washed her face, had water dripping onto her hair, making her already pitiful look even more so. This girl with big sparkling eyes gazed motionless at Meow Meow, looking like a little fox licking its wounds, evoking sympathy. Her acting skills were truly on point, and this expression was enough to make Meow Meow blush and her heart race. Even the viewers in the live stream were equally excited. "He'll do it. He'll feed you." "Oh, please don't give me that expression. Oh, I'm really afraid he'll fall in love with you, Orange." "Why? Why am I a girl? I want to become a boy." "Let's not talk about it, brothers. I need to go to the restroom for." "Big fool, what do you want to do?" Meow Meow, being a relatively innocent girl, instantly turned red. However, she obediently fed Mu Cheng little bites. She couldn't help but ask, "Is it good?" "Mm." The girl nodded, her little head a glimmer of joy in her beautiful eyes. Teasing Meow Meow was quite fun. Hee. After a while Mu Cheng was drying her face and hair with a face towel, Wang Yuchen happily shouted, "Come eat soon. The dumplings are ready." Woohoo! The girls had worked hard all night for this meal. Everyone rushed to scoop. Chen Jia poured some fragrant vinegar on everyone's plates. It must be said, without the boys in the little house, they were still having a great time. Their cheerful laughter never stopped, which made the viewers in the live stream unable to suppress their smiles. In this season of Heartthrob, the girls' relationships were delightful. Even they were easier to ship than with the boy. At least for now, Orange had no chemistry with anyone. The other girls were also quite vague in their feelings. Except for Wang Yuchen and Zhang Juanhan, this pair seemed to be the most solid in the little house. When do you think they will be back? While having dinner, the girls brought up this topic. After all, they were in the heartthrob little. This topic was inevitable. Liang Xiao dipped a dumpling skin in vinegar and chuckled. I bet they'll be back. Then I say 10 o'clock. Wait a moment, let me calculate. As they all looked at Mu Cheng, the girl playfully smiled, pretending to put down her chopsticks and lightly twirling her delicate fingers. Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be that Orange had the ability to tell fortunes? Meow Meow couldn't help but ask, what did you predict? I didn't predict anything. They'll definitely be back tonight, everyone. Viewers, yesterday I promised to add more updates. The little author knows that this book has its fans and detractors, but it doesn't matter as long as I can gain a little support from you all. Good night, everyone. By the way, I bought some coconuts and put them in the fridge. Let's go over there and drink them later, Mu Cheng said, her little mouth chewing continuously, making her words a bit unclear. Perhaps it was because she had just eaten 2 dumplings. Her little face was puffed up, resembling a little hamster particularly. As soon as a few girls heard there were coconuts, they nodded without hesitation. We'll go to your place after we finish eating. Does anyone know how to open a coconut? It's very simple. There's a latch on top. You just press down and it opens. So advanced. The girls chatted and laughed while cleaning the dishes on the table. Wang Yuchen couldn't help but smile. For someone who can cook, this is the greatest affirmation. After dinner, it was past 9, and the boys still hadn't returned. The girls did not leave the leftovers for them to clean up, but instead they took matters into their own hands, scrubbing pots and washing dishes. Once everything was cleaned up, they prepared to head over to room 701 to sit and wait for the boys to bring back the new female guests. At the same time, not long after they entered room 701, 3 cars parked outside the Heartbeat Cottage, and 5 boys along with 2 girls carrying luggage got out. So you all live in 702, right? Yes, I was just about to ask who among you lives in 702. Just me, and what are the other 3 are in 701? Oh, I see. Wang Qia's heart stirred. The Lin Yi she liked was actually from 701. It seemed that it wasn't very convenient to understand each other quickly. It looks like she would have to go over there more often. Everyone got out of the car and walked towards the Heartbeat Cottage. The boys were quite gentlemanly, with Eugene and Wang Helong helping 1 girl each with her luggage. Lin Yi looked at the 2 little cottages ahead. It seemed that the lights in 701 were much brighter. She turned back and asked the 2 girls, are you going to 702 first to drop off your luggage, or to 701 to greet them? We can do either. Right. Since they weren't carrying the luggage, there was no pressure. Hua, speaking Mandarin with a slight accent, said, how about we go to 701 first? No need to run back and forth. Okay, I think that's a good idea. I wonder if they have eaten yet. I should have packed some food to bring back. Eugene and Wang Helong were speaking softly. He was a bit worried that the girls were waiting for them in the cottage without having eaten, especially Mu Cheng. And if the audience in the live stream knew his thoughts, they would probably feel quite helpless. Don't worry, bro, those girls are having a great time making dumplings. It's just that getting flour on their faces is a bit pitiful. But it's particularly funny. So over here, everyone along with the 2 new girls and their luggage pushed open the wooden door of room 701 and walked in. Friends, guess who we brought back? As soon as the boys entered, they shouted loudly with laughter. Hearing the commotion, the girls in the living room who were drinking coconuts also came over out of curiosity. Hello. Hi. The crowd exchanged glances, looking at each other. Without needing to say much, they naturally greeted each other with slightly awkward but friendly smiles. The 2 new girls were still wondering which one was Mu Cheng. Linny beside them curiously asked, hey, where's Mu Cheng? She's in the kitchen. By the way, do you want to drink some coconut? Liang Xiao lightly shook the item in her hand. Her gaze couldn't help but surreptitiously assess the 2 new guests, then silently thought to herself, none of them looked as good as Mu Cheng. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi and Hua were the first to walk towards the kitchen, leaving the others chatting. But the 2 new girls exchanged glances and quickly followed. They wanted to see what kind of girl this Mu Cheng was that the boys had kept mentioning. At this moment, Mu Cheng was in the kitchen opening coconuts, wanting to drink 2 at once. She had actually heard the noise outside but didn't react much. After all, it would be the same to greet them later. However, the girl didn't expect that before she could take the coconuts out, a group of people had already swarmed towards the kitchen. The momentum was like the 6 major sects attacking the bright summit. She felt like Zhao Min. Hello. The girl holding 2 coconuts blinked her big eyes at them. She was taken aback for a moment, then gently spoke, waving her small hand with a few fingers hidden behind the coconuts. However, Mu Cheng found it strange. Why did the 2 new girls seem stunned upon seeing her? Although she felt something was a bit off, Mu Cheng still politely smiled, saying, would you like to drink some coconut? I just opened 2. Finally, upon hearing this, the 2 girls snapped back to reality. Sorry, I was a bit distracted just now. It's not good to just take your coconuts right after arriving. It's fine. The girl didn't mind smiling sweetly as she directly handed the coconuts to them. She was like a curious little baby. What are your names? I'm Mu Cheng. You can call me Orange. I'm Wang Kio. You can call me Kio, or Yo-Yo works too. I'm Lu Sijuan. Orange, you are really beautiful. Lu Sijuan couldn't help but say it again. Both she and Wang Kio were amazed when they saw Mu Cheng. There actually was such a beautiful girl in the cottage. No wonder these boys kept mentioning her. Honestly, Lu Sijuan thought that if she chatted with her best friend in the future, she would definitely mention it. Kio Sijuan. Okay, I remember. Mu Cheng gently counted on her little fingers, nodding her small head. For a moment the three girls stood there, all looking a bit at a loss. Mainly because the aura Mu Cheng exuded while standing there was too strong. Even though she looked like a particularly gentle girl, the two newcomers felt hesitant to speak much. However, the girl herself didn't think too much, as she was just pondering whether the coconuts she bought back were enough. Because initially she also didn't know that new female guests would come to the cottage tonight. Fortunately, upon careful reflection, Mu Cheng realized she should have just enough. She could still drink too. Thinking this, the girl looked at Lu Sijuan and the other girl, gently blinking her beautiful eyes, and smiled warmly. Why don't you go sit outside first? I'll open a few more coconuts. Okay. Thank you for the coconuts. Upon hearing this, the two girls quickly nodded and took the coconuts outside. So Mu Cheng turned around and went to the fridge to pull out all the remaining coconuts. There were quite a few, and they looked heavy. Lenny wanted to help, but at that moment she hesitated. She saw the girl easily hugging the entire fridge storage box, showing no sign of the weight of the coconuts. Chengzi, let me help you open this. How do you open it? Howard said as he watched one coconut after another being taken out. Mu Cheng glanced at him with her beautiful eyes and chuckled. You just need to press the clip on top. Okay, I got it. Then you guys handle the ones for the boys. The girl's eyes sparkled with a hint of playfulness as someone offered to help. She was naturally pleased with the light workload. At this moment, Lin Yi, who had nothing to do, walked over to the sink and casually asked, have you all eaten at home? Yes, we made dumplings with them. I thought you guys would have food outside, so I didn't save any for you. Hearing this, the two boys suddenly felt a bit awkward. Howard and Lin Yi exchanged glances. Apparently Chengzi and the others knew that new guests were coming today. Lin Yi coughed lightly to conceal himself, drying his hands. Chengzi, I'll go out and chat with them first. You come over. Okay, the girl nodded slightly, watching him carry out 3 coconuts that had already been opened. In fact, Lin Yi wanted to stay here a bit longer, but there was nothing for him to do. Moreover, once the coconuts were opened, everyone would probably move to the living room. It was better to take a few coconuts over first. He would share them with everyone. Meanwhile, Howard felt a bit happy and couldn't help but find a topic to chat with Mu Cheng. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell a cold joke. Chengzi, have you seen Transformers? Huh? Mu Cheng paused for a moment, her hand resting on the coconut, feeling a bit strange. But she still replied, yes, I have. You know Optimus Prime and Megatron, right? I know what's up. I saw a funny one where Optimus Prime and Megatron were fighting in the city, and then Optimus lost, leaving behind a pile of parts. Bumblebee then collected the parts and found a mechanic to fix him. At this point, the girl looked a bit confused. But Howard was really enjoying this cold joke, so he continued. Then the mechanic looked at the pile of parts, puzzled, and asked Bumblebee what it was. Do you know what Bumblebee said? What did he say? Mu Cheng instinctively followed up. Howard couldn't help but laugh. Bumblebee said, as long as you are well, it is Optimus. The girl was silent for a moment. Suddenly, she felt a cold breeze pass over her head. Everyone was stunned. Seeing her silence, Howard also stopped laughing and quickly asked, was it not funny? It's okay. Then let me tell another one. I guarantee it's funny this time. All right. Do you know how to express the term a knife hidden in a smile? I don't know. If you don't know, just watch me. At this moment, Howard couldn't help but burst into laughter, grinning widely. Haha, knife, haha. The girl was left speechless. She originally thought this guy could hold back something better, but unexpectedly it turned out to be such a letdown. Mu Cheng lowered her head, gently stroking her falling hair with a hint of a gentle smile in her helplessness. I feel like everyone's spirits are a bit off after coming to the small house. You should sleep early tonight and not stay up late. Saying this, she took the open coconuts outside, leaving Howard alone, confused in the wind. This cold joke. Was it really not funny? In fact, it was quite funny, just not in a way that Mu Cheng found amusing, but rather the audience in the live stream was laughing hysterically. Ha ha, knife. Ha ha, what kind of genius thought of this cold joke? Uff. I'm dying of laughter, but I'm not laughing at the chicken. I'm rolling on the floor laughing at Chengzi's expression. She really is so gentle even when being cold. I'm dying. People really do laugh when they're speechless even through the screen. I can feel Chengzi's helplessness. Can that chicken stop doing this? I'm about to lose it. Because of those 2 cold jokes and Mu Cheng's reaction, it directly caused countless viewers in the live stream to burst into laughter. Some viewers could not wait to post the newly recorded video on Douyin, preparing to let other netizens keep watching. Meanwhile, in the small house, Mu Cheng brought out 2 coconuts and sat down with everyone in the living room. She sat cross-legged beside the coffee table. The black denim shorts against the white carpet made her beautiful legs appear almost glowing, occasionally attracting everyone's attention. Then Liang Xiao approached her side. The 2 girls whispered to each other. What are you chatting about? About work? Is your coconut sweet? Share a bite with me. I've had it. I just want to sip. Mu Cheng, do you even hear what you're saying? The 2 sisters were giggling softly here, seemingly discussing a different topic from everyone else. But some people even sitting there were destined to not go unnoticed. Lu Sijuan surveyed the arrangement of room 701 and noticed the photo wall behind the sofa, exclaiming, the photos you took are all so beautiful. From the first day they arrived in the small house to yesterday's heartwarming date, they had left behind photos as mementos. Lu Sijuan admired each one, until she was stunned by a picture in a bakery where a girl in a light blue spaghetti strap dress caught her attention. She instantly looked down at her own dress, and then at the bunny in front of her. In that moment her body was still there, but her soul seemed to drift away. It felt as if she had turned to stone. Lu Sijuan felt ants crawling all over her. Oh, why did she wear this today? There's a saying wearing the same outfit isn't scary. What's scary is if someone looks worse. Her dress had at least an 80% similarity to Mu Cheng's light blue spaghetti strap dress. The looks were fine. Mu Cheng was so beautiful that she could only admire. But the key was, Mu Cheng made the dress look good. She didn't. Lu Sijuan felt a shiver run down her spine and didn't dare to look at the following photos. She didn't know if everyone had noticed yet. And actually everyone could still see her obvious reaction. But seeing through it and not mentioning it, no one said anything. They continued to chat casually. Ding dong, suddenly a WeChat message on a phone made the atmosphere in the room. They were naturally familiar with this sound, thinking it was another message from the production team. However, after waiting a moment, they realized only one person's phone had gone off, which was Mu Cheng's. While sipping coconut juice, the girl glanced at her phone and saw it was a group chat message from 3 music platforms. The manager from Penguin Music said that the song would be released simultaneously on all 3 platforms tomorrow. They hoped Mu Cheng could promote it on Douyin. Mu Cheng replied with an OK emoji. When she raised her head, she realized everyone was looking at her, seemingly quite curious about who had sent the message. The girl didn't hide it and smiled slightly. My song will be released simultaneously on 3 music platforms tomorrow. You can download it. Then really. Everyone was a bit surprised as they all like to listen to Mu Cheng's songs. However, due to Douyin's restrictions, they could only loop a single song, unable to switch automatically. But now with the music being available on platforms, they could set the listening order anytime and even download it to their car system. Everyone in the small house was very surprised. The viewers in the live stream were also extremely excited and thrilled upon hearing this news. Meanwhile, the 2 new girls looked a bit surprised and curious. Wang Qiu couldn't help but ask, Qingzi can write songs too. Orange, you can write songs too. When this question came out of Wang Qiu's mouth, both the observation room and the audience in the live stream brightened up instantly. Their expressions were filled with anticipation and excitement. It's coming, it's coming. Finally. Heaven knows how long they've waited for this moment. Meanwhile, the few boys present felt a sense of foreboding, as if someone was about to embarrass themselves. They didn't dare to look. However, the girls, unaware of what had happened at the restaurant that night, happily explained one after another. Yes, Orange can write songs. The songs she writes are all incredibly beautiful. Your internet speed is slow. Oh, just a few days ago, people from the music platform came looking for her to buy the copyright for Orange's songs. It's finally going online. How about I let you listen to it? I think you'll definitely love it. The girls chimed in one after another. Even the usually quiet Meow Meow couldn't help but proactively opened Douyin to recommend Mu Cheng's songs to them. At this point, Wang Qiu and the other girl became even more curious about the songs Orange sang. Then, who knows if it was truly a coincidence, but the first song Meow Meow clicked on was actually In the Legend You Willingly Be Stranded for Love. I can also dive into the sea for you. How could you bear to? Actually, upon hearing the prelude, Wang Qiu felt her whole being turn sour. She silently cursed, realizing she had pretended to be knowledgeable in a professional field. She could feel what Lu Sijuan had described earlier, a sensation as if ants were crawling all over her body. Oh no. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Lu Sijuan. The latter looked back with the same understanding. Their expressions were hard to maintain, both trying to control their toes as they listened. This scene did not attract the attention of others. Instead, Liang Qiao, sitting opposite Mu Cheng, looked a bit puzzled as to why these 2 new girls had such expressions. He'll ask later. She glanced at Orange, who was still looking at her phone, and smiled. Taking advantage of the moment when the other was not paying attention, she secretly took a sip through her straw. So sweet. At this moment, a certain girl who was looking at her phone had no idea that so much had happened in such a She was just very surprised in her heart. Because just now the system's voice echoed again in her mind. Ding. Please choose your heart's desire. Choice 1. Post a new song recording vlog on Douyin to promote the music platform. Reward beauty elixir. Choice 2. Just promote it casually. Reward a bottle of whitening sunscreen spray. Choice 3. How about dancing to celebrate? Now reward a pair of UV blocking sunglasses. Put them on, and who cares about others? As long as you're not awkward, it's others who are awkward. You're pretty nice, system. Upon seeing the reward for the third choice, Mu Cheng couldn't help but complain in her heart. When she turned back to see the first choice, the girl was astonished. Beauty elixir. Is it really the kind of beauty elixir I'm thinking of? Regardless of whether it is or not, she was going to choose the first one. No girl can resist the excitement of beauty elixir. If you ask what is one of the most profitable industries in this world, it is undoubtedly cosmetics and skincare products for women. Just some products with whitening effects can trigger a frenzy among women. Not to mention something as extraordinary as a beauty elixir. So even Mu Cheng, whose soul is that of a boy, wouldn't be an exception. She also hopes to have beauty elixir. Just imagine, when you reach your 40s or 50s, everyone is aging and growing old, but you still maintain the appearance of someone in their 20s. The thought of that scene is exhilarating. System choice 1. Mu Cheng silently recited in her heart, but the system did not respond. It probably waits until she completes her heart's desire before officially granting the reward. But that's just tomorrow's matter. So the girl set aside her excitement for now, not in a hurry. Meanwhile, everyone was still listening to the song. Meow Meow with a smile on her face happily asked them, right? Isn't it beautiful? Mm. The two girls nodded eagerly. The audience in the live stream was on the verge of laughing hysterically. Sister, please stop with the divine skills. Otherwise they will truly be embarrassed to death. Who would have thought that on the first day in the small house the two new female guests would experience such embarrassment over the same person? If it were them, they would probably just pack their bags and leave. It takes courage to stay. Fortunately, the boys felt a little shy, and Jiang Junhan directly suggested, "It's almost 10 o'clock, shouldn't we head over to room 702? You all have to clean up and stuff later." "Alright, sure. Sijuan and Kyo, let me ask you, do you want to share a room, or do you want to separate and stay in a room with me and Meow Meow?" At this moment Wang Yuchen stood up and suddenly said, but perhaps worried that the two girls might misunderstand, she paused and explained, "Don't misunderstand him, just concerned that since you just arrived you might not be too familiar with me and Meow Meow." "Ah, I'm fine either way. Wouldn't it be too troublesome for you to move your things?" "It's fine, I don't have many, thank you, Yuchen." While saying this, they quickly picked up their luggage and went out, afraid they might not be able to resist the urge to dig their toes into the ground. At this point, seeing Mu Cheng felt a bit daunting. Ooh, what a scary woman. So after the few of them left, room 701 instantly became much quieter. However, with fewer people it didn't feel so crowded anymore, and the atmosphere became somewhat relaxed. Mu Cheng stood up from the carpet, put on her slippers, and tap 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 ran upstairs. Liang Qiao curiously asked, "Where are you going?" "To get my computer." The gentle and melodious voice had already come from the stairs. "This girl runs really fast." Watching the empty coconut, Liang Qiao took it to the kitchen's trash can to throw it away, then looked at Wang Helong, who was sitting in the dining room. She couldn't help but ask a bit gossipingly, "Did something happen at dinner today?" "What?" Wang Helong didn't quite. Xiao Xiao sat directly opposite, grinning. "Tell me what happened during your dinner tonight." Cough cough. The person over there almost choked on a piece of bread. However, Wang Helong was also someone who could talk a lot. He actually wanted to say it earlier, but the two girls were saying it directly would seem unchivalrous. So now let me tell you. After finishing the story about what happened at the restaurant, Liang Qiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Now she finally understood why the two new female guests had such expressions. Puff. After laughing once, she couldn't help but think about it again. Liang Qiao couldn't sit still anymore. She immediately ran upstairs to find Orange. She couldn't let herself be happy alone. In the Heartbeat House room 702, Wang Yuchen had already moved his belongings into Mio Mio's room, leaving this empty double room for the two new girls. She was actually afraid of the awkwardness. After all, they weren't very familiar with each other. Moreover, she really liked Mio Mio's personality, a quiet, simple, and lovely girl. After Wang Yuchen took his things, only Lu Sijuan and Wang Kyo remained in the room along with their luggage. At this moment, the two girls had already spread the new bed sheets prepared by the production team, and Wang Kyo was lying face down, effortlessly covering her face. Sijuan, I was really so embarrassed today. The situation was to the extent that even thinking about it now gave her goosebumps. Who understands? Showing off her singing and playing in front of the original singer, and it's a song written by them. Although Mu Cheng wasn't in the restaurant at that time, she might not even know about this, but she still felt tense with a face showing signs of distress. Lu Sijia completely understood her feelings at this moment. After all, she had experienced it too. However, in comparison, Wang Qia's embarrassment might be greater. She couldn't help but say helplessly, "Don't say it, you don't know. I just saw a photo of Chengzi and almost wanted to take my luggage and leave right away." "Sai, why is there such a big difference in body shapes among people, eh?" Lu Sijuan looked down again. Well, she felt as if she was rich enough to rival nations. She didn't know why Mu Cheng could be both beautiful and have a great figure. How can someone occupy all the good things? The two girls lay on the bed, and Wang Kyo turned over to silently exchange glances with Lu Sijuan. After a moment, perhaps her mood eased a little, she finally spoke. "But Chengzi is really beautiful. And she smells so good. I noticed that when I got close to her. I wonder what perfume she uses. I wonder if she has a crush on anyone right now. I probably don't think so." I observed carefully in their little room, and it seems like there are two boys who look at her with a certain gaze. Although she didn't finish her sentence, those who understood knew. But since they had now brought up this topic, they were also curious about each other's thoughts. "What about you? Who are you interested in?" "I'm not sure, let's wait and see tomorrow." "Me too." The two girls had their own little thoughts, being relatively late guests in the Heartbeat House. They had a small privilege in hand. In the Heartbeat House room 701, after chatting with Wang Helong, Liang Qiaowei eagerly ran upstairs. She wanted to tell Chengzi about what happened in the restaurant. He. However, when she reached the second floor, Liang Qiaowei quickly stopped in her tracks as she saw the girl focused on her computer, continuously writing something. At that moment, her excitement was greatly diminished and her intelligence took over. "Are you working, Chengzi?" The girl glanced at her and nodded slightly, then lowered her head again to continue typing on the computer, her little hands tapping the keyboard non-stop, as if creating something. On the spot where Mu Cheng sat, there was a small notebook on her thigh. It seemed to contain an entire page of lyrics. Liang Xiaowei instantly became interested. It was her first time witnessing Mu Cheng writing a song. "Xingzi, can I take a look?" It's fine if it's not convenient to share." She felt a bit rash blaming her curiosity. The song being created should probably be kept secret at this time. After all, Liang Xiaowei remembered that Mu Cheng had once said that she needed to register for copyright before she dared to sing publicly. However, as she was thinking this with some regret, she heard the girl gently laugh. "Sure, I'm almost done writing it anyway. Almost done." Is writing a song? Liang Xiaowei was taken aback, and the viewers in the live stream were also dumbfounded. They hadn't left the scene of the girl. They only saw her constantly typing on the computer after she ran upstairs. In that moment, the fans were also a bit excited. They felt that it wouldn't be long before they could hear a new song. But now, you actually told me it's almost done. Wow, what speed is this? Did you write a song in such a short time, or did you already have half of it written? If writing a song is really this simple, can I write one too? How about you write a song called Sunny Day while you're at it? Woo, as a music major, please don't underestimate the process of writing songs. Not everyone can be as talented as Xingzi. I wrote a total of 5 songs in my 4 years of college, and none of them were of high quality. It's frustrating, so this kind of speed only suits Xingzi, not anyone else. Her talent is really frightening. Ew, I'm so looking forward to the new song. Me too. The live stream was filled with a barrage of comments, and fans and netizens began to get excited about Xingzi's upcoming. The news quickly spread online. The speed of dissemination was almost as crazy as a rocket. After all, considering the current number of online viewers in the live stream, which was in the millions, it would be hard for such news not to spread quickly. Not to mention the person involved was an incredibly beautiful girl who recently became popular. And if you were to ask if anyone doubted the quality of the new song, then were there any mocking comments in the barrage? Well, sorry, the reality is not a novel. No one would doubt it at all. To have 6 songs to prove one's talent, countless netizens could only look forward to it, wishing they could hear the new song right now. Even those who envied and were jealous of Mu Cheng would only lie low at this moment, waiting for the new song's quality to be poor before they would mock her. Back to the Heartbeat house. Upon seeing Liang Xiaowei pick up the small notebook from the girl's thigh, many boys, because they saw Xiao Xiao touch it. Damn, they wanted to as well. Woo. Liang Xiaowei smiled in satisfaction and began to carefully read the content of the notebook. She subconsciously read aloud softly, hearing the departure of winter. I woke up in some year and some month. I think I look forward to. The future, however, cannot be arranged because of this. Just reading a small section simply made Liang Xiaowei unable to help but be astonished, her mouth slightly open, as she seemed to feel the deep tenderness and a hint of lonely sadness through the lyrics. At this moment, Mu Cheng had already stopped tapping on the computer, her beautiful eyes glancing at Liang Xiaowei, with a smile gently blinking. "That's not how you read it." Saying this, she walked directly to the piano beside her. She walked down. Yes, there was indeed a piano in room 701, but it had never been used. Initially, the director just placed it there for aesthetics. I hear the departure of winter. I awaken in a certain year and month. I long, I wait, I anticipate, yet the future cannot be arranged accordingly. As a melodious piano tune fills the air, Mu Cheng's small hands gently press down on the black and white keys. At this moment, the ethereal, yet story-laden voice of the girl resounded. It seemed she was recounting something. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. It was incredibly pleasant to listen to. Just a few lines of lyrics instantly rendered the live stream's barrage silent. Even Liang Xiaowei was mesmerized, staring at the girl before her without blinking. Until Mu Cheng stepped away from the piano, her face glowing with a smile as she looked at her. See, it's not pronounced that way. Liang Xiaowei finally came to her senses, excitedly hugging her. "It sounds so good, Xingzi." Meanwhile, the barrage in the live stream, which paused for a moment, instantly surged like a tidal wave. Wow, what a divine voice. Just a few lines of lyrics, and I can almost imagine an entire story. Aw, sister sings so beautifully. I have a feeling this song will absolutely not lose to Sunny Days. Woo, I have a roommate who is on the verge of death. His last wish is to hear the complete version tonight. Xingzi, can you fulfill it for him? Cry no. Why can all of you hear the song while I can't? I was just thinking about kissing. Get lost upstairs. Don't have designs. I have a question now. Is the clutch under your feet when you play the piano? Oh, it should be the brake. No, I think it's the accelerator, with a sidelong glance smirk. You bunch of idiots, that's the pedal. It's used to sustain the piano's sound. If someone were to open the live stream of Heart Throbbing, they would definitely be startled, because there were tens of thousands of barges sent out simultaneously. The entire live stream was densely packed. It was impossible to see clearly. This shows just how passionate and excited the audience and fans in the live stream were. In the small room, the two girls embraced joyfully. While mainly Liang Xiaowei was happy because Xingzi smelled. However, she also asked a question that many barges in the live stream had raised, feigning a pitiful tone. "Can you sing it again?" No. Mu Cheng initially spoke seriously. Then, with a playful smile in her eyes, she said, "Don't worry, you'll be able to listen to it on your phone very soon." After all, her plan was to record this song tomorrow. But for now, she wanted to keep a little mystery. Even so, upon hearing the girl's words, the fans in the live stream expressed their surprise. Of course, Liang Xiaowei felt the same way. She was also very much looking forward to the complete version of the song. With this good mood, she decided to head back to her room to take a shower. Hey, what was I going to say to Chengzi just now? She remembered she was quite excited back then. And forget it. First a shower, first a shower. As night fell, the stars twinkled, and the summer breeze in early August was still quite comfortable. However, in the heart-throbbing small house, everyone quickly returned to their rooms to sleep. After all, tomorrow was the most headache-inducing day of the week. Monday. And on this night, late at night, Liang Xiaowei finally remembered. She mentioned the restaurant issue to Mu. Instantly, both girls burst into joyful laughter, adding a unique charm to the hot summer. The next morning, Mu Cheng woke up quite early today, just past 7, and had already slept enough to feel refreshed. She felt that since obtaining the title of Annie Battle Goddess, it seemed that her sleep quality had improved significantly. It was very comfortable. However, she also sensed that her menstrual period was likely approaching in the next couple of days. Girls are usually quite accurate with such feelings. So after Mu Cheng got up and freshened up, she prepared several sanitary pads in her bag. Daytime and nighttime she had both, mainly to prevent unexpected situations, just in case. Hello, good morning. After changing her clothes and going downstairs, Mu Cheng saw Lin Yi and Wang Kuyu. She was a bit surprised to see Wang Kuyu here so early. Of course, she didn't think too much about it, just gently greeted them. The two in the kitchen looked up when they heard the voice. Lin Yi smiled. Good morning, Chengzi. Hello, good morning. Wang Kuyu's face looked a bit awkward, seemingly slightly embarrassed, but she forced a smile and waved. Actually, although Mu Cheng learned about what happened at the restaurant last night, she didn't have any particular thoughts about it. She just thought it was a coincidence. So naturally, she wouldn't deliberately expose it. The girl poured herself a cup of warm water from the water dispenser, then stirred in a bit of honey before heading to the dining table to sit quietly, resting her chin on her small hand, lost in thought. Originally, she wanted to make some breakfast, but now that the two were in the kitchen chatting quite well, she decided not to disturb. After all, Mu Cheng came to this show merely because she was invited by the production team. She had no intention of dating. At most, she would just make some friends. However, being here, quietly lost in thought, trying to be invisible, was actually not so easy. Ever since this girl came down, Lin Yi's gaze had seldom left her. Although she was still in the kitchen making breakfast, her mind had likely drifted over there. Wang Kuyu felt she couldn't wait any longer. She directly waved to Lin Yi. Can you come over here for a moment? Lin Yi was taken aback. She glanced at Mu Cheng sitting there, but ultimately turned off the stove and followed Wang Kuyu out. They passed by the dining room. It seemed they were trying to avoid Mu Cheng to say something. This made the dazed girl come back to her senses, her beautiful eyes flickering with curiosity. And at that moment, ding. Please host, initiate your heart-throbbing choice. The system's voice suddenly echoed. Choice 1, stealthily follow them and eavesdrop on what they are saying. Reward top-level disguise skill. Choice 2, mind your own business, add some water to the honey, as it's too sweet. Reward top-level makeup skill. Classic two-choice scenario. Mu Cheng didn't need to think much. She directly went to add some warm water to the honey. She wouldn't do something as sneaky as eavesdropping, although she was a bit curious. But even if they talked behind her back, she couldn't care less to let them be. As a Gemini, that's just how her personality is. Whatever. Congratulations, host, for completing the heart-throbbing choice. Reward top-level makeup skill. In an instant, countless knowledge and techniques about makeup appeared in her mind, turning Mu Cheng into a makeup expert in a flash. Her eyes lit up, and she didn't even care that she hadn't had breakfast. She immediately grabbed her cup and ran upstairs. In the courtyard of the Love Nest Room 701, Wang Kuyu called Lin Yi out here, and before he could speak, she directly took out a card and handed it to him. What is this? Lin Yi instinctively accepted it and glanced down. It read invitation card. He was taken aback. You want to invite me? Yes. I have a privilege, which is this card that allows me to actively invite a boy to go on a date with me. And he cannot refuse. She didn't finish her sentence. Wang Kuyu stood on her tiptoes, seemingly a bit shy and embarrassed. Yet she mustered the courage to look up at Lin Yi. She smiled and said, I wanted to ask if you have time this afternoon or evening to go out and have some fun together. Lin Yi initially thought of saying that he might be busy with work and have to work overtime. But after hesitating for a moment, he didn't refuse and nodded. I might be a little late this afternoon. No problem, I'll wait for you. Then. Okay. Thus this invitation was happily settled. Wang Kuyu felt she could tell that Chengzi probably had no feelings for Lin Yi, so this was her opportunity. But then again, if Chengzi had feelings, then the girls here probably wouldn't stand a chance. Who could resist someone so beautiful with a great figure, gentle and lovely personality and talent? Last night, Wang Kuyu and Lu Sijuan specifically searched for Mu Cheng's Douyin account. They were directly shocked by her nearly 9 million followers. With 6 videos, the highest likes exceeded 10 million. The key point is that Mu Cheng only posted her songs on Douyin without even showing her face. Satisfied with the confirmation, Wang Kuyu returned to the kitchen with Lin Yi. However, at that moment, a certain girl's figure was nowhere to be seen. Lin Yi's heart sank. Could it be that because he went out with Kuyu, it made Chengzi unhappy? If that's the case, he would want to slap himself. As a result, he was a bit distracted while making breakfast, frying 2 eggs, and after eating he grabbed his backpack and headed to work. As he was leaving, he instinctively glanced up the stairs. Unfortunately, he didn't see Mu Cheng. Meanwhile, the girl upstairs who was doing her makeup had no idea she was being misunderstood. She was like a child who had received a new toy, very excited. It turned out that top-notch makeup skills could be so impressive. To be honest, Mu Cheng wasn't very skilled at makeup. Her face alone ensured that she looked beautiful whether she wore makeup or not. For others, makeup is about reshaping their features. But for her, it was just an embellishment. Therefore, Mu Cheng only knew some very simple makeup techniques, such as applying loose powder, eyebrow shaping, blush, and lipstick, which many people commonly refer to as a natural look and light makeup. She had gone on a date a few days ago, just like that, especially to match a lovely light blue spaghetti strap dress. Otherwise, Mu Cheng rarely wore makeup, mainly because she didn't know much, so she simply didn't like to fuss over her face. And now, having acquired top-notch makeup skills, she was eager to try out the charm of makeup. The girl took loose powder and gently patted it on her face. Having seen many girls on Douyin and online applying loose powder with great force, it's actually because their skin is relatively rough and prone to caking, hence they have to apply it vigorously. As for Mu Cheng, her skin was naturally good with pores barely visible, even up close. Naturally, she didn't need much force, a gentle application was sufficient. With the base makeup and loose powder set, the next step was the eye makeup. This was also the most challenging part, and Mu Cheng found makeup tedious largely because of this. However, today she wanted to challenge herself using top-notch makeup skills. Eye makeup consists primarily of eyeshadow, eyeliner, and under-eye highlight. For a good eye look, the eyeshadow must be meticulously applied, because if it's too heavy it risks looking like Western makeup, while if it's too light it won't show up. It would look as if it hadn't been applied at all. Mu Cheng looked at the eyeshadow palette and ultimately chose a light pink color. Her eyeshadow was from a high-end Dior makeup line. For a girl, having makeup products is essential. Even if they aren't used, they cannot be absent. Just like how a flower-growing household must have Dongfeng Express always ready to fulfill its mission and let the enemy receive it at the finish line. Downstairs in the love nest, Eugene was alone in the living room conducting an online meeting using his laptop. His internship company was a foreign enterprise, so he didn't need to arrive particularly early. However, morning meetings were still required, mainly to listen to the supervisor discuss some plans to be completed this month, how to organize the upcoming Qixi festival event, and so on. The meeting dragged on for a long time, even if it was a foreign company. Some leaders still went on at length. Eugene could only listen intently while diligently taking notes. As the clock approached 9 o'clock, the meeting finally concluded. He let out a snap as he shut down the computer, and Chen Jia, who didn't know when she had returned, smiled and asked, "Are you done?" "Yes, I'm done. I'll get ready to go to the company soon. I envy you. You start work at 11 while I and this internet giant have to be at the company by 9. Chen Jia's tone was filled with the envy and resentment of a working person. She had forgotten something at the love nest when she left in the morning and told her boss she was coming back to get it. Otherwise, she would have already been at the company. But upon returning, she saw Eugene in the midst of a meeting and learned that he could start work at 11. All she could say was being a student at Peking University has its perks. Even finding an internship job could be so easygoing. "Well, I won't talk to you any longer. I have to go now." She glanced at the time. It was almost 9 o'clock. Chen Jia picked up the documents from the sofa and prepared to leave. There was a city bus organized by a program team outside, which was quite convenient. The two of them exchanged greetings and were about to part ways. But at that moment, a girl in slippers came running down the stairs with a pat 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 sound. This noise naturally caught both of their attention. Eugene looked up and Chen Jia turned her head to look. Instantly, Chen Jia's mouth dropped open in surprise, her eyes widened. "Wow, Chengzi, you're fully made up. Oh my, she looks amazing." It wasn't just her at that moment. Eugene was also completely stunned, frozen in place. In his eyes, there was only the figure of one girl. It was also his first time seeing Mu Cheng fully made up. The effect was simply stunning, just like the first time he had seen her, leaving him in disbelief. "Haven't you guys left yet?" Upon seeing them, Mu Cheng expressed a hint of surprise. The girl blinked, her lively, with long eyelashes. They seemed to flutter playfully, like their owner, concealing a trace of starry, gentle laughter. Some people's eyes seemed to naturally speak, their smiles resembling crescent moons. When Mu Cheng appeared in the small room fully made up, the first to be amazed was not Chen Jia or Eugene, but the viewers in the live broadcast room. "Ah, Chengzi's makeup is so beautiful, so stunning. Oh my, can you do a tutorial for the full makeup? Why do I always have makeup issues, but Chengzi doesn't? Guoli Cheng, hurry up. Today Qingbao is incredibly beautiful, woo woo woo. His, can she really not be my wife? Really can't. Ha, I've already taken a screenshot and sent it to my mom telling her this is her future daughter-in-law. You upstairs get lost. Mudhorse. Has your mom replied?" She replied saying I should go home and let her take me to the mental hospital. She said I have delusional disorder. Haha, truly a real mom. The comments in the live broadcast room went absolutely wild. Even though it was early on a Monday morning, the number of viewers was not large, but it felt as if thousands of evil sword immortals were crammed inside. When they saw Mu Cheng's makeup, everyone was stunned. Regardless of whether they were male or female, they felt their hearts racing, their eyes captivated by the moment. Really, Qingzi is so beautiful. Heartbeat small room 701. Although Qinjia also wanted to ask Mu Cheng how to do this full makeup, but there was no time. She said a word and quickly changed her shoes before running out. So now only Mu Cheng and Eugene remained here. Aren't you going out today? The girl held a cup while walking over to the kitchen to wash up and prepare breakfast. Seeing Eugene following her, she casually asked, "It's fine, I just need to arrive by 11, there's still time." Who still has the mood to go to work? With such a beautiful girl in the small room, he almost wanted to take a leave. Today Mu Cheng, because of her full makeup, had also changed into a set of clothes. On top, she wore a refreshing light-colored shirt adorned with a small bow. Below, she paired it with a dark denim skirt. The skirt has the advantage of looking like a dress while actually being pants. This way it looks good and also avoids the awkwardness of suddenly having a period while wearing a skirt. In short, this simple outfit on Mu Cheng is incredibly beautiful, exuding a pure campus vibe. It showcases the girl's tenderness perfectly. Eugene was completely unable to take his eyes off her following Mu Cheng into the kitchen. Watching her prepare breakfast, the two chatted casually, but the distance between them always remained at least one person's length apart. Eugene did want some physical contact. Unfortunately, Mu Cheng did not. She politely glanced at him, her lively, beautiful eyes blinking, preventing Eugene from harboring any ill intentions. It felt as if getting even a bit closer would make him a sinner. Thus, in the slightly awkward atmosphere, Mu Cheng finished preparing breakfast, steaming a custard egg with a bit of soy sauce and scallions. Just stir it a bit, and it can be eaten. As for the taste, it's not bad. At least she can cook now as long as she does. The girl took the custard egg to the dining table to eat. Taking small bites, she seemed a bit afraid of smudging her lips. Eugene glanced at the time, sighed inwardly, but still wore a smile. Then Qingzi, I'm heading out first. Okay, bye. The girl smiled lightly and waved her little hand. Then she continued to lower her head and eat. Many male fans in the live broadcast room cheered instantly. Finally, there were no boys around Qingzi. To be honest, even with that distance, although separated by a person, they still felt a bit jealous and envious. They wished they could replace Eugene and be the one in the small room. After finishing a simple breakfast, cleaning the pots and dishes, Mu Cheng also prepared to head out. Don't forget, she has a task today. To film a vlog for recording a new song. The reward is staying youthful. Mu Cheng had already witnessed the magical nature of the system's rewards, so she was naturally very much looking forward to the staying youthful reward. She went upstairs, grabbed her crossbody bag, and put the sports camera she bought yesterday inside. The girl then started her silver Audi R8, directly heading to the Magic City Drama Academy. Around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Hua Des Game Studio. Shabukyu. With a roar in the game, Lu Bu descended like a god, a single strike, taking out 4, executing a special move that hit 5. And in an instant, this guy performed a big flash, executing a triple kills health bar disappearance technique, securing the victory for this match. See. This is the strength of the national server Lu Bu. Huada wore a proud smile, showcasing his impressive stats of 11,121 to the brothers in the live broadcast room. However, his fans were not buying it at all. Laughing to death, if it weren't for you being killed 5 times by Ji Xiaoman in the early stages, would you have dragged it out until now? Exactly, the opponents are terrible, I could do it too, alright. To be honest, if I were the jungler on 2JIS side, I would want to report this guy already. Facing the fans' complaints, Huada didn't care at all. After all, he won a "would you praise me?" His face wore a dismissed, as if he were the best. Just as he was about to click on the ranked interface to enter the next crazy match, suddenly a pop-up message from Douyin appeared on the screen. Your special follow has been updated. Huada. This phone is specifically for live streaming games, and he usually doesn't browse Douyin, so why did a pop-up suddenly appear? Wait a minute. Hua Des' hand was about to instinctively swipe away the pop-up when he suddenly remembered something. Last time, it seemed he searched for Qingzi's Douyin account using this phone, and clicked on special follow. So that means, did Qingzi update her Douyin? In fact, while Huada was still in shock, many fans in his live broadcast room had received the same pop-up. They were all being reminded that the special follow they set up had new updates. In that instant, the entire live broadcast room erupted. The comments seemed to pour out uncontrollably. What, brothers? Qingzi updated. What, could it be a new song? Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up, Qingzi updated. Who would still watch this 2G? That makes sense. Stupid 2G, goodbye, I'm going to find my wife. In an instant, the popularity of the live broadcast room plummeted like a deflated balloon, dropping from over 800 viewers to just 3,000. However, right now, Huada had no mind to care about any of that, because he had also clicked on Mu Cheng's Douyin account. Hello. Today marks my first vlog in life. My name is Mu Cheng, but you can also call me Qingzi. I see many fans in the comments calling me Cheng Bao. Who came up with that cute name? I really like it. So today I specially bought a bottle of fruit-flavored orange juice. Look. As countless fans and netizens opened Mu Cheng's latest video, what they saw was not the usual black screen. Instead, it was a girl walking down the street, smiling brightly at her camera with one small hand shaking a bottle of what seemed to be freshly bought orange juice. In an instant, everyone was healed by her bright smile. It felt as if the air itself was sweet and delicious. Many were so excited that they wanted to immediately open the comments and share their feelings. But they hesitated. Because this was Cheng Zi's first vlog. They couldn't bear to pause or distract themselves to do anything else, just wanting to earnestly listen to the girl's gentle voice. At times, as they listened, these fans and netizens couldn't help but smile. It felt harder to suppress than ache. The video continued. This was a vlog that lasted over 10 minutes. Perhaps it was Mu Cheng's first time recording herself. She seemed a bit unaccustomed, fearing that she might leave awkward silences. Eventually, she just started rambling. Right now I'm on my way to record a new song. Let me show you how a song is freshly made. Look, that's my school, and there are still juniors and seniors around. Oh, and there's a cat, but it should be a senior. Here we are. This is where I record songs. I feel the sound quality here is Hello, I'm here for my appointment today. As she continued her rambling, the girl reached the recording studio. Mu Cheng showed her appointment information. Then she was led by the staff to the designated recording room. Many netizens were quite curious. So this is where Cheng Zi records songs. It looked rather small, but it had a lot of equipment. There were also 2 instructors in the glass booth monitoring the tracks and sound channels. Everything seemed very professional. For fans who had never seen this before, all these things were quite novel, making them very interested. Of course, they were also looking forward to the moment when Cheng Zi would sing. For Mu Cheng, however, entering here felt a bit like second nature. She handed the music she had composed on her computer yesterday to the engineer, directly pointing out where the vocals needed to be higher and where the reverb needed to be lowered. In this segment of Mu Cheng's vlog, she seemed to speed things up to avoid boring everyone. But even so, those fans were astonished to see Cheng Zi so serious and professional. It was a feeling of being shocked. Even though they didn't understand, they were still deeply impressed. Soon, when the accompaniment was finalized, Mu Cheng went into the recording booth alone. Putting on her headphones, the girl glanced at the action camera already set up outside, smiled slightly, and made in the next moment, a crisp and melodious piano prelude began to play. As the rhythm progressed more and more until Mu Cheng gently opened her mouth in front of the camera. I can hear winter leaving. I woke up in a certain year, a certain month. As her gentle voice flowed from her microphone, countless people instinctively closed their eyes. Those fans who had watched the live stream of Flipped Heart last night were even more excited. It really is this song. Overcast evening, outside the car window. There's someone in the future. Who will I meet? What kind of conversation will there be? Who I'm waiting for? How far is he in the future? I hear the wind from the subway and the crowd. I'm lining up, holding the number for love. After a simple chorus, Mu Cheng swayed along with the interlude. Her little head gently bobbed. Her red lips slightly parted. Through the screen, one could almost feel the fragrance wafting from her nose. Even the 2 instructors outside the glass booth were also shaken by her singing. This singing skill, this breath, it could already rival the singers in today's entertainment industry. Isn't this too steady? In the room, the girl had no idea about their feelings. As the rhythm passed, she naturally continued to immerse herself in the story of the song, almost like a whisper or a narration. A gentle smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. The 2 audio engineers outside were enraptured. And at this moment, the fans watching the vlog were also deeply immersed in Mu Cheng's singing. In their minds, it was as if they could see a girl, and perhaps they could also see the encounters of their youth. How beautiful that was. Perhaps the final result wouldn't be perfect, but it was an experience that would never be forgotten. I met you is the most beautiful accident. One day, my mystery will be unveiled. As the accompaniment slowly faded with the last word from the girl, this song was also recorded. The 2 audio engineers outside could not help but stand up, excitedly applauding. They were witnessing someone perform so perfectly for the first time, and it didn't require any tuning. So amazing. Actually, the vlog was about to end here. The next few minutes were just Mu Cheng leaving the recording studio. And at the end, she announced something. By the way, tonight at 8 o'clock, my 7 songs, including the one I just finished recording, Encounter, will be released on Penguin Kugo and Wangi Cloud music platforms. It's free, so you can support me a lot. Then see you later. We'll meet in the next vlog. Bye. The progress bar finally froze at 16 minutes, and at this moment, the fans who had unknowingly finished watching were suddenly jolted awake. They had never felt time pass so quickly. It was only 16 minutes. When they came back to their senses, in an instant, Mu Cheng's latest video exploded with overwhelming reactions. In just a minute, the likes had already exceeded 100,000, and the comments had gone from initially being ignored to now suddenly reaching tens of thousands. So this song is called Encounter. It's so damn good. Now with 15,000 likes expected to reach 15 million, I'm just gonna stay here. I announce. Cheng Zi is the flower of the earth. Oh, I agree. If Cheng Zi pursued me, what should I do? Pointing to self. Don't worry, I'll help you hold her back. Please, Cheng Bao, film more vlogs. I really love her ramblings, crying. Really, my darling's ramblings are super cute. It exploded. This video totally blew up. In just half an hour after release, it surged to the top 3 of the Douyin trending list, while Encounter was also regarded as a classic by countless people. It even once again attracted the attention of those giant companies in the entertainment industry. Deep City headquarters of Penguin Music, which is also the Penguin headquarters building. Watching the screen, a certain girl's Douyin popularity exploded online once again, and the manager of Penguin Music couldn't help but smile, his lips stretching almost to the back of his ears. Last night, while watching the live stream, he heard Mu Cheng sing a short segment of Encounter. He immediately messaged in the group saying that they must acquire the copyright for this song. After reviewing the lyrics and score that Mu Cheng posted in the group, he directly offered a copyright fee of 1 million for a year, equivalent in value to Sunny Day. As the manager of Penguin Music and a seasoned music producer, his professional instincts were exceptionally sharp. He understood just by glancing at the score. In an instant, he realized that this was yet another masterpiece on par with a Golden Melody award-winning song. Therefore, he did not hesitate at all. Similarly, the other two music platform managers in the group had the exact same thoughts. Thus, this explains why at the end of Mu Cheng's vlog she mentioned that 7 songs would be released simultaneously tonight. In Magic City at a high-end residential area, Mu Cheng finished editing the video and posted it on her Douyin account. Instantly, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Congratulations, host, on completing the heart-stirring choice. Reward agelessness. Agelessness, forever youthful, maintaining skin, and capable of repairing irreversible damage from impacts, but scars acquired before gaining agelessness are not included. If she hadn't had the scar removal cream, the scar on her thigh would still be there, the girl thought to herself. But then a wave of excitement and exhilaration washed over her. It truly is agelessness. It really can keep her youthful and her skin flawless. Although she felt that her body seemed to have undergone no changes. But she had immense faith in the system. After all, Mu Cheng had personally experienced the wonders of the system. Believing was one thing. However, Mu Cheng would still be reluctant to test the effectiveness by intentionally inflicting a scar on her skin, like the actions of protagonists in novels who would harm themselves to prove their invulnerability. That would simply be foolish. Who's sitting at her computer desk, the girl stretched her proud figure, immediately bursting. She exposed her white, jade-like belly, exuding an alluring charm that made one unable to resist the urge to reach out and lightly pinch it. Unfortunately, such a delicate scene was likely unseen by anyone. Mu Cheng picked up her phone and glanced. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. After returning from recording, she had eaten lunch and had been editing the video until now. In her previous life as a design major, she was no stranger to editing. However, her proficiency was limited to what was stated on her resume. Therefore, it took her about half an hour to edit a vlog lasting over 10 minutes. Casually opening her newly posted video, the girl noticed that the view count had exceeded 300,000, but the likes and comments were only a little over 10,000, which surprised her. Was the view count and the likes and comments divorced? How strange. Never mind, it doesn't matter, I'll just do what I need to do. She scrolled through the comments section for a while before diving straight into watching other videos, ignoring the 99 notifications in her private messages. The main reason is that Mu Cheng had once checked her Douyin private messages and was almost disgusted. Because besides fans and comments from those MCN agencies, there were even some idiots claiming to be 18 centimeters sending pictures that resembled maggots. There were even quite a few middle-aged men in their 30s or 40s who directly asked about dates or how much it would cost. At that time, Mu Cheng was stunned by these private messages. Not knowing what it was like to be a girl, she only realized that in this world there would always be people who maliciously speculated about you. Her previous videos hadn't even shown her face. She had merely been singing. Yet it had attracted so many greasy characters. It was evident how much harassment other beautiful bloggers must face. Of course, perhaps boys also face harassment. Anyway, when going out, the most important thing is to protect. Around 5 in the afternoon, Mu Cheng tidied up her home, took a few sets of clean clothes, and placed them in a canvas bag, then prepared to head back to her small room. This time she did not drive her Audi or 8-back. Instead, she switched back to the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. While sports cars look cool, they are actually not comfortable after prolonged driving. Moreover, the simple center console and the lack of a screen made Mu Cheng feel somewhat unaccustomed. Therefore, she planned to drive the Mercedes-Benz G-Class for a while. However, to be honest, this car was purchased by Mu Cheng's father in 2015, and it had been nearly 10 years since then. Many of its features were somewhat outdated. It had an antique feel to it. So, now Mu Cheng was considering buying a new car, but she just hadn't had the time. She pulled open the car door, slammed it shut with a loud bang, and the Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly drove out of the parking garage. On the way back to her small room, Mu Cheng also stopped by a well-known restaurant specializing in crayfish and packed 10 pounds. She wanted to eat that tonight. She planned to take it back to share with her friends. At 8 in the evening, in the heart-stirring small room, everyone was refreshing the music platform software they used. Chengzi, your song is online. Someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Not a second late, right at 8 o'clock, the homepage of 3 music platforms displayed a photo of a certain girl. On the top of the homepage, Mu Cheng was seen wearing a light blue spaghetti strap dress, facing the sea, her fair little feet stepping on the beach. In the picture, it seemed someone was calling out to her. The girl turned around, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful smile, and the photo froze at that moment. So beautiful. Beside this stunning portrait, there was also a cute orange logo, and it came with a phrase. Light up the orange, illuminate the future, come listen to the playlist exclusive to the summer sweet orange. Mu Cheng glanced at it, and suddenly felt her toes curling slightly. However, when others saw it, they were extremely excited, frantically clicking on the cute orange logo. The next moment, they were directly taken to an exclusive playlist containing only 7 songs. Undoubtedly, these songs were all quality pieces. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were also sending out comments cheering, "It's online. My wife's song is online. I want to be the first to comment. You're late, I was the earliest." No. You two aren't even on the same platform, what are you arguing about? Unlike me, who is playing on all 3 platforms simultaneously. It feels like our music platforms are spoiling Chengzi, even the logos are so cute. I'm so frustrated, why does it show network delay when I click in it? Well, me too. It must be too many people, it can't be helped, even my listening has some lag. Let me teach you a method, download it first, and it won't lag. Wow. Nice. Amidst the excitement of countless fans and netizens in the heart-stirring small room, everyone also filled with lively laughter headed to the restaurant to prepare for their meal. The table was covered with crayfish of 4 or 5 different flavors along with pizza and steak, making for a sumptuous feast. However, Meow Meow was a bit puzzled. Why haven't they returned yet? Why haven't they come back yet? The group had already taken their seats in the dining room, donned their gloves, and were ready to begin tonight's dinner. At this moment, Meow, feeling a bit puzzled, asked. Because there were 4 fewer people in the room now, Lin, Yiwang, Kyo, Jiang Juanhan, and Lu Sijuan. Everyone could understand Lin Yi's absence, as it wasn't his first time working late. He often returned home at 9. But Jiang Juanhan wouldn't do that. His usual finishing time was 7, and he would return to the small house then. Everyone thought he must have had something urgent come up today. Initially, they hadn't thought much of it. But now, the return of 2 boys and 2 new female guests so late inevitably led to some speculation. For some reason, everyone turned to look at Wang Yuchen. With a confused expression, Wang Yuchen asked, "Why are you all looking at me? Aren't we eating? If we don't hurry, the crayfish will get cold." "Oh, right. Let's eat." Seeing the obvious gossip-filled expressions on their faces, Wang Yuchen couldn't help but feel a bit amused. In fact, she had already guessed. Jiang Junhan hadn't returned so late, probably because he was on a date with the new female guest. To be honest, she felt a bit uncomfortable and jealous. But as an adult in a dating show, she couldn't stop him from getting to know new girls, could she? She just wondered which girl it was. For a moment, the atmosphere in the small house became somewhat strange and silent. However, this did not dampen Mu Cheng's spirits as a foodie. She was ravenous and immediately rushed towards the 2 pizzas after putting on her gloves. Sitting next to her was Meow. This girl was very quiet, quietly peeling crayfish, having already peeled about. Just when Mu Cheng thought she was about to swallow one whole, she saw Meow push the plate in front of her. Mu Cheng's beautiful eyes flickered, reminiscent of twinkling stars. With a gentle and lively demeanor, she softly asked, "Why aren't you eating?" "You eat first," Meow replied. She happily said, "To celebrate your song being released, there are exactly 7 here." To be honest, she felt genuinely warmed. If she hadn't had pizza in her hands, she would have surely hugged Meow tightly. The girl's eyes instantly became crescent-shaped as she gently fed a piece of uneaten pizza into Meow's mouth. "Here, last time you fed me, this time it's my turn to feed you." Meow obediently nodded. "Wow, how sweet are you two." This scene caused the viewers in the live stream to break into smiles, while someone present felt a pang of jealousy. Liang Qiaowei took a small crayfish and chewed on it, then paused to glance over at Mu Cheng. To everyone's surprise, he started peeling crayfish and placing them in a plate. A moment later, he directly brought it over and placed it in front of Mu Cheng, seemingly snorting in pride. "Also 7 pieces. The girl? Why does it smell like jealousy in the air?" It wasn't just her. The crowd and the viewers in the live stream noticed. Although Chen Jia was also suppressing a laugh, she couldn't resist the urge to stir the pot and directly suggested, "Hey, why don't we all peel 7 crayfish to celebrate for Chengzi?" "That's a good suggestion." "I agree." The boys had already been thinking this way, but they hadn't felt comfortable saying it. Now they immediately sprang into action. To keep things tidy, they even considered taking off their used gloves and changing into new ones. This sudden turn of events left Mu Cheng dumbfounded, and she quickly protested, "No, I have enough to eat. I won't be able to finish later." "No peeling, everyone stop." Ha. The small house burst into laughter, causing the little girl to get a bit annoyed. In the end, the boys chose to halt their actions. They internally lamented the missed opportunity. In the observation room, everyone watching the scene couldn't help but smile. Xinling smiled sweetly, saying, "It feels like Chengzi is the favorite of the group now. Oh, everyone likes her so much. To be honest, I like her too." Ha. Professor Chen Ming chuckled, and Wang Yinlin quickly chimed in teasingly, "Why doesn't Professor Chen join as a new guest?" No. The professor was startled and waved his hands. His wife was watching after all. What he meant by liking Chengzi wasn't that kind of liking. Teacher, he watching everyone joke around, also smiled and said, "Actually, I'm quite looking forward to the day I can meet them. Ooh, I heard from the director that Chengzi looks even better in person than on camera." "Huh, really?" This remark made Meng Zi and the other girls unable to sit still. They looked at the girl. They all thought she was breathtakingly beautiful. If she looked this good on screen, how stunning must she be in real life? At this moment, many viewers in the live stream began to share their experiences. Really? I had the chance to see Chengzi a few days ago. Wow. She's super pretty. She looks amazing in person with a fantastic figure. Yes. And her skin is so fair, even from a distance it feels like she's glowing. Why is it that all of you have seen Chengzi, but I haven't? I'm in Modu too. I'm so jealous. You guys in Modu still have the chance to run into her, but what about me being so far away and— Hey, don't panic upstairs. I didn't say anything in Qinghai lying down. Where is Qinghai? Is it near Qingdao? That hurt my heart. The gaze shifted back to the observation room. Hearing Teacher He's words, Xinling smiled faintly. Really? I'm quite looking forward to it. Huh. Teacher He smiled slightly, but didn't answer. However, the two seemed to be talking about something else. This left everyone present a bit confused. Why did it feel like they couldn't quite understand? Never mind, everyone didn't think much more and continued to watch the screen with innocent smiles. In the Sweetheart House Room, 701. You actually wore such big earrings today, or I just noticed it now. In the living room, Liang Xiaowei looked surprised. Her eyes were fixed on Mu Cheng as she had just realized that Mu Cheng had a pair of dangling earrings on her earlobes. They were tassel earrings in the style of jasmine flowers. The white flower buds blossomed from the girl's delicate ears with a few seed-like tassels hanging down. They were extremely beautiful. However, Mu Cheng had a peculiar expression and said, I've been wearing them all day. You only just noticed. She had been wearing them since she put on her full makeup. How did it feel like she had wasted a whole day wearing them? While speaking, Mu Cheng took off the earrings. Is there anything else you haven't taken? No thank you. You're welcome. At Cottage 701, everyone had already finished dinner. Outside, the parking lot lay quiet. A Mazda CX-30 slowly pulled into the lot. Two people stepped out, Jiang Junhan and Lu. They had spent the day on a date at a functional bookstore in Modu, but heavy traffic delayed their return. Jiang Junhan glanced inside the car to confirm nothing had been left behind. Only then did he lock the doors and walk back to Cottage 702 with Lu Sijuan. Yet, inside they found no one. Where did they all go? Lu Sijuan wore an expression of genuine curiosity. Had everyone gone on dates today? Jiang Junhan, however, seemed to know exactly what was happening. He smiled and said, they're probably all at Cottage 701. Everyone from our cottage loves gathering over there. It was because of Mu Cheng. Though she'd already figured it out, Lu Sijuan didn't say it aloud. She simply smiled. Then let's go over and see. Alright. Truth be told, Jiang Junhan was feeling slightly anxious. He knew returning so late with Lu Sijuan would inevitably spark speculation. He needed to act quickly before this minor misunderstanding caused his delicate, ambiguous rapport with Wang Yuchen to expire prematurely. That would truly be disastrous. After all, Jiang Junhan harbored no romantic interest in Lu Sijuan, not merely due to outward appearances, but more crucially her temperament, emotional intelligence, and conversational grace fell far short of his ideal partner's standards. Still, he hadn't anticipated that upon her arrival Lu Sijuan would immediately grant him her sole precious dating privilege, and he couldn't decline. As they chatted casually, they strolled toward the courtyard of Cottage 701. Outside, they knocked lightly on the door, then pushed it open and entered. Hello. Oh, right on time. We've just finished dinner. Haha, you two must have gone on a date. Did you have fun today? Huada chuckled broadly. Wang Helong teased with a grin. Hearing this, the two newcomers flushed faintly with embarrassment. Wang Yuchen glanced sideways at them, then deliberately looked away, as if she hadn't noticed at all. Yet, she hadn't expected that the moment Jiang Junhan walked in he'd casually tap her shoulder and say, I bought something for you. Wang Yuchen. Amid the amused, knowing smiles of the others, the two stepped out together, their departure accompanied, even from afar, by a ripple of light laughter. Meanwhile, Lu Sijuan, who had entered with Jiang Junhan, stood uncertainly, having only just arrived at the cottage. She remained unfamiliar with most of its residents. Staying here, she wondered whether she could join the group at all. A quiet uncertainty clouded her expression. Fortunately, the subtle tension didn't linger long. The soft footsteps of two girls descending the stairs broke the stillness. Mu Cheng waved the small item in her hand with a gentle smile. Friends, something's happening. A production team card. Meow Meow followed closely behind, adding the clarification. Time rewinds by 15 minutes. Back then, Mu Cheng had removed her earrings and shared them with the other girls. Meow Meow had mentioned wanting to go upstairs to take a look. But after trying on the earrings for only a short while in the room, they emerged to find a delicate pink card resting on the second-floor lounge, the very spot where Mu Cheng had composed her song the night before. Upon opening it, they discovered it outlined a new rule introduced by the production team. Now downstairs, the group gathered around the card as Chunjia held it up and read aloud. Date Me rule. Each resident possesses one opportunity to activate Date Me. If you wish to organize an off-cottage activity, visit either cottage's bulletin board, write your invitation, and post it. Any interested resident may affix their photo beside it to signal acceptance. This sounds rather intriguing. Anyone keen to issue an invitation? Chunjia scanned the group. The small card passed hand to hand. In fact, an identical card had been placed in Cottage 702, but only two people were there. and neither was upstairs. Naturally, they hadn't noticed it. May I see that? Huada took the card, his expression subtly animated. He was genuinely tempted to participate, but what kind of invitation could he possibly propose? Invite everyone to his live stream to watch him rage quit a game, then brandish his phone like a kitchen knife. That would be utterly humiliating. Just imagining it triggered social mortification. Huada instantly abandoned the idea and returned the card to the coffee table. Yet, beside him Eugene fell thoughtful, his gaze drifting, almost involuntarily, toward a certain young woman. He sensed this might just be his chance. Mu Cheng meanwhile hadn't joined the later conversation. She watched Lu Sijuan's arrival with playful curiosity and blinked. Where did you two go today? To a bookstore packed with fascinating things. Lu Sijuan smiled wryly. But how did you all guess we'd gone out? Simple. We noticed only 4 people were missing when dinner ended. Look, 2 are still absent even now. At this, Lu Sijuan paused, momentarily startled. Only then did she realize Wang Qiu and Lin Yi were nowhere to be seen. Had things progressed that rapid, but she'd overthought it. Lin Yi had worked overtime. Wang Qiu waited too long, so their date was postponed. Indeed, they returned just before 10 o'clock. Lin Yi looked utterly exhausted. Wang Qiu clutched a kite, her expression subdued, uncharacteristically joyless. Imagine it working past 7, then rushing straight to a date, when the person awaiting you isn't even someone who's in the other. She'd waited from 5 until 8, glancing constantly at her phone, then scanning the park gate for any sign of him. By the end, hunger gnawed at her stomach, yet nothing memorable had unfolded. An empty, fruitless date. The fatigue ran deep. The only reason she'd endured those hours was her genuine affection for Lin Yi. Otherwise, she'd never have waited so long. What's wrong? You look completely drained. Inside the cottage, Eugene spotted Lin Yi and Wang Qiu entering separately, and greeted them with a smile. A date shouldn't leave you looking quite so worn out, should it? Lin Yi shook her head, offering a wry, resigned smile, then changed the subject. Is there anything left to eat in the kitchen? Yes, some crayfish and pizza kept especially for you. Though the steak's gone. Eugene frowned, puzzled. You went on a date, and didn't even eat. One cannot say they haven't eaten, but the exhaustion is palpable. Who after a long day of work would go on a date and play with a kite? It's no wonder they feel drained. In any case, both individuals were dissatisfied with this date. Lin Yi felt that it was not as good as the last time, when they simply watched Cheng Zi happily bake a cake. They ate a bit in the restaurant downstairs, finishing off the crayfish and washing their own bowls and chopsticks. At this moment, the other girls in the small house had returned to their rooms to rest, leaving only Eugene and Wang Helong downstairs with Lin Yi. Boys, you see, sometimes, even if they like the same girl, it doesn't affect their brotherly bond. After all, when they come to the small house, it's all about fair competition. By the way, do you have any thoughts on the new rule in the small house today? Outside the small courtyard, a few boys were chatting about past amusing stories while enjoying the evening breeze. Suddenly, Eugene couldn't help but mention that little card. Wang Helong smiled and asked, I don't have any thoughts, but from what you're saying, what kind of activity are you planning? I might want to invite you to watch a basketball game. Are you playing? Or? Lin Yi curiously asked. Eugene nodded and smiled. It's just me playing. We're a team from Peking University coming over to play in Modu. Oh, that sounds interesting. Your Peking University is a strong team in the CBA, right? No, it's not that serious. I just want to schedule a friendly match with the students from Modu Jiaotong University. Actually, Eugene had been considering this since he saw that little card tonight. At that time, he secretly asked a few friends on his team if anyone could come, and the answer was that everyone was available. It's just right for summer vacation. They could consider it a trip. Moreover, a few of them also work in the media related to basketball and often play games in various cities. Then Eugene contacted a friend from Modu Jiaotong University, who was his high school classmate and also part of the After inquiring, his friend agreed to arrange a friendly match with the classmates. Thus it was settled. The game was scheduled for Wednesday at the basketball court inside Modu Jiaotong University. At this moment, after Eugene finished explaining to the two, Wang Helong was taken aback. My school. Wow, it's right at his door. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. I said, Wang, go, why don't you join the match at Jiaotong University? Let's have an internal battle in our small house. No way. I can't compete with you sports students. That would be self-torture. Wang Helong felt helpless. Although he could play basketball, it was only for casual games just to keep fit. Competitions between universities are usually quite intense. He couldn't compete. If he lost, it would be quite embarrassing. As the group chatted and laughed, Lin Yi's mood improved significantly. At this moment, he suddenly felt like reaching out to Mu Cheng, mainly because he wanted to know if she was unhappy earlier in the morning, and he hadn't seen her since. He felt a bit empty inside. Let's go back to shower. He'll go first. No, we'll go first. Don't fight me for it. Why don't you both go together since you're in the same room? Get lost. Next to the gathering of several boys from room 701 quickly dispersed. Lin Yi picked up his backpack and returned to his room to put it down. After thinking for a moment, he decided to go out to the door of another room and gently knocked. A girl opened the door. As soon as she saw Lin Yi, she smiled and turned to say, Cheng Zi, he's looking for you. The one who opened the door was Liang Qiaowei, and this room belonged to her and Mu Cheng. She couldn't believe that Lin Yi would come looking for her without any reason. So she called out for Cheng Zi. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi felt a little embarrassed, but as a boy he had to be thick-skinned, and simply smiled. Yes, I'm looking for Cheng Zi. What's the matter? Over here. Mu Cheng was just about to remove her makeup when she was suddenly called out. The girl looked a bit puzzled and casually closed the door behind her as she stepped out. On the other side in Heartthrob Cottage room 702, unlike room 701-702 was filled with girls chatting together. Wang Yuqing had a cute stamp in her hand which Zhang Junhan bought before going on a date today, and she immediately gifted it to her when he returned. Thus our sister Yuqing was quite happy now. Any tinge of jealousy or discomfort had faded away. She glanced at Wang Qiu, who appeared a bit down and couldn't help but ask, how was your date today? I waited until 8 o'clock for Lin Yi, and we didn't play for long. He must have had to work overtime. He usually comes back. No, mainly. Wang Qiu leaned in and whispered, I feel like when he was with me he seemed distracted. Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Even Miao Miao nodded. She recalled her first date with Eugene. He also seemed distracted frequently. Lost in thought, Miao Miao couldn't help but gaze at the earrings in her hand. These were the ones Cheng Zi had just given her. Oh, Miao Miao, are these your new earrings? Her gaze quickly caught the attention of the other girls, especially since everyone was chatting and she was the only one silent. Lu Sijuan, a woman who frequently purchased luxury items, recognized them instantly. Surprised, she exclaimed, these should be from the Cartier Clover series earrings if I'm not mistaken. Oh, it seems so. I've seen them at the boutique before. Did you find a purchasing agent, Miao Miao? Wang Qiu immediately became interested. The reason she thought Miao Miao had found one was that Miao Miao's ears didn't have piercings, yet she was holding the earrings without a box. It couldn't be that she was trying to show off, right? She felt that Miao Miao wasn't that kind of girl. However, at this moment the dazed sister snapped back to reality and looked a bit confused. She glanced at the earrings and softly said, no, Cheng Zi just gave them to me. Are they very expensive? The girls were taken aback. They were shocked, their eyes widening. Lu Sijuan couldn't help but exclaim, he gave them to you. 50,000 yuan, just like that. My goodness. Where did such a nice person come from who can gift you 50,000 yuan? I want one too. Upon hearing this, Miao Miao was even more confused. She was nearly startled. This earring costs 50,000 yuan. But Cheng Zi just told me that she hadn't worn it since buying it and didn't know where the box went, so she gave it to me. The girls looked at the exquisitely crafted Cartier Clover earrings with complex expressions. They felt a bit sour. 50,000 yuan, never worn, and the box is lost. How could one say all this? Even the audience in the live stream was equally shocked, unable to refrain from exclaiming in disbelief. Do you have something to say to me? Outside the second floor of room 701, the girl walked out in slippers and asked Lin Yi gently. Lin Yi's gaze unconsciously darted for a moment. He then felt his heartbeat quicken slightly. Cheng Zi, your makeup looks beautiful today. The two accidentally locked eyes, and facing Mu Cheng's curiosity, Lin Yi struggled to control his emotions, hesitating before saying, well, this morning you called me out to fly kites. I know. And then Mu Cheng blinked, revealing a look of interest. Could it be something juicy? Lin Yi was confused by her expression. Was she angry or not? After thinking for a moment, he continued. It's just that when I went back this morning, I noticed you weren't around, and I was worried something happened to you. This sentence was quite tactful. After all, he couldn't directly ask, are you unhappy because of me? Saying that would really make Lin Yi feel a bit greasy. This also led to Mu Cheng's strange response to this tactful remark. No, why would I have anything going on? The atmosphere became somewhat awkward, because both of them were not on the same wavelength. By the way, at that moment the girl seemed to remember something, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation. Can you see my earrings? Lin Yi. This topic suddenly leaped to another level, almost making him twist his waist in surprise. However, once he recovered, he carefully looked at Mu Cheng's ears. I'm sorry, I just noticed it now. Lin Yi was surprised and a bit embarrassed. Such large earrings. If Cheng Zi hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have noticed at all. How strange. Actually, this couldn't really be blamed on him. Mainly when he first saw Mu Cheng, his eyes were fixated on the girl's face, leaving no energy to notice anything else. Alright, Mu Cheng felt a bit puzzled. Could this be the disappearing earring trick? She didn't believe Qiao Qiao when she told her earlier. Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream was frantically discussing the issue. Wow, I just noticed Cheng Zi has something on her ear. OMG. I just looked through some of Cheng Zi's photos and it seems she has earrings in every picture, but I only just noticed it now. This can't be an illusion, right? No. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed. Laughing, crying, there's nothing we can do. It seems we're all too focused on her stunning face. LOL, Cheng Zi said, then what's the point of me wearing these? If I had that face, I wouldn't mind wearing 10 pairs of— No, I need to go do good deeds now and hope to look like this in my next life. Wait, where are you going to do good deeds at this late hour? What late hour? The sun just set over here. By the way, I'm from Beijing. A group of netizens in the live stream was chatting happily. Meanwhile, in Heartbeat Cottage, Mu Cheng also bid farewell to Lin Yi and returned. This girl was a bit strange, feeling like the other wanted to say something, but didn't. So without thinking much, she directly returned to her room to prepare for removing her makeup. Good night, everyone. The girl waved her small hand in front of the camera, smiling brightly. The next moment, she simply covered the camera. Facing the girl's heartless action, the fans in the live stream were not only not sad, but also very excited. Ah, Qingzi smiled at me. Does she like me? Blushing. JPG. Good night, Qingbao. I'm going to listen to your... Hee, if I listen to Qingzi's encounter, maybe I can meet her in my dreams. But as the barrage became lively, soon the number of online viewers in the live stream plummeted to just over 200,000, with some fans still hanging around in the background. Otherwise, it would probably drop to less than 100,000 now. It's really terrifying. The director backstage of the program couldn't help but sigh inwardly. If someone had told him before that a show could drop from 5 to 6 million views to suddenly just 20,000, but now not believing was not an option. After all, the reality before him was just like that. Moreover, unbeknownst to him, Mu Cheng's Douyin followers had already surpassed 10 million. Incredible. While thinking about this, the director also marked it with a special focus. The next day was Tuesday. The weather today was quite nice. It had rained a bit in the morning. The city of Mo felt like a steel sauna, humid and hot. And in Heartbeat Cottage, which was relatively far from the city center, it felt much cooler. At 3 in the afternoon, no one went out, because in the morning the production team suddenly sent a message saying that everyone who could return in the afternoon should come back for a more important activity. So the few people who were working directly took a leave from the company and returned. They had no trouble getting leave. After all, the company leaders knew they were participating in the program. Without a second thought, they approved the leave. Room 701. What do you think the production team called us back for? Mu Cheng had also gone out today. Called back, she directly packed some afternoon tea and ate it with her friends in the restaurant. Hearing Liang Xiao's words, the girl, although still chewing on something, couldn't help but reply. Could it be that a new guest is coming again? Are you sure? Everyone was stunned, pausing their actions of drinking milk tea. Mu Cheng shook her small head and smiled with her crescent-shaped eyes. I don't know, but I guess so. Otherwise, why would they suddenly call everyone back? Then, could it be that the Qixi festival is approaching and they are sending us gifts? Chen Jia suddenly said with a grin. Wang Helong immediately chimed in. If they were going to send gifts, it should be on the day of Qixi, right? There are still several days until then. That's true. Since they couldn't figure it out, they should just eat and drink. It must be said that the afternoon tea Qingzi brought back was really delicious. Well, of course. It was just that they didn't know the price. Otherwise, they would probably be shocked. Who would have thought that a decent afternoon tea could cost nearly 3 figures? Just those few cups of coffee and milk tea alone would cost at least 50 or 60 for each. And there were various snacks too. Meanwhile, outside Heartbeat Cottage, a taxi suddenly entered the camera frame of the production team, and a seemingly new figure. The viewers in the live stream were dumbfounded. OMG. Could it really be that Qingzi was right about a new guest coming? And it's a guy. However, the camera didn't capture the boy's face, only showing his back, which made everyone very curious, including the guests in the observation room. Today, the observation room, usually bustling with activity, was missing 2 people: the host teacher He and the beloved sweetheart Xian Ling. Their absence surprised the other guests in the observation room. Xian Ling's absence could be attributed to some matters, but the fact that teacher He was also missing was quite unexpected. So when he just started his shift, Chun Yi specifically inquired with the production team. The response was, they both have an important task, and you'll see them soon. In fact, the director said with a knowing smile that they would be seen soon, without specifying that they would return shortly. Chun Yi did not notice this small detail, and simply told everyone not to worry. At that moment, as the substitute host Chun Yi looked curiously at the new figure appearing outside the small room. Who is that? Could it really be a new male guest? They seem quite tall, and that silhouette looks cool. It feels like a younger boy. Could he be the type that's more like a young... The crowd buzzed with excitement, each sharing their thoughts. Wang Yinlin decisively placed a bet. If he's the new male guest, he must like Qingzi. Calm down, kid. Professor Chen Ming chuckled helplessly, but did not refute him. After all, deep down, he also felt that no boy could resist Qingzi. Moreover, in this romance-themed variety show, everyone exchanged knowing glances and couldn't help but smile. They returned their gaze to the large screen ahead, ready to catch all the juicy details. Of course, they weren't alone. Even the audience in the live broadcast room shared the same anticipation. Everyone was filled with expectation. In the cozy little house 701, while everyone was munching and chatting apart from the afternoon tea brought back by Mu Cheng, Xinjia also brought some snacks. This made the several boys feel a bit embarrassed. They silently decided that next time they returned to the small house, they would at least bring more food. Click! At this moment, a soft sound made Mu Cheng's ears perk up. The girl's little hand paused. It seems like someone is outside. Really? Everyone was momentarily stunned, their expressions shifting to uncertainty as they looked outside. Indeed, if they listened closely, they could seemingly hear some noises. Oh no. If it was late at night, that would be a bit frightening. Liang Xiaowei instinctively shifted closer to Qingzi, almost pressing against her. Just as everyone was fixated on the outside, a boy dragging luggage through the door suddenly stopped in his tracks. For a moment, all 7 faces were blank. The boys in the small house thought, dude, who are you? The new guy? The 2 girls' eyes brightened. Wow, he's kind of handsome. Mu Cheng's thoughts were quite simple. He didn't look like someone wearing height-increasing insoles. He had something special about him. Sorry, I'm just here to interrupt. In the midst of the heavy silence, it was ultimately the new boy who raised his hand shyly to greet them. Hearing this, the others reacted. Eugene couldn't help but ask first, "Are you from 601? Yes, but not really. How should I put it?" To be honest, being stared at by 6 people made the new boy a bit nervous, causing him to stutter as he spoke. Meanwhile, in the observation room, and among the viewers in the live broadcast who had been watching the small house, they also snapped back to reality, instantly erupting in a buzz of shock. "Oh my gosh, Jokiyu. This kid went on a romance variety show. Wasn't it said to be an ordinary person's show? What's strange about that? Chengzi is also a singer, if she can be part of it, so why can't an artist? But Chengzi hasn't debuted yet, as she's just an accredited musician. Oh no, I'm starting to get a bit nervous and my wife won't fall for this guy, right? Although I admit he does look a bit handsome, but which of us here isn't also a Yanzu or Ifei? The person upstairs speaks so well, I love it. Isn't the focus now supposed to be why Jokiyu is on a romance variety show? Alright. The moment Jokiyu appeared, the comments in the live broadcast went wild, with countless netizens widening their eyes. Although he was an idol artist who just debuted a few years ago, he had participated in quite a few variety shows. Moreover, the number of online viewers in the broadcast room was significant, nearly reaching 8 million. Thus, they instantly recognized his identity, an idol artist. He actually went on a romance variety show? This was already a dimensional strike. Didn't they see that the boys in room 701 were already on high alert? Really? If anyone should be the most nervous, it wasn't Jokiyu. It was Lin Yi and the others. They felt so uneasy sitting on the chair that they couldn't sit still standing up. Is he a celebrity? I feel like I've seen him on Douyin. On this side, Liang Xiaowei was whispering to Mu Cheng. The girl whispered back, her breath fragrant. I don't know him, but he looks like the type who can sing and dance. I wonder if he can play basketball. He's pretty handsome. Liang Xiaowei glanced at Jokiyu, her eyes filled with admiration for the handsome boy. Meanwhile, the boys over there had started to chat. Hello, I'm Jokiyu. Wang Helong quickly shook his hand. You too. Linny, just call me AE. Are you really new to 701? Yes, I'll be staying here for a while. You can see I've brought my luggage. How old are you, bro? 22. The chat felt like a household registration check, causing Jokiyu to break out in a sweat. He wasn't good at line. Where's teacher he? Fortunately, moments later, the boys seemed to resign themselves to the fact that another new boy had come to 701. Everyone invited him to sit down and eat. Shinjia stared at his face, suddenly having a flash of insight. Jokiyu, didn't you participate in Produce Camp? Jokiyu, is he really a celebrity? Mu Cheng was also a bit curious. A celebrity would actually come to a romance variety show. Something feels off. At this moment, Jokiyu, who had come back to his senses, repeatedly waved his hands. No, I'm not. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Then I thought so. I was wondering why he looked so familiar. Liang Xiaowei saw his panicked expression and instantly found it amusing. This little boy just couldn't hide his thoughts. He revealed himself so quickly. Alright, I'm definitely not a male guest of. Seeing his lie uncovered, Jokiyu had no choice but to helplessly say, however, I actually came to bring you gifts just from that box inside. At almost the same time, new guests arrived in room 702. A figure dressed in a sweet white dress stepped in. She knocked on the small door. Knock knock, coming. Inside the room, Huada heard the noise and walked over to open it. He was momentarily stunned. It was the sweetheart Queen Xian Ling. He was certainly familiar with this woman, who was still active on the entertainment scene at the age of 40. After all, as a person born in the 90s, he grew up watching idol dramas. Hello, sorry to disturb you, may I come in? Xian Ling revealed a sweet smile. Huada instantly came to his senses, nodding repeatedly. Of course. Come in. Hello. As the two entered, Xian Ling waved to greet the others inside. Seeing the guest from the livestream up close felt quite different. She inexplicably looked forward to meeting Chengzi soon. At that moment, the sudden encounter also left the others in room 702 with expressions of surprise and astonishment. Oh my god, Xian Ling. Yes, it's me. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. No problem. There are still 2 upstairs. They'll go call them down now. Actually, I also want to go up and have a look. This was her first visit to the small room. Xian Ling was clearly very curious and a bit excited. However, the observers in the room were stunned, staring at Xian Ling also went to the heartbeat room. Does that mean, teacher, he is also there? Meng Zi felt an overwhelming shock, as if the sky had fallen. They went to the small room. Why didn't you take me with you? Exactly. I didn't even know about this. Chun Yi also had a what expression. The 2 girls exchanged glances, feeling somewhat betrayed, sobbing. Meanwhile, the 3 boys left in the observation room showed no significant emotional fluctuations. They simply found it amusing. Smiling at each other, they continued to watch the screen. Moments later, after touring room 702 and gathering the 6 guests inside, Xian Ling smiled and said, actually, I came here today to bring you a little surprise. Surprise? What surprise? The people on the 701 side paused slightly upon hearing this. Wasn't the gift in the suitcase surprise enough? Zhou Qiyu, who had calmed down after the initial nervousness, smiled shyly. Please allow me to keep it a secret for now. The surprise will be revealed outside in the parking lot. Shall we go out now? Okay, let's go. The weather, which had rained in the morning, was now just right, very refreshing, and it was perfect for outdoor activities. Mu Cheng was dressed in a beige sports outfit with a polo shirt, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, and the fragrant strands floated by her ears, exuding youth and vitality. She noticed Zhou Qiyu constantly wiping sweat. It was quite heartwarming. She took a cup of lemon tea from the refrigerator and handed it to him. How about a drink? Hey, thank you. Thank you, Sister Cheng. He hurriedly accepted with both hands, standing at nearly 6'3", yet he appeared shy and a bit embarrassed. He even dared not look at Mu Cheng, feeling his heart racing rapidly. Earlier, while sitting in the dining room, he couldn't help but steal glances at this girl several times. She was truly beautiful, even more stunning than what he saw during the live stream. It felt as if she had broken through the dimensional barrier, stepping out from an anime as a senior sister. However, Mu Cheng seemed a bit puzzled. Aren't you a month older than me? Why do you call me sister? No, I'm your fan, Sister Cheng. I really like your songs, so. I really didn't mean to imply that you're older. I apologize. Please don't be angry. Alright, I just feel it's a bit strange. The girl chuckled lightly, her tone filled with warmth. She certainly wouldn't be angry. She was merely curious. The others followed Zhou Qiyu out towards the parking lot, all feeling a bit cheerful. The three girls chatted nonstop. The boys, having relaxed their guard, were also gearing up to perform well. As for Zhou Qiyu, he was drinking the lemon tea, while his lips couldn't help but curve upward, grinning from ear to ear. The viewers in the live stream felt a pang of envy. What kind of lemon tea is this? It's not good at all. I'm so envious. This is the second time I've felt this way, sob. Outside the parking lot, teacher, he was busy setting up activity props with the staff of the program team. Seeing that someone had come out, he cheerfully waved his hand and called out, "Hey, friends. Teacher He. Wow. Teacher He, you are so handsome." Everyone was excited and thrilled. It was one thing not to recognize the other, but Teacher He, surely anyone who had watched some variety shows or followed the entertainment industry a bit would know him. He is known as the stabilizing force in the entertainment industry. Quickly, the people from both rooms, 701 and 702, came out and met. The atmosphere in the entire parking lot felt as lively as a New Year celebration. The moment Xian Ling saw Mu Cheng, her eyes lit up. "Cheng Zi, you are even more beautiful than on TV. Can I hug you?" As she spoke, she sweetly looked at the girl. Sure. Mu Cheng was naturally not going to refuse a sisterly hug, and with a bright smile, she gave Xian Ling a warm embrace. The height difference between the two women became evident at that moment. Xian Ling, being a 40-year-old sister, surprisingly felt a bit delicate in Mu Cheng's arms. Seeing this, teacher, he couldn't help but chuckle, asking, "Finally meeting the Cheng Zi you've always longed for, Xian Ling. What do you feel now?" "My feeling is that she really smells great and looks super pretty in person." Initially, it was just a teasing remark from Teacher He, but Xian Ling answered seriously. This made Mu Cheng feel a bit shy, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she gracefully revealed a smile. After a simple hug, the two girls separated. Next, teacher, he was also going to tell everyone what little surprise the program team had prepared. The crowd stood in a line like a military training session at a university. The three in front, including Teacher He, resembled instructors. Teacher He smiled slightly. "It's great to meet you all. We've been watching your live stream in the observation room, and this is the first time we're so close to you." In fact, the three of them came here today with a mission. In addition to hosting a small event before the Qixi festival, it was also to help the two new female guests quickly adapt to the life in the small house. At the same time, playing some mini-games could enhance the feelings between the boys and girls in the small house, achieving multiple benefits at once. Naturally, it required Teacher He, the stabilizing force, to take control, and he called on Xian Ling and the new guest Zhou Qiyu, who had not yet arrived at the observation room, to join. As for why Meng Zi wasn't called, the director had no choice. That guy could get so excited watching a live stream that he screamed when he saw an orange. One could only imagine what would happen on site. At this moment, Teacher He was explaining the rules of today's games. This is how it will be, okay? This time, the heartfelt small house sports meet has 3 segments, and we will tackle them one by one. The first is a tug-of-war competition. Given the uneven distribution of boys and girls in our 2 small houses, we will let Qiyu and Xian Ling join your team to help you compete. Teacher He smiled gently, and the game rules were explained very clearly. They even considered the gender distribution rate. All the boys present, upon hearing that it was a tug-of-war competition requiring strength, immediately brightened up, their fighting spirit ignited. They excitedly moved their bodies, cracking their knuckles. Then Xian Ling and Zhou Qiyu also joined the teams from the 2 small houses. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhou Qiyu. Please take care of me. Let's cheer on. We will definitely win." Compared to the slight shyness on the 702 side, Xian Ling here high-fived everyone to encourage them. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. The 4 girls stood in a line, appearing very eye-catching. Mu Cheng gently clenched her small hands at the hem of her clothes, her big eyes blinking towards Teacher He, listening to him speak about what was to come next. Of course, since we are playing games, there will definitely be rewards and punishment, so whichever team loses, us boys will have to suffer a bit and do 60 push-ups. Upon hearing this, Zhou was taken aback, pointing at himself. Teacher, I have to do it too. Teacher, he nearly burst into laughter, earnestly nodding. Of course you are also a boy. Zhou puffed. Hearing this, and seeing the boy's expression, several girls present couldn't help but laugh. Even Mu Cheng was the same, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Okay, let's not talk too much nonsense, and just get started. Alright, let's go. Finally, it's time for us fitness enthusiasts to shine. Hwagi, your side is definitely doing push-ups. The outcome is still uncertain. You and I are both dark horses. Who will prevail is still unknown. Just wait. Later, you girls should stand a bit in the middle. Be careful not to get hurt. Kyu and I will hold the front. Hwagi, you take the... As teacher, he clapped his hands. A few boys on site immediately began throwing out pre-game trash talk. Of course, it was of the more restrained kind. Others were also busy strategizing. This scene made the viewers in the live stream feel a surge of excitement, almost unable to resist the urge to pull out their charging cables. Well, this is also about to go for, right? Alright everyone, are you ready? Teacher, he saw that the people from the two small houses had already set the distance. Then he pulled out a whistle from somewhere. Ready? Then. 3, 2, 1. Go. When the whistle blew in the parking lot, the rope, tightly held by everyone, suddenly went taut. Everyone unleashed unprecedented strength. Teacher, he silently expressed a wow, his expression revealing a look of enjoyment. This was quite thrilling. 1, 2, 1. Pull back. We cannot lose. At the beginning, the scene was a bit tense, neither side willing to give in, with the boys' veins bulging and their expressions wild. It felt like this thick rope could snap at any moment. However, as time passed unknowingly, the fatigue on the 702 side began to show. Everyone was drenched in sweat and felt somewhat out of strength. With a loud command, the 701 side pulled the rope back with all their might, thus concluding the match. Woo! Oh yeah, awesome friends, you're all amazing. Wow, Chengzi, your strength is terrifying. I didn't feel like I was tugging at all, I was just being pulled along by you. Shenjia turned back, panting, but looking astonished. She hadn't felt the weight of the rope at all. All the strength she exerted was on this girl behind her. It's alright, I might have gotten too into it. Mu Cheng smiled lightly and casually replied. She looked towards the direction of the 702 house, her gaze a bit concerned, and then, taking advantage of everyone's celebrating with high fives, the girl quickly ran over, taking a knee and looking at the seated Meow Meow. Gently concerned, she asked, "Are you alright?" During the tug-o-war, just now she had noticed Meow Meow almost fell. She had been tripped. "I'm fine, just a bit." Meow Meow shook her head and smiled, feeling a warm sensation from the concerned gaze of her sister. The two girls unconsciously exchanged smiles. Mu Cheng's beautiful eyes held warmth as she reached out to pull her up from the ground. Then, gently patted the dust off her pants. This action instantly made Meow Meow's face flush slightly. It also made many onlookers and viewers in the live stream smile like proud ants. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaowei bit her lip over there, not knowing what she was thinking. As soon as Mu Cheng returned to the 701 team, this elegant lady couldn't wait to hug the girl's neck, whispering in a slightly aggrieved tone, "I want you to pull me too. And then you sit on the ground, hee." Of course, this was just a little joke from Liang Xiaowei, not really feeling jealous. The two girls were playfully laughing over here. After a while, Xi and Ling also came over to chat with them. Then Chunjia also joined. Meanwhile, on the other side, the punishment for the boys was about to begin. 60 push-ups. Divided equally among the three boys, each would have to do 20, which wasn't too difficult. However, our production team has always liked to stir things up. Teacher, he revealed a subtle smile and made a suggestion. "How about this? You can choose a girl to help count your push-ups." Indeed, as soon as teacher he spoke, the expressions of the several boys present froze for a moment. Why does it feel like the loser is getting a reward? Eugene suddenly felt that this tug-of-war wasn't appealing anymore. He had a strong and inexplicable intuition that one of the three people on the opposite side would definitely choose an orange to count. "So which of you students will go first?" Teacher, he enjoying the spectacle, wore a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, Xi and Ling was looking at Mu Cheng's face, glancing back and forth. Finally, a sweet smile appeared. "There's a melon to enjoy." The three boys representing room 702 looked at each other. It was Jiang Junhan who stood up. As the big brother of this season, he acted quite boldly and said with a smile, "I'll go first. I want to choose Yuchen." "Alright. Then Yuchen, could you help Junhan count to 20? "No problem." Wang Yuchen looked at the man who was already preparing to go down, feeling a bit embarrassed, but with a hint of a smile. "Go for it. You might want to wear these gloves." As she spoke, she handed him her gloves. Jiang Junhan didn't hesitate, taking them directly, scratching his head and smiling, "Thank you." This scene made everyone feel a little bit of a shipper's high, unconsciously revealing a hint of an anti-smile. Even Mu Cheng, standing on the other side in room 701, was happily enjoying the show, seemingly shy enough to hide a bit behind the beam. The two girls hugged each other in excitement, their eyes sparkling with gossip. Of course, others were showing similar. The few boys present felt a bit envious. If only they could be as sweet as this pair with Mu Cheng. That would probably be a level of happiness that could wake them up from dreams. 1, 2, 3. 20 push-ups were not difficult for Jiang Junhan. He finished them effortlessly and stood up. Then he gave Wang Yuchen a smiling high five. Seeing this teacher, he continued to urge the pace. Next one. Hwada suddenly stepped forward. He had a sort of bravado as if he could face 1,000 troops alone. Oh, of course this was just the imagination of a clumsy chicken. In reality, this guy raised his hand with a beaming smile. Teacher, he couldn't help but laugh. So, which girl do you want to choose to help you count? Just as he was about to speak, Hwada felt a bit shy. However, he ultimately decided to go for it. Can I have Is that okay? Teacher, he also looked at the girl in the beige clothes who was always shining in the crowd. It wasn't You could say that at this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on Mu Cheng. Ding. Please host, make your heart-throbbing choice. Choice 1. Help Hwada count, reward high heels that allow for swift movement, never sore feet buff. Choice 2. Directly help Hwada do push-ups, reward mastery of the King's game. Choice 3. Do nothing, quietly watch the show, reward a VIP annual gym card. Unsurprisingly, facing the sudden question, the system echoed in her mind again. Mu Cheng was a bit surprised by the first two rewards. They had appeared before. Can they come back? However, the girl didn't hesitate much and silently chose the first one. She nodded cheerfully and smiled lightly. Of course, I can just counting, it's not that hard. However, that was just her thought. To the boys, Mu Cheng's decision instantly made them a bit sour. Hwada, on the other hand, looked extremely excited, his eyes seemingly growing much larger. He couldn't wait to drop to the ground and do 50 push-ups. All right, Chingzi, you're in charge of counting 20. Teacher, he said with a smile. Okay, Mu Cheng nodded, her little head, her brows and eyes carrying a hint of joy as she walked over with a light step. The afternoon sun was pleasantly warm. The golden summer breeze gently caressed the girl's delicate profile. Her high ponytail swayed lightly and freely with her vivacity. Her smile as she walked over instantly made many feel as if their breathing had momentarily paused. At this moment, everyone truly experienced the meaning of the term heart-throbbing. Shall we get started, brother Hwa? All right. Hwada, who came back to his senses, hurriedly suppressed his inner excitement and reluctantly averted his gaze. He then dropped to the ground, arms straightened. He directly began to do push-ups. He felt that the physical stamina that used to tire him out after 5 minutes of working out was now explosively bursting forth. Forget 20, he could do 100 easily. Watching him work so hard, Mu Cheng couldn't help but smile, yet she remained serious about counting. 19. 20 done. That was quick. The clumsy chicken stood up feeling a bit regretful. The girl's gentle voice had captivated him, as if she was whispering in his ear. Teacher, shall we move on to the next segment? Someone couldn't help but propose. They were afraid that if Zhou Qiyu also had Chingzi count for him, it would really be too sour. Sometimes boys can, even if that girl isn't particularly close to you. However, teacher, he couldn't indulge them as fairness in the game. He gently shook his head, smiling as he said, Qiyu, it's your turn. Would you like to choose a girl to count for you as well? I'll choose Sister Xian Ling. Zhou Qiyu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to give in. He felt that as long as he chose Chingzi, it wouldn't be long before he got hit. Besides, he was just here with teacher he to accompany the guests in playing games, not a resident of the small house, so it wasn't really appropriate to choose a girl. It must be said that this kid was quite sensible. It softened the gazes of Lin Yi and the others somewhat. While they were at the point of wanting to stab the clumsy chicken, sometimes wanting to knife someone can't be hidden. Actually, even the male fans in the live stream couldn't control themselves, frantically searching for usable tools in the kitchen. For example, a beautiful knife, a British stick, a French wolf tooth club, etc. Kill this flop guy. At this moment, Hwada was sweating profusely and couldn't help but sneeze. He felt a chill in his heart. Someone wants to harm me. Hiss. Alright, let's finish the to-go for, and then start the second segment of today, shall we? Teacher, he once again controlled the situation, blocking everyone's grievances. He couldn't help but feel amused. One could only say that Chengzi's charm was truly immense. Over here, teacher, he began explaining the second game rule. Meanwhile, in Mu Cheng's mind, the system's prompt chimed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed a heart-throbbing choice. Reward granted, stiletto sprint. A permanent buff granting effortless blister-free strides in high heels. Yet, perhaps this buff only activated when wearing high heels, so she felt no discernible effect. Glancing down at her own delicate porcelain white feet, she suddenly found herself curious about the sensation of slipping into stilettos. Next up, teacher, he announced with a smile surveying the group, is a challenge called washing the quilt. The contestants blinked in unison. Washing the quilt. Yes, indeed. He gestured toward an enormous wooden tub already placed on the ground by staff, a playful glint in his eye. This time we'll forego hand washing. It simply wouldn't showcase your true capabilities. So instead we've decided, you'll wash the quilt barefoot. How does that sound? Huh? Every pair of eyes widened in stunned disbelief. Wash a quilt with one's feet. Would the quilt even be salvageable afterward? What if someone had athlete's foot? Even viewers in the live stream sat frozen in shock, flooding the chat with incredulous complaints about this bizarre rule. Of course, amid the chaos, a few loyal fans rose to defend the idea. Barefoot washing is perfect. I love watching Chingzi's feet. The commenter above is way too creepy. Ahem. Muttering softly, don't you all agree Chingzi's feet are genuinely exquisite? Right now I just need to negotiate one thing with the production team. Please don't discard the water she uses to wash the quilt. I'll pay anything to drink it. Huh. Whoa. Suddenly I feel utterly out of place among you all. No one could have predicted that a simple quilt washing challenge would unleash such a torrent of unabashed absurdity in the livestream. A flood of shameless fans, dubbed LSPs, erupted across the feed. Many viewers shuddered involuntarily. Apparently, there were those who truly cherished foot-washing water. Still, even many skeptical viewers had to admit Qingzi's feet were undeniably beautiful. Pale as carved jade, her playful toes curling ever so slightly translucent and luminous, tempting one to cradle them gently in one's palm and knead them with tender care. Thinking about it like that, their obsession didn't seem quite so perverse after all. It was as though someone had just flung open the door to an entirely new realm, and their eyes lit up with revelation. Meanwhile, back at the parking lot of the heart-throbbing villa, the contestants reluctantly accepted this novel, quilt-washing format and waited for Teacher He to outline the full rules. The rules are simple, he explained. Through cooperative pairing, each female contestant will select one male partner. Together they'll step into the wooden tub to wash the quilt. Finally, they'll wring it dry and weigh it on a scale. The lightest quilt wins. Agreed. Indeed, the mechanics were refreshingly straightforward. Yet one issue arose. Xian Ling furrowed her brow. Teacher He, there are 7 girls and 5 boys here. How exactly will the pairings work? Could it mean she'd have to team up with Zhou Qiyu again? But that didn't quite add up, so clearly that wasn't the answer. Teacher He smiled faintly. We'll draw lots. And the 2 girls who draw no numbered cards will automatically form a duo to complete the challenge together. Does that sound fair? He tilted his head left and right, scanning the group for consensus. No objections arose. Everyone nodded. Yes. No problem, Teacher He. Excellent. Then let's begin the draw right away. Teacher He accepted a set of heart-throbbing inscribed cards from Zhou Qiyu and distributed 5 of them among the female contestants present. Yes, you may wonder why only 5 cards were handed out. Because Teacher He turned to the group with a warm smile. Classmates Wang and Lu have just joined our villa. So in the spirit of generosity, we'll grant them first choice without drawing. Who drew number 3? Me, Teacher He. Miao Miao raised her hand demurely. With a gentle nod, he invited her forward to join Wang Qiu and Lu Sijuan. The parking lot offered limited space. Only 3 tubs could fit per round, so the quilt washing challenge would unfold across 2 rounds. At that moment, Mu Cheng glanced down at her own card, and her expression flickered with quiet surprise. There was no number at all. She would be paired with another girl. With whom? Qingzi. Liang Xiaowei bounced over, waving her pristine white card. She had drawn no number either. The 2 girls exchanged a spontaneous amused glance, and burst into shared laughter. What uncanny! Wang Qiu and Lu Sijuan courteously deferred to one another. In the end, Wang Qiu chose first. Surveying the male contestants, she made her decision without hesitation. I'll choose Lin Yi. Me. Though Lin Yi had half expected it, being selected still brought a wry, resigned smile. Truth be told, the person he most hoped to partner with was Qingzi. But games demanded fairness and respect for their rules. After a brief, thoughtful pause, Lin Yi stepped forward and took his place beside Wang Qiu at the first tub. Now it was Lu Sijuan's turn. Eyes darted across the group. Many wondered whether she'd choose Jiang Juanhan, given their recent date. Wang Yuchen tensed, but then came the unexpected. Lu Sijuan grinned. I'll pick Eugene. As a physical education major, he's surely unmatched at wringing out quilts. Eugene. Miao Miao froze. So who was she supposed to choose? Bewildered, Eugene stepped forward anyway and joined Lu Sijuan beside the second tub. Teacher He turned to Miao Miao. Instantly she faltered, instinctively glancing back at Qingzi. But Qingzi could offer no help. Only a soft, encouraging smile silently urging her on. Defeated, Miao Miao gave up on overthinking it and chose the most familiar face available. I'll go with Brother Hua. Me? Then victory is guaranteed. Brother Hua, who knew not whence this confidence sprang, stood tall and proud. Miao Miao stared speechless. A soft giggle escaped Qingzi and the other girls, irrepressible and bright. She looked almost pitifully endearing. If Miao Miao's been kidnapped, someone teased, just blink twice. Even Teacher He and the crew struggled to suppress their amusement, faces twitching between mirth and restraint. They managed, just barely, to rein in their grins. Clearing his throat twice, Teacher He declared, then let the first round of the quilt washing challenge commence. Please everyone, step into your tubs. 3 oversized wooden basins contained a very thin air conditioning blanket. The staff also poured the sponsor's laundry detergent into them. So now the people from the 3 groups were first using their hands to create bubbles in the basins. Then, slowly walking in barefoot. It's a bit slippery, be careful. Okay, are we going to walk around the basin, or how do we wash it? Lin Yi and Wang Qiu were somewhat familiar, able to chat a few sentences to avoid an overly awkward atmosphere. But on the other side, Miao Miao and Hua De, who lived in the same small room, but had little in common, felt very awkward, despite the fact that the country boy had just boasted about his guaranteed victory. But in reality, it was just empty talk. Huda scratched his head, exchanged an awkward glance with Meow Meow, and said with a shy smile, "Why don't you go in first?" "Alright, I'll stand over here." "Then, he'll stand here." The two entered the basin one after the other with a pair of thick hairy legs and a pair of fair and delicate little feet. It was impossible not to laugh. There was an inexplicable sense of discord, as if an old man and a little girl. Meanwhile, Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei were laughing joyfully, completely focused on Meow Meow, without paying attention to the other groups. Even from such a distance, they could feel their sister's embarrassment. "Yujin, can you help me? I'm afraid he'll fall." "Okay." At the same time, the second group also started to move. It was initiated by Lu Sijuan. Yujin instinctively glanced at the girl over there, and seeing that she wasn't looking, he extended his hand, letting Lu Sijuan hold on. The two stepped into the bubbles of the laundry detergent together, trying to make the blanket cleaner. 3 groups, 3 different atmospheres. This had the few teachers, including teacher, he watching and laughing while whispering plans. "This side is fine, pretty close. Does it feel like pink bubbles?" "A little, but not too much, teacher," he. "Huh. Hey, look over there at what's going on." They looked so shy. Indeed, it wasn't just a matter of shyness anymore. It felt like if they didn't come out soon, Meow Meow would be standing outside the basin. She and Huda didn't even move their positions, just rubbing the blanket with their feet. It was nothing like the other 2 pairs, who at least turned in circles and stepped on it a few times. Mu Cheng was overjoyed, unable to stop laughing, her eyes squinting with glee, her small hands instinctively patting Xiao Xiao. Meanwhile, Chun Jia leaned over and asked, "Did you draw a number?" "Not yet, or we're both together." Liang Xiaowei raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "Dang dang." The girl seemed to show off, happily displaying the white card. Chun Jia immediately said helplessly, "Then I can only team up with Wang Ge." Since both of them had no numbers on their cards, the last one would be with Wang Yuchen. No need to think. The other party would definitely choose Jiang Junan. So, only Wang Helong was watching the 3 groups already starting to twist the blankets. Chun Jia directly approached Wang Yuchen and the other 2 boys. The 4 of them discussed and divided into groups ahead of time. At this point, the results of the first round of the blanket twisting competition had already been announced. Let's see. Okay, the first group score is 62 kilograms, very good. Teacher, he clapped and smiled. Then continued placing the blanket of the second group, which included Yujin and Lu Sijuan, on the scale. I must say the strength of the athletes was indeed useful. Twisting the blanket was impressively powerful. Zhou Qiyu immediately announced, "The second group's score is 1 kilogram, wow." Even Lu Sijuan herself was a bit incredulous. Once she reacted, she instantly jumped up in excitement, giving Yujin a hug. "You're amazing." "Just luck." Someone was caught off guard by the sudden attack, stiffening up and unable to move. This scene made Meow Meow, who was watching from behind, feel slightly disappointed. Fortunately, this feeling of disappointment, though swift, was not strong. It was just a slight discomfort. For someone who had never been in a relationship, she knew this was a sign of jealousy. But it was also quite strange. What? Her reaction wasn't that intense. Meow Meow was a super academic who could get into one of the top 4 departments of the 5 academies, but don't let her quiet demeanor fool you. But in reality, this girl was quite rational. At this moment, she had already begun to ponder the reasons behind her. Soon it was her turn, with Huda to weigh their blanket. Xin Ling smiled with a hint of sweetness in her voice. "Oh, you guys have 78 kilograms. For now, you'll be in last place." "It's okay, I don't think we'll be the last ones." Huda continued to maintain his confidence. Meow Meow nodded and smiled. For her, the outcome of this game didn't matter. It was all about participation. Alright, our first round of competition has ended, so now it's time for the other 3 groups. Teacher, he first applauded Yujin and Lu Sijuan before continuing. He glanced at the remaining few people, smiling. "I want to ask which 2 girls drew the cards without numbers." Ding 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 ding. It seemed like they had agreed upon it. Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei joyfully jumped out at the same time. You could see, they were genuinely happy, even a bit proud. This amused everyone. They were simply delightful. However, it also relieved the few boys who had just gone through the washing the blanket round. Thankfully, Qingzi didn't team up with that guy Wang Helong. What a coincidence for you 2. Xin Ling looked at the 2 girls in surprise. This pair of good sisters actually drew the same card. Zhou Qiyu then looked at the other 4 and curiously asked, "So which sister here will you choose?" "I've already chosen him. I'm teaming up with him." Shen Jia stepped forward, directly pointing at Wang Helong, smiling. Wang Helong also had a smile on his face, raising his hand. But if you looked closely, it wasn't hard to see that this guy seemed a bit regretful. Even though he hit it well. But it still made Liang Xiaowei's gaze flicker for a moment. Then she looked at Qingzi deep in thought. The atmosphere was filled with various undercurrents, each person having their own little thoughts. But Mu Cheng was carefree. This girl waved to Liang Xiaowei playfully and winked. "Come over here. Today someone at home has a birthday, so the little author is sending you the only saved manuscript first. If you come back before 8, there will be 2 more updates and 1 more before 10. If you don't come back, then you all should go to bed early." The production team has replaced the old wooden basin with a brand new oversized one. They placed unwashed quilts inside. Two girls are vigorously stirring the water, causing thick foam to rise in the basin. With teacher He's cue of you can enter the basin now. Mu Cheng and Liang Xiaowei smiled at each other. They casually took off their slippers hand in hand and stretched their feet into the water. The water feels refreshing and comfortable. It feels like ice skating. I step, and step. The two girls couldn't help but laugh, with one kicking wildly on the quilt, instantly splashing water onto Liang Xiao. Then, a joyful scream erupted. Unbeknownst to them, they started a round of mutual stepping on each other. Their laughter quickly drew the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned to them, and seeing the two girls having so much fun, everyone couldn't help but smile. Zhou Qiyu raised a soul-searching question, whispering to teacher, why do I feel like they are in a drama? Teacher He gave him a subtle glance and smiled. At this moment, Xian Ling felt envious. I wish I could join them in the water basin. Of course, this thought was not hers alone. For instance, Ming Zi in the observation room, and also those viewers in the live stream who were inexplicably excited and agitated. "Aw sister, don't step on the quilt, come. Step on me. I'm easier to step on." Eyes sparkling. Hiss, I can't even imagine how beautiful it would look if Cheng Zi painted her toenails. All you perverts, you watch her for an hour, and she still isn't yours. But you read for an hour and knowledge is yours. We should strive to read for the rise of our nation. Rejecting female allure starts from the bulk province. Smile. IP Yucheng, you better clarify which part of the bulk province. Angry. IP Lianyan City, Donghai County, bulk province. Whoa, I dream of becoming that quilt. Cry, a million blood letters begging Cheng Zi to paint her nails. Agreed 1. Agreed 1 2 3 1 5. I can't take it anymore, brothers. I really can't watch any longer. I feel a bit malnourished. I need to go to the bathroom. No. Big fool upstairs, what do you really want? At that moment, as Mu Cheng stepped into the water basin with her delicate feet that seemed like porcelain, the entire livestream chat exploded. Countless fans were staring at the girls' feet, swallowing their saliva, and meanwhile the female fans hidden in the chat looked confused and gloomy. The girls' feet. Do they really have that much allure for them? Then why didn't they get this excited when Meow Meow and the others went into the water earlier? Yet they still seem a bit clueless. What do the words top quality edible really mean? Amidst the excitement of countless viewers, hardly anyone was paying attention to the other two groups washing quilts. Even PD's camera was focused solely on these two girls. After all, they enjoy watching too. However, this is still a game, so there are time constraints. Soon teacher He laughed and said, all right, now we can start ring. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly put their feet back on the ground and put on their shoes. Wang Helong almost slipped and startled himself. It's a bit slippery, there's too much foam. Be careful. Xinjia also put on her slippers and dragged the quilt out of the basin. The two immediately began to twist it in a spinning manner. Since they saw how Eugene's group played earlier and got the lightest weight, even Wang Yuchen's group did the same. She and Zhang Junhan worked together directly, tearing the long quilt in half and twisting them together. Teacher He smiled slightly and said softly to the two beside him, this competition is quite intense. Everyone wants to win. Teacher He, look over there. A weak voice suddenly spoke up. Zhou Qiyu pointed in one direction and the two immediately looked over. Then, they widened their eyes at the scene before them. Because at some point Cheng Zi had started spinning around with Xiao. One girl held a corner of the quilt while they spun around like a compass, jumping and laughing joyfully, their faces showing innocent smiles. It was clear they were having genuine fun and were carefree. Xian Ling couldn't help but laugh out loud, amused by the cuteness of the two girls. I remember Qiao Qiao is a Sagittarius, fire and air signs really can play well together. Haha, after all they are the wind and fire combo. Teacher He also laughed, feeling a bit reluctant to let these two happy girls stop. However, there was no choice. Time had already approached 5 o'clock. They had the next segment to proceed to. So they could only clap their hands and cheerfully shout, all right everyone, let's start weighing now. Let's start with the fourth group. The fourth group, which included Xinjia and Wang Helong. Everyone gathered around. Wang Helong brought the quilt onto the scale. Wow. 35 kilograms, oh, not bad for you guys. This result was quite impressive, better than the previous two groups. Seeing this, Xinjia and Wang Helong were also quite pleased. The two high-fived to celebrate. When it was the fifth group's turn, Zhang Junhan placed the quilt gently on the scale. Instantly the scale showed 12 kilograms. This was significantly better than the previous group. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. It seemed like their method had some merit, nearly catching up to Eugene's group. It's your turn now, Cheng Zi. Qiao. How about it? Do you have confidence? Perhaps because he genuinely liked these two girls, teacher, he asked them with a smile. Upon hearing this, Mu Cheng shook her little head, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a playful smile. I feel like this is quite heavy, we should probably lose him. Even Liang Xiaowei lacked confidence in herself, chuckling lightly. After all, they had just been playing and had completely thrown winning or losing out of their minds. Without caring about the quilt's fate under everyone's expectant gaze, Mu Cheng casually placed the quilt onto the scale. The next moment it unexpectedly displayed. Tomorrow is Children's Day. You can send me some free little gifts. For those that cost money, save it for yourself to buy some good food. I wish everyone peace and joy. Good night. It turns out that no matter how good-looking a person is, the scale doesn't show any mercy. Teacher, he glanced at the number displayed on the scale and couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was just right. The wrung-out blanket of Mu Cheng and Liang Xiao directly conformed to the International Mathematical Standard. 14,159. Goodness, they managed to create a representation of pi. The audience in the live stream gasped in surprise and then burst into laughter. Not to mention the curious friends present who were also teasing them with blessings. Congratulations Chengzi and Xiao Xiao, this score is truly impressive and not something just anyone can achieve. You calculated pi, you guys are amazing. Can you teach me, haha? From a mathematical perspective, I think we've won. Facing everyone's playful laughter. The two girls exchanged glances, looking a bit puzzled and confused. The scene erupted into laughter. Even the bullet comments in the live stream were filled with a joyful atmosphere. One must admit Mu Cheng and Xiao Xiao together are quite the lively duo. This pair of sisters is simply too cute. Teacher, he also wore a smile, saying, "Alright, it's a pity that your group has lost this round of the competition. There should be a little punishment." Sure. Liang Xiao nodded with a light smile, as she was willing to accept the outcome since they were just playing with Mu Cheng. Not that she intended to win. As for Mu Cheng, she didn't care at all if it came to doing push-ups. She could easily do 10 with one hand. Here, seeing everyone's excited expressions, teacher, he was also discussing what kind of punishment would be appropriate with Xian Ling and the others. Do you have any ideas for fun punishments? Teacher, he don't look at me like that. Xian Ling was under Teacher He's gaze. Zhou Qiyu kept waving his hands. He was currently Mu Cheng's little fan, and it didn't seem right for him to suggest a punishment for his idol. However, Xian Ling had a little idea. She lightly tapped Teacher He and said with a smile, "We saw in Mu Cheng's profile that she can dance. Are you suggesting we make them dance as punishment?" Teacher He instantly understood Xian Ling's implication. He suddenly found it to be a rather good idea. After all, using push-ups as a punishment would be too unfriendly to the girls. It could easily lead to wardrobe malfunctions. So making them dance was a very nice decision. With that thought, Teacher, he clapped his hands, getting everyone's attention. He smiled slightly and said, "How about this? Our punishment will come with a little benefit for everyone. How about Mu Cheng and Xiao Xiao perform a dance for us?" Everyone, audience. As soon as Teacher He's words were spoken, the people present widened their eyes in surprise, and the live stream fell silent for a moment. Once they processed it, the comments exploded with excitement, as if they could drown someone in enthusiasm. "Yes, I think that's a great idea. I've never seen Mu Cheng dance. I love this punishment, Teacher He. I want to see Mu Cheng and Xiao Xiao dance it. Wow, this is truly a benefit. No way, I need to get my recording ready. Wait, where's my screen recorder?" The live stream was now completely out of control. Everyone was excited and going crazy. Meanwhile, in the parking lot of the dreamy house, those present also lit up, especially the few boys who practically wanted to rush over and dance with Mu Cheng and the others. Over here, Mu Cheng and Liang Xiao were a bit surprised, not expecting the punishment to be dancing. Liang Xiao opened her mouth slightly and said, "But I can't dance." "It's fine, just a short segment, very simple, I can teach you." Xian Ling approached the two girls with a sweet smile, blinking her eyes as she asked, "Have you heard my song, I Love You?" "I've heard it. That song has become popular again in the last 2 years, and both girls are very familiar with it." At this moment, Mu Cheng seemed to think of something. Her beautiful eyes blinked, and then she smiled brightly, saying, "If it's I Love You, then I can dance to that." After all, she had been learning classical dance since childhood and had a strong talent for dancing. Moreover, she often practiced dancing as a hobby. Now Mu Cheng had completely adapted to her appearance and the dance techniques. Naturally, it was already ingrained in her muscle memory. Furthermore, since I Love You is a song she really likes, the dance is relatively simple. Of course she could do it. Upon hearing this, Xian Ling's eyes brightened as she smiled at the two girls, saying, "So shall we dance to this?" Okay. Liang Xiao saw that Mu Cheng had agreed. She could only nod along, feeling a bit pressured. However, she figured everyone would be watching Mu Cheng, so she could just dance a little to avoid standing out. Thinking this way, Liang Xiao felt like a little genius. Alright classmates, let's start the punishment. Teacher He, not knowing where to find it, brought out a big speaker and directly played Xian Ling's song. That very one, "I Love You, Yo Yo Yo. Cindy, I Love You." With a burst of cheerful and familiar music, everyone Meanwhile, Xian Ling had already started swaying her arms in rhythm to the dance. Seeing this, Mu Cheng took Liang Xiao's hand, and the two girls. One wore a bright and gentle smile, while the other looked a bit clueless, making everyone unable to hold back their laughter. Yet they both began to move to the beat. As the host teacher, he was excellent at energizing the atmosphere, holding the microphone and cheerfully shouting, "Classmates on the mountaintop, shall we all join in together?" Yes. Woo. The atmosphere on site instantly exploded with excitement. Even though the afternoon was pleasantly cool, it couldn't dampen everyone's fiery spirits, and the entire parking lot was filled with joy. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the audience was also having a blast, so excited that they even felt an impulse to jump through the screen and join in the fun. If you suddenly sneeze, it must mean I'm thinking of you. If it's midnight, Everyone has gathered in a small circle around the three girls, their faces adorned with excited smiles, as they clapped along with the rhythm. In the center of the circle, Liang Xiao was a bit flustered, glancing between Xian Ling and Cheng Zi, trying to follow their dance moves. But soon this confident girl smiled mischievously and quietly stepped aside to take a break, clapping along with everyone. Now only Xian Ling and Mu Cheng remained. Of course, the two girls had already noticed Xiao Xiao had drifted away from their group, but they exchanged knowing smiles. They pretended as if nothing had happened, continuing their graceful, yet powerful movements, softly singing along and keeping rhythm with the lyrics. Having just washed the quilt with laundry detergent, there was still some foam on Mu Cheng's little feet, making her slippers quiet. So now she was dancing barefoot. Her youthful, vibrant side profile and radiant smile instantly captivated. Several boys stared at her without blinking. Cheng Zi danced beautifully. It felt even sweeter than Xian Ling's original performance. Love is when I often annoy you. Oh baby, say more sweet nothings. If you miss me, just take a glance. Show a bit more so I can truly see. At that moment, under the light and joyful rhythm, they finally reached the chorus. Mu Cheng and Xian Ling exchanged a knowing smile. The girl with her crescent-shaped eyes placed her little hands on her slim waist, and her smooth long legs began to dance gracefully. Her high ponytail seemed to carry her playful spirit, cascading down in a lively and gentle manner as a breeze swept by. Carrying the sweet fragrance of a young girl and her delightful smile, this scene thrilled the viewers in the live stream. The comments flooded in. Where's the strategist? I want to chase this. Stop calling for the strategist, even he won't. Aw, sister is so beautiful. Can I just live in this video? I wouldn't need to eat or drink. It's hilarious. Look at those boys, their eyes are wide open. Come on, who can withstand this? Laughs and cries Zhou. You better send me the photos from your phone. At that moment, as the heat in the live stream surpassed 10 million, countless fans were going wild. Indeed, the scene matched their excitement. Several boys were completely mesmerized. Their dazed expressions were quite amusing. Zhou smartly took out his phone, snapping pictures of Mu Cheng continuously. The grin on his face was practically ear-to-ear. It was clear how sweet he felt. Of course, the audience wasn't just boys. Several girls in the small room were equally enamored. They too were bubbling with excitement, waving their hands. Even Meow Meow turned on her phone's flashlight, cheering for. In short, the atmosphere at that moment was extremely lively, rivaling that of a small concert. A bit more Let Me Willingly Love You. Although it was a short dance segment, they naturally didn't perform the entire song. As the music came to an end, the two girls spun around. Mu Cheng smiled brightly at the girls in the small room, and instantly excited screams erupted from the crowd. Liang Xiao couldn't help but jump up, shouting excitedly, "Aw, Cheng Zi, I love you too." Alright, we can see that this fan not only hasn't received a punishment, but wants to hug her idol teacher, he joked. Everyone couldn't help but laugh. This made Liang Xiao a bit shy, and she chuckled. As the music gradually stopped, Xian Ling was slightly out of breath, but still wore her signature smile. She looked at Mu Cheng and gave her a thumbs up, praising Cheng Zi, "You were amazing. I think you danced even better than me." "No way, sister Xian Ling, you are the original singer. If I say that, I would be too proud. If pride is warranted, then be proud. You're so beautiful, you should be proud. And I really enjoy your songs, they're wonderfully written." Thank you. The two girls engaged in a bit of mutual flattery. Of course, there was genuine praise in their words as well. After all, Xian Ling truly admired this astonishingly beautiful girl before her. She believed Mu Cheng would undoubtedly hold a prominent position in the entertainment industry in the future. This was the perspective of an artist with decades of experience, along with a woman's intuition. The two smiled and stepped out of the dance atmosphere, and Mu Cheng put on her shoes. It must be said, dancing barefoot on the cement floor was a bit painful, but thankfully her skincare ensured her skin remained flawless. It was quite wonderful. Wow. Whoa. Cheng Zi, you danced so beautifully. The crowd in the small room finally reacted, erupting into applause and enthusiastic cheers. Mu Cheng smiled gently. "I haven't danced in a long time. I almost couldn't keep up with sister Xian Ling. At least it's better than me, who can't dance at all." At this moment, Liang Xiao weakly chimed in. It instantly made everyone burst into laughter, recalling Xiao Xiao's earlier enthusiastic dancing, which was simply hilarious. For a moment, the parking lot felt like a bustling farmer's market, incredibly noisy. Teacher, he, seeing that he couldn't stop it, could only smile helplessly and exchanged glances with Zhou, waiting for them to calm down. After a moment, he clapped his hands to make some noise and cheerfully said, "Alright, let's prepare for the third segment, shall we? Let's speed it up, or the sun will set soon, students." One must admit, a person who has truly been a teacher can instantly quiet the crowd with just a few words. The friends in the heartfelt room stood in line like they were in military training, waiting for the next competition. Despite this, there were still some who hadn't emerged from the dance just yet. The image in their minds lingered on the girl's wink and her smiling face. Time had unknowingly slipped into the evening, reaching 7 o'clock. At this moment, in room 702 of the Heartbeat cabin, the yard was filled with cheerful laughter and joy. The enticing aroma of charcoal grilling wafted through the air. In fact, today, teacher, he and the others had come to surprise the residents of the cabin with a little competition. This little surprise was the spontaneous barbecue. The The production team had prepared everything for them, various ingredients including beef, seafood, vegetables, and fruits. It was simply abundant. The viewers in the live stream couldn't help but swallow hard in envy. It doesn't seem right to tease them with such deliciousness in the evening, especially for those poor souls working overtime. They were on the verge of tears. By the way, I have something to tell everyone. Eugene, who was kindling the charcoal, suddenly remembered something and turned to the crowd with a smile. Hearing this, everyone was a bit curious. What is it? He continued. Well, a team from our school is coming to Mo du Jiada tomorrow for a friendly match. So, I want to invite you all to come to Jiada tomorrow. Huh? Are you playing in the match? Lu Sijuan immediately became interested and asked eagerly. Eugene nodded, smiling. Yes, I want to initiate that date, so I'm letting you know in advance. As he spoke, his gaze shifted towards Mu Cheng, hoping to see a different expression from her. However, when their eyes met, Mu Cheng merely smiled faintly, giving an okay hand gesture to indicate she understood, leaving Eugene a bit puzzled. Would she actually be looking forward to watching him play? Or was she just coming to observe? Regardless, if Cheng came tomorrow, he would definitely give it his all. He would crush those guys from Jiaoda. His friends. As everyone casually chatted about various topics before long, the charcoal fire was ignited. Jiang Junhan quickly called out, "Come on, if there's anything you want to eat, bring it over, and I'll help you grill it. Then I'll leave it to you." Wang Yuchen was already prepared to take action. Upon hearing this, she immediately handed him the basket, filled with ingredients, covering her mouth with a secretive smile. After all, her relationship with him was becoming clearer. Why hide it? She was open and straightforward. Sure enough, Jiang Junhan accepted with a beaming smile. "Don't worry, I won't let you eat anything undercooked." "Then ladies, let's not help and let him do the grilling alone." "All right. Can you manage it, Han Go? Do you want me to help?" The boys in the cabin were quite chivalrous. Hua Ditan immediately leaned over, grinning wide. For a moment, the atmosphere in the yard was delightful, filled with warmth and the involuntary laughter of everyone. Yes, they were shipping CPs again. The key was, this was probably the only recognized couple in the cabin so far. "Cheng, do you want to eat grilled green?" Over here, a few girls were gathered around a small grill. A small selection of ingredients was placed around them. Considering the number of people in the cabin, the production team had specially prepared 2 barbecue grills for them. The boys were responsible for the larger grill, while the girls could use the smaller one if they wanted to join in on the grilling. It was quite convenient. Thus, Mu Cheng and a few girls huddled together, sitting directly across from the boys. Of course, if there were any boys who were bold enough, they could come over and sit with them. Like that guy Wang Helong. He directly plopped down on the small stool next to Mu Cheng, smiling as he said, "You danced really well today. I learned from watching videos. If you want to learn, I can send you some." The girl casually replied in a soft voice. For some reason, she was not very fond of Wang Helong, and it wasn't because he was trying to pursue her. Rather, she just didn't like this person much. Unlike Lin Yi and Eugene, who were also pursuing her, Mu Cheng could tell that both of them had good character and they could be good friends. But Wang Helong was different. Anyway, Mu Cheng couldn't quite articulate it, as she just knew it was a girl's instinct. "Cheng, here are the freshly grilled green beans." Liang Xiao smiled as he approached, handing a small plate to Mu Cheng. She glanced at Wang Helong. Coincidentally, he was also looking at her, and when their eyes met, he gave an awkward smile, slightly embarrassed, and quickly averted his gaze. "Thank you." Mu Cheng happily lifted the corners of her mouth and blew a kiss to Qiao Qiao. Then, Liang Qiao displayed a shy and bashful demeanor. Meow Meow next to her couldn't help but make a teasing sound. Instantly, everyone burst into laughter. It seemed they had really gotten familiar with each other. Even Meow Meow, the usually quiet girl, would make such jokes. "Chin, could you help me peel some garlic? I want to use it to make garlic eggplant, please," Chin Jia said at this moment. Mu Cheng naturally agreed. Although her cooking skills weren't exceptional, she left the grilling to everyone else. That was only natural. She was certainly willing to lend a hand with simple tasks that required no skill. Otherwise, if everyone else was busy and she just sat back and enjoyed, it would seem quite unreasonable. Perhaps this was also the reason why Mu Cheng's personality attracted everyone. She was easygoing, yet not eccentric. Not only was she beautiful, but her charm was the most appealing. Sure. The girl smiled brightly and brought over the raw garlic from that side. She started peeling them alone, quite earnestly. Wang Helong, seeing this, felt a stir in his heart and moved his stool closer, smiling. "They'll help you peel too. It's just that I have nothing else to do." "Then he'll get the basket and share some with you." "No need. They'll just take a few." As he spoke, Wang Helong reached his hand towards Mu Cheng's thigh. Because this raw garlic was in a basket placed on top. Once she finished peeling, she could easily move the garlic cloves aside. She didn't expect that Wang Helong would actually reach his hand over. In an instant, Mu Cheng's mind conjured up nearly 10 different defensive actions. For example, slapping the basket onto Wang Helong's face, or like Crow flipping the table and declaring that no one could eat, and giving this guy's hand an elbow strike, or using the small knife on the table to draw blood, and so on. In short, within a second, he had already died several times in Mu Cheng's mind. Watching the hand getting closer and closer, Mu Cheng ultimately abandoned her violent thoughts and simply placed the basket into Wang Helong's hands. "Here you go. I'm going to check if anyone else needs help." Before she even finished speaking, she had already stood up, her voice still sweet and pleasant. Yet it conveyed a sense of cold indifference. Meanwhile, in the live stream. Did I see that wrong? Did that kid just try to touch Chengzi's leg? Angry. Damn it. I've had my eye on Wang Helong for a long time, I spit. If I remember correctly, didn't he try to sneak a peek at Chengzi's neckline last time? What? I'm a new fan, and there's actually such a thing. It's not just that, okay? Previously, when he wanted to go on a date with Xiao Qiao, he secretly allied with Jia, saying he wanted to know Chengzi's whereabouts, but fortunately Jia hasn't been paying much attention to him lately. Damn, I can't take it anymore. Is there anyone who wants to help me dig up his dirty laundry? I want to expose this. Time to work. 2A. Spit it out, and then leave. Because the production team has always known who is truly the biggest draw in this little house. So every time the camera rolls, it almost always focuses on Mu Cheng, and they didn't expect. Wang Helong is so shameless, daring to brazenly try to take advantage of Chengzi. Looking at the furious bullet comments in the live stream, the director frowned deeply. They needed to understand. Chengzi has already surpassed 10 million fans, and at this moment 2/3 of the viewers are watching the live stream, so their anger makes even the production team feel a jolt. This situation is already akin to a live stream disaster. Wang Helong, what a real idiot. Has this guy forgotten that this is a live show? How dare he? Even the director couldn't help but curse inwardly. Watching the rapidly escalating bullet comments, he reluctantly let the camera continue to follow Mu Cheng. If it came to filming, Wang Helong had avoided if possible. Yes, the director has already made up his mind the footage of Wang Helong should be minimized or even completely cut out. This might just calm down Chengzi's fans. However, perhaps even he didn't expect this situation would escalate to another level. In the Heartbeat House Room 702, Mu Cheng was still unaware of what was happening in the live stream. She got up and slipped out. Just as she was about to find another place to sit, she suddenly felt a strange sensation. This feeling could be described as both unfamiliar yet incredibly familiar. Chengzi, what's wrong? Passing by with skewers, Wang Qiu noticed the girl's expression flickering and curiously asked. The girl pursed her lips and replied, "It's nothing, just that. It has come." Wang Qiu immediately understood. It's not surprising at all for a girl to suddenly have that happen. She concernedly said, "How about I go get you some sanitary pads first?" Yes. The feeling that made Mu Cheng both strange and familiar was of course her period. After all, she hadn't experienced it in her past life. It only existed in memory. This was her first experience in life. She didn't know if it was because her emotions had been a bit too intense earlier, or if it was just the timing, but Mu Cheng was completely unprepared. She looked at Wang Qiu and gently shook her head softly, saying, "No need, I'll just go back and change." "Okay, then hurry up." As she spoke, she hurriedly ran behind Mu Cheng to check for any signs. Fortunately, the girl's pants were still clean. There shouldn't be any problems. So the two girls parted ways, and Mu Cheng quickened her pace back to room 7. As she passed by Wang Helong, she didn't even glance at him. This made the latter feel a bit awkward. To be honest, he indeed had thoughts of taking advantage of her earlier. He was just intending to accidentally brush against her while grabbing some raw garlic. But he didn't expect Chengzi to react so strongly, and her hands were quick, immediately shoving the basket over. She left him with no opportunity at all. This also made him feel a bit displeased. Finally, he directly vented his emotions on the basket of garlic cloves. Meanwhile, Liang Xiaowei went to fetch a plate of grilled oysters. However, she didn't see Chengzi. She looked at Wang Helong and nodded, asking, "Where's Chengzi? Wasn't she sitting here just now?" Chengzi went back to get something. Before Wang Helong could speak, Wang Qiu replied directly. As she spoke, she gave Liang Xiaowei a look that only girls could understand. Sure enough, Xiao Qiao immediately understood and was a bit surprised. She quickly put down the oysters. "He'll go check on her. Go ahead." The tacit exchange between the two women left Wang Helong completely confused. He started to feel a bit nervous. Could it be that he made Chengzi angry? That would be a disaster. Thinking of this, he accidentally flicked the peeled garlic cloves away. It just happened to hit Chenjia's head. She immediately rolled her eyes and rubbed her head. Neither of them said a word. Meanwhile, the girl who had just returned to her room to change into new underwear and sanitary pads washed her hands, and just as the system set aside from the strangeness, it didn't hurt at all. But to be honest, if she hadn't already become a girl, Mu Cheng wouldn't even know how to use a sanitary pad. With the little wings folded down sticking to her underwear, she used to wonder how this thing actually stuck. "Chengzi, are you in there?" Just as the girl finished washing her hands, Liang Xiaowei rushed over and shouted. She hurried out, her beautiful eyes showing surprise. "How come you're back? Qiu just told me you got your period, and I was worried." "Oh, I'm not that delicate." Mu Cheng smiled gently at her, her eyes sparkling. Being cared for was quite touching. Liang Xiaowei also grinned. "Well, I don't care. I'm your best friend now." As she spoke, she leaned closer, curiously asking, "Does it hurt?" "Not at all. How come you don't feel any pain, even when it's that time of the month?" "I'm really jealous. How can there be a girl in this world who doesn't gain weight and doesn't feel pain during her period? And she doesn't even have leg hair." Damn. Liang Xiaowei was going crazy with envy. It made her mad. However, even after saying that, she still went to get her plaid shirt jacket and handed it to Mu Cheng, chuckling, "Here, wrap it around your legs later. Don't catch a chill." Two girls chatted and laughed as they returned from room 701. Meow Meow immediately stepped forward with concern, her eyes fixed on Mu Cheng as she asked, "Are you alright?" Yes, she also knew that Chengzi was on her period. I must say Wang Qiu does have a bit of a big mouth. But in reality, it wasn't a big issue. Because the boys still had no idea what was happening, only Wang Helong seemed a bit anxious. Mainly because these girls playing charades were quite frightening. Even Chunjia was ignoring him now. Mu Cheng raised her beautiful eyes and smiled. "It's nothing, don't worry, it just caught me off guard. Actually, this happens to me often." Knowing that everything was fine, Meow Meow let out a sigh of relief and then smiled. Her worry stemmed from a previous classmate who had to be sent to the hospital due to extreme pain during her period. The girls chatted for a bit. Liang Xiaowei came over looking around searching for something. "Where did I put the oysters earlier?" "He ate them." Xinjia laughed and pointed at Wang Helong. In an instant this guy was glared at by Liang Xiaowei, who snorted coldly, then went back to the ingredient area to grab a dozen oysters. Wang Helong. Why does it feel like he has offended all the girls this time? It seems like he's really in trouble. Of course. In fact, his instinct wasn't unfounded. Because at that moment in a certain WeChat group, nearly 500 Guolicheng members were frantically searching for clues. Wei AI Chingzi, damn. I had no idea this guy actually has a secondary account. If it weren't for my cleverness, I would have almost missed him. What's the ID called, sisters? Quickly share it. Wei AI Chingzi screenshot. JPG. Chung Cc, wow, I just searched this secondary account's ID on Douyin, guess what I found? Chung Cc, I was dying of laughter. His likes are all about how to treat kidney deficiency. Contestant, no. One Guolicheng, pahaha, no wonder he ate all of Qiaoqiu's oysters, he's a kidney deficient guy. Chung 0603. I said he looked like he wasn't putting in any effort during Tugo 4 today, yet pretended to be sweating laughing secretly. Puff cream milk tea, oh my. This is incredible. You all have to see this video. Suddenly many people were shocked by this deeply hidden guy Wang Helong. He plays so flamboyantly, and even those kinds of photos exist. Everyone gasped in astonishment, while eagerly saving the images and continuing to forward them to other group chats of Guolicheng. In no time a single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. No one expected that the seemingly gentle Wang Helong was actually a male escort behind the scenes. This was a real eye-opener. As everyone was still busy uncovering dirt on him, someone couldn't help but post those photos and videos online. And then, it directly surged to the trending topics. Cheers. Tonight we must praise Han Gu, the barbecue he made is perfect. Indeed, it's worthy of praise. In the courtyard of room 702, a round of barbecue dishes had been perfectly served on the table. Everyone wore smiles on their faces. They raised their cups and cheered as they clinked them together with joy. At this moment, Mu Cheng also poured herself a glass of iced coconut milk, clinking glasses with them. A bright smile blossomed on her delicate face. Being with this group of friends was quite joyful. Yes, except for a certain guy. She had already distanced herself from that foolish person and had moved to the 700. So, Meow Meow looked at her in surprise and whispered, "Sister, you're on your period. Can you still drink something cold?" "It's fine for me. Maybe it's a matter of physical constitution, I can drink as much as I want, so enviable." Indeed, Meow Meow felt a pang of jealousy. It can even be said that any girl hearing this would feel jealous. After all, countless women experience pain during their periods. Some even need painkillers just to survive. The two girls exchanged glances, and Mu Cheng couldn't help but be amused by Meow Meow's unwavering gaze, her eyes curving into crescent moons. "If you keep looking at me, you'll think you want to sneak a drink of my coconut milk." That wouldn't be impossible. Upon hearing this, Meow Meow laughed out loud and instinctively leaned against the girl's arm, lightly inhaling the fragrant scent of her hair. Friends. At that moment, seeing the atmosphere was just right, Lin E proactively suggested with a smile, "Shall we play?" "What game?" "Come on, think of something to play, truth or dare, or you have something I don't." "Let's play the you have something I don't." "Okay, let's go." As soon as the topic of games came up, everyone was a bit excited and interested. Clearly they hadn't had enough fun in the afternoon. Lin E couldn't help but laugh. "Then let's start with you have something I don't," starting from Chingzi. "Oh." The girl's brow arched and a mischievous glint flashed in her beautiful eyes. Since that's the case, she wouldn't hold back. All of a sudden, "I have 2 buildings for rent in Magu." Everyone. Audience. What the hell? Meanwhile, while everyone in the Heartbeat cabin was still laughing and playing, in the backstage of the Heartbeat program, the director stared at the screen of his phone, lost in thought. If someone were to lean over to take a look, they would undoubtedly find it was the trending searches on Weibo, and it was among the top 5. Heartthrob 7 male guest Wang Helong has collapsed. Explosive. Indeed, with the instigation of some attentive individuals, the news about Wang Helong had surged into the top 10 of trending topics, and this heat was still rising rapidly. And the word explosive behind the trending topic clearly explained everything. The director took a deep breath. "Go contact this guy and tell him he doesn't need to come starting tomorrow." "But director, we're left with only 4 male guests in the cabin." "It's fine, you don't need to worry about that, just notify." To be honest, the collapse of a program's guest has a huge impact. It can significantly decrease a show's popularity. If the situation worsens, the entire program could be demanded to rectify due to issues. Fortunately, Wang Helong, it was just a scandal and did not involve any legal issues. Otherwise, the program would have been doomed right after gaining popularity. I must say this is actually a drawback of live shows. Once a scandal occurs, there isn't even enough time to react. Thinking of this, the director immediately found the post-production staff, instructing them to work overtime tonight. They needed to cut all the footage that solely featured Wang Helong. In no time, the entire post-production department was filled with complaints. They were about to get off work, and then this happened. In that moment, they almost hated Wang Helong. A meticulously prepared barbecue party by the production team continued until after 10 o'clock. During this time, Wang Helong seemed to have left for a bit, but he never came back. If it weren't for the fact that a few people from 701 had already returned to their small rooms, they might not have even noticed. Everyone felt it was a bit strange. Eugene went up to the second floor and did not find him in the room. Where did he go? Just as everyone was feeling a bit dazed, all their phones suddenly buzzed with a message from the production team. Ping. Heartbeat 7. Please be informed that guest Wang Helong has temporarily left the Heartbeat cabin for certain reasons. Well, a temporary departure. This was already the last concession given by the production team. The post-production department was currently cursing while editing the video. They wished they could drag him back and beat him. Heartbeat cabin. The group exchanged glances, shaking their heads in confusion about what had happened. Chen Jia took the initiative to break the atmosphere, since the production team told us it should be fine. Right then, let's not worry about it. I need to hurry up and take a shower. Lin Yi also smiled. They were all covered in the smell of barbecue. No one could stand it for long. Thus they all wished each other good night. And they didn't care about Wang Helong anymore. They went about their own business. Eugene reminded mainly to Cheng Zi, don't forget to come watch my basketball game tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon. The specific location will be sent to your phones later. Okay. A few girls responded and went upstairs first. Mu Cheng directly loosened her hair tie, and instantly, her high ponytail fell down. Like a black waterfall, it cascaded down. She had a vague premonition. Wang Helong's departure might have a tiny bit to do with her, but it didn't matter. After all, this guy had been trying to take advantage of her. To be honest, she felt no affection for Wang Helong at all. Cheng Zi, will you wash first, or should I? You go first. They'll go outside to get some fresh air and see if I can find some inspiration to write a song. Oh, then you must work hard. As soon as she heard about writing songs, Liang Xiaowei instantly became excited, giving her a hug as encouragement. The two girls exchanged smiles. Then, Liang Xiaowei hummed a song, skipping and picking up her pajamas to head to the bathroom. If you listen closely, you could still hear. Love can overcome distance, no matter how far we must be together. The voice gradually faded away. Mu Cheng didn't linger in the room much longer, directly taking her notebook outside to the piano to write and draw. Before long, Lin Yi and Eugene also came up to the second floor. They originally wanted to greet her, but suddenly saw this girl seriously writing a song. Instantly, they exchanged silent smiles and did not disturb her. By the time Mu Cheng finished her shower and came out, it was already past 11. Girls take longer to shower to begin with. Not to mention that the smell of barbecue was quite strong on her. As she came out, she was walking while applying body lotion. After applying the fragrant lotion evenly, she gently rubbed it on her arms and neck. Liang Xiaowei was currently applying a face mask. Seeing her like this, she curiously moved her lips. Cheng Zi, which body lotion are you using? From Huayan Banmu. Is it good? I think it's okay. Look, isn't it quite fair? Saying this, the girl seemed to show off as her beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of playful pride, directly extending her arm. And it must be said, under the light, it looked glowing. Liang Xiaowei was moved. Such good results. At this moment, it wasn't just her in the live stream. Many female fans also brightened their eyes. Is this for real, eh? Is this brand really that good? To be honest, I've used it, and I think it's not bad. Oh my. Then I must hurry and order 2 bottles. I trust Cheng Zi. The things she uses are definitely reliable. Oh, I want to buy it too. Just in time, my body lotion is running out, and I don't even know which brand to buy. I'll just buy a bottle to try out first. Hiss, are these 2 upstairs shills? They're making me want to buy it too. Crying, I don't hope to be as fair as Cheng Zi, but at least I hope to achieve half the effect. Guoli Cheng. Hurry to the Huayan Banmu live stream. Received. Because of a single sentence from Mu Cheng, the bullet comments in the live stream instantly became excited. Is it true? Can using this body lotion make me as fair as Cheng Zi? Although many thought it was a bit exaggerated, quite a few felt that since Cheng Zi uses it, trying it out for themselves would definitely not be a mistake. After all, she is so beautiful that it has no problem for her to use it. So even if the effect isn't particularly good for me, at least it should help a bit. It must be said, sometimes the psychological effect can be more persuasive than the actual results. In an instant, tens of thousands of fans had clicked into Huayan Banmu's live stream on Douyin, not even looking, directly placing orders under the same body lotion. This left the live stream host dumbfounded. Having worked at Huayan Banmu for half a year, this was the first time seeing so many people. What happened? Could it be that they are here to cyberbully me? But I didn't say anything wrong. The host was terrified. At the same time, Mu Cheng was still unaware that her words had led everyone to rush for the body lotion. However, she did notice that the camera in the room hadn't been covered yet, mainly because the two had been busy showering when they returned. They didn't notice it right away. But fortunately both she and Xiao Xiao were wearing relatively modest pajamas, so there was no need to worry about exposing anything. Bye-bye. The girl smiled gently at the camera, blinking her eyes and waving her hand, which was applying body. Then she directly placed the camera cover on. At this moment the bullet comments in the live stream became excited again. However, this had nothing to do with Mu Cheng anymore, as she couldn't see the comments. She just turned around and ran to the bedside, unable to help but pat Liang Xiaowei. Can you not be so carefree? What if you come out after showering and accidentally expose yourself? Do you think I have the possibility of exposing myself? Liang Xiaowei was taken aback by the question. Then she looked down at herself, feeling a bit frustrated as she asked, Mu Cheng. She almost couldn't hold back her laughter. No, I mustn't laugh. Alright. She still couldn't help it. Alright Chengzi, even you're starting to mock me now. I need to experience the charm of being Just then it was time to take off the face mask. Liang Xiaowei instantly threw it on the floor and pounced onto the girl's bed to counterattack. However, this dominant girl was quickly pinned down by Mu Cheng on the bed. She directly patted her behind. Smack. Hee. Well, she didn't gain anything and ended up being taken advantage of instead. But it seemed she didn't lose out either. As the two girls laughed and frolicked in the room on the other side, as Mu Cheng's camera in the Heartbeat live stream turned off, the homeless Guolicheng instantly transferred to another battlefield. In a half-acre flower field, as a relatively new domestic brand, its sales in recent years have not been particularly. It primarily targets a student demographic, offering large quantities at low prices, resulting in significantly lower prices compared to other skincare brands. This has led to the live streaming room usually having only a few dozen viewers, most of whom come in out of boredom. They don't often place orders. But today, for some unknown reason, tens of thousands of people suddenly flooded into the live stream, with some viewers placing orders immediately without even asking. The key point is, they are all buying body lotion. Instantly, the two hosts in the live stream were left in shock, wondering what on earth had just happened. There was no news about the company buying traffic recently. Moreover, even if they did buy traffic, wouldn't that be a loss? After all, the hosts had several years of work experience. Quickly, the slightly plump female host reacted and asked, welcome to the live stream, everyone. Can you tell me what's happening with so many people suddenly joining? Am I about to be cyberbullied? Cyberbullied. This terrified the other female host, who almost dropped. At this moment, the fruit orange viewers seemed to realize that they might have scared everyone away with their enthusiasm. This realization made the fruit orange viewers unable to help but laugh, feeling a bit embarrassed, and quickly started sending comments. Under the explanations from many viewers, eventually the two female hosts understood what had happened. Relieved, they looked at each other in disbelief. To be honest, after half a year, they had shouted every slogan imaginable, yet the sales in their half-year live streaming experience were still less than the impact of a single line from a female guest on a dating show. This seems a bit disheartening. Wait a moment, everyone. Let me check if the main person from your side is available. The hosts were also quite afraid that viewers might be acting impulsively and would cancel their orders once the excitement passed. That would be a loss for their performance and for the brand. So now the goal was to calm the enthusiasm of these fans as much as possible. Then, the slightly plump female host began searching her hand, holding the phone, trembling slightly, until she found a Douyin account with a cute orange avatar. Instantly, she was mesmerized by the account's over 10 million followers. Instinctively, she slapped her companion. Look. Oh, my gosh, she exclaimed, and her friend almost let out a traditional Chinese exclamation, but quickly covered her mouth. She hurriedly shifted the topic. The 7 videos have at least 600,000 likes. Everyone, your orange is she a super beauty? Hey, let's click on this vlog video to find out. I bet she's a particularly beautiful girl. In fact, not everyone had heard of Mu Cheng's songs, and even if they had, it was normal not to know this particular song was hers, just like how some might not know Wang Qia's songs. The way these two hosts spoke was also quite endearing, instantly stirring the emotions of the fans. Comments flooded with excitement and enthusiasm. Yes. Hurry and open it. Exactly. Our orange treasure is a super beauty. Ha, host, hurry and open it. You'll definitely fall in love with the orange. If you like her, I'll buy another bottle. No more talking, okay? If you can get orange to be the spokesperson for Huatian Banmu, they'll directly order 1,000 bottles for the female employees at our company. Whoa, the boss is generous. Is your company hiring right now? Almost 100,000 comments were rolling frantically in the live stream. But at this moment, the fruit orange viewers who had calmed down a little were no longer placing orders frantically. They were chatting and laughing, causing the atmosphere in the live stream to soar to tens of thousands. Even the likes were about to reach 70,000, making it one of the top 5 selling live streams. The female host from Huatian Banmu glanced at the comments and couldn't help but be amazed. Then she clicked to open Mu Cheng's pinned singing vlog. Her title simply read Singing. Hello, today is my first vlog in life. My name is Mu Cheng, but you can also call me Orange. The girl had not yet appeared, but her gentle, melodious voice, filled with laughter, instantly captivated them. When the camera finally revealed Mu Cheng's stunning beauty, both female hosts widened their eyes. Oh my, so beautiful. As the video played, they also heard the girl's charming chatter, making them smile uncontrollably. Later, they were further mesmerized by Mu Cheng's performance of Encounter lingering in the afterglow. This is what people referred to as orange. No wonder some viewers said they would definitely fall in love. Because they were genuinely smitten and amazed. Babies, I agree with you. I feel like I'm a fruit orange. The slightly plump female host was ecstatic. She even directly followed Mu Cheng on her Douyin in front. The other female hosts, seeing this, quickly followed suit. Sure enough, this act immediately caused the comments to erupt again, with countless order notifications ringing throughout the live stream. In just 1 hour that night, Huatian Banmus body lotion sales skyrocketed from a mere dozen to over 70,000. It was sold out. This news left both female hosts dumbfounded and also caught the attention of Huatian. At first, he thought someone was maliciously placing fake orders, perhaps a competitor. But soon upon understanding the truth, he fell into deep contemplation. To be honest, Huatian Banmu had previously sought sponsors and even had a female celebrity endorsing their scrub. However, the sales had been truly dismal. Even though that celebrity had a considerable fan base, around 20 million online, the total sales of the scrub were only about 1,000. Furthermore, some fans would return their orders within 7 days, without reason canceling their purchases. As a result, Huatian Banmu had given up on looking for a spokesperson. Little did they expect to witness such a shocking scene that night. It should be noted that a bottle of body lotion sells for about 70 yuan, and tonight the total number of orders exceeded 70,000. But some people didn't just order 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. There were even those who ordered 10. The boss had already instructed someone to calculate the total sales amount. Manager Wu, the sales figures are out a total of 74,000 orders, excluding the 3 bottles of body lotion sold before 11 p.m. Finally, the accountant, who was called in for overtime, sent a message back. Manager Wu, the owner of Huatian Banmu, was overjoyed. He could not contain his excitement and joy. Great. Everyone who worked overtime tonight will be paid for a full day, and you can be 3 hours late tomorrow. Thank you, Manager Wu. This is just too great. Initially, all the people who were rudely awakened and called in for overtime were instantly filled with excitement. However, now they were more interested in the girl named Cheng. What charm did she possess? How could she make her fans buy out all the body lotion? Upon realizing this, some employees who were awakened and could not fall back asleep curiously searched for news about Mu Cheng. Then, when they learned that it was simply due to a single sentence that attracted this group of fans to frantically place orders, their jaws almost dropped. On the other side, Manager Wu, who had been pacing and contemplating the sales figures for a long time, finally took a deep breath. He decided to take a gamble. Invite Mu Cheng to sign as the spokesperson for all products of Huatian Banmu except for the scrub. With just 1 sentence, the sales of body lotion could reach over 6 million. This was no different from hitting the jackpot. Her charisma was absolutely beyond imagination. Moreover, not to mention, after watching Mu Cheng's Douyin account and listening to a few of her songs, Manager Wu himself could not help but nod, liking her songs very much. So he directly sent a private message using the company account, preparing to contact Mu Cheng. However, after waiting for half an hour without getting a reply, although he guessed that the other party had already fallen asleep, Manager Wu was quite anxious. As the saying goes, desperate times call for desperate measures. When he opened Mu Cheng's Douyin account again, he noticed the email in her profile. Regardless of whether it was still in use, Manager Wu sent a sincere invitation letter through the company's email. He never thought Mu Cheng would reply right away, but unexpectedly, ding ding. On Wednesday, the weather in the magical city was particularly sunny, with no rain. It was a rather pleasant day, perfect for an intense sports competition. At the campus of Jiaotong University in the magical city, as it was already August, there were quite a few students who had returned or stayed behind during the summer vacation. Some were leisurely strolling around, while others were heading towards an indoor basketball court in the campus with the intent of... Li Yanjun was one of these people. Being a senior, he knew that the engineering department, also in their senior year, was having a match against a team from Peking University today. So after studying in the library, he prepared to hurry over. However, halfway there, he suddenly encountered a girl wearing a mask. Hello, could you please tell me where the 4th basketball court is? Li Yanjun was momentarily stunned. He was captivated by her voice. It was so beautiful. Better than his online dating partner. Coming back to his senses, he quickly said, the 4th basketball court. I'm heading there too. How about I take you with me? What a coincidence. That would be great. The girl nodded slightly, her eyes curving into a smile. Her voice carried a gentle... Li Yanjun could not help but look into her eyes. When their gazes met, he was instantly drawn in by her crescent-shaped, lovely eyes. What beautiful eyes. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. If a person's eyes are beautiful, then that girl must also be very pretty. He had completely forgotten that he had an online dating partner. Unable to resist striking up a conversation, he said, aren't you from our school? No, I was invited to watch the game today. Are you also here to watch our Jiaotong University play against Peking University? Yes. Li Yanjun found a topic to discuss and smiled, saying, so are you supporting Peking University or Jiaotong University? My friend is from Peking University. Alright, she supports Peking University. Well, sorry about that, I support Peking University too. The two chatted casually like this. Mu Cheng had actually come over and searched for that basketball court, but unfortunately, she could not find it after wandering around. In the end, she could only ask this boy who looked a bit like a teacher. Why did she think he looked like a teacher? Because this guy Li Yanjun had a slightly balding head. Quite mature. At least that's how Mu Cheng felt. After walking for nearly 10 minutes, while chatting casually, they soon arrived at the 4th basketball court. Mu Cheng looked at this building, suddenly realizing why she couldn't find it. It turns out that this basketball court looked like a cafeteria, and she had just walked past it without noticing. Once she walked in, her gaze casually wandered, and soon Mu Cheng spotted Liang Qiaowei and the others. She waved her hand at Li Yanjun with a light laugh, saying, "I found my friends, thank you, Teacher Li." "No need." Li Yanjun was still staring blankly at her back, but suddenly he froze. When he came to his senses, he fell silent. Did he look that old? After the two parted ways as the girl's fragrance gradually faded, his mood turned a bit melancholic. He felt as if he had fallen in love. Yet at the same time he felt as though he had lost love. On the other side, Mu Cheng had already found Liang Qiaowei and the others. The 4th basketball court is an indoor gym, but it's not specifically for competitions, so there are several courts available with rows of stone benches attached to the walls on both sides. At this moment, several friends from the Heartbeat House had already arrived. Aside from Lin Yi and Wang Yuchen, they were probably still at work and would not arrive that quickly. In the middle of the court, Eugene, dressed in a blue Peking University jersey, was stylishly turning around to shoot. He immediately spotted Mu Cheng entering. He instantly smiled and waved at the girl. Mu Cheng also smiled lightly and greeted him. Yes, today they were definitely going to crush Jiaotong University. Eugene felt an overwhelming surge of energy at that moment, wishing he could rush over and dunk the ball. "Chengzi, over here." The view from the stone benches was wide open, and the crowd from the Heartbeat House also noticed Mu Cheng. They all waved and greeted her with smiles. Only Liang Qiaowei looked at Mu Cheng's outfit with a puzzled expression, slowly forming a question mark. "What are you wearing today?" She was wearing a cool pair of camouflage pants paired with a pair of Martin boots. At first glance, it felt like a hot girl's outfit, but ironically her upper body was in a loose gray-white t-shirt that perfectly concealed her figure. Her hair was casually tied up in a messy bun with a sharp clip. I must say this outfit would be a disaster on anyone else. But on Mu Cheng it looked quite good, especially that messy bun hairstyle, which perfectly accentuated her laid-back vibe. Very beautiful. Actually, the author had no drafts, and I have been typing since 1 p.m. after finishing lunch, so I have only managed 3 chapters. Although beautiful, her choice of outfit with that pretty face is quite questionable. Liang Qiaowei was left speechless by her attire. However, Mu Cheng blinked her beautiful eyes and said, "If you think it looks bad, how about this?" Suddenly she pinched the corner of her loose t-shirt and rolled it up from the bottom, exposing a hint of her belly. In an instant the vibe changed entirely. She looked unexpectedly a bit sexy. Liang Qiaowei's eyes lit up, accompanied by a mischievous smile. He secretly poked her belly, which earned him a roll of the eyes from the girl. He quickly released his hand, causing that hint of sexy belly to disappear back into the grayish-white t-shirt, leaving her tempting figure hidden. "Here, I got you guys this inflatable cheering stick." Mu Cheng had actually bought some items from a small shop outside before. For instance, an inflatable cheering stick that can be squeezed to pop the air bladder, along with hand clappers and such. After all, today was about cheering for Eugene in the competition, so these props needed to be well prepared. She already considered the others as friends. Among friends, this kind of support was expected. Anyway, that was Mu Cheng. Moreover, she did it with great poise. Liang Qiaowei directly took 2 props, saying, "Hee, this looks fun, give me a hand clapper." "Wagga, you guys can distribute these among yourselves." "Sure. Thank you, Chengzi, you really thought of everything." "Not at all, I saw that the younger sister seems to have brought flowers too." Suddenly Mu Cheng chuckled lightly, teasingly. Because next to Meow Meow, there was surprisingly a bouquet of light blue roses, which were of the ice blue variety. Upon hearing this, the younger sister instantly turned red and softly explained, "I just bought them since they were available." "Got it, I understand completely." Ha ha ha, laughter erupted from this side. Meanwhile, on the other side, Eugene and his teammates from Beta. A tall guy wearing a jersey with the number 24 suddenly threw his arm around Eugene's neck. He slapped Eugene's back in surprise, saying, "Don't tell me that girl in the gray outfit is the one you're pursuing now. What are you planning? Don't even think about it. Good buddies should always be cautious." However, the guy in jersey 24 looked annoyed and said, "Come on, what do you take me for? I'm just here to assist you today. But man, you're lucky. That girl is way prettier than our school's younger sisters. No wonder you joined a dating show." As they spoke, he genuinely felt a pang of jealousy. Why couldn't he meet such a beautiful girl? How could Eugene get to her? Eugene helplessly smiled and explained, "I had no idea how stunning she was before joining the dating show. Oh, I just happened to meet her by chance. By the way, have you heard that song Encounter? She's the one who sang it." Unexpectedly, his tone carried a hint of pride. For boys, it may be that they can't pursue that girl. But she's beautiful, and I know her. That alone is a bragging right. Sure enough, the guy in jersey 24 looked like he could bite his back teeth in frustration, fearing that his buddy might suffer or that he might drive a Land Rover. "Alright, I'll try to pass you the ball later, so you can show off a bit." "Is that for real?" Eugene perked up, instantly laughing. Once we get back to Beta, I'll treat you to a meal. Okay. After discussing, the two ran back to practice. There were still 10 minutes before the match. Meanwhile, over at Jiaoda's team, they frequently glanced in Mu Cheng's direction. Hey, do you guys know that girl? Someone indicated with their eyes and lips. The question group took what they thought were discreet glances and then shook their heads saying, no, we don't know her. She seems to be cheering for Beta. Why don't we have a girl like that on our cheer squad? At that moment, the situation was similar to the 24 Jersey guys. Several boys here felt envious too. Although their home court at Jiaoda had a cheerleading team with dancers waving pom-poms nearby, the difference in looks was just too stark. Even the girls from the cheerleading team whispered among themselves. Wow, did you see? That girl is so pretty. Really? Oh no, sisters, we've been completely overshadowed by her while our aura is gone. But I think I have some impression of her. I might have seen her somewhere before, or maybe on Douyin. It must be Douyin. With looks like that she must be a beauty influencer. No, I remember her singing. Huh. Mu Cheng's arrival instantly captured the attention of many present. Even though her outfit was hard to describe, and even though the Jiaoda cheerleaders were wearing crop tops and shorts showing off their long legs, it still couldn't hide the astonished gazes of the crowd. She was simply sitting there chatting with friends, her face occasionally adorned with a gentle smile. In an instant, one couldn't help but think of a saying. Why do the dominant male protagonists in female-centric novels often tell the second female lead you can't even compare to a strand of her hair? At that moment, this situation unfolded on the court. While shooting, Eugene took a moment to glance at the expression. He couldn't help but feel a bit smug. The smile at the corner of his mouth couldn't be contained. This was too satisfying. Swish. A three-pointer effortlessly made. The friends in the small room saw this and enthusiastically cheered, waving their hand clappers, shouting, Brother Gene is so handsome. Brother Gene, I want to cheer for you. Jiang Junhan also got into the mischief, forming his hands into a trumpet shape, grinning as he shouted. Then he was teased playfully by Wang Qiu. I'm going to tell you, Chun, that you wanted to cheer for Brother Gene. Never mind, you all can cheer instead. Then I'll cheer. Hua volunteered, raising his hand. The girls were left speechless, watching as the boys all scrambled to cheer, exchanging glances. They couldn't help but share a silent understanding and started to smile. Mu Cheng gently tapped the two cheering sticks, reflecting on what had happened that afternoon. How did I suddenly become the spokesperson for 3 products from Huadiandamo? Time rewinded to 1 o'clock in the morning. Ding ding. While chatting with Liang Xiaowei late into the night, Mu Cheng wasn't sleepy and didn't fall asleep. She picked up her phone, put on her headphones, and watched videos in bed for a while. She checked her email and unexpectedly received an invitation email for the Huadiandamo spokesperson. Curiosity piqued, she clicked to open. In a response to the email, she confirmed that the other party was indeed the owner of Huatianbanmo. The two added each other on WeChat to chat. At this moment, Mu Cheng learned from the other party that her casual remark had caused Huatianbanmo's body lotion to sell out. She never expected this. Such a thing left her a bit bewildered. Then, after chatting briefly, Mr. Wu explained his intention. He hoped that Mu Cheng could endorse all their products except the scrub. Moreover, the endorsement fee was 10 million a year. At a crucial moment. As expected. Ding. Please make your heart's choice, host. Yes, the system chimed in again. Choice 1. Become the spokesperson for all Huatianbanmo products except the Scrub Rewards Special Effects Scrub. Choice 2. The system has found that the body lotion, hand cream, and shower gel are the most suitable products for the host to endorse. Choosing this option rewards color-changing pupils. Choice 3. Do not endorse Huatianbanmo, reward a Dior Qixi Festival gift box. Faced with the 3 options presented by the system, Mu Cheng did not make a choice immediately, but communicated with the other party. Since the system evaluation said those 3 products were most suitable for her, then she would definitely trust the system. As for the first option, that reward was of no use to Mu Cheng. After all, her skin didn't need it. Eventually, after half an hour of communication and back and forth, Mr. Wu agreed to let her endorse the body lotion, hand cream, and shower gel. Even the endorsement fee remained at 10 million a year. Upon reflection, this girl managed to sell over 6 million in one night just with a single sentence. So what's 10 million in endorsement fees? If he dared to bet, it meant he believed that this 10 million could create the value of 10 times that amount. Thus, somewhat smoothly and confusedly, Mu Cheng became the third-line spokesperson for Huatianbanmo. The other party flew directly from Caogong province to Modu to sign a contract with Mu Cheng. The initial endorsement was 10 million with the condition of attending 5 events for Huatianbanmo within a year, and promoting the endorsed products on platforms where she already had a fan base. So Qingzi, in a couple of days it will be the Qixi Festival, and I would like to invite you to our Huatian live stream to participate in the broadcast. In a restaurant, Mu Cheng, Lu, and Mr. Wu sat together. They had just signed the contract. At this moment, hearing Mr. Wu's words, Mu Cheng blinked in confusion. But isn't your live streaming room in Caogong province? She had specifically gone to check out that live streaming room to understand the brand. The 2 female hosts both spoke with an accent from Caogong province, sounding inexplicably funny and cute. Mr. Wu smiled and said, what I mean is I plan to move the live streaming room to Modu for the Qixi Festival. Because of the time constraints, I would like to invite you to come tomorrow to shoot the promotional photos and announce you as the third-line spokesperson that evening so we can push the products out during the Qixi festival. This was discussed with several operations and marketing managers at the company. Signing Mu Cheng as a spokesperson during this Qixi festival was the best time for publicity. Coincidentally, on Friday, after shooting the promotional photos and announcing it, she would appear in the live streaming room the day after tomorrow, which would definitely ignite the internet. After all, no one would expect Huatian Bamu to act so quickly. I have no problem, I can, Mu Cheng thought for a moment as she happened to have no special plans these days. Finding herself a part-time job wasn't bad either, so she decided on this. It was pleasant. At the end of the conversation, Mr. Wu even joked, "Qingzi, if you have a new song, you can also come to the live stream to release it." "I do have one, but that would require extra money." The girl's beautiful eyes flashed playfully with a hint of a smile. She was joking. Unexpectedly, Mr. Wu took it seriously. "If you really have one, feel free to come. I can add an extra 1 million in copyright fees." Now it was Mu Cheng and Lulu's turn to be shocked. The two girls exchanged glances. After sending Mr. Wu off, Lulu couldn't help but laugh. This Mr. Wu is quite a person with courage. Indeed. Mu Cheng nodded. To be honest, if he weren't so bold, he wouldn't have decided to invite Mu Cheng as a third-line spokesperson just from considering a single night. After all, even though it was a domestic brand, finding a second-line star to endorse it in today's entertainment industry was still quite easy. "Congratulations on taking your first step into the entertainment industry," Lulu said with a smile. Mu Cheng also smiled gently. "Actually, I'm still a bit dazed. How did I suddenly become a spokesperson?" And to be fair, this sudden feeling did excite her a bit. Sometimes completing planned tasks step by step didn't provide much sense of achievement. What she needed was this kind of stimulating surprise. "Congratulations, host, for completing your heart's choice. I'll reward color-changing pupils." After bidding farewell to Lulu, just after returning to the car, the girl heard the system's reward. Instantly, she felt as if a surge of energy had entered her eyes, allowing her to freely change her pupil color. The next moment, in the car's makeup mirror, a pair of red Sharingan eyes suddenly appeared. Sharingan. Well, this thing is just for show. It has no real effect. However, if she wants to play cosplay or do full makeup in the future, she won't need to wear colored contacts anymore. Overall, it was still a good reward. Better than none, right? Phew. On the court, a clear whistle sounded. Also brought Mu Cheng back to her senses. The match was about to start. The referee in gray was waving to the teams from Peking University and Modu Jiaoda, asking who would serve first. The captains from both sides negotiated a bit. In the end, they decided to let Peking University take possession of the ball first. They switched turns. After all, the guests are just guests. As the host, they should appear a bit generous. Not to mention, with this, the friendly match looked somewhat professional. It also unconsciously aroused interest. Modu Jiaoda, go for it. Modu Jiaoda, victory is ours. The cheerleaders on the opposite side had already begun to cheer, excitedly waving their pom-poms to support Jiaoda. Seeing this, the little partners in the small room exchanged glances, tentatively asking, should we also cheer along? Peking University, go for it. As soon as Huada finished speaking, a girl had already stood up and shouted. Her voice was light and melodious, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the venue. "Wow, there's a beauty. Oh, that sister is so pretty. Wait, no way. Isn't that Qingzi? Qingzi actually came to our school." Someone was amazed. There were also Mu Cheng's fans, the Guoli Orange, who were now filled with endless surprise. The explosive update. Exhausted, I specially took a day off to stay home and write. I hope to celebrate Qingzi's birthday in a unique and romantic way. Romantic to the end. Thanks to Mu Cheng's cheering, she instantly became the center of attention on the basketball court. At this moment, everyone noticed that there was such a beautiful young lady over there. Of course, it can't really be blamed on them for not seeing her. After all, with Mu Cheng's outfit today, it would have been a disaster on any other girl, akin to mixing cilantro with durian, utterly unappealing. But now if one were to catch a glimpse of Mu Cheng's face, they would suddenly feel, oh, this outfit looks quite nice. Go Peking University. With the girls' loud cheer, the friends in the Heartbeat House also reacted. Everyone clapped their cheering sticks and clapped their palms together. The sound was a chorus of excitement. Go go. Jinga, you're so handsome. Huada antics instantly amused everyone present, prompting a wave of knowing laughter. Meanwhile, in the observation room, teacher He and the others wore smiles on their faces. Chun, you seemed a bit touched. Youth is truly beautiful. They're just like us back in school when the boys in our class had competitions, and we want to cheer for them. That's right. Wang Yinlin nodded, but looked a bit curious, glancing at the female. Guess, do you girls like sporty guys? It depends. I used to like them, but later I realized. Realized what? I just like handsome guys. Meng Zi chuckled, her mouth running ahead while her brain lagged behind. Everyone else felt a bit helpless. But at this moment, Xian Ling patted Dongfang Xiang, and with a sweet smile blinked, didn't you act in a basketball drama before? Tell us, if there are girls watching you play, would you be more excited? Oh, this question is quite interesting. However, Dongfang Xiang felt a bit shy. Looking back at that television, he felt it was almost cringeworthy. Facing everyone's curious and inquisitive expressions, Dongfang Xiang shyly smiled. I don't know about others, but if it were me, I would feel a bit nervous. Especially if that girl is someone you really like. Right, that's true. Several boys nodded in agreement. Professor Chen Ming added with a smile, if that girl isn't someone you like, then it's fine. Oh, excitement might take precedence. By the way, speaking of which, how did you find Orange and the others when you saw them yesterday? Aren't they stunning in real life? As they discussed this topic, everyone was watching the live broadcast of the intense match between the two teams when Chun Yi suddenly asked with curiosity. Even Ming Zi quickly widened her eyes to look. She really wanted to see Orange in person. People who had seen her online said Mu Cheng was extraordinarily beautiful, looking even 3 times better in real life. No wonder Ming Jie was so excited. Teacher, he nodded with a smile. They are all handsome and beautiful. Orange truly looks stunning, right, Xian Ling? For such things, asking someone who hugged Orange yesterday would probably be clearer. Indeed, Xian Ling couldn't help but laugh. She is exceptionally beautiful. You don't know, when I looked at her up close, my eyes didn't leave her. When we danced halfway, I just wanted to hug her and give her a kiss. Everyone almost burst into laughter. But at this moment, Ming Jie was genuinely feeling envious and jealous. She also wanted to hug Orange. In the observation room, everyone was chatting and laughing. On the basketball court of Jiaodong University in Magic City, the team from Peking University was locked in a fierce competition with Jiaodong University. Swish! Another clean shot went through the net. Eugene jumped up and high-fived the teammate who had just passed him. The friends in the small house were cheering excitedly. Even a certain girl had a radiant smile on her face, her little hands constantly clapping the cheering sticks. Seeing the Peking University players look over, she even raised her hand and shouted woohoo to celebrate with them. It was clear she was genuinely happy. At this moment, Eugene and the other boys from Peking University were practically beaming with joy. They couldn't suppress their smiles, feeling it was harder to contain than an AK. If they waited until the end of this match, they would definitely boast wildly to those teammates who hadn't come. Come on. Defense. You go over there to prevent their pick and roll. Be careful of the corner pass. That no. 6 on the opposite side shoots 3-pointers quite well. Although the first quarter was nearing its end with the current score advantage on Peking University's side, they remained vigilant and quickly switched back to defense. On the court with the guard from Jiaodong University gaining control of the ball, the battle was about to ignite. The No. 6 player from Jiaodong University raced towards the 3-point corner. Peking University's defense. 2 players immediately locked onto him. Helpless, seeing no opportunity to pass the No. 11 player from Jiaodong University waved for his teammate to come up for the ball. The two executed a pick and roll, breaking through from the left side of the free throw line. Whoosh! A crisp slap landed on the hand of the No. 11 player from Jiaodong University, sending the basketball flying. The referee on the court blew the whistle. Foul. To be honest, that slap was genuinely loud. Even Mu Cheng and the others sitting on the sidelines could hear it. The Peking University player who committed the foul awkwardly smiled. It didn't cause any disputes, but during the process of the ball being knocked away, it rolled to a spot not far from Mu Cheng. She stood up and ran over. Just when everyone thought she was going to pick up the basketball and return it, her action surprised them. She lightly nudged the ball with her toe and it rolled instantly onto her Martin boots. Then with a flick, the ball jumped directly into her hands. The whole motion was seamless. Finally, Mu Cheng effortlessly flipped the basketball and threw it in a low arc, accurately landing it in the referee's hands. The girl's beautiful eyes seemed to hide a hint of a smile. She clapped her small hands and returned to her position. However, her nonchalant and graceful demeanor left everyone present in awe, until someone exclaimed, "Wow, so cool." Suddenly, a chorus of various voices erupted throughout the basketball. Even on the Heartbeat House side, everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow." Liang Xiao excitedly hugged Mu Cheng. "Tell me, were you a guy in your past life? You're so charming. That was truly amazing just now. Sister, how about I give you this flower? I feel like it's useless to give it to Jing Ge." Miao Miao also smiled, joking. As she spoke, she brought over the bouquet of icy blue roses. Seeing this, Mu Cheng counted, and then feigned arrogance. "Why did you only buy 6? I don't want it. How many do you like? Hurry up and say." Chen Jia laughed cheerfully, ready to continue the conversation. Upon hearing this, Wada quickly perked up his ears. However, in the face of this question, Mu Cheng merely smiled faintly, without answering. At the same time, she returned the crushed ice blue rose to Miao Miao. She understood. Some things, if said now, could likely make others pay the price for you. Thus it was unnecessary. However, if the girls chatted privately, discussing such topics would be quite nice. Seeing this, Would have felt helpless. He was still thinking that perhaps there would be a chance to give flowers to Chengzi. Fortunately, his mindset remained good. Since we're not discussing that, let's continue talking about the basketball topic. 2G mimicked the earlier actions of Mu Cheng and grinned, saying that was really cool. Next time I play basketball, I'll try it too. Sometimes being cool is just a feeling. For some unknown reason, Wang Qiyu couldn't help but laugh when she saw him imitating Mu Cheng's movements. Slowly she suggested, "How about you don't imitate it? I don't think it suits you, Hugo." "I think so too," Lu Si Jun nodded. Meanwhile, the barrage in the live stream was also lively, with many viewers laughing. "Really? Why do I feel like 2G's movements give off a vibe of fanning someone? Haha, I'm dying of laughter, and he still wants to imitate Changzi. But I have to say Changzi really was cool just now. Wow, you said this. I was so impressed by that move that I had to squeeze my legs together. I had just changed into new pants and had to go to the bathroom to change again. Wait a minute, are you driving upstairs? I feel like Changzi would really make a great girlfriend. Her fingers are beautiful and long hee-hee licking screen, huh? Unbeknownst to them, the barrage was suddenly occupied by a group of unknown women, leaving the male fans astonished, trembling in fear. Are all you girls that fierce? At the basketball court of Jiaodong University in Magic City. Since there was a foul called on the Peking University side earlier, it resulted in 2 free throws for the Jiaodong team. At this moment, Eugene and his teammate number 24 were watching from outside the three-point line. They couldn't all stand inside. They had to leave an opportunity for a fast break. Swish, watching the opponent score a free throw, the boy in number 24 glanced at Eugene and quietly remarked, I feel like you have a lot of rivals now. Huh. Eugene was still a bit confused, not quite understanding what was meant. Then he noticed that the other party had given him, following the gaze. Good heavens. All the boys in this area of the basketball court were almost looking in the same direction, sometimes excited, sometimes nervous. In that moment, he didn't even need to think deeply. He instantly realized that these guys were all looking at Changzi, right? Damn. Although it felt somewhat unpleasant. However, it seemed that it had nothing to do with him. After all, his progress in pursuing Changzi was still at a standstill, and he had no connection with the girl. If he thought of it this way, it made sense. If he couldn't even pursue Changzi, who lived in the same small room, instantly Eugene felt relieved, a smile creeping onto his lips. His teammate in number 24 looked at him, seeing that he had just been sulking. Now, he seemed somewhat pleased. Feeling a bit confused, jealous to the point of stupidity, there was no time to think too much. At this moment, the Jiaodong team made 2 free throws and then proceeded to their offense. Phew. Soon, with the referee's whistle, the game reached halftime. The current score showed that Peking University was actually trailing by a bit with a score of 4-7-5-2. It must be said that the number 6 player they were closely guarding was really accurate with 3-pointers. Originally, Peking University had a lead of 8 points, but it was quickly caught up by 3 3-pointers, causing the rhythm to become a bit chaotic. Come on, drink some water, let's take a break. Thanks, Hango. Brothers, there's water here, grab it yourselves. I'll go check over there. Okay, gotta go see your crush. Haha, obviously everyone knew that Eugene liked the prettiest girl on the court. After all, the guy in number 24 was quite the gossip. As the basketball game progressed, it became evident to all. Hearing this, Eugene felt a bit embarrassed, but didn't bother with them grabbing water and a towel to come over. Oh, our handsome guy is back, you played well. Upon seeing Eugene, Lu Si-jun was the first to smile. Eugene immediately shook his head and laughed. We're still trailing. That's okay, a few points in the second half should be quickly made up, keep it up. Thanks. By the way, is your workplace far from Jiaodong University? Not too far, about half an hour. I almost couldn't find this basketball court. It was one of the teachers inside who guided me, and Mu Cheng chatted with them, smiling gently. Upon hearing what she said, Wonky, you found it a bit amusing. Yeah, how did they make this court look like a cafeteria? I wanted to come in and buy water and accidentally stumbled in. Haha, then you were quite lucky. The group chatted and laughed. But after a moment, Eugene said something and returned to his team, mainly because he was sweating profusely and the smell was quite strong. He was afraid of making Changzi dislike him. He also needed to discuss tactics with his teammates, as the halftime was only 10 minutes. In these 10 minutes, time passed quickly. As the referee's whistle blew, they substituted 2 players and returned to the court. On the other side, Liang Xiaowei planned to go to the bathroom and asked Mu Cheng if she wanted to go. Generally speaking, girls usually go to the bathroom in pairs. However, Mu Cheng was still looking down at her phone, unaware of who she was replying to, so Liang Xiaowei turned to Miao Miao and asked, do you want to go? Sure. Miao Miao nodded. She actually had the same thought. Then Changzi, I'll leave my bag with you in the canvas bag. Okay. Liang Xiaowei took out 2 tissues, not planning to bring her bag. It was quite inconvenient to carry that thing to the bathroom. She was wearing a skirt and didn't know if there was a place to hang her bag in the restroom. The girl didn't turn her head, lightly smiling as she said, you go quickly, just leave it here, okie dokie. Hey, how come there's still a document in here? It's not another new song, is it? No, but you'll know tomorrow. Inside the bag, it naturally contained the contract that was freshly signed today. However, it couldn't be said now, as the official announcement would only be made tomorrow. Liang Xiaowei didn't ask further, chuckling as she took Miao Miao's hand, and the 2 girls went to the bathroom together. I overthought yesterday, and today I'm a bit blocked, boohoo, good night. The second half of the match concluded with the final whistle. With Peking University's all-out effort, the final score was brought back to 8-7-8-3. Just a 4-point difference. One must admit Shanghai Jiaotong University is quite strong. Their abilities are not much weaker than Peking University's. After all, this was just a friendly match. If it were an official game, Peking University would likely have their unique tactics, as they are a well-known team in Cuba. Impressive. You really played well. Going to Peking University wasn't in vain. You guys were great too. Your 3-pointers were spot on. Haha, let's schedule another match. Next time we'll come to Peking University to challenge you. That's how boys are. On the court they are opponents, but off the court they exchange friendly banter. Everyone shook hands or shared half hugs. Their faces were all smiles. This game was quite enjoyable for them mainly because both sides played cleanly without any overly aggressive moves. It was relatively clean. If either team had played unfairly, it would have left everyone quite displeased. Congratulations on your win. Lin Yi, who arrived a bit late, only caught the last half of the fourth quarter. Now she didn't mind the sweat on Eugene's hand. She gave him a high five and laughed. Others also clapped enthusiastically to celebrate Eugene's victory. Chen Jia quietly tapped Miao Miao's hand and whispered, "Flowers, give her flowers." Instantly Miao Miao felt a bit shy. Nevertheless, she stood up with the flowers smiling. "These are for you. Congratulations on winning the match. You played very well." "Thank you." Eugene smiled back, carefully accepting them and holding them close. Although he really wished to receive flowers from Cheng Zi, Miao Miao's gesture still brought him joy. Growing up, this was the first time he had received flowers as a boy. This was already quite touching for him. "Are we planning to eat out later or buy something to cook at home?" Everyone urged Eugene to sit down and rest for a while. They began their daily question session. What to eat? Lu Sijuan had a small suggestion. "Hey, how about we go to the supermarket together, see what we can buy, and then head back to the small house to cook?" "Sounds good. I think that's a great idea." Everyone immediately showed interest. Shopping at the supermarket is probably something many people enjoy. Especially with so many people, it feels more lively to go together. However, at that moment Lin Yi noticed "Hey, where's Cheng Zi? Wasn't she just here?" Upon hearing this, everyone else was momentarily stunned. "Oh right, where is Cheng Zi? This girl was just here playing on her phone, and now in the blink of an eye she has disappeared." However, as everyone began to look around, Liang Xiao chuckled softly. "Don't look for her anymore. Her fans took her to take pictures. She's over there." Everyone followed Xiao Xiao's gaze, and indeed saw Mu Cheng surrounded by several girls. They all had excited expressions, continuously swapping places to take pictures with her. Mu Cheng, for her part, showed no impatience. Instead, she smiled gently, and when encountering smaller female fans, she would even kindly squat down, placing her playful and slender fingers beside her cheeks, adding a unique charm to the photos with her fans. They were all about to burst with excitement. No one expected that returning to school today to watch the game would lead to meeting Cheng Zi. Also happy. However, the fans in the live stream were speechless. Meanwhile, from the Jiaotong University side, the cheerleading team came to take pictures with Mu Cheng. Eugene felt a slight stir in his heart and said, "How about we go over and take a group photo?" "Sure, let's wait until Cheng Zi is done with them first." "Not. Why do I feel like you all who played today are less popular than Cheng Zi?" Wang Qiu joked teasingly. Chen Jia replied with a grin, "Cheng Zi is going to become a star now. Oh, it will be hard for us to take pictures with her in the future." Yes. Unknowingly, in just a short half-month, this girl has transformed from someone who amazed everyone in the small house to becoming a sensation online. Her beauty, her talent, her personality deeply attract everyone. Whether male or female, all are captivated. Not to mention that even Xian Ling, the sweetheart queen, was very happy to see Cheng Zi when she visited the small. They were also unaware that there was someone else in the observation room of the program. If that person came, the entire small house would probably be shaken by her excited screams. Moments later, seeing that Mu Cheng had finished taking pictures with the Jiaotong cheerleading team, the group from the small house approached. Just then the girl looked at them with curved eyes, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile. "Come on, let's take a picture together." "Okay, 3, 2, 1, an eggplant." The photo was taken by Eugene's teammate number 24. With the shout of eggplant, the moment was frozen. This was the first photo of so many people in this season of the Heartbeat. It was a pity that Wang Yuchen couldn't make it due to work. However, it's actually no big deal. After all, there are still over 10 days left, and there will be plenty of opportunities for great photos. 3 cars, how do we fit in? Once outside the school gate, everyone agreed to prepare to go to the supermarket. Meanwhile, Wang Halong was not present. Only 3 cars remained for the small house. 10 people could easily fit. Upon hearing this, Jinjia looked at everyone present and was the first to say, "Then I'll take your car, i.e., is that alright?" "Sure, I'm practically becoming your personal driver." Linny smiled. The others, sensing the subtle atmosphere, also began to laugh one after another after a moment. "Then I'll ride in your car too. Take me along." He looks like Cheng Zi's car will have just the 3 of us girls. They smoothly assigned all the vehicles. In Lin Yi's car were Chun Jia Eugene and Lu Sijuan. Mu Cheng's car had just the 2 sisters. As for Jiang Junan's car, it naturally was left with Huada and Wang Qiu. Wang Qiu had no choice but to go. Since everything was already assigned, it was settled. After all, it didn't matter whose car they drove. Thus, once Lin Yi's car started, the other 2 vehicles quickly followed. In Mu Cheng's car, Miao Miao sat in the front passenger seat and hesitated before asking, "Do you guys know why Wang?" "We know." The 2 girls replied in unison. Liang Xiao chuckled softly, and then cleared her throat. "Is it really okay for us to discuss this topic now?" What she meant was that there were still live cameras in the car. The next moment, Miao Miao understood the cue and cleverly changed the topic, jokingly asking Mu Cheng, "What job do you do, master?" On the car, filled with laughter from 3 girls, it wasn't long before the vehicle stopped in front of a supermarket. Mu Cheng then found a spot. As they stopped and unbuckled their seat belts, the girl today looked increasingly stunning in her outfit, Her marten boots and camouflage pants gave off a vibe reminiscent of a female soldier. With an imposing demeanor, she was undeniably striking. Many female fans in the live stream couldn't help but feel a thrill, barely able to contain themselves. Let's go, friends. After gathering with the other friends who also got out of the car, Jiang Junhan smiled and asked, what do you all plan to do tonight? I was thinking of buying some mushrooms to fry up. It feels a bit early today, should we make some cheesy baked pasta? Is anyone joining me for this? Sure, sounds good. As they walked into the supermarket, the group continued discussing dinner plans. Mu Cheng, however, did not join in. She wasn't picky, whatever everyone made she would eat. Instead, the girls seemed particularly interested in the snack aisle as they entered the supermarket, directly pulling Xiao Xiao and her younger sister over there. Do you want to eat this? The girl shook a snack in her hand. Liang Xiaowei curiously asked, Wei Long, spicy strips, aren't these sweet? There should be a spicy version, right? I really like the boneless chicken feet and cucumber-flavored chips. Snacks hold an irresistible charm for girls. This kind of thing is similar to milk tea. Most girls love to eat it. Of course, some boys enjoy it as well. For example, the PD teacher shooting with Mu Cheng. This cameraman couldn't help but gulp as he looked at the snacks, his eyes filled with desire. Mu Cheng, being perceptive, noticed this scene. She playfully winked and asked the cameraman, do you want to eat too? After hesitating for a moment, the PD teacher nodded at the camera, as if to respond through the machine, indicating that. Hearing this, the girl held back a laugh. Pretending to be serious, she asked, isn't our spending today reimbursed by the production team? The camera nodded again. So, in the next moment, Mu Cheng directly handed 2 bags of chips to the PD teacher, saying, why be polite? Take them. According to protocol, cameramen shouldn't speak while filming. But at this moment, the PD teacher could only helplessly say, I can't take them, ew, I need to hold the camera. Then give me the camera, and I'll help you film. The cameraman replied. Fine. He looked at the girl's sparkling eyes and couldn't bear to refuse, instinctively handing over the camera. Be careful, this is a bit heavy. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Mu Cheng carrying the camera and running off, seemingly very happy. The cameraman was amused by her quirky behavior. However, he thought he still needed to report to the director. Just his earpiece suddenly transmitted the director's voice. It's fine, let Chengzi have fun, you can keep the chips, he'll cover it. Tisk, the director really dotes on Chengzi, causing a smile to appear on the PD teacher's lips as he tightly held onto the chips. Meanwhile, Miao Miao and Liang Xiaowei were still picking their favorite snacks when suddenly a camera was shoved in their faces. A gentle, cheerful voice belonging to a girl asked, come on, let's do an interview. Hey, do you think Chengzi is pretty? Initially puzzled as to why a camera was suddenly pointed at them, the 2 girls immediately reacted upon hearing Mu Cheng's voice, finding it quite amusing. Who brags about themselves like that? However, Miao Miao couldn't help but laugh and nod. She's beautiful, oh, she is the prettiest girl I've ever seen. And you? If there was a microphone at that moment, it would surely be placed right next to Liang Xiaowei's mouth. She wanted to roll her eyes, exasperated yet amused, saying, pretty, okay. That's enough. Seriously, how old are we? So childish. After some playful banter, Mu Cheng, with her charming eyes still held onto the camera, genuinely curious, asked, Xiao Xiao, do you also use this kind of machine for work? No, mine is fixed, and it has a long boom arm. That sounds impressive. The 3 girls continued their conversation. Moments later, their shopping cart was filled to the brim with snacks. Mu Cheng also placed the 2 bags of chips from the PD teacher onto her cart. She would pay him back after checking out. Of course. She also returned the camera to him. Finally, Mu Cheng reappeared in the camera frame, causing the viewers in the live stream to flood the chat. I'm dying of laughter. Chengzi just took the camera and ran, scaring the cameraman. Ha ha, she even glanced back at the cameraman's expression. It was adorable. Lemon, another day filled with envy. I think the cameraman must be falling for Chengzi as she helped him film while also giving him chips. If it were me, I'd take a year to finish those 2 bags of chips. Well, don't say that. Oh, I want to apply to be a cameraman right now. I really love Chengzi's personality. Oh, she's gentle, cute, and so quirky. I want to take Chengbao home. The live chat was lively, all due to Mu Cheng's playful little act, which once again heightened the show's energy. In an instant, many viewers who already liked her became utterly enamored. Several fans even directly clipped this segment and shared it on Douyin. At the same time, in the live stream of the public service examination group, the 2 female hosts continued to sit in front of the camera promoting their products. Thanks to last night's traffic, their live stream no longer had just a handful of viewers. Of course, it wasn't a lot, but at least there were a few hundred. The smiles on the faces of the 2 female hosts hadn't faded all day. They glanced at the time. Alright, dear viewers, due to some reasons, we might wrap up the stream here for today. Yes. Why, you ask? I can hint a little. Our live stream will be heading to the Magic City tomorrow and the day. Ahem. I can't disclose more details, but I can assure you that you will be pleasantly surprised then. So that's all for today. Thanks to everyone who purchased our products. Love you all. With the last sentence, the Huatian Banmu live stream slowly came to a close, leaving a few hundred viewers in a state of confusion. All they knew was one piece of news: they were going to the Magic City. What for? Could it be? Have you all finished shopping? All set? Wow. So many snacks. You'll share some with me later, right? Sure thing. We're sharing anyway. Thanks so much. I love you all. No thanks. Having scoured the snack aisle and loaded an entire cart, Mu Cheng and her friends quickly regrouped with the others. Everyone was stunned by how many snacks she'd bought. Only a few girls reacted with delighted surprise, already imagining days of carefree snacking in the cottage. After browsing for a while, Mu Cheng, representing the production team, paid up front. A reimbursement would follow from the director. Back at the van, she handed the bags to Meow Meow for the rear seat, then pulled out 2 bags of potato chips. Her eyes curved like crescent moons, shimmering with quiet mirth as she offered the chips directly to PD teacher. Here you go. Just for you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. PD teacher hurriedly accepted them, yet his grin never faltered, stretching nearly to. Only after Mu Cheng's vehicle had pulled away did he return to the production team's van, set down his camera, and tear open the chip bag. A fellow cameraman leaned in instantly, mind sharing. This flavor's my absolute favorite. No way. So stingy. Watching him shield the chips behind his back like a protective mother hen, the cameraman rolled his eye. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, it felt oddly sour and faintly infuriating. By the time they returned to the Heartthrob cottage, it was still early. Just past 6 in the evening. Mu Cheng glanced at her phone. Several messages awaited her, one from the director confirming reimbursement, another from the tenant of one of her 3 commercial properties notifying her of the next quarter's rent. SBDB, your account XXXX received a deposit of $1,345 million at 1832 on August 3rd. Current balance $63,778 million. Meanwhile, on WeChat, a contact named Zhou Ichi sent her a message. Little sister, did you receive the rent transfer? She tapped lightly on her screen in reply. She typed simply received. In her memory, Zhou Ichi leased a 2-story commercial space near Lujiazui in downtown Shanghai, roughly 280 square meters, operating a restaurant. Per their 5-year lease agreement, Mu Cheng could raise the rent by 1% each quarter, so this term brought several extra 10 yuan increments. Effortlessly, $1 million landed in her lap. A quiet thrill warmed her. Humming softly, she grabbed her canvas tote and headed upstairs to her room. If all went as expected, rent from her other 2 properties would arrive soon as well, quarterly payments averaging around 2 million yuan per month, including income from 2 residential buildings. Delightful. Truly, one cannot fathom the joy of collecting rent until one has lived it. Dinner's ready, everyone. Woo! To celebrate Jean Ji's victory, I've decided to cook him a bowl of noodles myself. Why, I truly appreciate that. Ha ha ha. Today the cottage buzzed with liveliness. Since everyone had returned together, they opted not to split across the 2 cottages. Instead, both kitchens bustled in unison, turning out a lavish feast. As for the one person missing today, no one mentioned him. Not a word. Clearly they all now understood why Wang Helong had left the cottage. I'm really sorry. I had too much work today and couldn't watch your match. At the dinner table, Wang Yuchen off after all they'd promised last night. Yet, Wang Qiu teased lightly. It's fine. Hong is here, so it's as if you were there too. Oh ho. If that was the line, then suddenly, no one was sleepy anymore. The whole table ignited with excitement. Entertainment was imminent. Even Mu Cheng and the other girls paused mid-bite, exchanging glances brimming with the same mischievous, gossip-hungry curiosity as Chen Meijia. Wang Yuchen and Jiang Junhan exchanged a fleeting glance. Wang Yuchen flushed faintly and lowered her gaze, cheeks warming. That table had become very charged. Jiang Junhan, however, remained composed, and faced with the group's silent, grinning provocation, deftly pivoted. Qingzi, have you finished writing your next song yet? Mu Cheng, what just happened? Why did the gossip land squarely on me? But Jiang Junhan had no choice. This girl watched the drama unfold with unabashed, wide-eyed delight, utterly unbothered by the chaos she stirred. Time to make an example. Then, she struck back. Yuchen Jia, I wrote a breakup song. Want to hear it? The table erupted in laughter. Jiang Junhan's smile froze midair. Meanwhile, the live stream, whoa, thin veil. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying. Qingzi, you've got the gift of gab. What honey-sweet words. Incredibly sweet. After all, I've kissed her. Get lost upstairs. Qingbao is my wife. Chill, everyone quiet down. Let me clarify something. Qingzi and I are already married. Thank you all for loving my wife, but please respect our privacy going forward. Otherwise, she'll spend every day soothing my fragile ego. Bro, drop your address. I need to send you something. Count me in. I'm sending something too. Fuming. While viewers scrambled once more to claim ownership of the bride. Back at the Heartthrob cottage, Jiang Junhan felt utterly silent, retreating inward. He resolved quietly to avoid provoking Qingzi ever again. She didn't hold grudges, but she retaliated instantly. Yet precisely because of her light teasing jab, the atmosphere in Restaurant 701 burst anew with laughter and warmth. There was no special event scheduled for tonight, but since it was still early, several guys and a few girls decided to rent shared bikes for a nighttime ride, digesting dinner under the stars. Only Mu Cheng, Liang Qiaowei, and Miao Miao stayed behind in the cottage, retreating together into the recreation. They watched TV while chatting about topics dear to them. Some subjects, after all, were best kept private away from male ears, so they cherished their own intimate circle. Now Mu Cheng sat cross-legged on the plush rug, Xiao Xiao and her younger sister each perched on a swing chair. Any games we can play? There's Breakup Kitchen, Mario Kart, and tennis. She spoke softly, holding in her hands the surprise gift delivered yesterday by Zhou Qiu, dragging his suitcase full of delights, a Nintendo Switch console sponsored by the show's partner Xiaogo Mall. It was also a sponsored item from the production's partner Xiaogo Mall. Then let's play Breakup Kitchen. I've seen so many people arguing online, the three of us can't possibly quarrel, right? Sure. Meow Meow nodded in agreement. Then, oh, where's my plate? Where did the plate go? Qingzi, you didn't give me a plate. Sister, the vegetables I asked you to cut haven't been cut yet. Stop rushing me, I only have one life. If you rush me again, I'll just die right away. Very well, a point for the slacker team. The three girls were having a blast while the audience in the live stream was almost in tears from laughter. Who could have imagined? Putting these three together to play games was simply explosive in terms of entertainment value. By the end, finally, Liang Xiaowei still managed to clean up the kitchen, entering the next segment. But in a split second, she saw a scene that left her utterly stunned. What are you two doing? She saw Mu Cheng and Meow Meow's characters each standing in their own space, tossing a piece of meat back and forth, showing no intention of cooking. Meow Meow spoke very calmly, slacking off. I quit. Mu Cheng also snorted lightly. Liang Xiao. Her heart felt exhausted. Whoever wants to play this game can play, no wonder it's called Breakup Kitchen. Honestly, if she played with a guy, they would definitely be arguing. Only Qingzi and her sister could keep her somewhat rational, yet slightly helpless. What could she do? Just indulge them. The three girls put down the Switch controllers, exchanging glances, but in the next moment, they couldn't help but burst into. The girl placed the game console into a bag beside her. At this moment, Meow Meow asked, what do you think dating feels? You should ask her who I wouldn't know. Mu Cheng pointed at Liang Xiaowei. In this group, only this sister has dated. As for Mu Cheng, she hadn't dated anyone, not even a girl. Actually dating. It's just like that. Facing Meow Meow's curious gaze, Liang Xiaowei pondered. How should I put it? When the hormones kick in, seeing him makes you quite happy, and you want to be with the other person. But sometimes it's also quite annoying. The more you care about someone, the more you can't help but overthink. It makes your own life a complete mess in the end. So what do you think are the benefits of dating? Out of nowhere, Mu Cheng playfully blinked her eyes at her. Liang Xiaowei was momentarily taken aback. Benefits, let me think. What are the benefits? Seeing this, the girl tried hard to suppress a smile and looked at her sister. Meow Meow, let me tell you, if you date, you'll have to worry about a bunch of things. You need to care about how his day went, whether he's happy or not, and why he hasn't messaged me yet. During holidays, you also have to think about what gifts to give. And if you want to go further, you have to worry about whether the other person will cheat or even come out of the closet. And if you plan to get married in the future, you have to discuss the betrothal gifts, buying a car or a house, doing housework, being pressured to have kids, preparing for pregnancy, and dealing with a growing belly until you can't take care of yourself, among other things. Phew, I need a drink. Mu Cheng spoke in one breath, leaving the girl feeling parched. At that moment, Liang Xiaowei and Meow Meow, even the observers and the audience in the live stream, were dumbfounded. Wow, that actually sounds quite reasonable. Meow Meow spoke with a troubled tone. What you said is making me a bit scared. Especially when thinking about having a big belly in the future. 10 months of pregnancy. Not being able to take care of myself and having to worry about my husband cheating or not wanting to take responsibility and doing housework myself. In an instant, everything went dark before her eyes. Don't be nervous, oh, Qingzi is just teasing you. Seeing her sister so scared, Liang Xiaowei gently patted the girl's thigh and rolled her eyes. This made Mu Cheng chuckle. However, since they had brought up this topic, she also curiously looked at Mu Cheng. So what about you in the future? Do you plan to have kids? Not having kids. Without even thinking, the girl gave a firm answer. Instantly, both girls were a bit surprised. Meow Meow asked why. It's simple. Oh, I have social anxiety. Am introverted and can't accept having a stranger in my belly. Both the audience. Although it sounded somewhat nonsensical and a bit funny, it must be said, this reason is very Qingzi. After all, this girl has always given off a gentle, cute, and quirky personality, quite lively. So it's not surprising that she could say such a thing. In fact, everyone seems to think it makes quite a lot of sense. Hee, since Qingzi isn't having kids, then I want either, winking smile. If you two aren't having kids, then I want either. Alright, if you all aren't having kids, then neither will I. Whoever wants to have kids can have them. I'm dying of laughter. My Chungbao is truly a logic genius. How did she come up with this? Not being able to accept a stranger in her belly is quite something, haha. Actually, I have another excellent reason. My rabbit is small and the child would have nothing to eat once it's born, so I can't have kids. 6. Girl, you're just giving up on yourself, laughing and crying. And I'm a fresh graduate without experience, so I can't have kids either. Alright, then if we're playing like this, I have dysmenorrhea and am afraid of freezing the child to death. Aren't you a guy? Huh? No. Dude, you. The live stream chat was filled with laughter and joy due to Mu Cheng's reasoning. In an instant, this group of onlookers found even more inspiration. No one was willing to have kids. However, that's true. In recent years, the birth rate has been declining, And as more people awaken to this reality, most people feel that having children is a hassle compared to being alone or dating. Originally, everyone hadn't fully grown up, their psychological ages were quite young, and they still had to call for their mothers. To suddenly have children. To be honest, it's really hard to imagine. After playing in the entertainment room for a while and discussing girl topics. After a moment, the others in the small house returned from their night rides. Mu Cheng and the three of them went out together. Meow Meow glanced at the 6 ice blue roses already placed in the vase and gently stroked them. She felt that she had been quite brave, but some things, if they are not meant to be, she wouldn't force them. Just be herself. The night gradually deepened. In the night sky, the twinkling stars danced in the depths of the wind-blown clouds, as if depicting a scroll of mountains and rivers. After everyone in the heartwarming cabin exchanged goodnights. Around 10 o'clock, everyone returned to their own rooms. They were about to get ready to wash up and sleep. Wishing all candidates good luck in the college entrance examination. May you achieve great success. Early the next morning, it was rare. Today, Mu Cheng surprisingly got up at 7 o'clock, quickly washed up, changed into a set of clothes, and went straight out. She didn't even bother to fix her hair or put on any makeup. Naturally, don't even mention breakfast. She seemed very busy. After greeting Chen Jia and Lin Yi, who were already eating in the dining room, she hurried out. Putting on her hat and canvas bag, she disappeared in a flash outside the small house. Many fans of Guoli Cheng had just opened the live stream. However, they found that Cheng Zi was already gone. What a pity. Lin Yi also found it a bit strange and asked Chen Jia, "Is Cheng busy today? She didn't even eat breakfast. It should be, I haven't seen her up this early." Chen Jia replied, while also greeting Liang Xiaowei, who had just come down. She asked Xiao Xiao casually. Liang Xiaowei shook her head. "I don't know, but she must have important matters. Anyway, she didn't say anything when I asked her." In fact, she had already known last night that Cheng Zi had signed as the spokesperson for Huatian Ban Mu. However, it was still under wraps. She was still in the live broadcast of the program. Naturally, she wouldn't expose it. Seeing this, Chen Jia and Lin Yi glanced at each other and didn't think much further. Since even Xiao Xiao didn't know, it was better not to ask. After all, everyone in the entire Heartbeat house knew that Xiao Xiao and Cheng Zi had the best relationship. And the younger sister of 702 as well, though Meow Meow didn't live here. So she definitely wouldn't know it. I must say, actually Chen Jia and the others' guesses were quite accurate. Today Mu Cheng was indeed, moreover she probably needed to be busy all day long. Because aside from taking promotional photos, she also needed to shoot a short advertisement for Huatian Ban Mu. Just these two things would take at least half a day. Not to mention that she also had to coordinate the live broadcast process for the upcoming Qixi Festival. Mr. Wu hoped that Mu Cheng could release a new song during the live broadcast, offering a copyright fee of 1 million, which would later be used for the endorsement song. Mu Cheng thought for a moment and didn't refuse. Thus the two of them decided to organize a big event in the live broadcast. A small concert. At that time, in addition to the new song, Mu Cheng would also sing previously released songs, such as Sunny Day and So, since they were going to do it this way, they certainly couldn't be careless, right? Mr. Wu was truly putting in a lot of effort for this Qixi Limited live broadcast. He not only moved the live broadcast room from the exam province, but even rented a villa as the shooting location. Last night, he had people work overtime to set up the green screen. He even found a small but well-known band from to create the best effect for Mu Cheng's small concert. All of this arrangement could definitely be called very good. Which brand would dare to do this? Not only parachuting a spokesperson, but also spending so much effort to create a show. It can only be Huatian Ban Mu. So Mr. Wu was really willing to bet on Mu Cheng. He chose to believe in this girl's commercial value. Hello, good morning. After leaving the Heartbeat house, Mu Cheng went back to her home. She took 2 sets of dresses and high heels. Mainly because the time was too tight. Huatian Ban Mu couldn't prepare in time, so Mu Cheng suggested using her own dresses for styling. As a result, Mr. Wu agreed without hesitation. He had watched the playback of Mu Cheng's live broadcast and knew that this girl had a great sense of fashion. He believed that as long as the dresses weren't too peculiar, she could pull off a perfect look. After all, Cheng Zi's face was right there, as she would look good in basically anything. So after Mu Cheng got her thing, she immediately drove over to the location Mr. Wu had sent her, which was in a villa area not far from her home. The cliché security incident did not happen to her, because she had already registered in advance. By the time Mu Cheng arrived, the staff of Huatian Ban Mu were still busy setting up inside the villa. Mr. Wu immediately put down what he was doing and came out to greet her, smiling. Cheng Zi, have you eaten breakfast? Not yet. Are we doing the styling right now? Looking at the girl who seemed like a workaholic, Mr. Wu couldn't help but chuckle and quickly said, no rush, let's eat breakfast first, otherwise you'll be hypoglycemic later. Alright. Mu Cheng gently patted her face, giving a shy and gentle smile. She was a bit too invested in her work. However, Mr. Wu understood her quite well and chuckled. Let's go, come in quickly, we can chat while having breakfast. The girl nodded her head, and the two walked in together. Once inside, they could see that the villa had completely transformed. In the main living room, the staff had turned it into a space surrounded by green screens. There were several camera positions around, constantly testing. This should be the place for taking promotional photos and the short advertisement, as the staff had also set up a luxurious temporary makeup room in the small living room. Several male makeup artists and stylists were looking at photos of Mu Cheng, seemingly discussing what kind of makeup would suit her best. Seeing this, Mu Cheng frowned slightly. Although the male makeup artist seemed quite flamboyant, Mr. Wu was sharp and immediately noticed something was off with her. He quickly asked, "Is there a problem?" Can I design and match my own makeup?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu immediately glanced at the makeup artists. He understood without hesitation. He nodded, "Sure. You trust me this much." Now it was Mu Cheng's turn. Mr. Wu smiled. "It's not that I trust you, but since you don't like it, I won't insist. Otherwise, if you run away, I would have wasted my efforts for nothing. But there's still a breach of contract fee. Haha, you said you have 2 buildings for rent. Are you worried about my breach of contract fee?" The signing fee was 10 million. The breach of contract fee was actually not much, just 3 times that. Given Mu Cheng's current worth, it was absolutely affordable. Mr. Wu had built such a big brand, his judgment of people was very accurate. Don't be fooled by this girl's gentle demeanor and smiling face. But if she were to be wronged, she'd probably turn around and leave immediately with 100 pounds of rebellious spirit. He chose to listen to Mu Cheng's opinions on these small matters. Since she didn't like male makeup artists, then they wouldn't use. At this point, Mu Cheng really began to look at him differently and couldn't help but smile playfully. Actually, I was lying to them. I not only have 2 buildings, but also 3 shops. After a simple breakfast, General Manager Wu took Mu Cheng on a tour of the villa's decor. The 2nd and 3rd floors were left without additional decoration, directly serving as the employees' lounge. However, down on the 1st basement level, things were impressive. Thanks to an all-night setup, this space had already been transformed into a live streaming scene resembling a flower field of half an acre with 2 gigantic light umbrellas facing the host's position. And there were many machines that Mu Cheng was very familiar with, as she had seen these items at the Shanghai Drama Academy. After all, in essence, live streaming is also a form of shooting with not much difference from acting. Both require face. This is where you'll be sitting tomorrow night. Lao Yang, the one with the small mustache, will help you with the lighting from the side. Then we'll start the live stream at 8 o'clock. As the show begins, you'll walk over from there with a red carpet. General Manager Wu explained as he and Mu Cheng walked. Behind them, the head of the live streaming setup and the manager of the operations department were following, ready to provide any needed details. This also served as a rehearsal for Mu Cheng, helping her get familiar with the scene. The girl kept nodding her head to show the red carpet had not yet been laid. But as she pointed to a cleared area, she said, "This is the place for the concert, right? Yes, the band members haven't arrived yet. They need some time to come from Hangzhou. The piano you wanted. Haha, interestingly enough, there's one in this villa, but I don't know if the sound quality meets your requirements. Would you like to try it first?" Sure. Mu Cheng was very willing to cooperate. After all, General Manager Wu was so tolerant of her willfulness. That deserves respect. It's mutual. She wasn't the type to show off. The girl sat at the piano, her long, slender fingers gently falling on the keys to test the sound quality. To her surprise, this piano was quite good. She instinctively glanced at the brand and thought, wow, it's a Yamaha, just like the one at her home. However, Mu Cheng felt that her own piano was likely more expensive since its touch and sound quality were relative. After familiarizing herself with the scene, it was time to prepare for the promotional photo shoot. There was quite a bit of work needed for the photo shoot, starting with makeup and hairstyling. Only then would she change into her outfit. At this moment, Mu Cheng already had her own ideas on how to do her makeup, given her top-notch makeup and hairstyling skills. As for the gown style, she had studied fashion design in her past life. Making simple modifications wouldn't be a problem. So the girl took her gown, a white spaghetti strap mermaid dress with a particularly slender waist design, and hung it on the makeup room's rack. If a girl with a poor figure wore it, it would probably highlight her shortcomings immediately. But Mu Cheng wouldn't have that problem, as this gown was custom-made for her. "Sister, do you really not need our help?" As Mu Cheng sat down to prepare for her makeup, one of the makeup artists who had already been told to finish for the day walked over. She asked in a somewhat delicate voice, almost like she was being coy. At that moment, Mu Cheng felt goosebumps rise instantly. She shook her head mercilessly, saying, "No need. All right, can we watch from the side?" "Feel free. But it's best to keep your distance from me." "Wow, sister, you're so aloof." Mu Cheng. Although she felt like rolling her eyes in exasperation, she didn't pay any attention to those effects. She picked up a prepared hot towel and placed it on her face. Since she was putting on a full face of makeup, the base had to be applied very well. The hot towel served as a great primer. Soon the time was up, and Mu Cheng began to apply her makeup step by step according to her preset ideas. During this time, aside from the few makeup artists, many staff members from the flower field of half an acre came over out of curiosity to watch. After all, now everyone knew that their product spokesperson was the recently popular Orange online, so they all wanted to see what she looked like in person. Wow. I saw online that they said she doesn't photograph well, and I thought it was a bit exaggerated, but I didn't expect her to be so beautiful in person. Yes. And don't you think Orange seems to have the aura of a superstar? Oh my god, her eyes are so big, bigger than both. Are you being polite? Do you think I can ask for a photo later? Maybe not. The boss is here today. Do you want to get... As more and more people gathered around, they began to whisper and exchange quiet words. Until General Manager Wu suddenly appeared from behind, startling the group. What are you all doing? Don't you have work to do? Instantly, everyone hurriedly dispersed. Even the makeup artists were a bit cautious, keeping their heads down. Didn't I tell you to get off work? What are you still doing here? Boss, we just wanted to take a look. After thinking for a moment, General Manager Wu didn't send them away. Perhaps they could offer some suggestions for Orange at the right time. Mainly, he actually didn't know Mu Cheng's makeup skills. He was planning to take a look now. Meanwhile, over here, Mu Cheng had already finished her base makeup and was using a light-colored eyeshadow to brighten her eye makeup. In her mind, she believed that, since she was wearing a white mermaid gown, her makeup shouldn't be too heavy. At the same time, for her hairstyle, it also didn't need excessive embellishment, as she opted for a fresh and simple mature style, creating soft waves from the mid-length to the ends of her hair. This would elevate her overall complexion. 10 minutes later, while pretending to put on colored contact lenses, the girl quietly changed her eye color. Finally, her makeup was complete. She looked at herself in the mirror and felt very satisfied, her beautiful eyes sparkling with happiness. She turned her head to glance at the corner, only to see that the makeup artists and stylists were all stunned. Even the one who had come over in a coy voice earlier was now covering her mouth, looking amazed. Sister, you're beautiful. You look amazing. General Manager Wu, who had been observing Mu Cheng, couldn't help but praise her instinctively. With her hard conditions and innate attributes, Orange was simply too suitable to be their spokesperson. Not to mention, just the sight of this girl standing there holding a bottle of body lotion would likely entice countless people to want to buy it. After all, if someone as beautiful as her uses their products, doesn't that mean it works for me too? This might explain why fans previously caused the Flower Fields body lotion to sell out just because of a single word from Mu Cheng. I now feel I should at least double the endorsement fee. General Manager Wu joked with the girl. Mu Cheng blinked her eyes, saying, how about signing another contract? If the total sales of the products you endorse within 3 months reach double what we had last year, I'll give you a global title, making you the global brand spokesperson with an additional 20 million signing fee. A bet agreement? Not quite. General Manager Wu chuckled. This is just a verbal agreement, but I think you can choose to trust me. Of course, I'm not losing out either. The girl smiled lightly. Such advantageous matters for her were certainly not all right, then I won't disturb you any further. The cameraman will be here in 10 minutes, and I have some work to do. If you need anything, just ask Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao is General Manager Wu's assistant. Mu Cheng nodded, saying, okay. In the afternoon, the band invited by President Wu from Hangzhou arrived. There were 4 members, a drummer, a guitarist, a bassist, and a keyboardist. This band was standard equipment. Besides these few individuals, there was an additional teacher who played the flute. This flute teacher was specifically recommended to Mu Cheng by her vocal instructor from the Magic City Drama Academy, because the flute accompaniment was crucial for her new song. It was essential. Generally, mainstream bands do not include flutes among the usual instruments, so President Wu couldn't find one at short notice. Thus, Mu Cheng had to reach out to her vocal instructor. Fortunately, the flute teacher recommended was quite agreeable, especially upon learning it was Mu Cheng who sought her. She immediately agreed. Moreover, she herself was a big fan of Mu Cheng's songs. After all, who in the entire Magic City Drama Academy didn't know about the musical genius emerging from the performance department? Many instructors from the music department were perplexed, wondering how such a talented child had ended up in the performance. Otherwise, she might have debuted long ago. Sigh. In the afternoon, Mu Cheng had been quite busy, having arrived early and working non-stop. Aside from lunch with the staff of Huatian Banmu, she hadn't had a moment's rest. After finishing her fitting photo shoot, she quickly changed into another formal dress and had her makeup redone. So even when the band and the flute teacher arrived, this girl hurriedly greeted them, leaving behind several printed music sheets for them to practice together. Then she went off to shoot an advertisement. At this moment, Mu Cheng was on the first floor of the villa, surrounded by green screens, looking up with a strong sense of conviction. Her makeup was already in its second look, similarly light. Her hairstyle had changed from previously styled waves to a vintage French updo, embodying the gentle and tender essence of the Jiangnan water town. The girl was wearing a light pink gradient white gown with exposed shoulders. At this moment, she was as beautiful as a blossoming fairy. Many staff members on set, including the photographer, were fixated on her, almost forgetting to breathe. Until petals began to drift down from the sky, floating towards her face. The recorded advertisement script that Mu Cheng had prepared was also played on set. Her gentle voice was soft and melodious. In everyone's heart, there is a flower field that is never desolate, blooming with 1,000 forms. I must say this situation was a bit embarrassing. But as Mu Cheng had mentioned earlier, her work state was different from her life state. This sense of embarrassment could be overcome by her conviction. However, there was one circumstance she couldn't prevent. For example, right now, perhaps a few petals had gotten wet and had stuck together. When they fell, they directly hit Mu Cheng's face. It didn't hurt, but it made her momentarily lose her composure, covering her small face and letting out a honking laugh. Goose, 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 goose. The girl was almost laughing uncontrollably. The staff on set found it quite amusing. They couldn't help but chuckle. Only the girl scattering the petals felt quite embarrassed and quickly apologized. I'm sorry sister, I didn't notice. Mu Cheng waved her hand, trying to suppress her laughter. Once she finally composed herself, she took a deep breath. It's fine, let's do it again. All right. The girl scattering the petals sighed in relief. This time she carefully selected the petals, ensuring none were. So after a quick adjustment with the director's shout of action, Mu Cheng quickly got back into character. The advertisement script was replayed. In everyone's heart, there is a flower field that is never desolate. Mu Cheng had been shooting this advertisement for over 2 hours, and this was the final segment. Adjustments were made continuously to capture the most perfect scene for her. In this advertisement, Mu Cheng was merely a spokesperson, a mascot. The segments requiring the products like the bubbles of shower gel applied to exposed skin would be filmed by others. What this girl needed was to stand on the platform where the body lotion, hand cream, and shower gel were placed at the end of the advertisement, turning back in an instant and displaying a radiant smile. That was enough. All right, cut. That's a wrap. We got it. Finally, after shooting from lunch until now around 4 o'clock, they had completed a short advertisement. Everyone burst into applause. The cameraman quickly smiled at Mu Cheng, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. You all worked hard too, thank you." The girl adjusted the hem of her gown, walked down from the platform with a gentle smile, not taking the credit for herself. It was all work. Who doesn't work hard? Is she the only one who is tired? No, everyone was tired. Therefore, having observed everything, Mu Cheng had already ordered over 30 cups of milk tea during her earlier break, though she didn't know when they would arrive. Just as she was speaking, a staff member's voice suddenly came from outside. Who ordered all this milk tea? So much. What milk tea? Everyone busy with packing paused. Then they heard Mu Cheng's voice. I ordered it. It's afternoon tea for everyone. You've all worked hard, have some milk tea and take a good rest. Everyone immediately stopped what they were doing, and then all were filled with surprise. The cameraman was quite observant. He laughed and said, quickly, thank Chingzi. Why are you all staring? Woo. Thank you, sister Chingzi, love you. I can also have the milk tea that Chingzi sent. No way. I want to post it on Douyin. Sister, I will be your loyal fan from now on. With such an artist who is gentle and cooperative with work and even treats her staff to benefits, who wouldn't love her? They were all thrilled for Mu Cheng. The girl's eyes curled up watching this scene with a warm smile. In her past life as a corporate worker, she deeply understood these people's emotions, because if it were her back, then exhausted from overtime, suddenly someone offered her milk tea, she would genuinely feel like crying. So now wasn't she also treating herself? Sister, do you want it iced or hot? Just as Mu Cheng was reminiscing, a staff member had already brought over the milk tea and was cautiously asking her. The girl turned to look. It was the girl who had scattered the petals earlier. I want it iced. Okay. Sister, I really didn't mean to get the flowers wet earlier. It was an accident. I'm sorry. About that, it's fine. If you really want to apologize, Mu Cheng replied lightly with a smile, winking. Shall we toast? Mu Cheng naturally bore no ill will toward the young woman's minor blunder. It was hardly a matter of consequence. Moreover, her timid demeanor and apparent unfamiliarity with those around her spoke volumes. It was clear she had only recently entered the professional world, trembling at the thought of being scolded or slighted for even the smallest misstep. So Mu Cheng simply smiled warmly and gently clinked her hot milk tea against the girl's cup. Cheers. It's rather warm today. Wouldn't you prefer something chilled? I'm on my period, sister. She'd brought both iced and hot milk tea. Had Mu Cheng not claimed the iced one for herself, she likely would have drunk it anyway. A touch naive, perhaps. A quiet warmth stirred in the girl's heart, though she voiced nothing, only murmured softly, go rest. Don't dwell on such small things. Watching Mu Cheng's graceful figure recede, the young woman felt the warmth of the milk tea seep into her palms, and deeper still into her chest. The Mu Cheng she saw now was exactly as she appeared on screen. Beautiful and profoundly gentle. After wrapping the commercial shoot, Mu Cheng lingered to chat with the crew and take a brief respite. Meanwhile, in the basement level of the villa, the band and the flute instructor from Shanghai Theater Academy continued rehearsing the new instrumental arrangement Mu Cheng had composed for them. Mr. Wu sat nearby, attending to work on his laptop. All the while the accompaniment played on loop, yet he found himself never tiring of it. Indeed, it wasn't only he who felt this way, even his assistant Xiao Xiao couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Every song Mu Cheng writes is exquisite. This new piece feels destined to dominate the charts. Her talent truly borders on the supernatural. Mr. Wu paused his typing and chuckled in agreement, inwardly awestruck by the young woman's brilliance. How he wondered, did she do it? How could mere instrumentation alone transport him into a boundless sea of blossoms, filling his mind with the heady fragrance of flowers and the luminous presence of Mu Cheng herself? Especially the flute. This instrument was the very soul of the song. The four band musicians hadn't sensed its necessity when playing with other instruments. But the moment the flute entered, suddenly the piece came alive, infused with spirit and breath. Hello, just as everyone lingered in the lingering resonance of the melody, crisp, high-heeled footsteps echoed down the stairwell. Then came a sweet melodic voice. Heads turned. There stood Mu Cheng, elegantly draped in a shoulder-bearing gradient chiffon gown, gliding toward them with unhurried grace. Each step swayed with effortless poise. For an instant all present were struck speechless, dazzled, transfixed, until her lips curved into a radiant smile. Only then did they snap back to awareness. Even Mr. Wu flushed faintly, not from ulterior motive but sheer unguarded awe at her beauty. Truth be told, if his son weren't already married, he'd have schemed relentlessly to make this young woman his daughter-in-law. Finished filming upstairs. Mr. Wu closed his laptop and asked with a smile. Mu Cheng replied lightly, yes. I've ordered milk tea for everyone. They're still resting. Good, let them rest. They haven't paused all day. And thank you for treating them. I'll reimburse you for the milk tea. No need. I treated them, but you're included too. All right. Mr. Wu laughed heartily. He didn't press further, knowing full well this young woman was no stranger to affluence. After a few pleasantries, they shifted to other matters. Mu Cheng, if there's anything else you need arranged, just say the word. I'll assign someone immediately. Not urgent. Let me first run through the piece once with the band. Fair enough. Mr. Wu nodded, and the three made their way to the preset concert area. What had been an empty, sterile space moments before was now transformed. Colorful orbs suspended from the ceiling, some shaped like stylized oranges cascading delicately from above. The band members and the flute instructor from Shanghai Theater Academy paused their playing upon seeing them approach. The flute instructor smiled at Mu Cheng. Miss Mu, your new composition is extraordinary, a true masterpiece. Some songs reveal their worth even from sheet music alone. Especially this one, composed by Mu Cheng herself. Excellence was a given. Mu Cheng responded with a modest, serene smile, then lightly clapped her hands. Shall we begin our first full rehearsal, teachers? Excellent. I'll enter at the second 8-bar phrase, correct? Yes, Teacher Liu. The young woman glided to the piano and seated herself. At once the others fell into position. Teacher Liu, the flutist, lifted her rich brown flute to her lips, poised and ready. Moments later, as Mu Cheng's fingers descended onto the keys, drums answered, followed by guitar, bass, and layered textures. The keyboardist remained still, reserving his part for the interlude. At the close of the first 8-bar phrase, the pivotal moment arrived. Mu Cheng and Teacher Liu exchanged a fleeting glance, and instantly the flute sang forth. In that instant, the entire arrangement was imbued with soul. All blossoms freeze in stillness. Love drifts far, yet grows ever clearer. The sky broods, yet love delights. Back then I did not understand. This was love. You loved standing. As her voice rose, here within a world that shimmered like a boundless flower garden, every listener was utterly captivated. They believed the instrumental alone had reached its zenith, yet her lyrics were the true beating heart of the song. The band members exchanged glances, a shiver racing up their spines. So deeply did her immersive, resonant voice envelop them. Yet despite the collective awe gripping the room, each musician held firm, honoring their instruments' essential timbres, ensuring Mu Cheng's voice could soar uninterrupted. That very scene widened Mr. Wu's pupils slightly where he stood silently observing. One thought filled his mind: tomorrow's live broadcast is guaranteed. The show's impact, absolutely explosive. Around 7:30 that evening in room 701 of the Heartthrob Villa, has Mu Cheng returned yet? Not yet. Then let's go ahead and eat. We'll set aside a portion for her and reheat it when she arrives. All right, I'll plate it. Liang Xiaowei rose immediately and headed to the kitchen. She knew Mu Cheng would be busy today, but not how late she might return, so a portion must be saved. Meanwhile, over 1 million fans idled in the live stream of heart-fluttering moment, flooding the comment section with, "Teacher, where's our orange treasure? We miss her. Mu Cheng's acting strangely today. Left home early and hasn't reappeared since. Could the production team have invited a new male guest and arranged a private dinner with her? But that doesn't add up. We'd see the date footage on stream." True. Friends. Huge news. Mu Cheng just posted on Douyin. What? At 8 o'clock in the evening on a Douyin account that had already reached 12 million followers, a girl quietly up then, preparing to go home. Little did she know, in that very moment, nearly 1 million phones buzzed simultaneously with a notification. Your special follow has been updated. Even the director in the observation room backstage of the program saw his phone. Noticing there wasn't much going on recently, the director, filled with curiosity, clicked to check it out. Cheng had not returned to her small room yet. It must be related to this latest Douyin update. At this moment, hundreds of millions of people were drawn in by the. They all flocked into Mu Cheng's Douyin. Then at first glance they saw that this update's text was different. Previously, if she posted a new song or a vlog, it was just a simple song title or the text "My first vlog in life." But this time, it seemed as if this girl had written a year's worth of text. Tomorrow night at 8, let's go see the flower sea together, as everyone was still in a daze. While guessing what the flower sea was, a melody led by a flute suddenly filled the air, and the screen displayed Mu Cheng's enchanting smile. This time her update was not a video, but a photo. In a warmly decorated room, the girl held a blooming light pink. Wearing a white spaghetti-strap mermaid dress, she seemed to be gazing out through the bright floor-to-ceiling window. The carpet beneath her was scattered with petals. Through the screen, netizens seemed to catch a whiff of the fragrance of the petals, as well as The scent from Mu Cheng's softly curled hair. So beautiful. There were a total of 7 photos. In each the girl posed differently, either with a charming smile or looking at the camera with a curious expression. There was even a shot of her in high heels standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, seemingly stretching in view, smiling back. Every scene held the fans' and netizens' rapt attention. Even the music played over and over. They couldn't bear to scroll past. Some quick-fingered fans even cleared their Douyin screen taking screenshots to save the photos. New wallpapers were available. However, while slowly admiring Mu Cheng's stunning beauty and her high heels at this moment, some fans began to realize, what does this text mean? Going to see the flower sea. Where to go? With confusion and curiosity, everyone clicked into the comment section, hoping to see if anyone else understood Cheng's intent. Oh, I love the last photo of Cheng looking back with a smile. Oh, it feels like a shy moment after being caught sneaking a photo. Woohoo. It's New Year, it's New Year. She updated so many photos at once. It's the first time I've seen my Cheng in high heels and a formal dress. She looks like a precious princess. And is it possible that Cheng is actually a rich girl? Haha, don't forget she has 2 buildings to rent out. Wait. Aren't you all curious about what this Douyin text really means? I actually just speculated that this BGM is Cheng's new song, and she is teasing the new release. Yes, I thought so too, and the new song should be called Flower Sea. Whoa, it must be that way. Countless fans transformed into detectives, eagerly joining the speculation. And the answer was rapidly approaching. However, a small portion of fans felt that perhaps things weren't that simple, and that something was still missing. For example, the Captivated director. He gently rubbed his newly grown stubble, constantly speculating in his mind. Of course, there were many like him in this world, but before everyone could guess the answer, someone had already revealed it. Just as hundreds of thousands of comments flooded in with people vying to be the one with the most likes, suddenly the main thing was that the content of his comment was, "Sorry for being late, Cheng. My spokesperson is so beautiful. Tomorrow night at 8, let's watch the flower sea together, heart." Upon seeing this comment, many fans were instantly stunned. This was actually from an official account, Huatian Banmu. What did he mean by spokesperson? In an instant, everyone's minds got stuck, unable to process until one fan excitedly typed in the comment section, "Whoa, I just checked Huatian Banmu's account, and Cheng is now their spokesperson for body lotion, hand cream, and shower gel." Fans, not only were they shocked, but even the director backstage of the show was wide-eyed in surprise. Cheng has already begun endorsing. My goodness, is Huatian Banmu's speed really this fast? Although he knew yesterday that Mu Cheng had caused the body lotion to sell out with a single phrase, and this matter had already trended, he never expected the brand would act so boldly. In just one day, they signed a contract. In 2 days, they made the official announcement. It was a speed that might not even be caught up with by a plane. Truly impressive. The director couldn't help but give a thumbs up praising this brand. He then couldn't help but chuckle. To secure a contract with Cheng, Huatian Banmu would probably be dreaming with a smile from now on. After all, Mu Cheng's commercial value. From his perspective, this girl was definitely not inferior to the current rising stars of the entertainment industry. It's just that she has appeared for too short a time, and her fan base isn't large enough yet. In a few months, she might just become a top-tier star on the rise. At 9 o'clock in the evening, after almost an hour's drive, Mu Cheng finally returned to the small house of her heart's desire. She gently patted her little face, feeling a bit tired, mainly because today's work was really too much, very exhausting. Even though her body had been in, the girl yawned in the car, leaned back against the seat to rest for a moment, then got out and carried a large box from the inside were her high heels and other items. Carrying a box nearly 3 times her waist size was no problem. The girl was very relaxed. However, at this moment, countless viewers watching the live stream were thrilled. Wow, Cheng has finally returned. They had just come over from Douyin and learned that this girl had become the spokesperson for Huatian Banmu, but now they were seeing the real person. How could they not be excited? At this moment, Mu Cheng was unaware of the commotion happening in the live stream and online. She simply returned to her small room holding a box. As soon as she entered the door, she saw everyone sitting neatly in the living room chatting, including her friends from room 702. Hello, I'm back. The girl smiled gently. The feeling of coming home to see good friends gathered is truly wonderful, lively, and comfortable. Mu Cheng's voice instantly startled everyone. They turned to look and were immediately surprised, standing up. Someone came over to help her take the large box, while another person looked at her with concern, saying, "Chengzi, have you eaten? We saved some food for you. Should we heat it up?" "It's alright, I've eaten elsewhere, so no rush to heat it up later," the girl replied softly while changing her shoes. Chun Jia smiled mischievously as she looked her over, saying, "You put on full makeup today." Just a little work needed." Mu Cheng's lips curled slightly. Her bright eyes blinked playfully, and she made a gesture reminiscent of losing the market in the Stick Kingdom. At that moment, Huada, who had been holding the box for her, curiously asked, "What's in there?" "You can guess. If you guess right, there's a reward." Oh. Everyone suddenly became interested, wondering what could be so mysterious. Thus they began to guess. A puppy. No, it's completely silent inside. I guess it's something delicious, but that's a lot for such a big box. Do you think Qingzi brought the property deed? After all, she owns 2 buildings. Ha ha ha. This remark inexplicably made everyone laugh. Mu Cheng couldn't help but chuckle. Her beautiful eyes carried a hint of helplessness as she directly asked Huada to put the box down, saying, "All right, you all guessed wrong. However, there's still a reward for you. This is actually a gift for everyone for the Qixi festival along with 3 products I'm endorsing." The girl started to pull the box open, instantly revealing its true contents. Besides a bag, the rest of the space was filled with bottles and jars of skincare products. The labels read, Huayan Banmo. Oh my. Everyone was astonished, their mouths agape, as Chengzi actually sent them gifts for the Qixi festival. And what did she just say? The 3 products she endorses, hey. Meanwhile, fans and viewers in the livestream witnessing this scene were equally thrilled. Now Chengzi's actions clearly confirmed that she was already the spokesperson for Huayan Banmo. Although the official announcement and the updates on Mu Cheng's Douyin earlier stated this fact. Seeing this girl admitted in person still surprised people. After all, how long has it been since she appeared in? To have secured a spokesperson role so quickly means that Chengzi's current commercial value can easily rival that of artists who have been in the industry for many years. It's worth noting that despite Huayan Banmo being a domestic skincare brand, its value is substantial. Not to mention Mu Cheng isn't just endorsing 1 product, but 3. At this moment, the friends in the small room were gradually coming to terms with the revelation. Their expressions were all filled with surprise. However, Liang Xiaowei wore a mysterious smile. She had already known, but she hadn't expected this girl to bring back products from the brand and to gift them as Qixi Festival presents. Ah, she's so nice. Is this really for us? Wang Qiu looked at Mu Cheng with wide eyes, her tone filled with surprise and excitement. Mu Cheng nodded her little head and chuckled. Of course, everyone gets one. Inside, there's a set of body lotion, hand cream, and shower gel. As she spoke, she took out 1 set of Huayan Banmo and handed it to Wang Qiu. Then she subconsciously glanced at the, I don't know if you all use body lotion, but I've sent it nonetheless. She had been a boy before, so she naturally understood that boys are quite varied in their preferences. Some are very meticulous, yet most can mix shampoo and shower gel together. So she wasn't sure if these boys would use the body lotion. However, Mu Cheng underestimated the excitement of the boys. Linny immediately nodded and smiled. Of course we will use it. Boys can also be fair and tender. Several girls almost couldn't hold back their laughter. The boys, however, burst into hearty laughter. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire small room became extremely cheerful, with everyone happily holding a set of small gifts. This drove the viewers in the livestream room crazy. Another wave of envy washed over them. Though these skincare products aren't very expensive and everyone can easily afford. No, I must go to the Huayan Banmo livestream room tomorrow night at 8. I want a signed photo. You all can't go. You can't steal my chance. Tisk, everyone stop talking, give me some face, let me go first this time. Get lost. Because Huayan Banmo had already announced they would be giving away signed photos, and witnessing this scene was true. In an instant, the entire livestream room's comments turned chaotic and they began arguing madly. Heartfelt small room 701. After distributing gifts to her friends, the box was quickly emptied. However, there remained a black bag which piqued Jiang Junhan's curiosity. What else is in there? High heels, do you want to wear them? Lao Jiang. Sometimes silence arrives so suddenly. More importantly, Wang Yuchen chimed in, actually if you want to wear them I can give them to you, oh just don't ask Jingzi for them. Ha ha ha. This sent everyone into another fit of laughter. Even the usually composed Miao Miao couldn't help but struggle to contain her laughter. Meanwhile, seeing everyone so happy, Mu Cheng felt quite pleased herself. She first went upstairs to put things away, took off her hat, and then came back down. Jingzi, are you really not hungry? Liang Xiaowei came over and asked the girl. She shook her head, not hungry, just a bit tired. Oh, I feel like I might not be able to eat later. Then come sit down and rest for a while. I'll lend you my legs to lie on. Sure. At this moment, there was no one sitting on the main sofa in the living room. Everyone had noticed that Qingzi looked a bit tired. They all knew she had a particularly exhausting day, so they kindly made room for her to lie down and rest well. After all, there were plenty of other places to sit. It didn't matter if they gave up this little space. Qingzi, when did you become the spokesperson for Huayan Banmo? I had always wanted to buy this brand's body lotion, but didn't know you were endorsing it. You're lucky you didn't buy it earlier because I only signed the contract yesterday. The girl smiled playfully, her words once again left everyone in astonishment.